I lay very still under my rough quilt, afraid to make a sound. The room was small and crowded with my husband's family. On the other side of the wooden divider, my eldest brother-in-law, Lu Chongjung, was sleeping. Across the room, the other couples whispered and laughed in the dark. It made me feel incredibly lonely. I have lived like a widow for 2 years because my husband left me on our wedding day to be with another woman. My own parents refused to take me back, so I was trapped here with in-laws who treated me poorly. That night, the sounds of the others showing affection and the crying cats outside made me feel restless and sad. I knew Chongjung was awake too, sitting in the dark near the window. I felt shy and nervous being so close to him, but I stayed hidden under my blanket, trying to block out the world. In the morning, the unfairness continued at the breakfast table. My mother-in-law, who always called me lazy despite my hard work, served the food. She gave the good pancakes to Chongjung because he had to work in the fields, and she gave the buns to the others. For me, she left only a rock-hard flatbread that was leftovers from days ago. I was ready to eat the hard bread without complaining, but Chongjung suddenly stopped me. To my surprise, he took the good food from his own bowl and put it into mine. Everyone at the table froze. When his stepmother yelled at him, he did not back down. He told her firmly that I worked harder than anyone else in the family and that they should be ashamed of how they treated me. I felt tears come to my eyes. Chongjung was a big, strong soldier, and I never expected him to notice my suffering. I was scared that his defense would make my mother-in-law hate me even more, but his kindness touched my heart. He refused to let me return the food and insisted I eat. For the first time in years, someone had finally stood up for me. I lay in my bed, trying to stay as still as possible under the rough quilt. The room was crowded and uncomfortable. My brother-in-law, Lu Chongjung, was sleeping on the other side of the wooden divider, and I could feel his restlessness. When he finally got up and went outside to smoke, I breathed a sigh of relief, hoping to finally get some sleep. Through the thin walls, I heard my mother-in-law complaining. She wanted Chongjung to move out because he was no longer an officer sending money home. It was cruel, considering he had paid for everything in this house for years. The next morning, the atmosphere at the breakfast table was tense. My mother-in-law distributed the limited food with her usual unfairness. She gave the soft pancakes to Chongjung because he had to work in the fields, and she gave the buns to the others. For me, she left only a piece of rock-hard flatbread that was days old. I was used to this treatment. Since my husband abandoned me for another woman 2 years ago, I had become the family servant, criticized for everything and valued for nothing. I reached for the hard bread, ready to accept my lot, but Chongjung suddenly stopped me. I froze, afraid that he was going to bully me too. Instead, he did something that shocked everyone. He took a fresh steamed bun from his stepmother's bowl and placed it firmly into mine. My mother-in-law exploded with rage. She yelled that I was lazy and didn't deserve the food. But for the first time, someone fought back for me. Chongjung told her calmly that I worked harder than anyone else in the family. He said the family owed me an apology for how I had been treated and for my husband's behavior. Tears filled my eyes. I was terrified that his defense would only make my mother-in-law hate me more, but I was also deeply touched. I tried to give the bun back to avoid a fight, but Chongjung refused to take it. He looked at me with steady, dark eyes and insisted that I eat. In that moment, despite the fear, I felt a warmth I hadn't known in a long time. I pressed my wooden chopsticks down on hers, holding them steady, so she could not give the food back. My hand was large, rough, and scarred from my time as a soldier, making her fingers look incredibly small and delicate beneath mine. When our eyes met, she looked frightened, like a small animal, and her face turned red. I felt a strange heaviness in my heart seeing her so timid. My stepmother was furious. She tried to intimidate Hua Xiaoya into refusing the food, glaring at her with sharp eyes. To my surprise, Xiaoya found a moment of courage. She admitted she wanted the bun, and quickly took a bite. Enraged, my stepmother raised her hand to slap her face. I moved instantly. Before the strike could land, I caught my stepmother's wrist in a grip of iron. My father tried to pull me away, reminding me of her status, but I only laughed coldly. My younger brother also tried to intervene, but he was weak. When he reached for me, I easily pushed him back with a tap to his forehead, sending him stumbling into the doorframe. Even his new wife refused to help them. Instead, she surprisingly placed a piece of meat in Xiaoya's bowl. I made my position clear to the whole family. I told them that Xiaoya was a human being, not a servant, and that she deserved to eat proper food. I placed another bun in her bowl and warned them that if anyone raised a hand against her again, I would not be polite. After the chaos settled, I sat down and ate the hard flatbread and pickles myself, refusing the better food she tried to offer me. As I ate, I noticed her looking at me with red, teary eyes before quickly looking away. I felt a dangerous softness growing in my heart. I knew these feelings were improper because she was my brother's wife, but seeing her trembling and fragile, I could not stop myself. I only knew that I had to protect her. My family was forced to swallow their anger and finish the meal, though the tension remained high. My younger brother, Changhai, looked humiliated in front of his new wife after I disciplined him, and my stepmother, Zhang Shunying, was seething because she could not bully Hua Xiaoya with me watching. Xiaoya, for the first time in ages, ate her meal with a mix of satisfaction and fear. I watched her enjoy the white flour bun, knowing it was a rare treat for her. After eating, my stepmother tried to force Xiaoya to do all the household chores before going to the fields. I immediately blocked Xiaoya's path as she turned to obey. I stood in the doorway, holding my shovel, and made it clear that my stepmother should do the housework herself since she claimed to be too sick for fieldwork. When she challenged my authority, I turned to my father. Being a practical man who worried about the farm, he sided with me to ensure the work got done. Xiaoya looked at me with gratitude and a little fear before rushing out. I followed her out and overheard Changhai and his wife arguing behind the manure pile. His wife, Lu Tsueha, was surprisingly defending Xiaoya, explaining that if she let my mother bully Xiaoya today, she would be the next victim tomorrow. She warned Changhai that her powerful family would not tolerate mistreatment. I found Xiaoya crying silently nearby. She was trapped in this marriage because her own family had used her bride price for her brother's expenses and refused to support her. When she saw me, she panicked and tried to hide her tears. I stepped closer, pointing out the tears on her face. She wiped them away frantically, leaving a red mark on her pale skin. I watched her, rubbing my fingers together where I had just touched her sleeve. I saw her glance at my hands, and I wondered if she knew how much I wanted to comfort her, or if she just thought I was a rough soldier pitying a weak woman. I looked down at my dirty sleeve and felt a deep sense of shame. I only owned 2 sets of ragged clothes, and because I worked in the fields all day, they were always stained. I lowered my head, worried that Lu Changzheng was disgusted by my messy appearance. We continued our work near our neighbors, the Yang family. The village head, Yang Baolu, respected Changzheng and asked him to travel with them to the northern province to buy seeds. He wanted Changzheng's protection and advice on the long journey. However, my father-in-law quickly interrupted. He was desperate to prove his authority in the family, so he insisted that he should go instead, claiming that Changzheng knew nothing about farming. Fear gripped my heart. If Changzheng left the village, I would be left alone with my cruel mother-in-law. Without his protection, she would surely take revenge on me for the earlier argument. I paused, holding my shovel tight. Changzheng must have seen my panic because he immediately rejected the neighbor's offer. He agreed to let his father go instead. I realized he had chosen to stay behind just to make sure I was safe. Later, we arrived at the frozen fields. The wind was biting, and my fingers were red from the cold. Changzheng stopped the horse cart, and when a pile of fertilizer threatened to fall, he suddenly leaned over to fix it. His strong arm reached past my head to steady the load. Suddenly, I was surrounded by the heat of his body and the scent of his sweat. I tried to step back to give him space, but my shoulder accidentally brushed against his arm. His muscles felt as hard as stone. The sudden physical closeness made me tremble, and I was so nervous that I almost dropped the shovel in my hand. My heart pounded when Big Brother Changzheng brushed my hand while helping me with the shovel. I pulled away quickly, feeling shy and confused. Watching the younger couple, Chonghai and Sueha, laughing together made me feel sad about my own failed marriage. I thought I was destined to be unhappy forever. On the cart ride home, Chonghai insulted me. He said I was useless and would always be a servant because my husband had abandoned me. Suddenly, the cart hit a bump, and Chonghai fell off, hurting his head. I stared at Chongjing's back and wondered if he drove over the bump on purpose to punish his brother for being mean to me. The thought that he might be protecting me made me feel strange. Walking back, I watched Chongjing. He was strong and sweaty from the hard work, and I felt my face getting hot. Sueha noticed me looking and teased me, but she was friendly. When we arrived at the yard, Chongjing offered to clean the mud off my shovel. My mother-in-law tried to bully me again. She demanded that I cook lunch for everyone, even though I was exhausted from working in the fields all morning. I was ready to obey, but Chongjing stood in front of me. He scolded his stepmother, telling her it was unfair to treat me like a servant while she did nothing. He insisted that I rest and even gave me a stool to sit on. Later, Sueha invited me to nap with her. She told me she was starting to like me because I was finally learning to stand up for myself. I lay there thinking about everything. I realized that being timid only made people look down on me. With Chongjing's protection, I finally felt safe enough to hope for a better life. I woke up from a rare nap feeling warm and rested. When my brother-in-law, Chongjing, came to wake us for lunch, I felt embarrassed because my clothes were messy, and he accidentally saw my bare skin. We went to the table, and my mother-in-law was furious that she had to cook while we slept. She tried to scold us, but my sister-in-law defended us. For the first time, I did not look down in fear. I stared back at my mother-in-law. It made my heart beat fast, but I realized that standing up for myself felt good. Later, I overheard my in-laws arguing. My mother-in-law wanted to kick Chongjing out of the family to save food. However, my father-in-law explained that they couldn't do that. The house legally belonged to Chongjing, given to him by his grandfather. Also, he owned the best farmland and did the work of 3 men. They realized they needed him and could not force him to leave. In the evening, I went to the village well to fetch water. I was exhausted, and the bucket felt heavy. Several villagers began to mock me. The Mao brothers were the worst. They made dirty jokes and laughed at me because my husband had left me for an older woman. They bullied me because they knew I had no one to protect me. Suddenly, a man appeared and shouted at them. It was Lu Chongjiang, my husband who had abandoned me. For a moment, I thought he had finally returned to defend me. I was wrong. He grabbed a pole and threatened the bullies, but his words broke my heart. He told them they could say whatever they wanted about me, but he would not let them insult his mistress. He didn't even look at me. He was only fighting to protect the other woman, leaving me completely humiliated. The bullies surrounded my husband, Lu Chongjiang, mocking him and looking at me with bad intentions. Chongjiang was afraid to fight them. Instead of standing up for himself, he used his older brother's name to scare them away. Everyone in the village feared Lu Chongjiang because he was a strong soldier, so the bullies finally left. However, Chongjiang did not defend me at all. He only cared about saving himself and protecting his mistress. The villagers watched and whispered about how pitiful I was. They laughed because my husband protected another woman while I stood there alone. It was humiliating. Then, Yang Qiqiao arrived. She was the woman my husband truly loved. They acted very close in front of everyone. Chongjiang announced that she was his real family and that I meant nothing to him. I wanted to run away or ask for a divorce, but I thought about my family's debt and the bride price, so I forced myself to stay silent. I tried to draw water from the well, but I was weak and trembling with sadness. I almost dropped the rope into the well. Yang Hongbing, a neighbor and the village secretary's son, saw my struggle and kindly helped me fill my buckets. When Yang Qiqiao saw this, she started making nasty jokes, accusing me of having an improper relationship with him. Instead of defending my honor, Chongjiang became angry and jealous. He started yelling at me, warning me not to betray him, even though he had already abandoned me for another woman. Just as he was threatening me, someone suddenly kicked him hard from behind, sending him flying through the air. My brother-in-law, Lu Chongzheng, saw the commotion and rushed over. He was furious at what my husband, Chongjiang, had said. He kicked Chongjiang to the ground and held him there with his foot, looking like a terrifying mountain. He demanded to know if Chongjiang was accusing me and our neighbor, Yang Hongbing, of having an affair. Yang Hongbing quickly explained that he was only protecting me because Chongjiang and his mistress were bullying me. Chongzheng turned to me and asked if it was true. When I nodded with tears in my eyes, his expression softened with concern. He then turned back to his brother with cold fury. Chongjiang tried to lie his way out of it, using a nasty proverb about flies and rotten eggs to insult me. Chongzheng twisted his words back on him, calling him a fly attracted to ugly things, and pressed his foot harder onto Chongjiang's leg until he cried out in pain. When Chongjiang's mistress tried to intervene, Chongzheng pushed her aside without hesitation. He raised a heavy iron plow handle, threatening to crush Chongjiang if he spoke another word of disrespect. Everyone, including the villagers, was terrified of his rage. Under the threat of violence, Chongjiang finally broke down and apologized to Yang Hongbing. Chongzheng wasn't satisfied until Chongjiang also apologized to me. He forced him to say it loudly. For the first time, I refused to just accept the apology and forgive him easily. I wanted to show Chongzheng that his support wasn't wasted. I told Chongjiang firmly that if he bullied me again, I would fight back. Chongzheng looked proud of me for a moment, but then his face darkened and he looked away. He kicked Chongjiang one last time before letting him limp away with his mistress. As I watched them leave, I realized that my husband no longer seemed important to me. The others agreed one after another. Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying couldn't control their son, but Lu Chongzheng had managed to make Lu Chongjiang behave with just a few moves. It seemed like the perfect time to help him turn back and return to his family. Lu Chongzheng paused slightly and looked at Hua Xiaoya. The tears in her eyes were gone. Her bright pupils reflected only his figure, as if he had taken up all the space there. "A forced relationship never ends well," he said. Hua Xiaoya nodded. It was true. Lu Chongjiang's heart was still with Yang Qiqiao, and he was even thinking about starting a family with her. Even if he came home, things wouldn't be peaceful. Seeing her calm expression, Lu Chongzheng smiled. It was different from his cold smile earlier. This one was warm, like ice melting in spring. Hua Xiaoya couldn't help but smile back. Lu Chongzheng reached for the carrying pole in her hands, ready to lift it onto his shoulder. "I can do it, brother," Hua Xiaoya said, trying to take it back. "No need," he replied, picking up the buckets and walking ahead. When she tried to help with the plow handle, he refused again. But she noticed the red mark on his knuckles. "Your hand is hurt, brother." Lu Chongzheng glanced at it and said casually, "It's nothing, just a small scratch, probably from when I lifted the plow earlier." The two people gradually walked away, their shadows stretching long in the sunset. Yang Hongbing on the water tower was filling a bucket with water. Wife Wang airside with others. Luckily, the Lu family finally has someone honest and good back. Yes, Xiaoya has suffered so much these past years. Well, it's not much use. After all, he's a big brother, and he has to be careful. There's only so much he can do. That's true. If he gets too close, people will gossip. By the way, he's about 30 now. It's time for him to get married. Why hasn't anyone arranged it? Lu Duofu doesn't manage the family, and Zhang Shunying, his stepmother, probably doesn't want to help. Besides, with his small army salary and allowances, they've probably spent it all. Zhang Shunying probably hopes he never marries, so he can work for that family forever. That's what his stepmother is like, more cunning than a crow. When they got home, Lu Chongzheng refused to let Hua Xiaoya go fetch water again. Seeing Lu Chonghai standing nearby, he handed him the water bucket and shoulder pole. Lu Chonghai wanted to resist, but when he looked into his deep eyes, his refusal slipped away. He decided not to argue, and simply took his wife with him. Lu Tsueha scolded him as if he were a spoiled child but still followed along. Lu Duofu was chatting with Zhang Shunying at Yang Baolu's house next door. A pot was simmering with dried radish and potatoes. On the stove, A basin was upside down, a bowl was facing the ground. After finishing the flatbread and setting the dough basin aside, the heat from the stove had already dried everything out. The straw on the ground was a mess. Zhang Shuning was really bad at keeping things tidy. She never knew how to clean up quickly. Hua Xiaoye couldn't stand the clutter anymore. Just as she was about to tidy up, someone called her. Lu Changjing stood at the door, blocking the setting sun. Hardworking people always suffer the most. You need to learn to be lazy. Don't do the work others can do. Don't worry about how well others do their jobs. Otherwise, people will get used to thinking that this work should always be left to you. He was backlit, so his expression was unclear. Hua Xiaoye could only hear his serious tone. How others treat you is how you treat yourself. If you don't learn to care for yourself, how can others care for you? You think others are bullying you, but actually, you are the one hurting yourself first. You suffer quietly without protest, so others naturally think you're easy to bully. But that's not true, Hua Xiaoye weakly argued. I have tried to resist, but I can't fight back. It's not that you can't fight, it's that you're soft and can't go all out. Lu Changjing slowly moved closer. Fighting isn't a game. You need to be willing to risk everything. Attack the weak spots of your opponent. If you're fighting Lu Changjiang, don't think about anything else. Just kick him in the groin. When fighting Yang Qiqiao, target her chest. The same with Zhang Shunying. If one hit isn't enough, hit twice. Go all out, even if it means bleeding and hurting yourself, but don't let the other person get away easily. These are dirty tricks, way beyond Hua Xiaoye's understanding. Just hearing about them made her blush. You're in the army. Yes, in the army, we use deadly moves on the battlefield. For you, it's even more dangerous. The man had already stepped in front of Hua Xiaoye, looking down at her. In this world, the tough are afraid of the stronger, and the strong are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Think about it, you're not afraid of dying anymore. What else could you be afraid of? Hua Xiaoye hesitated. But, think my methods are too mean and you can't bring yourself to do it? Hua Xiaoye looked at him in surprise. Was this man a genius? How did he know what she was thinking? It doesn't matter how the moves are, as long as they work. Lu Changjing looked at her, his cheeks flushing with shyness. Her bright, moist eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. She slightly shrank back because he was too close, instinctively leaning away. Even her breathing was small, as if she was afraid of something. She really looked easy to bully. Even he couldn't resist feeling itchy to act. Can't imagine? Now, follow my instructions and hit me. He pointed to his thigh, his voice deep and gentle, coaxing her. Aim here. Use more strength. Seeing her hesitate to act, he continued encouraging her. Don't be afraid. I can take it. Hua Xiaoye raised her foot but hesitated. Big brother, this isn't right. What if I hurt you? They say fists and kicks are unpredictable. She looked down and saw the bulge in his pants, then quickly looked away. You should just kick out that foot first, the man said with obvious disdain. This made Hua Xiaoye feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. Does he really see her as so useless? Does he think she's afraid to hit the punching bag he sent her? Driven by anger, Hua Xiaoye growled and kicked hard at the man's thigh. Big brother, what are you holding in your pocket? His pocket was quite firm, pressing against her foot. Hua Xiaoye's foot slightly moved. Whatever was in his pocket also tapped her foot. It felt like a rolling pin. She looked up at Lu Changjing, full of confusion. Why would he put a rolling pin in his pocket? Can a rolling pin heat up by itself? It's for self-defense, the man said in a low, rough voice, as if holding something back. His breath was hot and intense. Hua Xiaoye sensed something was wrong. She was about to speak when she heard Lu Changhai and Lu Tsueha talking in the yard. Lu Changjing's brow furrowed as he went inside. Maybe it was her imagination, but he seemed to be carrying something. The couple outside had already come in. Lu Changhai poured water into a tub. Seeing Hua Xiaoye standing there, he complained, "Second sister-in-law, look at how the outside room is built. The walkway is tripping people. You should tidy it up." Hua Xiaoye wanted to reply, but Lu Tsueha cut in first, scolding. "If you don't like it, tidy it yourself. Don't just tell others what to do. I'm busy right now," Hua Xiaoye said. Then wait until you're done to do it. Lu Chonghai was kicked again and hurriedly grabbed his water bucket to leave. Lu Tsueha turned back and told Hua Xiaoya, next time he orders you around, just pretend he's farting. Don't listen. Hua Xiaoya was amused. Who talks about her man like that? She nodded and said, okay. Lu Chongjiang and Yang Qiqiao. Sigh, I'll tell you more when I come back, Lu Tsueha said as she hurried away. Hua Xiaoya guessed she already knew about today's argument on the platform. Suddenly, she remembered the injury on Lu Chongjing's hand. She hurried into the room and saw Lu Chongjing sitting cross-legged on the Kong. When he saw her come in, he quickly grabbed a nearby piece of clothing to cover his legs, as if hiding something. How did you get in? Your hand is bleeding so much. You need to treat it. There's some anti-venom water at home. I'll find it. The anti-venom water was stored under the cabinet against the west wall. Hua Xiaoya bent down to look for it. Stop fussing, Lu Chongjing's words. It's really not serious. Almost caught on his tongue. As she bent down, Hua Xiaoya's lower back gently sagged. Her old purple sweater barely covered her waist, revealing her white, tender skin, so fresh and delicate it looked like scallion white, dazzling to the eyes. A small red mole, moving with her, was faintly visible. Her narrow waist made her hips look even more graceful. Her back slightly arched, outlining a smooth, soft curve. Lu Chongjing's gaze seemed glued to her slender waist, fixed on it tightly. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily, and a dark fire flickered in his eyes. There's half a bottle left. She stood up and turned around. Lu Chongjing tugged at his clothes again. It's really not serious. This time, his refusal was less firm, and as his Adam's apple moved, he worried she might not insist anymore. I'll find some cotton and also some cloth strips. The innocent woman smiled without any guile, unaware of how dangerous the beast lurking under the same roof truly was. She brought over a stool and sat directly opposite Lu Chongjing. Being so close, he could see her clearly. The sweet scent of her body lingered at his nose. His breathing grew a little heavier. Hua Xiaoya was completely unaware of his feelings. Her attention was on his wound. Seeing blood still flowing from his hand, she frowned. I heard from the village doctor that rusty iron can cause tetanus. Last time, Li the cripple from our village got pricked by an iron nail on his foot and didn't treat it in time. He almost lost half his foot. Now he walks with a limp and regrets it every day. The iron plow handle had been stored in the barn for a year and rusted. Naturally, they couldn't ignore it. Her constant chatter was just to persuade him not to be careless. Lu Chongjing let out a small laugh in his throat. Got it. Flower Xiaoyu was slightly startled, realizing she had spoken too much. She looked up at Lu Chongjing, whose deep gaze made her fall silent again and blush once more. She opened the glass bottle containing antidote water. As the smell of the antidote filled the room, Lu Chongjing's hand rested on his knee, with the back of his hand on her lap. His scratched joint was not deep, but oozed tiny blood beads, with some dirt and rust on the edges. The blood on his old scar looked shocking. Seeing this, Flower Xiaoyu felt pity. She used cotton soaked in antidote water to gently clean his wound. Suddenly, a sharp pain made the man instinctively flinch his finger. Don't move, she whispered softly, her voice gentler than the cotton in her hand. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed his wrist skin. The rough touch, combined with his warm body temperature, sent a burning sensation up her fingertips to her heart. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She quickly lowered her eyes, pretending to focus on cleaning the wound. Lu Chongjing's gaze fell on her hair, black and smooth, with a few strands sticking to her smooth forehead. As she lowered her head, they swayed gently. She was afraid of hurting him, so she pressed very gently, her fingertips occasionally brushing the skin around the wound, like a feather lightly scratching. Does it hurt? When Flower Xiaoyu looked up, her nose almost touched his hand, and her warm breath brushed his skin, making his hair stand on end. Lu Chongjing's Adam's apple moved, his gaze briefly fixed on her small, moist lips, then quickly shifted away. His voice was low and hoarse. It's okay. Compared to before, This small injury was nothing. What truly made his heart tighten was her closeness, her fingertips accidentally touching his knuckles like an electric current flowing through his veins. He wanted to tighten his fingers, but was afraid of disturbing her, so he endured, letting that tingling feeling spread in his heart and the fire inside burn brighter. Flower Xiaoyu noticed his stiffness and thought she had hurt him, so she moved even more gently. Her delicate tenderness made his heart flutter slightly. There was no gauze at home, so she used a clean cloth to wrap his wound. Her fingertips accidentally brushed his hand back, wrapping half of his hand, tying a bow knot with the cloth. All done. She let go of her hand and put away the remaining cotton swabs and disinfectant. Lu Chongjing looked at the neatly bandaged back of her hand, then at her busy figure. A faint smile appeared on his face, and gentle warmth shone in his eyes. "Thank you. There's no need to thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have hurt your hand," she replied. She turned around and their eyes met. The air seemed filled with something hard to describe, tangled and swirling around, making her feel a shiver inside. "Xiaoya," he slowly spoke. Lu Chongjing suddenly called her by her nickname, which made Hua Xiaoya pause. Huh, then she remembered that it was common at home for elders and peers to call her that. He was her eldest uncle, and calling her sister-in-law, or Xiaoya, both seemed fine. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, she heard voices from the yard, Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu talking. "It's nothing." Lu Chongjing hesitated. He wanted to ask Hua Xiaoya if she planned to get a divorce, but he was worried it might scare her, so he decided to wait. Later, they could talk about it. Besides, if she really divorced Lu Chongjiang, she would have to move back to her parents' house. It was better to keep the current situation for now. Lu Chongjing's thoughts changed, but the inner dragon still roared inside him. Hua Xiaoya came out of the house and was caught by Zhang Shunying as she entered. "I ask you, what's really going on with you and Chongjiang? Why did you fight?" Zhang Shunying demanded. Before Hua Xiaoya could speak, Lu Chongjing came out of the house. "I did it. Do you have a problem with that?" Zhang Shunying's lips moved slightly. "Brothers, and you can be so harsh? How can you be so cruel?" Lu Chongjing said. "He deserved it." Zhang Shunying was silent. Seeing they were about to argue again, Lu Duofu quickly stepped in to mediate. He said to Zhang Shunying, "What the older brother said is right. The second brother really deserved it. I saw it too, and I want to teach him a lesson." Zhang Shunying snorted coldly and urged Hua Xiaoya to lift the pot and put it on the table. Lu Duofu comforted his wife and then turned to his eldest son. "You too. You can teach him a lesson, but remember, he's your brother. Next time, don't be too harsh." "If there is a next time, I will beat him to death," Lu Chongjing said. Hearing this, Zhang Shunying turned to speak, but Lu Duofu quickly pushed her aside, signaling her not to argue. She couldn't get any advantage and kept arguing with others every day. Zhang Shunying was very angry but dared not really confront Lu Chongjing. She could only turn around and sulk with her back to the house. Yang Baolu finally agreed to let Lu Duofu go by seeds, but with a condition: Lu Chongjing must go too. Lu Duofu leaned against the door and told Lu Chongjing about this. Lu Chongjing didn't respond, so Lu Duofu kept nagging. Zhang Shunying watched and became even angrier. She had never seen her husband so helpless in front of their son before. She looked up and saw her younger son coming back with water, with Lu Tsuehe nearby. She didn't help or say anything, just muttered, "That lazy wife of his, I wonder which family's lazy person she's from." She didn't dare raise her voice, afraid Lu Tsuehe would hear and cause trouble. In this family, she always acted like she was in charge, controlling everything. But she had never been so helpless before. Feeling angry inside, she disliked Hua Xiaoya even more. But because Lu Chongjing was there, she couldn't say anything. Listening to Lu Duofu's complaints, she initially didn't mind, but now she really hoped Lu Chongjing would go by seeds quickly. Then she could give Hua Xiaoya a good scolding and vent her anger. At the dinner table, the family sat down to eat. Zhang Shunying dared not target Hua Xiaoya openly, but she found many ways to tease her secretly. She sat down heavily on Hua Xiaoya's left side. Using her arms, She pushed Hua Xiaoya to the corner of the table. Hua Xiaoya's right side was occupied by the tall and strong Lu Chongjing. The man sat on one side of the table, big and imposing, like a mountain. But he was left-handed. Their chopsticks often clashed. Hua Xiaoya couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. Strangely, he used to protect her and tell her to resist, but now he seemed blind, unable to see anything. He didn't know how to hold back and didn't look at Zhang Shunying, who was becoming more and more unreasonable. Hua Xiaoya wanted to ask him to hold back, but she didn't dare speak up. She was angry that she wasn't fighting back against the real bully, but the one who always protected her kept giving in, which didn't make sense. A moment of distraction occurred when a man's hand brushed against her hand. His rough skin made Hua Xiaoya slightly pause. When she heard him apologize, she realized that Lu Chongjing had accidentally knocked her chopsticks out of her hand. "Sorry," the man said quickly before she could speak, bending down to pick up the chopsticks. His short hair brushed against Hua Xiaoya's cheek and arm as he reached down. She instinctively moved back, feeling as if someone had touched her shoe. Her heart skipped a beat, and she almost jumped out of her seat. The man had already straightened up, turned, and washed the fallen chopsticks with a water scoop before handing them back to her. "Sister-in-law, here are your chopsticks." His face was expressionless, his voice cold and firm, with deep eyes. "Thank you, big brother." Hua Xiaoya quickly took the chopsticks. She continued eating. Zhang Shunying said irritably, "Eat your food and focus. Every day, you're daydreaming about the second master, not knowing what you're thinking." Hua Xiaoya was about to speak. Lu Chongjing picked up his own chopsticks and said leisurely, "Are you talking about me?" "I wouldn't dare," Zhang Shunying said sarcastically. "A stepmother's position is hard, and if you're careless, people say you're mean and malicious. I wouldn't dare interfere with you, but you haven't even managed your own children well, so what right do you have to boss me around?" Lu Chongjing's words were sharp, like a big cornmeal pancake. Zhang Shunying almost exploded with anger. She turned to Lu Duofu, hoping he would stand up for her. But Lu Duofu only said, "Eat your food." No need for so much nonsense. Zhang Shunying was disappointed and could only continue eating. Hua Xiaoya looked gratefully at Lu Chongjing. He felt a little ticklish inside, recalling the small foot just now, no bigger than his palm, and almost knocked her chopsticks out again. Fortunately, his reason held firm. It was just a careless moment. Using his muscular arm, he brushed lightly against the woman's delicate arm while scooping food. Soft and smooth, it felt nice. With that touch, eating the big pancake felt even sweeter than honey. Hua Xiaoya had no idea that the person beside her harbored hidden, inappropriate thoughts. She thought he had just accidentally touched her. His firm, toned muscles made her hand tremble slightly. To avoid further awkwardness, she could only shrink back again. A small bundle made Lu Chongjing feel like he could easily pick her up and put her in his pocket. But when he saw Waxiawei struggling to pick up vegetables, he finally showed some kindness and restrained himself a little. Waxiawei was able to stretch out her arms and pick up the vegetables. She looked at Lu Chongjing with gratitude in her eyes. Lu Chongjing accepted her thanks confidently and without shame. If he had a big tail behind him, it would probably be wagging now. After dinner, Zhang Shunying wanted to leave the chores of tidying up the table and washing dishes to her two daughters-in-law. Lu Tsueha excused herself to go to the bathroom and never came back. Waxiawei followed her example and went inside to work on the shoe soles. Seeing her working, Zhang Shunying didn't say anything else, but handed her the shoe soles she hadn't finished today. Waxiawei didn't mind. These were the tasks she could do slowly. While she was working, suddenly a shadow blocked the light of the oil lamp. She looked up and asked, "Brother?" "Xiaoya, help me make a pair of shoes too," he said. Lu Duofu sat on the edge of the Kong, smoking and drinking tea. He looked proud and haughty, acting like a wealthy landowner. He squinted his eyes, lost in thought. Waxiawei looked down and saw the worn-out rubber shoes on the man's feet, with holes showing. "All right, what size shoes do you wear?" Since she got married, she had made shoes for the whole family. Making an extra pair for him didn't seem strange. He was so easy to talk to. A little mischievous thought started to bubble in his mind. The rubber shoes are size 46, he replied. I heard that bought shoes tend to be a bit smaller, and they're not as good as the ones we make ourselves. Waxy looked at Lu Changjing's feet and quickly figured out the situation. Brother, your arch is high, so the shoes need to be a bit wider on the top. Otherwise, they'll be tight and wear out quickly. We don't have shoes that big in our family. Sit over there for a moment, I'll measure your feet and make a new shoe pattern for you. This was a very polite way to speak. Lu Changjing had been away for over 10 years, and his original shoe pattern had long been thrown away by Zhang Shunying. Not only the pattern, but even old clothes and pants couldn't be found. Today was the first day Waxy felt truly relaxed and happy since she got married. More than that, it was the happiest day of her life. Don't say that Lu Changjing is asking her to make shoes. Even if he doesn't ask, she would still make clothes and shoes for him. Hua Xiaoya doesn't like to delay what she wants to do. After saying that, she immediately went to find paper and scissors. Now it was Lu Changjing's turn to feel embarrassed. He had worked all day, and his feet were naturally sweaty, sore, and smelly. He didn't want to take off his shoes in front of Hua Xiaoya. He quickly said, "No rush, sister-in-law. You can do others' shoes first. I can do mine another day. It's okay. Others don't need to wear them right away. I saved a few pairs earlier. Our family has a pair of new shoes for each person, still sitting there. The paper wasn't big enough." Hua Xiaoya remembered the old calendar she kept in the cabinet, originally used for making baskets. Now it was just right for cutting shoe patterns for uncle. Duofu also advised, "Yes, older brother, second sister-in-law is quick at work. She can finish your new shoes soon. When you go buy seeds, they'll be ready to wear." He still wasn't giving up. Seeing Hua Xiaoya busy, Lu Changjing felt a sudden itch in his heart. All right, wait a moment. He went outside to the yard, found a wash basin, and filled it with cold water. He took off his shoes and socks, then put his feet in the basin. Lu Tsueha came in and saw this, exclaiming, "Big brother, why are you washing your feet with cold water? Isn't it too cold?" "It's okay. I'm strong," Lu Changjing said casually. Washing feet in cold water was nothing. He had also taken cold showers before. But his feet weren't very pretty. They had frostbite and other scars. The most frightening was a long, deep wound that went through the top of his foot. Lu Changjing suddenly worried that Hua Xiaoya might be scared when she saw his feet. He was hesitating when Hua Xiaoya came over, holding a thermos. "Big brother, let me add some hot water for you." Tsueha is right. It's still cold at the beginning of spring. We can't be careless. Lu Changjing. Okay. He was reminded by Hua Xiaoya and moved his feet into the hot water. The hot water poured in, gradually warming up. His feet were surrounded by steam, and even the rough scars seemed softer and more delicate. Lu Changjing looked up at Hua Xiaoya. She smiled at him gently. The warm yellow light cast a soft glow on her face, making her look even more gentle and charming. Lu Changjing felt like he saw a fairy descending from heaven. Yes, a fairy. Otherwise, how could it be so beautiful? His heart was pounding loudly, so strongly it felt like it might burst out of his chest. "Big brother, are you done?" Hua Xiaoya's reminder brought him back to his senses. She was worried he might get scalded. "I'm done," he quickly replied. He had been so impatient after coming back for the first time, acting like a young, inexperienced boy. But Hua Xiaoya turned and went inside with the warm kettle. Lu Changjing listened as she talked to Lu Tsueha about making shoes for him, and a smile appeared on his face that he couldn't hide. Lu Changjing's feet are really big. One foot is as large as Hua Xiaoya's 2 feet combined. While Hua Xiaoya was measuring Lu Changjing's feet, Zhang Shunying came back. Seeing this scene, she hesitated but didn't say anything. The sight of these two so close together made her feel uncomfortable. "Really good, Lu Duofu. Look at our daughter-in-law, helping her big brother make shoes without a second thought," she said sarcastically. Hua Xiaoya stopped what she was doing and turned to look at her. "Mom, what should we do? Why don't you help my big brother make a pair of shoes?" Hearing this, Zhang Shunying waved her hands quickly. "Better you do it. I'm too old. My eyes are blurry. I can't see clearly. There's no way she'd serve Lu Chongjing, unless the sun rose from the west. Hua Xiaoya was being lazy herself, so she didn't bother to care. Lu Tsueha, who was watching nearby, said, "If we could just find a wife for my big brother quickly, then we would need to help make shoes." When she said this, Zhang Shunying became even quieter. She exchanged a look with Lu Duofu, and they understood each other, without words. Getting a wife. The family had no money at all. How could they afford to marry someone? Lu Duofu leaned in and said to Hua Xiaoya, "By the way, second sister-in-law, when you have free time, help your big brother make a couple of clothes. He's still wearing those old military uniforms." "Got it, Dad," Hua Xiaoya replied. Zhang Shunying glared at Lu Duofu. Why make clothes? Lu Chongjing still had a new military uniform that he hadn't worn yet. He wasn't short of clothes. Lu Duofu winked at her. If honey isn't given to people to drink, can't they at least nibble on some sweet dates? If everything had to be arranged by someone else, it would just be forcing people to marry. Lu Chongjing should feel that having a wife or not doesn't make much difference, so he wouldn't be tempted to marry. Zhang Shun understood. Although he still felt unwilling, he didn't say anything more. Seeing that her parents-in-law had no objections, Hua Xiaoya continued to measure Lu Chongjing's foot. With her hands separated by a calendar paper, she pointed at the top and bottom of his foot. Lu Chongjing's face couldn't help but turn red. His breathing gradually became a little difficult, but she was so close, their breaths almost mingled. It was a sweet kind of torment. Lu Chongjing could only use his greatest self-control to hide his feelings. Even so, when Hua Xiaoya's fingertips accidentally brushed his ankle or her hair touched his knee, the mischievous feeling in his legs couldn't be controlled and revealed itself. Lu Chongjing nervously looked at Hua Xiaoya, who was focused on drawing shoe designs. She didn't notice his awkwardness at all. He subtly pulled his clothes to hide his embarrassment. All right. After a few minutes, Hua Xiaoya showed him the shoe design. "Big brother, today I will cut out the soles and the shoe uppers for you." Lu Chongjing nodded with a calm expression. Hua Xiaoya didn't mind. Her eldest brother wasn't very talkative anyway. She went inside to discuss with Lu Tsueha about what fabric to use. Lu Tsueha was generous and took out a piece of fabric from her wedding supplies, saying, "Make a new upper for big brother too. Don't use that worn-out fabric." It was a piece of blue-green fabric. Lu Tsueha held up the fabric for Lu Chongjing to see. "Big brother, how about this color?" Lu Chongjing and Zhang Shun saw her take out the new fabric and looked over. Zhang Shun even spoke up to stop her. "Tsueha, when you got married, you only bought a few pieces of fabric. Maybe you should keep this one." Buying fabric cost money and required fabric tickets. These days, getting a few pieces of fabric wasn't easy. Moreover, this fabric was one she had been eyeing since Lu Tsueha got married, planning to make herself a linen suit by the end of the year. Seeing that her mother-in-law had spoken, Lu Cheng also got brave, but as soon as he started to say, "Chui," Lu Tsueha shot him a fierce look. He could only shrink back like a quail. "This is my own stuff. I can give it to whoever I want." Lu Tsueha firmly shut Zhang Shunying's mouth and said to Hua Xiaoya, "This piece of cloth will be used to make shoes for big brother. After that, I'll make a pair for you too. Look at yourself. No new clothes, no new shoes. You married into this family, not sold into it." Even in the old landlord's house, they still changed the maid's clothes every year. Hua Xiaoya felt a bit shy. "I don't really need them." "Yes, you don't need them. Are you wearing old shoes that our grandma and eldest sister-in-law don't want anymore?" This one sentence revealed all the embarrassment. Zhang Shunying rolled her eyes, but couldn't really say she was better off than the old landlord. Seeing Lu Tsueha's insistence, Hua Xiaoya smiled and thanked her. Then she said, "If you want to make clothes, you don't need to find a tailor. I can do the cutting myself." Lu Tsueha casually replied, "All right, just tell me when I want to make something." She then turned to look at Lu Chongjing. Lu Chongjing didn't want to owe her favors, but her words gave him an excuse. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Don't be so formal. We're family. I just like how straightforward big brother is." Lu Tsueha forced Hua Xiaoya to cut out the shoe uppers for both of them. Compared to Lu Chongjing's big feet, the fabric Hua Xiaoya used was less than half of his size. After cutting, the shoe uppers were layered with 2 pieces of cloth glued together, and the soles were made of 5 layers of glued cloth. The rough shoe soles and uppers were stacked together and pressed down with heavy objects. Lu Changzheng brought over a chopping board and a stone used for pressing sauerkraut. Seeing Hua Xiaoye placing the shoe uppers near the fence, he pretended to be clueless and helped by stacking the shoe parts on the edge of the kong, a type of bed. He pressed the stones onto the shoe soles one by one and clapped his hands. Done. The small kong was just big enough, so Hua Xiaoye could only sleep leaning against the wooden fence. Lu Changzheng's face was calm. When he looked into Hua Xiaoye's pure eyes, he didn't feel any shame. Instead, he wanted to pinch her face. Finally, one hand reached across Hua Xiaoye's forehead, brushed her bangs, and touched her forehead, then placed on the fence. Soil bug. He threw the soil bug onto the ground and crushed it. Hua Xiaoye didn't even see the bug's body. He had already gone to the outer room. The kong bed is like this. A little warmth and small bugs or centipedes will crawl through the cracks. The rough feeling on her forehead made Hua Xiaoye pause for a moment. Today was full of coincidences. She kept accidentally touching her older brother. This wasn't good. Her older brother is a soldier and very honest. If someone with bad intentions saw, they might gossip. She must be more careful in the future, so she doesn't ruin her brother's good name. The old clock struck 9 times. Zhang Shunying on the north bed called out to turn off the light and sleep. But she didn't want to spend the little money on lamp oil. Since the top of the bed was taken, Hua Xiaoye had to sleep near the fence. When she turned over this time, not only did the edge of the bed move, but the fence also made noise. Lu Changzheng, who is 1.9 meters tall, was lying diagonally on the bed, with his head against the fence and his hand on the wooden board. In the moonlight, the cat on the roof meowed again. The young couple on the north bed looked very close. Lu Changzheng closed his eyes and placed his other hand on his thigh. There was still a feeling of being kicked. It didn't hurt. To him, it was like waiting for something good to happen. A hungry dragon was licking the skin. As the breathing on the other side of the fence rose and fell, the dragon was angry and roared. Lu Changzheng stretched out his arm, which still had the soft touch of her gentle caress on his forehead. It was both sweet and painful. The person next door turned over, facing this way, and her sweet breath drifted over. Lu Changzheng carefully moved closer, through the crack in the fence, trying to swallow her breath. There was a faint smell of toothpaste. He had long noticed that Xiaoye was very clean. She brushed her teeth twice a day, morning and night. Even though her toothbrush was worn out, it didn't matter. She washed her feet every day, unlike some women who only wash their feet once every 10 days or so and neglect brushing their teeth for years. She didn't smoke or drink tea, and her small white teeth looked lovely and cute when she smiled, like tiny shells. Lu Changzheng imagined what it would feel like if her teeth bit him. His spine went numb, and a shiver ran through his head. From the north bed, Zhang Shunying's complaints could be heard. Lu Chonghai and Lu Tsueha had already fallen asleep after tossing and turning. Yesterday's half-finished effort made Zhang Shunying very unhappy. After finally getting the younger son to fall asleep, I didn't expect that after all the fuss, Lu Duofu would still look so tired. He muttered and cursed a lot, wishing he could call out all his ancestors and hold a big meeting to criticize them. Lu Duofu comforted her, promising to buy seeds and bring back something for her this time, which finally made her settle down and sleep. After a long while, Lu Duofu sighed, worried that he might really be useless. Lu Changzheng listened as Lu Duofu fell into a deep sleep, feeling calm inside. He propped his head up and stared at the fence, noticing a figure moving on the other side. Suddenly, the person got up. After a series of soft, faint sounds, the woman put on her coat and slippers and went outside. She was going to the bathroom at night. Actually, the chamber pot was just outside the door of the small room. It was a common habit in rural areas to do this during cold spring nights. Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu, Lu Chonghai's father and grandfather, had been using chamber pots for many years at night. Lu Tsueha, who had just gotten married, felt shy about it. Hua Xiaoya, who had been married for 2 years, also went outside whenever she needed to go at night. Lu Chongzhen listened to the steady breathing on the northern bed and put on his coat to follow her. The toilet was in the backyard. To get there from the front yard, you had to cross a narrow alley about a foot wide. Lu Chongzhen had good night vision. Seeing a thin figure returning from the backyard into the alley, he also walked over. He yawned as he walked, looking very sleepy and tired, until he bumped into the other person. He reached out and hugged her. Third sister? The delicate, soft body pressed against him, making Lu Chongzhen feel so comfortable he almost sighed. His big hand moved from her shoulder to her waist. The woman had delicate eyebrows, and he couldn't help but want to hold on once he touched her. The person opposite had already woken up and quickly pushed him away. Her voice trembled as she said, "Big brother, it's me." Her shy, soft voice made his muscles relax. "Xiaoya?" Lu Chongzhen didn't immediately let her go. Instead, under the dim moonlight, he showed no restraint or greed, staring fixedly at Hua Xiaoya. "Yeah, it's me. Big brother, you're confused, right? I'm not as tall as the third brother." Hua Xiaoya believed him. She took a step back, completely freeing herself from Lu Chongzhen's embrace. "Don't say I wasn't warned. I really am confused." Lu Chongzhen apologized sincerely, saying, "Sorry." His tone was very serious. "Happens," Hua Xiaoya replied, feeling a bit awkward, but she didn't really want to argue with Lu Chongzhen. After Lu Chongzhen moved aside, she turned and left the alley sideways. Lu Chongzhen watched her disappear, reminiscing about her gentle warmth just now. Suddenly, a sour feeling rose in his heart, and he felt empty inside. Suddenly, he regretted letting her go. He realized that people's nature is truly greedy. He thought a hug would satisfy him, but instead, he wanted to hold her forever. He suddenly doubted his self-control, worried that one day he might lose it and act impulsively. Just thinking about that scene made Lu Chongzhen feel not guilty, but excited, as if all his nerves were on high alert. It must be wonderful. He was really eager to see it happen. Big brother went to the bathroom and took a long time to come back. The steady breathing of the man came through the fence. Hua Xiaoya frowned, worried. Was her older brother unwell? Why did he take so long, every night? That night passed quietly. Early in the morning, Zhang Shunying got up, looking tired and giving Lu Duofu a few annoyed glances now and then. Lu Duofu felt guilty and more worried, fearing he might really become a dull old man from now on. He went to the fields but stopped working, leaving the planting to his son. Lu Chongzhen held the plow with one hand and the whip with the other. Hua Xiaoya, Lu Tsueha, and Lu Chonghai followed behind, using 2 tooth rakes to break apart the leftover straw so it wouldn't crush the young plants when planting. Lu Chonghai and Lu Tsueha worked and played, quickly falling behind. Only Hua Xiaoya stayed close behind Lu Chongzhen, soon sweating profusely. Lu Chongzhen turned back, seeing her tired, feeling both tender and angry. He thought, what a honest child, she never slacks off at work. He said, "You keep leaving gaps every now and then. There are 2 more people behind you. Why did you break the work for them?" He was trying to guide her. In fact, dividing the work into sections among 3 people was the best plan. But he couldn't bear to do that. He preferred to walk in front, listening to her hurried footsteps behind him, feeling comfortable. Moreover, this pair and that pair, as if there were 2 couples in the field. Hua Xiaoya nodded at him, her eyes shining. "Big brother, you know so much." Lu Chongzhen lightly tapped his cheek with his tongue, enjoying the sunshine. "Is that all?" He drove the horse, holding the plow, and moved to the middle of the field. Again, as he broke the ridge and moved forward, Hua Xiaoya followed his method, and it was much easier. They stayed closer together. It seemed as if Lu Chongzhen could just turn around and hold her in his arms. In the distance, someone was herding sheep along the ridge path toward the mountain. Lu Duofu saw this, chased after him with a cigarette in his mouth, calling out, "Second brother." It was Lu Chongjiang, who was also with a small boy about 5 or 6 years old, Yang Qiqiao's youngest son, Go Dan. Lu Chongjiang usually avoided them. Although they lived in the same village, They rarely saw each other more than twice a year. When they finally met, Lu Duofu, remembering that he was beaten yesterday, couldn't help but want to care for him and maybe persuade him to go home. Lu Chongjiang turned to answer, but saw Lu Chongjing in the middle of the field, rushing the sheep so fast that Yang Gung couldn't keep up. He immediately grabbed the boy's arm and ran. Lu Duofu couldn't catch up and was instead exhausted, only able to shout at his son angrily. Lu Henghai saw this and stopped arguing with Lu Tsueha, constantly scolding his second brother for being useless. Yang Hongbing was driving a tractor with a suspended plow, working in the field, and accidentally bumped into them. He stopped the tractor and informed Hua Xiaoye and Lu Chongjing. Since he left home this morning, Zhang Shunying went to find Lu Chongjiang. When she came back, she was arguing and cursing Yang Qiqiao for raising a troublemaker wife. His mother asked around and found out that after Zhang Shunying went there, Lu Chongjiang drove her out, and Yang Qiqiao didn't even show her face. Zhang Shunying insisted that Yang Qiqiao had corrupted her son. Hua Xiaoye snorted with a smile, causing both of them to look at her. Lu Chongjing, leaning on his plow, asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Hua Xiaoye glanced at Yang Hongbing but said nothing. Yang Hongbing didn't take it seriously, knowing she was shy and reserved, holding everything in her heart. But Lu Chongjing saw something. She wasn't unable to speak, just didn't want to say it in front of Yang Hongbing. If it were just the two of them. Lu Chongjing thought this and looked at Yang Hongbing, his expression gradually becoming impatient. However, Yang Hongbing, who was very unaware of others' feelings, saw Hua Xiaoye wiping sweat and asked, "Sister Xiaoye, are you thirsty?" "I brought some water." He took a water bottle from the tractor seat and hurriedly handed it to Hua Xiaoye, looking eager. "It has sweetener and baking soda inside. It's really tasty, with bubbles like soda." He completely ignored Lu Chongjing's cold face beside him. Yang Hongbing carried a military-style water bottle, its paint almost peeled off. It was said to be left by the people from the land reform team when they stayed at their house long ago. The quality was good, and it had lasted many years. Rural people don't care much about fancy things. A ladle of water passed around among many people, and no one minded. "Thank you, Hongbing," Hua Xiaoye said, feeling thirsty. She reached out to take the water bottle, but a big hand snatched it first, grabbing the bottle before she could. Lu Chongjing unscrewed the lid and looked at Hua Xiaoye with an apologetic smile. "I'll drink first." "You don't mind, do you?" Hua Xiaoye was surprised. "No, I don't mind." She thought it was funny that soldiers always asked for permission for such small things. Compared to the city youth who came in previous years, soldiers were much more polite. Lu Chongjing smiled slightly and brought the bottle to his mouth, gulping down the water. His thick Adam's apple moved up and down as he drank. Sweat ran down his honey-colored skin, falling onto his collarbone, along a long scar, and into his vest. Hua Xiaoye looked at the hole in his vest collar and thought to herself that the vest was probably sewn with thread that couldn't hold, so it needed mending. Just as she was lost in thought, the water bottle was handed to her. "Drink." "Okay." Hua Xiaoye took the bottle, instinctively wiped the rim, and then took a sip. She didn't notice the dark flicker in Lu Chongjing's eyes caused by her action. But soon, his gaze fixed on her drinking motion, as if glued. Until Hua Xiaoye finished drinking, he took the bottle again and took a big sip through the spout. Hua Xiaoye looked at him. Most of the people around her were not very particular, but for some reason, when she saw the mark on her lips from Lu Chongjing's kiss, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. The weather was a bit hot. She waved her hand and fanned herself. Lu Chongjing returned the water bottle to Yang Hongbing. "There's only half a bottle left. You don't mind, do you?" It's okay. Yang Hongbing, with his round face and big eyes, smiled happily, looking as innocent as a little dog at home. Lu Chongjing patted his shoulder. His strength was so strong that Yang Hongbing tilted half of his body. Unfortunately, this guy seemed really naive. Not only did he not notice the hostility from his neighbor, but he also took it as a sign of friendliness. After all, Lu Chongjing had a cold face all year round. He had been home for a long time and had never shown special closeness to anyone. He turned around happily, got on the tractor, and waved enthusiastically to the two people. Lu Chongjung snorted softly. Hua Xiaoya couldn't help but glance at him more. Seeing her gaze, Lu Chongjung said, "This kid is too young and too naive." Hua Xiaoya nodded along but secretly thought, "Well, not really. Did you see how naive Yang Hongbing is? Old son, big grandson. He's been spoiled by his mother. When he was 7 or 8, he was still bedwetting." To avoid being seen as a petty person talking behind someone's back, Lu Chongjing finished and forced a friendly smile, trying to make his teasing seem kind. Seeing Hua Xiaoya's strained expression, he immediately realized his mistake. But he wasn't embarrassed. He changed the subject directly. "This water is pretty good. Only a mother would care so much." Hua Xiaoya suddenly realized that he said this because he missed his mother. That's right. His mother passed away when he was so young, and after his stepmother came in, his biological father also became a stepfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run off to join the army in his teens, using all the scars he earned to exchange for his wages, which his family spent. Yesterday, he even fought with his family over her. For a moment, Hua Xiaoya felt a mix of sourness and sadness in her heart. Lu Chongjing's gaze softened unexpectedly. He had been calm before, but suddenly he looked a little flustered. His thick skin also seemed to heat up quickly. "That you, big brother, find someone reliable to be your matchmaker." Lu Chongjing frowned. Why did she suddenly bring this up? Hua Xiaoya blushed as she finished speaking. She's not the type to meddle in others' affairs, but she thought that her eldest uncle should get married soon. Having someone who truly cares for him and loves him would make him less lonely. She is very simple-minded, and her feelings show plainly on her face. Lu Chongjing saw through her immediately. His concern was not genuine. He was annoyed and deliberately misunderstood her intention. What? Too much trouble? Don't want to help me make shoes anymore? No, not at all. Hua Xiaoya looked surprised. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm used to it. I've been living like this since I was young. Wearing simple shoes isn't a big deal. I even wore straw sandals through the winter when I was a kid. The year after I got married, she made me a pair of cotton shoes. They looked very nice, but they were stuffed with poplar fluff, and that winter, my feet got frostbite. Lu Chongjing said this casually. Hua Xiaoya felt very guilty listening to him and quickly explained, "I really didn't mean not to make shoes for you, big brother. You misunderstood. I was actually thinking of helping you mend clothes." Lu Chongjing glanced at her sideways. "Really? Of course, really," Hua Xiaoya almost swore. "I just want you to settle down and have someone who understands cold and warmth." "Sigh, never mind. It's not really my place to worry about these things. Only you should worry, but now isn't the right time." Lu Chongjing smiled slightly and changed the subject. "Soda water is pretty good." Hua Xiaoya was eager to ease the awkwardness and quickly agreed. "Yes, I didn't expect it to be like that. Sweet and thirst-quenching, much better than cold water." However, Yang Hongbing said it was like soda, but Hua Xiaoya had never drunk soda and didn't know what it tasted like. When the plow reached the field, Lu Duofu saw his eldest son's uncertain expression and felt a bit guilty. He hesitantly explained, "After all, he's your younger brother. He can't stay away from home forever." He instinctively looked at Hua Xiaoya, trying to shift the responsibility onto her. But Lu Chongjing caught his gaze, and he could only awkwardly smile. Then he looked toward the neighbor, Yang Hongbing. The tractor, equipped with 3 hanging plows, can turn over 4 rows of land with one back-and-forth movement. In just a short time, Yang Hongbing has already plowed the 5th and 6th rows. He just finished plowing his own row. "This ditch is really deep," Lu Duofu said with envy. "That way, the crops will root well and grow strong because they're planted deep." Lu Chonghai and Lu Tsueha arrived at the edge of the field, watching the tractor run smoothly. They also felt envious. "Dad, when can our family buy a tractor? It doesn't have to be new. Even a second-hand or a third-hand one would be good. Our family doesn't have that much money," Lu Duofu sighed. "All the money was spent on your brother's marriages. We don't have a penny left." Lu Chonghai looked at Lu Chongjing. "Did my older brother run out of money?" That one sentence made Lu Chongjing the focus of everyone's attention. Lu Chongjing didn't say anything. He simply turned the plow's handle and kept working. The atmosphere was awkward. Lu Duofu quickly scolded his younger son. You're a grown-up now. Stop always staring at your big brother's wallet. How much can you even take out? Lu Chonghai turned his head away and said nothing. He didn't want to hear this. Lu Tsueha nudged him, clearly hitting a sore spot. Lu Duofu didn't argue with his younger son. Instead, he looked at the silent Lu Chongjing, took a deep breath, and asked casually, Big brother, do you still have money? You haven't given any to the family these past 2 years. You must have saved quite a bit, right? Hearing this, Hua Xiaoya was surprised. Just now, she thought her father-in-law was just joking about Lu Chonghai being young and naive. Now, he was really eyeing her older brother's wallet? Lu Chongjing finally looked at him directly. His face looked very serious, almost making Lu Duofu hesitate. But since he had already spoken, he decided to go all out and say everything. He was his own son after all. What else could he do? Lu Duofu cleared his throat and asked, We're all family. Now that the land is divided into individual plots, the money we earn goes into our own pockets. Look, if you take out some money and we add a bit more, like the third brother said, we could buy a tractor. Then farming would be faster and better, right? Lu Chonghai didn't expect his father to suggest this. Suddenly, he felt neither angry nor upset. He nodded in agreement. Yes, big brother. Just look at Yang Hongbing driving that tractor. So impressive. Lu Duofu was very happy that his youngest son shared his views. He continued to coax Lu Chongjing, saying, Yes, once our family makes money, I'll find you a wife. Look, the second and third brothers already have wives, so I can't let you stay single forever. Otherwise, your mother wouldn't be able to rest in peace. To persuade his eldest son to contribute money, Lu Duofu even brought up their late wife. Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable inside. The words Lu Chongjing just told her kept echoing in her mind. She instinctively wanted to speak up for him, but before she could, Lu Chongjing sneered. Talking about my mother? Do you deserve to? How many times have you visited her grave over the years? Lu Duofu hesitated and said nothing. Lu Chonghai didn't expect their father to back down so quickly. He quickly said, Big brother, that's not what I mean. Dad asked you to buy a tractor, but it's for the good of our whole family. We're all one family, so why are you acting so distant? Besides, you won't be paying alone. Our whole family can pitch in a bit. With his younger brother supporting him, Lu Duofu gained courage. Third brother is right. Big brother, I've heard that soldiers like you get government support. Since you came back, you've been living at home, but you haven't spent a penny. Our family needs to work together, unite as one, to have a good life. Lu Chongjing looked at him coldly. I have money. Lu Duofu exchanged a look with Lu Chonghai, both showing happiness. Lu Duofu said, See, I told you. Big brother is the most clever in the family. How come you almost became a company commander? Your mind is sharp, better than Yang Baolu. Lu Chongjiang and Lu Chonghai spent my money on their wives. Over the years, you've all been eating, drinking, and dressing, and it's all my money, Lu Chongjing said coldly, watching his father's face slowly fall apart. Save that money. Don't talk about buying a tractor with 3 hands. Even a new large tractor could be bought. The large tractor with a canopy was rare in Erlong town. Lu Chonghai and Lu Duofu's smiles froze on their faces. They never expected Lu Chongjiang to bring this up. Lu Tsueha pinched Lu Chonghai's waist, showing annoyance at his chatter. Lu Duofu sighed heavily and finally said, We're all one family. Big brother, you're so clear about the accounts. Li Chongjing smiled faintly. Yes, I've kept track carefully, step by step. I've written everything down clearly. When I get home at noon, we'll go over the accounts together. Lu Duofu hesitated. After speaking, Li Chongzeng didn't care about his father's expression. He whipped the horse and continued walking on the land. Hua Xiaoye quickly followed. Far from the farmstead, she softly comforted him. Big brother, don't take what they say to heart. Li Chongzeng looked back at her, his eyes deep and complicated. This family, I don't really worry about them. Hua Xiaoye didn't quite understand, but she nodded in agreement. Seeing her confused look, Li Chongzeng almost laughed. Silly girl. That word, unexpectedly warm and affectionate, made Hua Xiaoye's face flush. When she looked up again, Li Changzheng had already moved ahead. Li Changzheng kept his promise. At noon, he returned home and surprisingly took out a green plastic-covered notebook from his locked box. What's going on now? Zhang Shunying looked at Lu Duofu. Why are we doing accounts all of a sudden? What's there to count? Lu Duofu felt guilty under her gaze, but Lu Tsueha quickly explained what happened earlier that morning. Zhang Shunying went to find her second son. She was already upset and angry, and now this incident made her even more furious. She listened carefully to the details, her chest aching with anger. She wished she could scold those two men to death, cursing them harshly. Li Changzheng calmly opened the notebook. Over the years, he had recorded every penny he sent home. He even kept the receipts for the remittances. Altogether, the total was 6,000 yuan. Hua Xiaoye and Lu Tsueha looked at each other in surprise. Neither expected that Li Changzheng had sent so much money home over the years. Even Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying were shocked. How can it be so much? How is that possible? Lu Duofu couldn't believe his ears, suspecting he had misheard. Zhang Shunying's eyes flickered as she had an idea. She reached out to close the notebook. Hey, big brother, don't listen to your dad and third brother messing around. We're family. How can we not keep track of this? If we really count everything, then your dad who raised you should also be counted, right? Lu Changzheng pressed his hand firmly on the notebook, causing her hands to fall empty. The one who gave birth to me is my mother, the one who raised me is my grandfather, and I am myself. He looked at Lu Duofu with disdain. He just trembles, only for his own happiness. What right does he have to talk about giving me life and raising me? Suddenly, the air became quiet. Lu Changzheng's words were rough and straightforward. But because he looked so righteous and serious, it didn't seem sleazy. Lu Tsueha blushed and turned her head, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Seeing Hua Xiaoye nearby, innocent and wide-eyed, she couldn't help but ruffle her hair and pull her away. She wanted to prevent her from hearing anything inappropriate later. Lu Changzhen glanced at the two of them, then withdrew his gaze. Big brother. Lu Changhai looked at his wife's back, wanting to scold Lu Changzhen. But before he could speak, Lu Changzhen shot him a look, and he choked on his own saliva. Zhang Shunying cursed. Good for nothing. Both of her sons looked like fools in front of Lu Changzhen, which made her very angry. She turned to Lu Duofu. Look at what your son said about you. He really has no respect for you as his father. Lu Duofu also felt embarrassed. He raised his hand to hit Lu Changzhen. You bastard, who talks about their own father like that? Do you still see me as your dad? Before he could swing his hand, Lu Changzhen grabbed it quickly. Be sensible. Don't make me say worse things. Their strength was unequal. Lu Changzhen gently shook him off, and Lu Duofu fell onto the bed. He was so angry, he could only glare fiercely at Lu Changzhen. Lu Changzhen didn't say much. He flicked the notebook on his hand and asked, Give me a clear answer. When will you pay me back? 6,000 yuan? Even if he sold everything, he couldn't come up with that much. Zhang Shunying's mind turned, and she reached for the notebook. A family shouldn't argue over money. Changzhen, look at you. I was just joking with your dad. Why are you taking it seriously? Family talks about money, what's the point? It hurts feelings. Lu Changzhen raised his hand, stopping her from grabbing the notebook. Talking about feelings?
Do you even have that?
Xiaoye, I almost regret it. I shouldn't have asked for that 200 yuan bride price. I should have refused right then and there and gone home with my parents. What kind of family is this? The parents-in-law are irresponsible and not smart. Lu Changhai is such a mess, and he doesn't seem to be as responsible as he appeared before we got married. They couldn't stay inside anymore, so they sat outside in the small alley. Lu Tsueha shared her thoughts with Hua Xiaoye. They say you should watch the pig pen when buying a pig, and it's true. But my parents also checked this family carefully. They seem pretty good. The older brother is in the army, the older sister married a young intellectual, and she moved to the city with him. Zhang Shunying is well-liked in the village. Lu Duofu is known to be honest and hard-working on the farm. As for Lu Changhai, he's tall and looks good enough. If he came to our house, he would be polite, considerate, and hardworking. He's not troublemaker or trouble causer. But in less than 3 months, the whole family acted like a drunken pig from Gao Laozhuang, revealing their true selves. Looking at it this way, only the eldest uncle and aunt seemed decent. You should have asked around more. Hua Xiaoya supported her chin and looked at her. Zhang Shuning's sweet words hide a bitter heart. Her good reputation is only superficial. Lu Duofu is only good at farming. As for Lu Chonghai, every time he visited his father-in-law, it was Zhang Shuning who taught him everything. She felt bitter inside. Before she married in, her mother also checked this family and knew they were honest people who worked hard, so she agreed to the marriage. But when it comes to big family matters like marriage, unless you are very close, no one will tell the truth. Everyone tends to say nice things. You should ask how I am doing in this family. That was the only way to find a breakthrough. Actually, the matchmaker also mentioned your relationship with Lu Chongjiang. Lu Tsueha's rare hesitation made Hua Xiaoya turn her head. She said Lu Chongjiang is a famous devoted man who can't stand to see the woman he likes suffer. He's willing to go to great lengths for her. With such a brother, Lu Chonghai probably isn't much different. The Lu family is quite generous to you. Even though your son didn't have a formal wedding, they still acknowledged you as their daughter-in-law. They didn't ask for the bride price back and even gave you a place to stay. She also mentioned that the sister-in-law is honest and straightforward. She wouldn't be able to compete with her when it comes to managing the household in the future. However, Lu Tsueha didn't dare to say the last part because it might hurt someone. She quickly looked up at Hua Xiaoya and said, "But what's going on with our eldest sister-in-law? She looks down on people. When we got married, besides giving 5 yuan as a gift, no one even came back." Elder sister-in-law Wang Yanan was a girl brought over by Zhang Shuning. She is a half-sister of Lu Chongjiang and Lu Chonghai. After leaving with her educated youth husband 3 years ago, she never came back. The last letter was 6 months ago. It was said that her brother-in-law was about to graduate from university and was about to get a stable government job. The parents-in-law dislike her family because they are from the countryside and lack education. She probably finds it hard to visit her family often. Hua Xiaoya wasn't very sure either. It seems that the eldest sister also doesn't have a job, and the whole family depends on the parents-in-law for food and shelter. But Zhang Shuning cared about appearances, so she wouldn't tell outsiders about these things. Others just thought that Wang Yanan had become a government wife, living comfortably in a big building, eating government grain, and enjoying a good life. In fact, even the 5 yuan on the gift ledger was paid out of Zhang Shuning's own pocket. Lu Tsueha suddenly understood. So that's how it is? Oh dear, that's dangerous. Hua Xiaoya looked at her with confusion. How is it dangerous? Have you never heard the story of Chen Shimi and Qin Xianglian? In our village, there was a girl who also went to the city with the educated youth. But within a year, she was kicked out by her man. They came from different backgrounds, and the cultural gap was too big. That girl is now mentally ill. Hua Xiaoya nodded. Those educated youths who came here, they couldn't get enough to eat or do work, so they just wanted to find a local girl, be taken care of by a family, and quickly adapt to local life. But once they returned to the city, their situations reversed. As Hua Xiaoya spoke, she noticed Lu Tsueha looking at her strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? You see through things quite well. Lu Tsueha was genuinely surprised. She didn't expect that the seemingly simple Hua Xiaoya could see through the little tricks of those intellectuals so clearly. Some educated youths wanted to be with me back then. But I knew they only liked me because I was the village chief's daughter. In reality, they didn't have true feelings. Hua Xiaoya asked curiously, then, who do you think is better, the third brother or those educated youths? Lu Tsueha fell into thought. Lu Chonghai is uneducated. As for the others, I can't say for sure now. Her words subtly revealed her dislike for Lu Chonghai. The two of them stared at the ants on the wall, lost in thought, until footsteps sounded outside, indicating the conversation inside was over. They walked back one after the other. Suddenly, Lu Chonghai appeared ahead, stepped on a stone, slipped, and fell forward, about to land on Hua Xiaoya. Lu Chonghai reached out both arms toward Hua Xiaoya's chest. Hua Xiaoya broke out in cold sweat on her forehead. She was only in a narrow alley. What could she do? If she had known, she should have let Lu Tsueha go first. She turned to go back, but it was too late. As she tried to climb over the wall, she saw a hand grab Lu Chonghai's collar from behind and pull him up. Good for nothing. A tall man appeared behind Lu Chonghai. He made Lu Chonghai, who was about 1.8 meters tall, look like a small chick. Lu Chonghai's neck was red from the grip. He looked back at his older brother, too scared to argue. Big brother, Hua Xiaoye and Lu Tsueha greeted him. The former looked at Lu Chongzheng with gratitude. Luckily, he appeared just in time. Otherwise, what would it mean for her to be hugging her brother-in-law in broad daylight? The latter looked at Lu Chongzheng with a much more complicated expression. She didn't know how this family had discussed things. 6,000 yuan. She didn't want to be the head of the household anymore. She was afraid Zhang Shunying would use that identity to force her to pay debts. Lu Chongzheng remained expressionless as usual. Even in the bright midday sun, he seemed to have no warmth. Second daughter-in-law. Where did the person go? Put the table aside and eat. Zhang Shunying's voice suddenly came from the front yard, rough and angry, like she was venting her frustration. We still have work to do this afternoon. She glanced at Lu Chongzheng here, pausing slightly. When Lu Chonghai made way, the two women came out of the alley. Hua Xiaoye only saw her mother-in-law looking frustrated and distressed. She looked back at Lu Chongzheng and couldn't help but smile. No need to say more, these people definitely didn't get any advantage from her big brother. It really is one thing drives out another. Their eyes accidentally met, and a ripple appeared in Lu Chongzheng's eyes. Zhang Shunying was holding in her anger and had nowhere to vent. When she saw her two daughters-in-law come in together, Lu Chongzheng was not with them. He quietly scolded, "What were you two doing just now? Didn't you see how they bullied me, your dad, and the third brother?" Lu Tsueha replied, "Even if we were there, what could we do? Such a big matter. Do we have the right to speak? Maybe today was just too frustrating, and Zhang Shunying couldn't hide her displeasure anymore." She said, "You hide when things happen. All day long. You only know how to deal with me." Lu Tsueha smiled at her. "Yes, I only have that much ability, and I use it to deal with you." Zhang Shunying was speechless. All right, stop arguing. Isn't this family already chaotic enough?" Lu Duofu came out to calm everyone down, making a desperate gesture to Zhang Shunying. "Can this daughter-in-law be provoked? Don't come back and complain about the 200 yuan again." Zhang Shunying didn't get her way and turned her anger on Hua Xiaoye. "Today I went to find the second brother and told him to come back quickly and live with you. After all, you two got married, and you're the real couple. Why are you still fooling around with Yang Qiqiao? Be a bit more ambitious. He goes up the mountain to herd sheep, and you stay in the woods to watch over him. If you can't compare with others, at least you're younger than Yang Qiqiao. Take off your clothes and stand in front of him. I don't believe he won't be moved." Hua Xiaoye was busy cooking when she heard this. She was startled and dropped the lid on the ground, steam hissing from her hand. But she seemed to feel no pain. "I'm a person, not an animal. How could someone be insulted so casually?" However, Zhang Shunying didn't hear her retort. She only saw the lid fall to the ground and immediately reached out to grab Hua Xiaoye's ear. "Useless. Can't even do this little thing right." Unexpectedly, Hua Xiaoye, who was usually beaten and scolded, suddenly ducked. Zhang Shunying missed her and fell forward, her body leaning toward the pot. Hua Xiaoye instinctively reached out to help her, but when she looked up, she saw Lu Chongzheng's gaze outside the door. Remembering what he had said earlier, she quickly retracted her hand. With a loud bang, Zhang Shunying fell into the pot, hitting her head on the edge and pressing her face onto a large pancake. The lid rolled into the firewood pile. A basin, meant for making pancakes, was about to be thrown at Zhang Shunying's foot. Everyone was stunned, looking at what was happening in disbelief. They all felt it was very unreal. Lu Chonghai came back from the bathroom and quickly helped Zhang Shunying up. "Second sister-in-law, what are you doing? Do you want to burn our mother to death?" Lu Duofu, annoyed that Waxiaweyu was in the way, reached out to push her aside. Before he could, Lu Chongzheng stepped in front of Waxiaweyu, blocking her. Lu Duofu didn't push her away. Instead, he lost his balance and fell sideways, knocking Zhang Shunying back down. There was a loud clatter as everyone tumbled over each other. Only then did Lu Chonghai and Lu Duofu help Zhang Shunying to her feet. Her palms were red from the hot iron pot, and her fingers were cut by the sharp edge, bleeding heavily. The pain made her gasp and tremble. She had a big red bump on her forehead and a half piece of pancake hanging from her nose. She couldn't speak properly. "Mom, better not talk now. Let's go get some cold water to wash it," Lu Chonghai said, removing the pancake. He helped Zhang Shunying outside, glancing at Waxiaweyu with a fierce look that made her shiver. Waxiaweyu guessed he saw her flinch. Lu Chongjing saw Lu Chonghai's expression and was about to speak, but she suddenly shrank back behind Lu Tsueha, trembling as she called out, "Tsueha." Her tone sounded like she was tugging at Lu Chongjing's heart. Lu Tsueha stepped in front of her without hesitation and asked Lu Chonghai sharply, "What are you trying to do?" Lu Chonghai pointed at Waxiaweyu, but didn't say anything. He went out to help clean Zhang Shunying's wounds and applied some paste on her face. He also washed his fingers with disinfectant and bandaged her. Zhang Shunying, with her face covered in paste, kept crying out in pain. Seeing her so miserable, Lu Chonghai's anger reached its peak. He didn't dare hit his older brother or deal with his wife. Could he not handle Waxiaweyu? If she hadn't dodged, our mom wouldn't have fallen into the pot. Lu Chonghai never took Waxiaweyu seriously. She was just the family's punching bag, dirt on the ground, someone anyone could step on or kick. He never thought that when his mother just tugged her ear, she would dare to dodge. Lu Tsueha sneered. Is she brave? When someone hits her, she doesn't dodge. She's just waiting to get beaten. Lu Chonghai felt guilty after being scolded by his wife and could only raise his voice and say, "How painful can a little tug on my mom's ear be?" Besides, she's already used to it. Used to it? Used to it?
Fine. Fine.
If you say so, Lu Tsueha replied. She looked around for something, while Hua Xiaoya silently handed her a kitchen knife from the cutting board. Lu Tsueha turned to look at Hua Xiaoya, her eyes showing mixed feelings. She replaced the kitchen knife with a scoop from the pig feed bucket. Then she suddenly slapped Lu Chonghai on the head. With a smack, the scoop shattered into several pieces. Lu Chonghai was hit with pig feed and covered his head, angry, and looked at Lu Tsueha. "What are you doing? Why are you also trying to push me away? You can't tell right from wrong. I want you to wake up." Lu Tsueha pushed Lu Chonghai away and held Hua Xiaoya, thinking about how to treat her burn. Lu Chongjing brought over a bowl of soybean paste and placed it on the table. Lu Tsueha glanced at him, and Lu Chongjing turned to pick up the pot lid. Then he started to cook the pancakes in the pot. It seemed like he was just doing it out of habit. Lu Tsueha's initial worries quickly sank again. She was thinking that her own small-mindedness might be mistaken for kindness. Not to mention that Lu Chongjing, a retired soldier, naturally has higher moral standards than most people. She also remembered that she had just protected Hua Xiaoya and accidentally hit her own man. She carefully helped Hua Xiaoya apply the soybean paste. The burning pain from her burn gradually eased. Hua Xiaoya gratefully said to Lu Tsueha, "Today, I was really lucky to have you. It's nothing. Lu Chonghai shouldn't have hit you. You're my sister-in-law," Lu Tsueha said, blowing on the blister on her hand. "But next time, don't hand me the kitchen knife. It's too scary. I thought he was going to hit you and I got nervous," Hua Xiaoya promised. "There won't be a next time. No matter how bad he is, he's still your man." Lu Tsueha looked into her bright, watery eyes and couldn't say anything. She could only shake her head helplessly. Zhang Shunying was badly hurt, with a big smear of soybean paste on her face. She was eating awkwardly and comically, looking both clumsy and embarrassed. If Lu Chongjing hadn't been there, Hua Xiaoya wouldn't have been allowed to eat today. Lu Chonghai washed his hair and face thoroughly before cleaning the pig feed off himself. "I don't know if it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I always feel like I carry a fishy smell on my body." He doesn't dare to get angry at Lu Tsueha, so he just blames Xiaoya for everything. Only Xiaoya feels very happy today. Even eating a big pancake feels sweet. It seems like sugar has been added to the batter. Or else, how could it taste so good? Zhang Shunying naturally doesn't want to suffer this unfair treatment for nothing. In the afternoon, while her family was busy working, she took a handful of peanuts and went to the well platform. With her face like that, she naturally attracted everyone's attention. She immediately exaggerated what happened at noon, saying that Xiaoya was so fierce she could dig up old Lu's family grave. She's not just a daughter-in-law, she's a debt collector. She almost broke the pot lid. I don't know if she did it on purpose. You all know being my daughter-in-law is really hard. She almost took my life. The villagers didn't believe her. Xiaoya is a bit shy, but she's quick and careful. She wouldn't make mistakes without reason. Who dares to want your life? You're the one who wants to take others' lives. Zhang Shunying glared at her. She hated others praising Xiaoya. She's so useless, she can't do anything right. That's all because I trained her little by little. Actually, she's dumber than a cotton-padded waistband. I really was blind to choose such a daughter-in-law for my second son, wasting so much money. Wang Er's wife put the water bucket on the ground. Yang Qiqiao is clever, and her mind is as sharp as a sieve. Why don't you bring her home? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Now, these young daughters-in-law don't know what's wrong with them. They're not afraid to speak openly to their elders or their own grandmothers. If it were back in our day, daring to talk back to the mother-in-law like that, they'd have been beaten long ago. So, that's all in the past now. Unable to argue further, Zhang Shunying simply pretended not to care about Wang Er's wife and turned to complain to the woman sitting beside her. Xiaoya is a troublemaker, only because she has a kind mother-in-law like me. If it were someone else, they wouldn't tolerate her at all. The women sitting next to her, who were friends, often sat at the wall's edge, chatting about their families or complaining about their daughters-in-law. In their words, besides their own family members, there are no good people in the world. Usually, when she says this, everyone would angrily criticize her, but today, before the older women could speak, a confident voice interrupted. I can accept her. Old Mao Wu bent over, snatching the remaining few peanuts from her hand. An old cloth shoe with its mouth open was pointed at her, with black mud under the toenails, making her feel sick. One pant leg was rolled up halfway, and her clothes looked like they hadn't been washed for many days, giving off a strong, unpleasant smell. Give her to me. Your family can still have one more person to eat with, that's better. He smiled mischievously, his eyes looking lewd. His thoughts were obvious, and the older women, who had been married for decades, could see through him instantly. Pfft, Zhang Shunying spat playfully. Thinking about it is nice, but we spent 1,000 yuan on her bride price. If you want her, fine, pay the money. 2,000 yuan and she's yours. Hey, that's not right. Your family only spent 1,000 yuan to marry her. Why should I pay 2,000? Well, she's been eating and drinking at our house these past 2 years without paying. I tell you, she's still a young girl and the prettiest in our 10-mile village. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. Zhang Shunying's smile was full of provocation. Old Mao was not willing to back down. Come on, Annie, you know what kind of family we are. We're so poor that even mice run around inside, and they end up as snacks. How can I come up with 2,000 for you? Or, how about this? I'll call you Mom. And in the future, your 2 sons can take care of you when you're old. Do I lack sons? Zhang Shunying shot him a look of disgust, making Mao Wu chuckle and plop down next to her. Zhang Shunying moved away in disgust, but he shamelessly leaned closer again. This back and forth made her lose her temper. Their teasing conversation made Wang Er's wife curse directly. That's really disgusting. What do they think they are? A brothel? Buying and selling a living person like that? It's none of my business. I just can't stand animals learning to talk like people. Wang Er's wife carried water and left. Zhang Shunying was so angry she wanted to get up and chase after her, but Mao Laowu and others nearby pulled her back. Sitting nearby was her neighbor from the east courtyard, Zhang Laobian's wife, who advised her, just forget it. Her grandfather is the deputy village head, and Wang Er is the security chief. Why bother her? A village head, even a deputy, isn't that special? Zhang Shunying muttered angrily, but she sat back down. Everyone understood silently. When talking about the deputy village head, they also mention the village head. Zhang Laobian's wife mumbled, "The village head will be 70 in a few days, and no one has been chosen yet. The position can't stay empty forever. Or maybe the secretary wants to hold 2 jobs at once. Who knows?" Zhang Shunying suddenly remembered Yang Baolu insisting that Lu Chongjin go buy seeds, and she had a strange feeling. Could he be aiming for the village head? Who? Who do you mean? A group of people gathered around to gossip. No one. Zhang Shunying lost interest and patted her backside, then got up to go home. Mao Laowu sneakily followed, asking, "Mom, do you have any peanuts? Can you give me a handful?" Get lost. Are you a beggar, asking for food? Not just food, I also want to ask for a wife. They walked further and further away. Zhang Laobian's wife nudged Lu Yazi's wife with her elbow. Do you think Mao Laowu is serious? Has he really set his sights on that cotton ball? Who knows? You said it's a cotton ball, and Xiaoya said she doesn't decide her own matters. Does Zhang Shunying really have such poor judgment? In the evening, the sunlight slanted into the yard, making the red rooster's feathers shine with a golden glow. Xiaoya Hua and Lu Tsueha felt something was wrong as soon as they entered. All the chickens, ducks, and geese are fed. And the pigs are fed too. The water tank was full, and even 2 buckets were filled with water. Tomorrow, a big pile of firewood was prepared. The kitchen wasn't very clean or tidy, but much better than at noon or yesterday. At least there was a place to step. But the work was rough. Water stains covered the ground, and there were still sparks near the stove door. The pot lid wasn't sealed tightly. The pots and bowls were stacked together, some looked unwashed, while others seemed cleaned, but overall, it was hard to tell if they had been washed or not. Lu Tsueha carried a basin, and Hua Xiaoya was fetching water. Lu Chonghai came in afterward, saw everything in the kitchen, and went inside to complain to Zhang Shunying. "Mom, didn't I tell you not to cook tonight? Wait until they come back to cook. Your hand is still injured. I'm not doing any work. Someone help me today. I just put the food into the pot." Zhang Shunying stood at the door, speaking while watching Hua Xiaoya's back. "Who is it? Who's so kind to help you?" Lu Chonghai thought for a moment. "Could it be my second brother coming back? It's not surprising. Grandpa Lu Longhai was the one who came here begging for food during the difficult times in the Northeast. Only he was from the older generation. Until Lu Duofu's generation, they had 3 sons, and the family started to grow a bit. As for Zhang Shunying, her family lived dozens of miles away, and none of her close relatives were nearby. The few older women she got along with were all quite lazy. Except for Lu Chongjiang, he just couldn't figure out who was helping with the chores. Could it be Yang Qiqiao? Lu Chonghai thought more and more it might be her. Yesterday, there was a fuss on the water tower. Yang Qiqiao was unwilling and wanted to get recognition from her parents, so she came to flatter them. It wasn't impossible. Her? When she comes to help me, I'll be all broken inside. Zhang Shunying shouted at Hua Xiaoya. Washed your face? Just wash it. Who are you trying to seduce with that? But hearing this, Lu Chonghai couldn't help but glance again. Yes, I have to admit, this second sister-in-law's backside is quite nice. Hua Xiaoya turned around and said, "The basin is so low. How can I wash my face without bending over?" Lu Tsueha also couldn't help but complain. Exactly. If you're going to find fault, do it properly. Can't you stop nitpicking? Why do you say I'm nitpicking? Look at her. Her butt is all stuck out, trying to seduce someone. If she wants to be a mistress, she should first get back the 1,000 yuan bride price I paid. Hua Xiaoya had never even touched a man's hand before. Hearing this, she immediately felt shy and embarrassed, tears falling uncontrollably. She instinctively retorted, "You're the one who wants to be a mistress." Lu Tsueha widened her eyes and said, "Xiaoya, what's going on?" Usually, she never dares to talk back, but now she's speaking up so boldly, she could push someone 2 miles away. Lu Chonghai couldn't stand to see his mother insulted like that. He raised his hand and pointed at Hua Xiaoya. "Say what you just said again." Before Hua Xiaoya could speak, Lu Chongjing's tall figure came in from outside the door, blocking all the sunlight and making the whole kitchen suddenly dark. He lifted his hand and placed the wash basin stand in front of Zhang Shunying. "Come on, teach her how to wash her face." The wooden wash basin stand was only about a meter tall. Zhang Shuning stared at it for a long time, then twisted her waist to go inside. "Humph, I don't want to bother with you." Lu Chongjing grabbed her arm firmly. "Apologize." Zhang Shuning felt her arm hurt from his grip, but she couldn't accept apologizing to Hua Xiaoya. "She also insulted me, didn't she?" Lu Chonghai stepped forward to support her. Yes, big brother," second sister-in-law also talked back. "If our mother apologizes to her, then she should first apologize to our mother." Forget it. Can we stop fussing every day? Can we just eat first?" Lu Duofu came in at the right time to smooth things over. Lu Chongjing squinted at Zhang Shuning. Lu Duofu looked at his eldest son. "Big brother, let go. After all, she's the one who calls you mom." Lu Chongjing loosened his grip and moved the wash basin stand back in front of Hua Xiaoya. Hua Xiaoya was about to thank him, but he had already left. This guy, Zhang Shuning, was about to curse, but seeing Lu Duofu's look of warning, she could only rub her arm and go inside. Lu Chonghai was unhappy. "Dad, is there really no one in this family who can control my big brother? He's just out of control. You're his father. Return the 6,000 yuan you owe him. If you do, I, as the father, can stand tall in front of him." While talking, Lu Duofu glanced at Lu Tsueha. Lu Tsueha pretended not to see and hurried Hua Xiaoya to wash her face. She turned around and pushed Lu Chonghai into the house. Lu Duofu's mind was clear. She didn't want this big fool to get carried away and say something about paying back debts. Lu Duofu, who always had trouble dealing with her young daughter-in-law, also followed Zhang Shuning and pushed all the blame onto Hua Xiaoya. You used to be so quiet and honest. How come now you've learned to talk back? In the afternoon, your mother got angry. You just stood there quietly. Who's to blame for not being able to control your own man? Aren't you also unable to manage your son?" Hua Xiaoya wiped her face with a towel, her voice sounding dull. "You've really learned to talk back. What's wrong? Not only are you arguing with your grandmother, but now you're also calling me out? If you keep acting like this, I'll go find your parents. I want to ask them how they raised such a disrespectful daughter." While she was speaking, Lu Chongjing returned. He had borrowed a brush somewhere, wrote 2 characters on a wooden board, and hung it outside the door. "That's not right." Lu Duofu hurried outside and saw the board with 2 big words, "brothel." The 2 brush strokes were strong and neat, looking like they had been carefully practiced. It could even be used as a spring festival couplet. Lu Duofu almost lost his temper. "What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Hanging up a sign like this? Aren't you just making trouble for yourself?" Hua Xiaoya also didn't understand what Lu Chongjing was up to. Besides, this kind of business had been completely banned since the liberation. Hanging such a sign at their own door was really strange. But her older brother always had his reasons for doing things. She looked up at Lu Chongjing, meeting his gaze directly. As the sun set, the workers in the field started heading home one after another. People on the road in front of the house gathered in small groups, curious about the commotion. Lu Duofu wanted to shout but was afraid others might hear him. He lowered his voice and scolded Lu Chongjing. "Take it down quickly. If you leave it like this, how can we stay in the village?" Inside, Zhang Shuning, Lu Chonghai, and Lu Tsueha also came out. When they saw the words on the sign, their expressions changed dramatically. "What are you doing? Do you want to be shameless?" Zhang Shuning reached out to try to take down the sign, calling her son and husband to help. "Having the sign up, are we all shameless now?" "Exactly, we're all shameless. This family is full of troublemakers." When Lu Chonghai reached out, she kicked him away. Zhang Shuning was so scared she trembled and quickly hid behind her son. Li Tsueha angrily pushed her mother-in-law away and helped her husband to stand up. "You knew you couldn't win, but you kept arguing with people. Serves you right. Your parents can't control this. Do you think you're so capable?" Lu Chonghai felt frustrated and annoyed. He said, "This badge has brought shame to the whole family. You're part of this family too. It's not aimed at me," Li Tsueha said, not wanting to get involved in this fuss. But she really couldn't understand Lu Chongjing's actions. Even someone with epilepsy wouldn't do such a thing. Villagers were already walking over, and neighbors from both sides of the courtyard also gathered around. Yang Hongbing was the fastest and reached them first. Brother Changzheng, so you came to borrow a brush just to write these two characters? Lu Duofu complained. He didn't even ask what he needed it for. How could you lend him the brush? Well, since Brother Changzheng came to borrow it, what can I say? Lu Duofu couldn't argue with Yang Hongbing, so he turned to persuade Lu Changzheng to take it back. Ancestor, you're my father. I beg you, just tell me, how can I take down the badge? Just say the word, okay? Lu Changzheng looked at Zhang Shunying. Make her apologize to Xiaoye. Seeing the neighbors staring at him, he added, and from now on, no more insulting the third daughter-in-law like that. Hua Xiaoye and Li Tsuehe exchanged glances. It turned out that uncle's fuss was all for them. Unbelievable. Zhang Shunying was so angry she felt her liver hurt. My daughter-in-law, someone I married with money. What? I can't even scold her twice. No, you can't. No scolding allowed, Lu Changzheng said. You're a mother too. If others insult you or your daughter, can you stand it? Humph, my daughter is upright and proper. Who dares to insult her like that? A voice from the crowd said, have you forgotten that her daughter once sneaked into the sorghum field with some young people? Zhang Shunying. If you don't apologize, then you'll be stuck with this forever. If you call someone a prostitute, then our family is just a den of prostitutes. Lu Changzheng clapped his hands, looking righteous. Everyone can be a prostitute. Nobody loses out. Zhang Shunying was so angry she wanted to slap him. After living so many years, she had never seen such a shameless person. Yang Balu nodded secretly and whispered to Chao Shuxian, there should be someone like this to set the family style straight. Because Lu Changzheng was a soldier, there was a sign under the Lu family's eaves that read, Honorable Family. Looking at this sign, it was very ironic. Old Zhang's wife happily said, I think, Mother Changjiang, you should apologize quickly. You can't keep this sign hanging forever. That's right. It's also your fault. Who would normally call their daughter-in-law a bad name? Xiaoye is honest and hardworking. If anyone should be criticized, it's Lu Changjiang. The real troublemaker is him. Yang Baolu frowned and said, hurry up and apologize. This is affecting our village's reputation. Lu Duofu heard the village secretary speak and told Zhang Shunying to apologize. We can't just leave this sign hanging forever. Zhang Shunying cared a lot about her reputation. She couldn't stand all the gossip. But making her apologize was just as uncomfortable as being whipped or skinned alive. Seeing she hesitated to speak, Lu Duofu helplessly said, I'll apologize. Is that okay? Lu Changzheng raised his hand and pushed him back, staring steadily at Zhang Shunying. Lu Tsuehe reached out and pinched Lu Changhai's arm. Lu Changhai grimaced in pain but understood his wife's meaning. He impatiently urged Zhang Shunying, come on, hurry up. Let's settle this quickly. If this gets to my father-in-law, will we still be able to go back to my parents' house? You bastard! Zhang Shunying disliked her irresponsible younger son. She was so afraid of her wife that it made her furious. But she also knew that her in-laws were important people. If this matter got to them, it wouldn't matter if her daughter-in-law was talked about, but her son might be criticized behind his back, which was unacceptable. However, if she had to apologize to Hua Xiaoye, just looking at her face made it hard for her to speak. She would be apologizing to someone she looked down on the most. That would mean Hua Xiaoye might cause trouble for her too. Thinking about what happened at noon, her face still felt a burning pain. She looked up at Hua Xiaoye and made a dismissive gesture, like a big goose about to bite. Second daughter-in-law, I'm apologizing to you. Do you deserve it? She thought Hua Xiaoye's attempt to avoid her earlier was an accident. She didn't believe someone who had been soft all their life would dare to oppose her. Everyone else also looked at Hua Xiaoye. Many people had already started sighing in advance, feeling that Lu Changzheng's efforts might be in vain. Hua Xiaoye would never dare to challenge Zhang Shunying. If she really had that courage, she would have already brought Lu Changjiang home. Even Lu Changhai thought that her mother's move was very clever. As long as Hua Xiaoye said she was afraid, it would be like pushing Lu Changzheng into a difficult position. Yang Hongbing felt unfair. It was Brother Changzheng who asked you to apologize. Why are you making things hard for Sister Xiaoye? Zhang Shunying glared at him. Oh, secretary, your family's Hongbing really cares about people. Yang Baolu pulled Yang Hongbing back before he could speak again. Zhang Shunying crossed her arms and quietly watched Hua Xiaoya. If you don't want to, apologize. It's not like I'm kowtowing. I can do that, Hua Xiaoya spoke up. Everyone took a deep breath in surprise. No one expected Hua Xiaoya to really dare to do it. Zhang Shunying's face turned all sorts of colors, changing unpredictably. You, of course, if you want to kowtow, that's also fine. I've risked losing years of my life for this. Hua Xiaoya looked at Zhang Shunying. Mom, how do you want to apologize? What apology? She's just sitting back and pretending. She said what she said and now she regrets it, so she doesn't want to apologize. Serves her right. Using words to pressure others. It's rare to have someone standing up for her. If Xiaoya doesn't stand firm, she's just a fool. Stop talking so much. Zhang Shunying, just apologize. Yeah, apologize. Didn't you say it yourself? Or do you really prefer to be a scoundrel and refuse to apologize? Everyone was talking one after another, making Zhang Shunying's face look worse and worse. Lu Duofu and Lu Chonghai couldn't stand the atmosphere either. They looked down on Zhang Shunying's stupidity, underestimated Hua Xiaoya, and kept humiliating themselves. They all urged her to apologize quickly. Zhang Shunying's face turned bright red. When she spoke, her lips trembled. Yes, sorry. Who are you saying sorry to? Speak louder. Yang Hongbing led the crowd again. Everyone else also shouted, pretending not to hear. Zhang Shunying glared at him angrily. She looked up at Lu Chongjing, wanting to pass this off casually. Lu Chongjing scratched his ear. Your voice is too soft. I didn't hear it either. Zhang Shunying looked at Hua Xiaoya again and spoke once more. Hua Xiaoya, great-grandmother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a little scoundrel. This apology was loud enough for Hua Xiaoya to hear clearly. She glanced at Lu Chongjing, who looked expressionless, and looked up at the sky. She thought for a moment and nodded. Let's just forget about it today. But if it happens again, I will fight back and I will find Auntie Bien, who is the fiercest and most skilled at scolding people in our village, to learn all her tricks. Old Bien's wife heard this and patted her thigh. Oh, dear, are you not thinking of me? Later, Zhang Shunying will definitely come to fight with me. Lu Chongjing looked at Hua Xiaoya's fierce expression, his lips pressed into a straight line, but a faint smile flickered in his eyes. How could someone be so fierce and still act like a little cat? Zhang Shunying glared at old Bien's wife, then looked at Hua Xiaoya. Got it, I'm so scared. It was full of sarcasm. Her tone carried a threat. Hua Xiaoya simply responded with a, Zhang Shunying's eyes widened again. This person, what nonsense. But now is not the time to argue with Hua Xiaoya. She turned to her stepson. Can you finally take it off now? Lu Chongjing kept his word and really took down the sign. Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu both let out a sigh of relief. Although others felt disappointed that the lively scene was over, they still dispersed. Lu Chongjing returned the brush to Yang Hongbing. Yang Hongbing admired him deeply. Brother Chongjing, you really have a way. Don't say, your stepmother is so clever and sharp, fighting openly and secretly. Not many people in our village can handle her. Lu Chongjing didn't care much. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Shunying since he was a child, and now he definitely wasn't afraid of her. Chao Shuxian called her son back inside to eat. Zhang Shunying ordered Lu Lanhai to quickly smash the wooden sign. Seeing Hua Xiaoya walking by calmly as if nothing happened, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed her. Little brat, wait and see. I will settle accounts with you sooner or later. Little brat, Lu Chongjing came from behind her. Brats should be kept in a pen. Our family should stay inside the pen together. Is this never going to end? Zhang Shunying felt extremely headache. Lu Lanhai and Lu Duofu looked at her with complaints. Why do you never learn? Lu Chongjing did not look like he was joking. Zhang Shunying could only continue to apologize. Sorry, I was wrong. I won't scold people anymore, Hua Xiaoya nodded. Yes, now you really remember. Please don't cause trouble for your family again, Zhang Shunying. Lu Chongjing looked up and took down the Honorable Family sign from above the door frame. Zhang Shunying asked, Why are you doing that? that was given to us by the village. Our good reputation depends on this sign." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Even Lu Tsueha looked at Lu Chongjing with disapproval. The Lu family only has this sign to show for themselves now. Why did he suddenly take it down? Only Hua Xiaoya felt very disdainful. How can a family like this have the face to hang this sign? Aren't they ashamed? She looked at Lu Chongjing, really wanting to tell him, "Good job, well done." Before she could speak, Lu Chongjing stretched out his arm and pushed her behind him. He looked at the sign with a faint dark expression in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He coldly asked Zhang Shunying, "Wearing this sign, don't you feel ashamed? Every single thing you do, can it be called honorable? Honorable family? You don't deserve it at all." Lu Chongjing threw the sign into his black leather box, along with the ledger stub. Zhang Shunying was full of anger. She went straight to the Kong and lay down, clutching her chest and crying out in pain. She didn't even want to eat, saying she couldn't swallow. Lu Chonghai and Lu Duofu squatted by the window, smoking and angry. People outside the door were still discussing this matter. Next door, old Zhang's wife leaned over the wall to look at the empty door frame, teasing a little, which made the two men even more annoyed. Lu Tsueha called someone to come eat. The two men pushed and shoved for a while, then Lu Chonghai finally shouted loudly, "I won't eat. I can't swallow. Dad, what about you?" Lu Tsueha asked Lu Duofu. Lu Duofu gruffly, "I can't eat. Being played like this by my own son. Do I still have the face to eat? It's all my own fault." Lu Tsueha rolled her eyes and took the rice bowl from Hua Xiaoya. She looked at Hua Xiaoya, who sat down silently, showing no fake politeness to those three people. She whispered, "Xiaoya, you should call them." Zhang Shunying was already very strict with Hua Xiaoya normally. Today's events made her afraid to confront Lu Chongjing directly, so she would likely vent all her anger on Hua Xiaoya later. Lu Chongjing is a good person, but this older brother cannot protect his sister-in-law forever. Moreover, Lu Chongjing is also the son of the former mother-in-law. If things continue like this, splitting the family and living separately will happen sooner or later. Lu Tsueha understood this well. Since Hua Xiaoya has no family backing her up and isn't assertive, it's better to use a mix of softness and firmness to control the situation rather than completely falling out with Zhang Shunying. For someone like her, she argues fiercely when needed, but once the conflict passes, she smooths things over with a cheerful attitude. Zhang Shunying still favors her and her husband. "I won't go." They'll definitely scold me, especially our mom," Hua Xiaoya said sadly. She didn't want to go and face scolding. Moreover, today she managed to turn things around with her older brother's help. Why would she go and invite trouble by joining them for a meal? That would be like betraying her older brother. When Lu Tsueha heard this, she didn't press further. After sitting down, she instinctively looked at Lu Chongjing. He was calmly eating bread and vegetables, more steady than Hua Xiaoya. It seemed that even if those three people starved, it wouldn't matter to him. He was truly the one who remained calm and steady. Lu Tsueha only realized today that this older brother was really a remarkable person. But why didn't he become a company commander as planned? Suddenly leaving the army. Did he make a mistake? Even if he didn't become a company commander, such a person would be a top talent in any village. Lu Tsueha thought of her husband's deceased cousin, who was 3 years younger than Lu Chongjing. She had a son and lived with her family, suffering daily from her sister-in-law's mistreatment. She and Lu Chongjing seemed like a perfect match. But how to bring up this topic? Lu Tsueha felt awkward, and her mind was elsewhere during the meal. She ate without focus. Lu Chongjing noticed her strange gaze but remained calm. Hua Xiaoya ate her meal peacefully. She never knew that eating separately from her parents-in-law and younger brother-in-law, without the pressure and sneers, could be so relaxing and delicious. She secretly hoped that those three people would never eat together again. Lu Duofu and Lu Chonghai waited for a long time, but no one inside the house came out to invite them. After a while, they only heard the sound of tidying up the table. The two men felt disappointed, but they had already said they wouldn't eat. If they stood up now, their earlier stubbornness would seem like a joke. They could only hold on stubbornly. Lu Tsueha came out to pour out the pig slop. Seeing the two men like this, she let out a soft snort. Hua Xiaoya was cleaning the kitchen when a straw from the broom pricked her. "Is there no new broom?" Lu Chongjing frowned. The broom head was only the size of a palm, making sweeping much less effective.
"No," she replied.
The prick was quite deep. Hua Xiaoya accidentally broke the thorn while pulling it out, leaving half of it embedded in her flesh. She struggled for a long time, but couldn't get it out. Blood beads appeared on her palm, and as she rubbed it, the pain made her nose turn red. The glow from the kerosene lamp cast a warm yellow circle along the edge of the bed, shrinking Hua Xiaoya's shadow into a small shape. "Why are you standing there? Come here," someone called. Hua Xiaoya looked up and saw Lu Chongjing come in with a needle, standing at the door watching her. She looked at him in surprise. "Big brother, I don't need help. I can do it myself." Before she finished speaking, someone grabbed her injured hand. The man's rough palm was covered with thick calluses. His large, hot, and strong bones carefully supported her hand. Her hand was softer than he expected, like a ball of cotton. The tiny black thorn in her palm was very noticeable, piercing into the tender flesh. "Don't move," he said, his voice even lower as his Adam's apple moved. He held a sewing needle over the flame, heating it until it shone brightly. Hua Xiaoya instinctively wanted to pull back, but he gently held her wrist. His grip was light but firm, with a sense of calm that left no room for refusal. Suddenly, their breaths grew close. She could smell the earthy scent of dirt and straw mixed with a faint sweat, not dirty, but oddly calming. He lowered his head, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow under his eyelids. He focused on her palm, his rough thumb occasionally brushing her skin, like an electric shock, making her clutch her clothes tightly. "Just say if it hurts," Lu Chongjing said, his gaze flickering over her reddening cheeks before quickly shifting to the thorn. Gently, the needle slowly pried open the skin and flesh. Hua Xiaoya bit her lip, afraid to look, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at him. The man's side profile was sharp, with a firm jawline. His usual furrowed brows were slightly relaxed at this moment, which made her feel a little more at ease. When the needle was finally pulled out, she softly exclaimed, It wasn't because of pain, but because his fingertip accidentally touched her palm. The rough yet warm sensation traveled along her blood vessels to her chest, making her heart beat faster and her cheeks flush slightly. Lu Chongjing threw the needle onto the bed and took out a clean, coarse cloth from his pocket. Clumsily but gently, he wiped the blood from her palm.
"Done.
Be more careful when working next time." As long as Hua Xiaoya paid attention, she could hear that his voice was less calm than usual. And after speaking, he let go and took a step back, creating some distance, almost looking a little guilty. "What's wrong?" "Xiaoya." Lu Tsueha came in with a bucket of water, seeing Hua Xiaoya with her head lowered and face red. She thought Hua Xiaoya was being bullied by her older brother. "It's nothing. I just pricked my hand earlier." Hua Xiaoya showed her palm, still bleeding a little. "Thanks to my brother for helping me. Big brother's rough hands can still do this kind of thing." Lu Tsueha didn't think much and smiled. "Next time something like this happens, just ask me. I'm more careful than the men." Lu Chongjing frowned and looked at Hua Xiaoya like a child vying for attention, wanting to see who she was closer to. Lu Tsueha knew Hua Xiaoya didn't like to trouble others. She felt that in this family, her relationship with Hua Xiaoya was the closest, so there was no need to bother anyone else. Hua Xiaoya nodded. "Yes, I understand." Her thoughts were simple. Besides her rough-handed brother as a woman, she naturally preferred to ask Lu Tsueha for help. Lu Chongjing heard this and furrowed his brows even more. He wished he could go over now and pull Hua Xiaoya into his arms, telling her that from now on, only he should help with such things. No one else. Not even Lu Tsueha. "But my brother is quick too." He just took a moment and pulled out the needle. Hua Xiaoya turned her head and smiled at Lu Chongjing. The flickering lantern light reflected in her eyes, shining with a gentle glow. Li Chongjing's bad mood suddenly disappeared, and a small smile appeared on his face. He then went inside and put the needle back into the sewing kit. He turned around and went to the storage room. Sure enough, there were no finished brooms inside. The bundled broom grass was hanging from the ceiling beam. He took it down and also brought in a bundle of hemp rope. Passing by Lu Chonghai and Lu Duofu, it was as if they didn't exist. The two ignored men didn't dare to speak. They looked at each other, both feeling discouraged. "Big brother, are you going to make a broom?" Lu Tsueha asked quickly, noticing first. Yes. Hua Xiuya looked inside the house when she heard the voice. She saw Li Chongjing tying one end of the hemp rope to a pillar in the house, and the other end around his waist. He then moved a small stool and started making a broom. Lu Tsueha was always so carefree. "Big brother, you should have told us earlier that you can do this. Look, we only have one broom left for sweeping the floor and cleaning the stove." Neither Dad nor Lu Chonghai knows how to make brooms. "I was thinking of bringing a couple back next time I visit my family, but I heard that newly married girls shouldn't take brooms or brushes from their parent house, as it might bring bad luck, right, Xiaoye?" Hua Xiaoye nodded. "Yes, that's what they say." When she first got married, Zhang Shunying asked her to bring 2 brooms from her parents' house, but her father scolded her. Hua Xiaoye still remembered clearly. Li Chongjing looked back at Hua Xiaoye. "What do we need?" "I'll make them all together." Before Hua Xiaoye could speak, Lu Tsueha started counting. 1 broom for sweeping the stove, 1 for sweeping the floor. "If we can make 2 more brushes for pots, that would be even better." "Our 2 pot brushes are almost useless now." Hua Xiaoye nodded along. "Yes, last year, when the village was asking for rain, someone stole brushes. They said the smell was too strong, so they threw them into the well. Now there's no water in the well to drink. Last year, there was a drought, and it didn't rain for a long time. The village elders organized young girls around 10 years old to pray for rain. They secretly stole brushes from others at night, avoiding being seen, and threw them into the well. They rode around the well on rakes, chanting, 'The Dragon King won't be at peace. Heavy rain pours down, light rain for 3 days. Old Zhang's daughter was also involved. She and a few young girls had just arrived at the gate when a quarrel broke out over her family's broken pot brush. Zhang Shunying watched the lively scene while scolding, and Lu Chonghai and Lu Duofu also laughed along with others. Only Hua Xiaoye couldn't smile, feeling very embarrassed and ashamed. Thinking about it now, she couldn't help but blush. Lying on the Kong, Zhang Shunying scolded her for not being able to manage life. If it weren't for this, the pot brush would have been stolen long ago. Do you think this household is rich? How can it be so careless? It's not like that, Hua Xiaoye said slowly. Living a good life means being clean and tidy. Otherwise, people will just laugh at us. She was surprised that they were teaching her how to live, as if they were trying to dominate her. Just as Zhang Shunying was about to scold someone, Lu Chongjing cleared his throat. She was startled, glanced at him, and met his deep, dark eyes. The words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, and she could only hum in response. She turned her head and pretended to be dead. Lu Chongjing looked at the bundle of broomcorn and millet, understanding his plan. "I'll handle it." "All right, you decide." Hua Xiaoye and Lu Tsueha exchanged a smile, feeling even more respect for their big brother. After finishing her chores, Hua Xiaoye went inside to lie on the Kong and prepare to make shoes. Zhang Shunying, who seemed to ignore her, snorted angrily and turned away. In a moment of distraction, Hua Xiaoye accidentally bumped her head against the stove pipe. It made a dull thud. Lu Chongjing looked up at her. "Does it hurt?" "Not much," she replied. The stove pipe was hollow, so it didn't hurt. But Hua Xiaoye felt awkward and wondered if she had been too proud, making mistake after mistake. Lu Chongjing looked at her foolish expression with a mix of helplessness and affection. Under the dim yellow light, it was hard to see clearly. He said casually, "All right, take down the stove. When it gets warmer, we shouldn't burn it anymore. Leaving it there will only cause trouble." He stood up, untied the hemp rope, and came over to Hua Xiaoye. He volunteered to do the work, but now seemed to want to pass the task to someone else. Looking at Hua Xiaoye with a mischievous smile, he said, "Can you give me a hand?" "Sure," Lu Chongjing said. Even if he didn't say it directly, Hua Xiaoye planned to help. She looked at Lu Tsueha, who quickly waved her off. Don't look at me. I need to go teach our unmotivated one a lesson. She didn't want to dismantle the stove and make smoke, nor did she wait for Hua Xiaoya to speak. She slipped on her shoes and ran outside. Soon, in the yard, Lu Changhai's begging voice was heard. It hurts, it hurts. Oh, wife, be careful of my ear. You bastard. Did your brain get scrambled? You just deserve a beating. With no sense at all, Lu Duofu couldn't sit still and protested. Third brother's wife, you call him a bastard? What am I then? Hua Xiaoya couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. She thought Lu Tsueha must have trained in a martial arts school, or else how could she always scold people so fiercely? Lu Tsueha ignored Lu Duofu and instead tugged Lu Changhai's ear. The two went to the backyard, leaving behind the chattering noise and old Zhang's wife teasing Lu Duofu about not being able to control her son or daughter-in-law. Hua Xiaoya looked up with a sense of awareness. She saw Lu Changjing staring at her and instinctively touched her face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, I just realized you're quite fond of smiling. A slight smile curved her lips, dimples appearing softly. Her cheeks had a faint pink flush, and her eyes slightly lifted at the corners, exuding a charming allure. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, looking adorable like a little rabbit, which made his possessiveness grow stronger without him realizing. Hua Xiaoya felt uncomfortable under his gaze and stood up to go outside to get some tools. The stove was built with mud bricks and hadn't been used for days. A thin layer of ash covered the walls, and the chimney was so fragile that a slight touch would cause ashes to fall through the hole. It was long overdue to be taken down. Lu Chongzhen rolled up his sleeves and held an iron pick. Hua Xiaoya carried a small basket and walked over, stopping beside Lu Chongzhen. The dim yellow light shone on her face, giving her a warm glow. Lu Chongzhen looked back at her with a faint smile. Be careful, don't get ash on you. He said this and gently pried at the brick on the stove wall with the iron pick. His movements were steady and strong, and his arm muscles tensed slightly with each motion. Hua Xiaoya squatted nearby, watching his actions. She held a small trowel, wanting to help but afraid of causing trouble. Hand me a cloth, Lu Chongzhen said, his hand stained with black ash. Hua Xiaoya quickly took a clean cloth and handed it to him. Her fingertips accidentally brushed his hand. The calluses on his hand rubbed against her fingertips, feeling a bit rough. She suddenly pulled her hand back, her cheeks flushing quietly. Lu Chongzhen didn't pay attention to her small actions. He took the cloth to wipe his hands and continued dismantling the furnace. The bricks were pried off one by one, falling to the ground with dull sounds. The fine dust floated in the light. Hua Xiaoya was worried the dust would fall on him, so she quietly moved closer. She reached out to help block the dust, but was gently pressed on the shoulder by him. Stand back, the dust is heavy. His palm, through his clothes, felt warm and gentle. The pressure wasn't strong, but it made her feel a little nervous. She said, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of dust." Lu Chongzhen looked at her reddening ears and smiled faintly. He didn't insist anymore, but his movements slowed a bit. Hua Xiaoya squatted nearby, helping him neatly stack the removed bricks. There's a brick stuck tightly here, Lu Chongzhen frowned. He tried to pry it with a crowbar several times but couldn't move it. Hua Xiaoya leaned in to look, almost touching his arm. Should I hold this side for you? She whispered her suggestion and reached out to press the edge of the brick. She was too close, and the man's nose caught the sweet, tempting scent. His thick street clothes involuntarily shivered. Looking down, he could see her delicate, slender neck. Her skin was so fine that he could see tiny hairs. It must feel very nice. His tongue unconsciously pressed against the roof of his mouth. Saliva flooded his tongue, and his cheeks felt slightly sore. Lu Chongzhen had to look away, afraid that if he kept staring, he might really lose control and bite her. Don't touch, it's dirty, Lu Chongzhen said, stopping her. He gently held her wrist with his fingertips and pulled her back. His palm was warm and strong, wrapping around her wrist. Though he quickly let go, she still clearly felt his pulse beating. Hua Xiaoya froze in place, her ears filled with her pounding heart. She didn't even hear what he said next. Lu Changjing quickly pried open the brick. He turned to continue dismantling the furnace, not noticing Hua Xiaoya standing there, her cheeks as red as freshly applied blush in the yard. Zhang Shunying turned over, staring at the two figures on the ground. She felt everything about them was annoying. It was these two people that made her suffer all kinds of frustrations these past 2 days. Lu Changjing, just returning from the army, really thought of himself as a hero, standing up for Hua Xiaoya and backing Lu Tsueha. What a joke. He was born shortly after and caused his own mother's death, making him a bad omen. Wait, a thought flashed through Zhang Shunying's mind. If these two people are having an affair, can Lu Changjing still stand firm in the village? If they start causing trouble over this, not only the 6,000 yuan but also the house might all belong to them. Maybe she could even get some money from Lu Changjing. With this evidence, she could control Lu Changjing for a lifetime. But her wife and her older brother shared a bed. In the future, the second brother wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the village. It wouldn't just be the second brother, her whole family would be humiliated. Zhang Shunying frowned tightly, caught in a difficult choice. The sun grew warmer, and the sound of the stove being dismantled gradually stopped. Hua Xiaoya helped Lu Changjing place the last piece of clay, then wiped her hands with a cloth. Lu Changjing carried the stovepipe outside, then moved the clay pieces away. Hua Xiaoya swept the remaining dirt and ashes into a dustpan. Just as she was about to carry it out, Lu Changjing returned and took the dustpan from her hand. Let me do it. His hand accidentally brushed her hand, and although it wasn't the first time, the rough feeling still made Hua Xiaoya's heart jump. She quickly withdrew her hand. When she looked up, she saw his clear, calm eyes like a lake, which made her feel guilty. As soon as he left, she immediately hit her head with her hand. What was she thinking? There's no one more just and honorable than her older brother in this world. Her previous thoughts were a terrible insult to him. Zhang Shunying saw everything and suddenly spoke. Compared to the second brother, the oldest is really a man of integrity. Hua Xiaoya doubted she heard correctly. Shouldn't her mother-in-law hate her older brother? Why was she suddenly praising him? Do you know? A man's greatness isn't just about other things. Just look at his nose. The oldest has a high nose bridge and a straight nose. His manhood must be small. Zhang Shunying squinted at Hua Xiaoya, her voice like a spell, full of temptation. Any woman who ends up with him will be blessed. She pointed to the shoe on the Kong, still pressed down, and said, "Such big shoes, this is the first time I've made them." Zhang Shunying forgot that this woman was clueless about people, so she probably couldn't understand human words. She finally made up her mind but was surprised to meet such a foolish person. She immediately said annoyed, "I didn't mean your hands and feet. I was talking about the man's thing, his second part, his private area, his little brother, his thin and weak thing. Do you understand?" Hua Xiaoya, "Not only do I understand, but Big Brother seems to understand too." Looking at the man standing at the door, Hua Xiaoya really wished she could cover her face and hide in a hole. "Xiaoya, help me get water to wash my hands." When Zhang Shunying heard this voice, she quickly climbed off the Kong and turned to look at Lu Changjing. The tall, strong man was also watching her, his dark, heavy gaze very intimidating. Zhang Shunying felt her scalp tingle. She couldn't help but suspect he saw through her plan. Afraid she would be exposed and punished at any moment, she hurriedly said to herself, "I didn't say anything about you." The man only gave her a faint glance and then turned back to the outer room. Hua Xiaoya also went to help fetch water. Separated by a wall, apart from pouring water and washing hands, no other sounds could be heard. That, was unclear, making Zhang Shunying's heart tighten with worry. The only oil lamp was in the room. The kitchen was very dimly lit. Only when very close could they see each other's faces clearly. Hua Xiaoya instinctively stared at the man's nose. The words Zhang Shunying just said echoed in her mind. Does the size of the nose really matter? Is a man's private part the same as a dog's? Her heart was pounding so hard she could hardly breathe. The water in the scoop was finished, but she didn't notice. Until suddenly, the man's face seemed to enlarge as he leaned in close to her. Their noses accidentally bumped. She hurriedly stepped back, panicked, and called out, "Big brother." The man frowned and reminded her, "What are you thinking?" "I said the water is low. Pour some more." His tone was calm and innocent, as if everything that just happened was just an accident. Hua Xiaoyu seemed very flustered and overreacted. She scooped more water and poured it into the basin. Hua Xiaoyu placed the water scoop on the water jar and reflected on her dirty thoughts against the wall. What was she thinking? That was her eldest uncle, the most upright person in the world. But she couldn't help but reach out and touch her own nose. Men's noses are indeed big, and their bones are hard, but their skin is different from the roughness of her hands. Smooth, dry, and hot breath brushed against her forehead. Hua Xiaoyu took several deep breaths, trying to calm her heartbeat, but she didn't notice that the man behind her maliciously kicked 2 corn stalks to her feet. She turned around, stepped on the stalks, slipped, and fell backward. She thought she was going to fall, but suddenly a big hand reached out from the side and caught her waist. "Big brother." The man leaned in closer, their bodies pressed together. "Be careful," he sighed softly, as if facing a test. Hua Xiaoyu again felt a familiar touch. She looked down at the man's pants. It reminded her of the rolling pin she encountered last night. So, that wasn't a rolling pin at all, right? Her eyes widened suddenly as she stared blankly at Lu Changzheng. Quickly, she pushed him away. "Thank you, big brother. You're welcome." The man looked at her head, then suddenly reached out again and hugged her. Her stomach was hit forcefully. The feeling of the rolling pin became even clearer. Hua Xiaoyu froze completely, unsure of what was happening. Her heart pounded loudly, her ears ringing. A tingling sensation spread from her stomach throughout her body, quickly reaching her limbs, and her fingertips felt numb and tingly. Her stomach was narrow and flat, softer than her waist, with no bones at all. Lu Changzheng swallowed hard. Before she could react, he said, "Spider." His finger was extended toward her face, but before she could see clearly, he released her and threw the big spider into the stove pit. "Tomorrow, no need to go to the fields. Just tidy up the house inside and out." "Isn't it uncomfortable with spiders and beetles around?" He took 2 steps back, clapped his hands, and turned into the house. Inside the house, Zhang Shunying was listening carefully. The 2 people talking seemed serious, but she couldn't hear anything clear. However, something about the noise didn't seem right. She was about to go and check when Lu Changzheng suddenly came in. She was startled and quickly sat back on the kong, a traditional bed. She was so nervous that she even twisted her ankle. Lu Changzheng looked at her with a sneering smile, and his eyes were cold. Zhang Shunying felt a chill in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she put on her shoes and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." It was obvious she was trying to hide something, but no stepmother would need to ask permission to go to the bathroom in front of her stepson. This time, Lu Changzheng didn't even bother to look at her. He tied the rope back on himself and picked up the broom. Outside, Hua Xiaoya had recovered and was washing a cloth. She had just finished cleaning the stove, and the bed in the inner room was covered with ash, so she needed to wipe it clean. Zhang Shunying went outside and saw her twisting the cloth. Hua Xiaoya looked normal, showing no signs of anything unusual. Suddenly, Zhang Shunying regretted not making a small window in the wall. If she had, she could have seen what the 2 people outside were really doing. Seeing Hua Xiaoya go inside as if nothing was wrong, she suddenly remembered Lu Duofu, who was squatting outside the door.
Maybe that old man saw something.
Ignoring her uncomfortable ankle, she hurried outside. But instead of being in the yard, she heard him shouting loudly outside the gate. She looked out by the moonlight. Wow, Lu Chonghai and Lu Tsueha were also outside the gate. They had just been arguing fiercely, but now they were leaning on each other like a tangled mess. If it weren't in broad daylight, it might look like they were getting close. Zhang Shunying chuckled bitterly. The whole family, and at critical moments, no one was reliable. There was nothing she could do but go to the bathroom. Even though she hadn't eaten, she still felt the urge to go. Inside, Hua Xiaoya first swept the bed and window bars with a broom. Then she started wiping the bed cover with a cloth. She knelt on the bed, her body soft and relaxed. Her clothes hem hung down, revealing a white, smooth belly that shone softly under the light, looking very tempting. Lu Changzheng, holding the broom, kept staring at her belly. His possessiveness was hard to hide, and he was eager to claim what he saw. Let her become her own woman. She can't wait any longer. Hua Xiaoye was unaware of anything, quickly tidying up her inner room. When she turned around, she saw Lu Changzheng, who had somehow taken off his coat and was only wearing his loose, old undershirt. As he bent over, the shirt was pulled tight against his back, revealing the outline of his shoulder blades, which rose like two sturdy little hills. His back muscles were smooth and strong. Every time he bent or straightened, the muscles tensed and showed sharp ridges, giving a sense of strength from years of hard work. It was very striking. Hua Xiaoye's eyes seemed glued to him. She looked down from his broad shoulders to his waist. The hem of his undershirt was slightly lifted, showing a firm waist and stomach. His tan skin glowed warmly under the light, and she could faintly see the muscles moving with each breath. She instinctively bit her lip, suddenly feeling her throat tighten and her mouth dry. Lu Changzheng didn't seem to notice her gaze. He picked up a broom and twisted it with force. With this effort, the muscles in his arm instantly bulged. His biceps formed a hard curve, and veins were faintly visible along the muscle lines, like hidden blue snakes under the skin. Hua Xiaoye's eyes accidentally swept over his arm and saw several scars of different depths. The deepest one was round, like a gunshot wound from a movie, with a darker scab that stood out against the surrounding skin under the dim, yellow light. These scars weren't pretty, but on him, they looked like medals, making him seem even tougher and more masculine. He quickly moved the straw with strong, rough fingers, working fast and steadily. Every time he exerted force, his back muscles tensed again. Sweat ran down his spine, soaking the old undershirt and sticking to his skin, outlining his muscles more clearly. Hua Xiaoye wanted to look away, but her eyes wouldn't obey. She kept glancing at him, his clenched jaw, the sweat on his forehead, the bulging veins on his neck when he strained, and all those scars, big and small. What's wrong? Lu Changzheng suddenly looked up and stared directly into her eyes. Hua Xiaoye suddenly felt like she had been burned and quickly snapped out of her thoughts. She tightened her cloth in her hand, her throat dry and blocked. She mumbled, "It's nothing, big brother. I'll also clean the bed in this room. It's all dusty." After saying that, she almost ran out of the room like a frightened rabbit. A faint, hard-to-notice flicker of emotion crossed Lu Changzheng's eyes. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His fingertips accidentally touched the scar on his shoulder. He remembered her bright, slightly anxious and obsessed-looking eyes when she looked at him earlier. His Adam's apple involuntarily rolled. He looked away, but his movements slowed down. The suppressed feelings inside him started to surge uncontrollably again. Hua Xiaoye returned with a clean cloth and carefully wiped the bed in Lu Changzheng's room again. The dim yellow light slanted across the earthen bed, stretching her shadow long and thin. From an angle she couldn't see, Lu Changzheng's hand movements slowed down. At this moment, Hua Xiaoye's posture, with her waist bent and hips slightly raised, made her pants waistband stretch tightly over her body, outlining a smooth, rounded curve. As she moved to wipe, her body swayed gently, exuding a natural, charming allure. Lu Changzheng's Adam's apple suddenly rolled, and the broomstick in his hand dropped with a snap onto the ground. He instinctively took a half-step forward, his gaze seemingly attracted by an invisible magnet, fixed on her and unable to look away. Her waist was slender, and when she leaned forward, a shallow hollow was visible at her lower back. The fabric of her pants clung tightly to her skin, with even the texture of the cloth clearly visible. When she straightened up to breathe, the waistband stretched slightly with her movement, revealing a more defined curve. It made his heart tighten, and his throat felt dry and hot, as if a fire was burning from his throat to his chest. Hua Xiaoye was completely unaware of his gaze and focused on cleaning the bed. She worked diligently, her elbows slightly bent. The fabric of her back was pulled tight, even though she wore multiple layers of sweaters and shirts. The outline of her shoulder blades was faintly visible, making her look alluring and captivating. Lu Chongjun quickly picked up the broomstick from the ground, pretending to tidy up, but his eyes kept drifting toward her. Even from so far away, he seemed to still smell her gentle fragrance, which boldly entered his nostrils, making his breathing grow heavier. He remembered earlier outside, when two people's noses brushed together and her innocent, confused eyes. Now, seeing her like this, his suppressed desire suddenly surged. He threw the broom onto the ground and unconsciously untied the hemp rope with his fingers. Hua Xiaoya heard the noise and looked back at him, her face still a little red. "Big brother, are you finished?" After these days of contact, her fear of this man had lessened a bit. She didn't know exactly when, but whenever she talked to him, her lips would unconsciously lift into a slight smile, and her eyes were clear. She had no idea that her recent posture was making him feel restless. Lu Chongjing's gaze suddenly met hers, like he was burned, and he quickly looked away. He retied the loosened hemp rope, and his voice was a little hoarse. "I've finished tying one." He picked up another broom, his knuckles turning white from the effort, and his rough palm was covered in tiny beads of sweat. His mind was filled with the images he had just seen, the tight waistband, the gentle curves, and her focused movements as she wiped.
His throat was dry now.
He lowered his head and licked his lips, acting as if nothing was wrong. "Xiaoya, help me make the bed." "Sorry to trouble you." Hua Xiaoya heard his hoarse voice and felt something was off. Okay. His bedding was folded neatly and placed on the kong, a traditional bed. The cabinet was old, a gift from his mother's family when she got married. Hua Xiaoya took the bedding and spread it in the middle of the kong, bending down gently and carefully. She had no idea that behind her, someone was watching her with fiery eyes. The bedding was close to her body. Lu Chongjun watched her smooth out the corners of the quilt, as if a small hand was caressing his body. He couldn't hold back anymore. He untied the hemp rope around his waist, came behind Hua Xiaoya, and raised his hand to hold her in his arms. "Xiaoya," he said, placing one hand on her shoulder. She was startled and turned around, her hair brushing his arm, sending a shiver through her. Lu Chongjing's heart trembled. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Her close proximity made her heart beat faster. She leaned back, trying to create some space between them, but her waist softened and her back pressed against the quilt. Her legs intertwined with the man's thighs. Hua Xiaoya suddenly panicked. She quickly reached out to push the man away, but before her hands could touch his shoulders, the man reached out and grabbed her waist, helping her stand up. Then he quickly let go, sat on the edge of the bed, and created some distance between them. He pointed to his hand and said, "Help me change the medicine. It was the wound from yesterday." After a busy day, the cloth wrapping the wound was dirty and torn, with loose threads, and the wound was exposed, not yet scabbed over. It definitely needed more anti-venom water. "Oh, okay," Hua Xiaoya responded a little slowly. She hurriedly straightened up and went to get the anti-venom water. Just as she bent down, she heard footsteps from the outer room. Lu Tsueha, Zhang Shunying, and a few others had returned. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were secretly competing, while Lu Duofu and Lu Chonghai were caught in the middle, trying to smooth things over. Hua Xiaoya's hand paused slightly. An uncontrollable thought popped into her mind. The reason her eldest brother suddenly helped her up was because he heard these people returning. But then she thought she was overthinking. She hadn't done anything shameful, so why hide and sneak around? Yet, when those people entered, she inexplicably felt guilty. It was like the feeling she had yesterday when she was staring at her eldest uncle's backside. She shyly pressed her lips together. Today, she hadn't just looked at his backside, she had looked all over his upper body. Now, whenever she closed her eyes, all she could see was her eldest uncle's muscular body. She helped Lu Chonghai apply the medicine in front of the whole family. None of the 4 family members seemed to mind. Zhang Shunying entered the room with a stern face. Lu Duofu couldn't control his eldest son anymore and was losing authority at home. Lu Tsueha greeted the two and picked up a broom from the ground, looking around. She praised Lu Chonghai's skill generously. Really good. I didn't expect Big Brother to have this talent. Lu Chonghai said, I learned it from Grandpa when I was young. Lu Chonghai couldn't resist teasing and sneaked into the kitchen to eat. Lu Tsueha quietly moved to the door and caught him red-handed. You said you wouldn't eat, right? Such a backbone. I've been working all day. If I don't eat something, are you planning to starve me to death? Lu Tsueha was too lazy to bother with him. Turning to Han Xiaoya, she looked at Lu Chongjing's wound and asked, I've been holding it in all day. Big brother, how did you get hurt on your hand? Got scraped by a plow yesterday. Oh, Lu Tsueha then looked at the scars on Lu Chongjiang and asked, Are these for when you were in the army? Han Xiaoya also looked at the man with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Lu Chongjing softened and spoke with a bit more warmth. That's what happens on the battlefield. You have to risk your life. Han Xiaoya thought about the money he sent home. Did you exchange your life for that money? Yes. Lu Chongjing looked into her eyes and knew she was probably thinking about her bride price. Her conscience flickered, but was quickly drowned by bad thoughts. Soldiers in the countryside, what else can we do if not work hard? Of course, working hard isn't just for money. It's also for the dream of protecting our home and country. But now, a trace of regret flashed in Lu Chongjing's eyes. What kind of dream is that, really? Han Xiaoya definitely fell into his trap. She remembered that her bride price was also paid with her brother's hard-earned money, and she felt very guilty. It's a pity. The bride price we gave was used for my brother's marriage. Her voice grew softer and softer, until she couldn't speak out of shame. Lu Chongjing looked at her and regretted his harsh words earlier. He turned to look at the two people making the bed on the north bed and said, It's okay. Someone else owes me a debt. When he said this, the two on the bed quickly looked away, feeling guilty. Lu Tsueha also quietly let out a sigh of relief. Oh my, she was so scared, worried that her eldest brother might ask her for bride price money too. She looked at Han Xiaoya and thought she was so foolish. How could she take on such a burden herself? No, she needed to teach Han Xiaoya a good lesson. Since they are both daughters-in-law of Zhang Shunying, if she treats the bride price as a debt, what should she do? What if Zhang Shunying keeps bringing it up, forcing them to pay back? Lu Tsueha decided to act accordingly. After Han Xiaoya finished bandaging Lu Chongjing, she made an excuse that she was afraid to go to the bathroom and took Han Xiaoya outside to give her a good talk and teach her a lesson. Hua Xiaoya couldn't help but feel upset and said, I just think it's wrong to use my older brother's hard-earned money as bride price. It makes me uncomfortable, she asked. What do you mean you're uncomfortable? Is this money yours to use? The bride price was paid by Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu. Your parents took the money, not you. Why should you feel uncomfortable? Hua Xiaoya frowned and said, Things can't be calculated like that. Lu Tsueha replied, If not like that, then how? Maybe you should just live with our eldest uncle instead of waiting for Lu Chongjiang. Then that 1,000 yuan would be worth it. Before Lu Tsueha finished speaking, Hua Xiaoya covered her mouth. How can you say such things? Are you trying to ruin me? Hua Xiaoya looked at Lu Tsueha with a sad face. Lu Tsueha immediately regretted what she said. She was careless and just spoke whatever came to mind. If others heard her say that, it would be a big problem. She quickly apologized. Don't be angry. It's my fault. I won't mention it again, okay? She sincerely apologized. Hua Xiaoya, being easygoing, didn't want to pursue the matter further. She nodded and took her hand back. She lowered her head and said, Don't worry, I understand the importance. I won't cause you trouble in the future. She had already thought it through. She felt guilty about Lu Chongjing but could try to make up for it in other ways. Lu Tsueha's words also made sense. If she really wanted to repay the money, she could save little by little and do it quietly. There was no need to involve Lu Tsueha. But right now, she had no money at all and didn't know how to repay. Suddenly, Hua Xiaoya remembered what Lu Tsueha had said yesterday. If you want to be the head of the family, I support you. Unexpectedly, Lu Tsueha waved her hands and said, No, please spare me. I don't want to be the head of the family anymore. With such a big debt looming, whoever is in charge will have to pay it back. I'm not that foolish. No, I have a cousin who is the same age as my older brother. I will tell my mother later, and I'll arrange for them to meet. It's good for my brother to have a family. What's wrong? My belt fell into the latrine. The latrine was dark and nothing could be seen inside. Hua Xiaoya looked annoyed as she held up her pants. The belt was actually just an old piece of cloth that had been used for many years. Lu Tsueha looked at her with a mix of sympathy and amusement. She reached out and tapped her forehead. Oh well, it's fallen, don't think about it. We'll get a new one later. She showed her own belt. Next time we go to the market, I'll buy you one like this, has a buckle, looks nice, and is strong. No need, that would be a waste of money. I have a piece of cloth that's fine, Hua Xiaoya said, not caring much about clothes. When she was little, she wore her mother's big cloth shirt, from age 6 or 7 until she got married. At first, it looked like a dress, but later it was patched so many times that she didn't mind. She couldn't remember how long she had used that belt. How can you be so hard on yourself? Lu Tsueha said, gently rubbing her head. No wonder you look so easy to bully. Hua Xiaoya listened and thought of what Lu Changjing told her yesterday. She looked at Lu Tsueha. If I treated myself better, wouldn't others stop bullying me? Of course. If you see yourself as someone important, others will too. Look at me. Lu Tsueha stood with her hands on her hips, chest out. Doesn't that say something? At home, she ate the best food, wore the best clothes, worked slowly, and avoided chores whenever she could. If Zhang Shunying scolded her, she would slap her face right away. Not just at home, but in the whole village, no one dared to mess with her. You have family backing you. Hua Xiaoya carried her pants out of the bathroom. People are different. Who wouldn't want to live like Lu Tsueha, living without rules? Lu Tsueha thought she was about to give up. You've just started to get a little stronger these days. Are you going to hide back in your shell again? That's not going to happen. Hua Xiaoya thought about how clumsy Zhang Shunying looked when she fell into the pot today at noon, and how happy she was when Zhang Shunying apologized at the door. Her eyes were full of determination. Lu Tsueha sighed in relief. Now I feel at ease. She hugged Hua Xiaoya and walked toward the house. When they reached the small alley, Hua Xiaoya refused to go any further. The big brother and the younger brother-in-law were inside, and she couldn't just walk in with her pants in her hand. It was too embarrassing. All right, I'll go inside and get her belt, Lu Tsueha said, then went into the house, leaving Hua Xiaoya standing alone. Soon, Lu Tsueha came out. Hua Xiaoya reached out to take it, but was asked, Do you know how to open it, huh? Big brother gave it to me. It has a buckle, like the one soldiers use. It's new and better than my belt. Everyone has a dream of being a soldier. Lu Tsueha, with a slightly sour tone, demonstrated how to use the belt to Hua Xiaoya. Hua Xiaoya also liked it. Just hearing the click of the buckle made her feel very excited. But when she thought it was Lu Changjing's thing, she felt a bit shy. If you like it, you can keep it. What are you saying? I wouldn't take anyone's stuff that's not mine, Lu Tsueha said as she helped Hua Xiaoya put the belt on her pants. And let me tell you something. If someone gives you something, you must not give it to others. That can hurt feelings. Worried that Hua Xiaoya might be too soft and be tricked, she warned her. If I give you something and you give it to someone else, I won't be friends with you anymore. Hua Xiaoya smiled. She liked Lu Tsueha speaking to her in such a close and caring way. She nodded and said, I'll remember. She definitely wouldn't give away her new belt or new shoes. Lu Tsueha was satisfied. Hua Xiaoya washed her hands. The two of them went inside. At this moment, Lu Changjing was busy making a third broom. It was true, practice makes perfect. The first broom took almost an hour to make, and the second only about 20 minutes. She went over to thank him. Lu Changjing glanced at her straight pants. We're family. No need to be polite. If you and the third sister-in-law need anything, just say so. Hua Xiaoya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So she wasn't the only one being treated kindly. Yes, I understand, big brother. Lu Tsueha also came over happily to thank them. She lacked nothing, but what was rare was Lu Changjing's kindness. The people on the heated bed looked over. It was interesting, two outsiders were treated like family by Lu Changjing. Meanwhile, their own family was seen as outsiders. They dared not complain and could only pretend to be indifferent. When Lu Chongjing left, Lu Chonghai snorted and said, "A belt. What's so special about it? Why are you so eager?" Lu Tsueha said, "Are you jealous because you keep staring?" Zhang Shunying warned Hua Xiaoya and Lu Tsueha, "Don't forget who's the boss here." Hua Xiaoya said, "I don't know who's the boss, but I can see clearly who has the bigger fist." Zhang Shunying was speechless. She thought, "Sooner or later, I'll lock you two in a room, and everyone in town will come to see the show." Hua Xiaoya turned over the shoe sole she had pressed yesterday. She sat on the bed and kept working. Lu Tsueha lazily leaned against the wall of the bed, letting Lu Chonghai rub her legs. "This place is really poor. Our village had electricity years ago, but now my dad's radio is just for decoration." This village was known as a poor place, among 10 or so nearby villages. Other villages had dug wells, built roads, and laid electric lines. Lu Tsueha was tired of hearing excuses. Since 1980, the village electrification project had started, but this village still had no power. Last fall, they wanted to get electricity, but the old village chief got sick, and the plan was delayed. The secretary said they'd get power once they bought the seeds. Forget it. Yang Baolu has said that so many times. It's as reliable as a 3-year-old's fart. I tell you, among the villages in 10 miles, your village is the worst. It's the year 2023, and everyone still relies on a single well for water. We've seen your village. No matter if it's poor or rich, every household has a well and electricity. I was blind to marry into the worst village in the whole town. Lu Tsueha's anger grew as she spoke, and Lu Chonghai could only try to soothe her. "Honestly, your village has one thing that outshines all the others." Hua Xiaoya was curious and asked, "What is it?" "Having children and having affairs." Hua Xiaoya accidentally pricked her hand with a needle. She quickly put her bleeding finger into her mouth. Turning her head, Lu Chongjing came in from outside the door. When he saw her holding her finger in her mouth, his expression immediately darkened. It's not surprising that Lu Tsueha said such things. In the entire Donggo village, having only 2 children like Yang Baolu's family next door is very rare. Most families have 3 or 4 children, and 5 or 6 or even 7 children are common. The Niu Laobi family at the east end of the village, trying to have a son, ended up having 9 daughters. They raised 6 of them, and the other 3 died young. They didn't even have a grave, just left on the mountain. There was also a girl between Lu Chonghai and Lu Chongjiang, but she died when she was less than 2 months old after being accidentally sat on by 3-year-old Lu Chongjiang. The Lu family kept this a secret, but Zhang Laobian's wife and her group liked to gossip. Every time they talked about this, they would call Hua Xiaoya over to ask if she had heard anything. As for having affairs and cheating, it was quite common. The village was poor, with many single men. Some men couldn't find wives and started to have bad ideas. Before Yang Qiqiao tried to flirt with Lu Chongjiang, she was also harassed many times. It is said that Zhang Shunying, her mother-in-law, also had a lover in her early years, but Lu Chongjiang and Lu Chonghai worked together to chase him away. Whether this is true or not remains to be verified. Hua Xiaoya looked at Zhang Shunying. When she heard this topic, her face looked very unnatural. Meanwhile, Lu Duofu, who usually was afraid of his wife, was glaring at Zhang Shunying with anger. It seemed very likely that the story was true. Hua Xiaoya lowered her head, trying to hide her mocking expression. Her finger was no longer bleeding. She continued to sew the shoe sole. The layered cloth shoes, though difficult to make, were very durable. One pair could last about 2 years. Her older brother's shoes would be ready to wear tomorrow. She was thinking about when her uncle, who had helped her so much, would be able to wear her new shoes. She didn't notice that the owner of the shoes, although holding a broom now, kept glancing at the person on the south bed. Lu Chongjing's mind was full of the scene where Hua Xiaoya was sucking her finger earlier. It was really exhausting. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." A small amount of guilt was covered by overwhelming joy, making her whole body tremble. At that moment, Hua Xiaoya on the bed seemed to sense something. Her eyelashes fluttered, Her eyebrows furrowed more deeply, and she mumbled something unconsciously. Lu Changzheng, as if burned, suddenly recoiled backward, forgetting to breathe. He stared at her tightly, afraid she would wake up or see his shameful state. Fortunately, she only turned over, facing away from him, and fell into a deep sleep again. Lu Changzheng heaved a sigh of relief, but his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He looked at her curled-up figure, his heart still burning with emotion, so much that his eyes turned red. It felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He took a few steps back, sat on his own bed, fingers resting on the pillow, but his mind kept thinking about how Hua Xiaoya's fingers brushed over the pillowcase. Her fingers were slender and delicate, fragile and boneless. Her whole body looked like a soft tofu. If you broke her apart or kneaded her, she would surely hold a lot of water. Hua Xiaoya had a dream. In her dream, a blurry figure kept appearing in front of her, holding her tightly, with solid muscles that made her feel sore all over. A big hand slid down her neck, then down further, until it firmly grasped her waist. It was desperately kneading. It was forcefully kneading. But she didn't know what was being kneaded. Hua Xiaoya reached out her hand, wanting to touch his face. But she only saw the scar on his collarbone. Big brother. Hua Xiaoya woke up suddenly from her dream. A familiar voice sounded beside her. What's wrong? Xiaoya, I'm here. Hua Xiaoya was struck like lightning. She opened her eyes and saw the face from her dream suddenly enlarging in front of her, causing her heart to race. No, it's nothing. I just remembered my big brother, about him getting married. My big brother and my sister-in-law are a couple. They got together on their own, and they love each other very much. But my sister-in-law's father disliked our family's poverty and insisted on taking 1,000 yuan bride price before agreeing to the marriage. Once the bride price reached my sister-in-law, she took it and gave it to her brother's wife's family. I heard her brother's wife also asked for a higher bride price to help her brother get married. Uncertain whether she was nervous or guilty, Hua Xiaoya looked at that face and didn't even know what she was saying. Lu Changjiang should directly marry your sister-in-law's younger sister-in-law. Huh? Hua Xiaoya looked at him in confusion, truly unsure why he said that. Go straight to the point, to save bothering so many people. Lu Changjing's face was darker than the night. What does he think women are? Merchandise to buy and sell? Lu Changjing was very angry, and he felt more tender toward Hua Xiaoya than ever before. Not everyone can keep the bride price money like Lu Tsueha did. Most girls are just part of a series of exchanges. Hua Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh softly. How could she marry your brother? The girl isn't foolish. Even if she exchanges bride price with her brother, not everyone is like their family, who only cares about money. This sentence made her smile look very sad. Lu Changjing couldn't hold back anymore. He reached out his hand, but changed his mind halfway. Instead of touching her face, his hand gently patted Hua Xiaoya's head. This small comfort made Hua Xiaoya feel guilty. Her older brother treated her like a little sister. In her dreamy, spring breeze-filled dreams, she always saw Lu Changjing's gentle and charming figure. The sound of someone turning over on the north bed came from behind. Hua Xiaoya shyly shrank her neck. Lu Changjing, under the moonlight, saw her flinch and hesitate. His heart tightened, and he softly said, "Sleep early." Hua Xiaoya nodded silently in response. Lu Changjing returned to his own bed. Soon, he felt the edge of the bed move, knowing someone had laid down. He also lay down, slipping his fingers into the gap of the fence. The gap was too small, not even half a finger could fit. The tight fence was like Hua Xiaoya's heart. Lu Changjing was eager to squeeze in, to possess her wildly, but he didn't know how. Hua Xiaoya's retreat made dark thoughts grow in his mind. If she knew how he had just kissed her little mouth, she would be terrified. If she knew he wanted to kiss her, hold her, and even do more, to possess her completely, would she be scared to death? Would she turn pale? Break down crying? Beg him to let her go? Just thinking about it made Lu Changjing excited and wild. His fingers desperately tried to squeeze through the gap. Hua Xiaoya leaned against the fence, hearing only a scratching sound in her ears.
She thought it was mice.
She was most afraid of mice, and was so scared she didn't dare make a sound. She wanted to wake her older brother next door, but was worried it would disturb the whole family and cause trouble. The awkwardness left over from her dream made her feel embarrassed to disturb her uncle. She could only hide under the blanket, trembling. She didn't know how long the mice had been causing trouble. Hua Xiaoya slept fitfully all night. When she woke up the next morning, her eyes were red with bloodshot streaks. Lu Tsueha, who was cooking, noticed she looked strange. "What's wrong?" "Didn't sleep well. Don't mention it," Hua Xiaoya yawned. "There are mice in our house. Last night, they kept scratching the walls." "Didn't you hear?" "No, I was busy all day yesterday and was exhausted. I slept soundly and didn't hear anything." As Lu Tsueha spoke, Lu Changzheng came in from outside. She quickly asked, "Big brother, Xiaoya said there are mice in our house scratching the walls at night. Did you hear it?" "I did," Lu Changzheng replied seriously. "I was thinking about whether to set a trap or ask someone to bring a cat," Hua Xiaoya and Lu Tsueha carefully discussed. "Better to bring a cat. If a cat meows, the mice will run away. Setting traps might not catch the mice because they are very clever now and won't step on the traps." "Exactly. Bringing a cat is safer." Lu Changzheng made a decision. "Then let's find a cat." He was quick to act. By noon, he had brought over some kittens from the neighbor Jiang Wenyuan's house in the backyard. Jiang Wenyuan was the village accountant, the same age as Lu Changzheng. His daughter was about to start middle school. Their mother cat had kittens, but Jiang Wenyuan hadn't decided which one to keep. Unexpectedly, Lu Changzheng went to their house and took all of them. Jiang Wenyuan looked like a dark-faced god. She usually avoided him and didn't dare ask for a cat herself. Tears in her eyes, she followed Lu Changzheng, hoping he would be kind enough to leave her favorite little yellow cat. Lu Changzheng didn't care what others thought. Lu Tsueha, unwilling to do chores, was in the garden with Lu Changhai and Lu Duofu, tidying up. Zhang Shunying hadn't eaten breakfast that morning. Now she was squatting outside by the wall, complaining about her hard life to Zhang Laobian's wife. Lu Changzheng carried the cat over to Hua Xiaoya, who was cleaning the glass. "Which one do you like?" Hua Xiaoya looked at the cats and then at him. She was about to point to the yellow cat's forehead when she saw the little girl Jiang Hongjin behind Lu Changzheng frowning, looking about to cry. After thinking for a moment, she chose the black and white calico cat in the middle. "This one, it's the prettiest." Lu Changzheng handed the calico cat to Hua Xiaoya and then gave the other cats back to Jiang Hongjin. The little girl immediately stopped crying and smiled. She looked at Hua Xiaoya happily and walked away contentedly. Lu Changzheng frowned, then looked at Hua Xiaoya. "Do you really think this one is the best?" Hua Xiaoya nodded. The black and white cat was very clear and pretty, and she thought it was a good choice. She gently petted the cat's head. The cat curled its head slightly, seeming a bit timid, but its bright eyes looked very clever. Its soft meow made everyone feel warm inside. Hua Xiaoya loved it even more. Lu Changzheng looked at her gentle face with a loving gaze. Then he looked at the kitten in her arms, feeling a bit jealous. "Let's give it a name." "Me name it?" Hua Xiaoya couldn't believe it. "Of course, who else? You chose this cat, after all." She didn't expect there would be something in this family she could have a say in. Hua Xiaoya looked at Lu Changzheng, feeling as if her heart was sprinkled with sugar. "Let's call it Xiaoman. Xiaoman means a little fullness in the world. It's a good name." Hua Xiaoya looked at Lu Changzheng and couldn't quite describe her feelings. Being understood so instantly made her nose feel a bit sore. At that moment, she suddenly wondered if, even if she said the cat was a dog, her older brother would also agree without hesitation. It was so absurd.
How could that be?
Even her own brother wouldn't do such a thing. Hua Xiaoya handed the cat to Lu Changzheng, quickly turning her head to hide her tears. Lu Changzheng pretended not to see her red eyes and just pointed at Xiaoman, saying, "Remember, this is your mom." Then he held the cat and went back to his bed, softly saying to the kitten, "I'm your dad." Before he finished speaking, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from behind. Xiaoman naturally wouldn't answer. It just meowed and tried to climb out of his arms. "Mom is gentle and fragrant. She is about to go back." The person entering the house is Zhang Shunying. Seeing the cat in Lu Changjing's arms, she screams exaggeratedly, "Why are you keeping this? The house already has so many mouths to feed, and you still keep a cat. It's so annoying when it meows. This family is already noisy enough, and now there's a cat too." Zhang Shunying is about to go crazy. "Catch mice," Lu Changjing says without even lifting his eyelids. "Last night, I got up to go to the bathroom and saw a mouse crawling over your head into your quilt. Didn't you feel it?" Ah, a louder scream. Zhang Shunying starts patting herself, feeling like every inch of her skin has been stepped on by mice. "Then why didn't you wake me up? Afraid that if you open your mouth, the mouse will run inside." Zhang Shunying is going crazy, covered in goosebumps, with her hair standing on end. "You lied to me. Tell me you're lying." She almost shakes Lu Changjing's arm. "I never lie," Lu Changjing says coldly. "You know that. It's just because she knows that it's scary." Zhang Shunying can't take it anymore. She pulls aside the curtain and quickly goes to change her clothes. Lu Changjing goes to the inner room and sees the little cat already lying at Hua Xiaoyu's feet. Hua Xiaoyu pets the cat's back. It's not afraid of strangers. If it weren't for the cat being inside, Zhang Shunying would definitely be furious at her. Now she's laughing so hard her stomach hurts. "My older brother says he never lies. Is it only because he doesn't lie to people?" Lu Changjing snorts disdainfully. "Little thing, it knows who looks the best, who is the most kind, and who is the softest." Knowing there are mice in the house, Lu Duofu and Lu Henghai didn't oppose keeping the cat. Zhang Shunying sighs as if resigned and says irritably to Hua Xiaoyu, "You keep this cat and you have to take care of it. The little cat needs to eat, drink, pee, poop, and sleep." She doesn't care, even if she kept the cat because a mouse crawled into her quilt. Knowing the truth, Lu Tsueha and Hua Xiaoyu exchange a knowing look. Lu Tsueha almost laughs and reveals her amusement. She then whispers to Hua Xiaoyu, "I thought I had Zhang Shunying under control, but I didn't expect there's always someone better. Our eldest uncle always knows exactly where to hit her hardest. My older brother is in the army and knows military tactics. Besides, they've spent so much time together before. He must know all her weaknesses." Hua Xiaoyu thinks her eldest brother is the most just and clever person in the world. In just a few words, he can make Zhang Shunying upset and flustered. "I wish I had that kind of skill too." That night, she heard the scratching at the fence and woke up. She saw the kitten sitting by the fence. She picked it up and said, "Little thing, I raised you to scare mice, but you're doing the same thing as the mice." The big mouse next door heard this and quietly stopped moving. The next morning, she saw the little kitten sleeping peacefully against Hua Xiaoyu's chest. Lu Changjing's possessiveness flared up, and he almost threw the kitten out. Luckily, Hua Xiaoyu woke up in time. She had already pressed the soles and uppers of the shoes. She sewed the shoes from the inside out, and just before going out to buy seeds, she finished Lu Changjing's new shoes. Once he put them on, he didn't want to take them off. He had never worn custom-made shoes before, shoes made exactly to fit his feet. They were so comfortable. His arch was high, and his usual shoes always left marks on his instep, which was very uncomfortable. Hua Xiaoyu added 2 pieces of elastic fabric at the shoe opening, so they weren't too tight or loose. They fit perfectly just like her, made just for him. "Thank you. If my mother knew someone put so much effort into making my shoes, she would be at peace even in the afterlife." His serious expression made Hua Xiaoyu momentarily unsure of what to say. Fortunately, Lu Tsueha came over happily and asked, "Big brother, you can't just praise Xiaoya's sewing skills. Are the fabrics I gave not good enough?" "Good, of course they are," Lu Changjing replied generously. "What do you want? I'll buy it for you." Hua Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. "I don't want anything. I have everything I need." Lu Tsueha gently pinched her waist and said to Lu Changjing, "Xiaoya, and I want to eat red sausage. I heard it's very famous over there." "Okay, I'll buy some for you," Lu Changjing promised. Hua Xiaoyu said, "That stuff is expensive. Big brother, just buy a little to try. Don't buy too much. I know what I'm doing." Lu Changjing was quite blunt. "Xiaoya, help me pack some things. After a few days away, she would definitely need to bring clothes and toiletries, especially since Lu Changzheng is such a particular person. Hua Xiaoya didn't think much about it. Her eldest uncle is a kind-hearted, righteous man. As his sister-in-law, she naturally helps out whenever she can, since they are family. Lu Tsueha came along with her, just watching without offering to help. She scolded Hua Xiaoya, "You're so careless again. This person, you need to exchange favors with him. If we refuse to bring things this time, do you believe that next time Big Brother won't bother us anymore? Huh? Is that so?" Hua Xiaoya frowned. "What do you think? Do you think Big Brother is the kind of person who likes to owe favors?" Lu Tsueha liked Hua Xiaoya's straightforwardness, but worried that her personality might be too stubborn. "Think about it. Why are you willing to make shoes for Big Brother? Isn't it because he always supports you? Helps you get justice?" Hua Xiaoya learned her lesson. But spending money, that's not right. Money is a pain. When we spend it, we still need to earn more. How can we make money if we don't know how to spend it? Lu Tsueha poked her forehead. "You're so biased. You care about Big Brother's sausage, but you don't care about my new fabric." Hua Xiaoya hesitated. "Maybe I can make that pair of shoes for you to wear. Get lost." "Hua Xiaoya, get lost." Lu Tsueha shouted fiercely, but she was actually leaning close, scratching her armpits to vent. Hua Xiaoya laughed so hard her legs went weak, and she could only beg for mercy. Lu Changzheng brought over some clothes and saw Hua Xiaoya like this. She looked like a lotus flower with dew, so beautiful it made people's hearts flutter. That night, the anxiety of parting made the fence again be scratched loudly. As she scratched, Lu Changzheng's hand shifted slightly, and he saw the fence plank and nails tilt to one side together. He paused slightly. In the wide gap, Hua Xiaoya was covered with a blanket over her stomach, only wearing a thin inner shirt. Her soft, snow-like breasts were barely concealed. She slightly frowned, as if feeling a little wronged even in her sleep. The moonlight flowed over her forehead, highlighting the small curve of her nose and the soft pink of her lips, which were always pressed tightly together. Xiao Mao, the little cat, slept beside her pillow, curled up into a fluffy ball. Fate is very strange. Xiao Mao was only a little restless and meowed softly for a few nights at the beginning. Now, just a few days later, it has already gotten used to being her little nest. When Hua Xiaoyu does needlework, it also snuggles close to her, making others feel envious. Lu Changzheng's throat moved sharply, and his fingers clutched the bars. His gaze was fixed on Hua Xiaoyu's face, greedy, as if wanting to remember her expression deep in his bones. He remembered the kiss he stole a few nights ago, the softness of her lips, the sweet scent. A warm rush suddenly surged from his chest, making him feel hot all over. He took a very gentle breath, afraid to wake the person on the bed. The moonlight slowly shifted, climbing up her sideburns, revealing a few strands of messy hair. Lu Changzheng instinctively raised his hand, feeling an urge to smooth her hair. He watched her sleep unconsciously curl into the quilt, exposing a slender neck that looked dazzlingly white in the dark night. His hidden thoughts, like grass soaked in spring rain, crazily pushed to the surface. He remembered how she lowered her head when scolded by her mother-in-law, how her waist slightly drooped when she was tidying the bed, and when he protected her, how she looked up at him with shining eyes. From afar, a few rooster crows sounded, the clock struck twice, and a stray cat on the eaves purred contentedly. An itching sensation grew wildly at his fingertips, uncontrollable by Lu Changzheng. He breathed very lightly, as if afraid to disturb the quiet night. Slowly, he reached out, his rough palm with calluses gradually approaching her hand that was outside the quilt. Her hand was small, with rounded fingertips, slightly curled while sleeping, fragile and boneless. The moonlight fell on the back of her hand, shining with delicate light, making his throat move sharply again. Finally, his fingertips touched her skin. The warm sensation was like an electric current, rushing through his limbs instantly. Lu Changzheng's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively wanted to pull back, but that soft warmth and tenderness held him, making him reluctant to withdraw. He carefully cupped her hand in his palm. Her hand was soft and warm, with a layer of calluses on her palm. Clearly a child who had suffered a lot since childhood. Lu Chongxing gently wrapped her hand, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips over her knuckles, feeling the faint pulse beneath her skin, beating steadily in sync with his own heartbeat. His eyes showed long-held, suppressed intense feelings. The person in his arms seemed to sense something. Her fingers moved slightly, and her eyebrows furrowed. Lu Chongxing's breathing paused instantly. His whole body tensed like a drawn bow, afraid she would open her eyes and see his hidden feelings. He secretly hoped she would open her eyes and see his feelings directly, so he wouldn't have to hide anymore. After waiting for a while and seeing her just curl up more under the blanket, still breathing evenly, he finally let out a breath of relief. However, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He didn't dare to move, just holding her hand quietly, watching her peacefully. The moonlight slowly shifted from the back of her hand to his wrist, illuminating the prominent veins and revealing his obsession and strong desire to possess her in his eyes. The rooster crowed 3 times. Han Xiaoya yawned, stretched lazily, and placed the small cat she was cuddling onto the side. She got up to prepare breakfast. As the pots and pans clanged, Zhang Shunying on the heated bed immediately complained, "Getting up so early, like the king of hell, is it to scare us to death?" The clock struck 3:30. "Gather at 5. The village secretary emphasized it twice yesterday, Lu Chongxing said as he got up, tidied the bedding, and started to scold without delay. "Are you waiting for the secretary to trap the whole family in bed?" Hearing this, Lu Duofu also got up from the bed. "That's right, wife. Hurry up and make some sugar pancakes for us to eat on the way. When outside, everything is expensive. Bringing food from home is normal." Lu Duofu cared about face. He was afraid others would laugh at him for bringing big pancakes, so he could only ask Zhang Shunying to make sugar pancakes. Zhang Shunying didn't want to get up. "The second daughter-in-law has already gotten up. Let her do it for you. The second daughter-in-law doesn't know how to make sugar pancakes." "You know that," she said. "Hurry up, don't keep the secretary waiting." "Humph, I owe you all. Is this house so far from turning around?" Zhang Shunying reluctantly got up. Just as she was about to put on her shoes, she heard movement behind the curtain and kicked her shoes away again. "I don't feel well. I want to lie down." What kind of lowly person is she? And still wants to serve Lu Chongxing? Why are you like this now? Lu Duofu scolded while putting on his shoes. "You're not even old, yet you often complain about headaches and back pain. It's okay if you don't do farm work, but now you won't even make a meal. What else can you do? There are only a few chores at home. If one person does less, others have to do more. Also, everyone is about the same age." Seeing Zhang Shunying living comfortably every day while he still works hard, Lu Duofu feels uncomfortable inside. Hearing this, Zhang Shunying wanted to scold Hua Xiaoya for being sneaky and overly eager to please. But thinking of Lu Chongxing on the Kong bed, she swallowed her harsh words. "Forget it. Just endure for now. When Lu Chongxing leaves, she will see how she deals with that little wife. Whatever, do as you like. Anyway, I am the head of this family whether I am here or not. I am no longer the one in charge." Lu Duofu knew she was talking about Lu Chongxing. Their eldest son couldn't control everything himself. He just snorted coldly and ignored Zhang Shunying. Lu Chongxing remained calm. He folded his quilt neatly, then went to the inner room. He folded Hua Xiaoya's quilt into a tofu block and placed it in the corner, separated from his own quilt by a small fence. From the middle, it looked like a newlywed couple's matching bedding set. Breakfast was still flatbread, water rice, pickles, and some leftover food from last night. The smell of soybean oil from the outer room was unmistakable. Zhang Shunying kept asking Hua Xiaoya what she had done, but Hua Xiaoya ignored her. Until the two men got on Yang Hongbing's tractor, Hua Xiaoya secretly handed Lu Chongxing a bag of fermented dough pancakes and 10 cooked eggs. "I can't make sweet pancakes, so I can only give you this to eat on the way." The two people's gazes met in the air, and Lu Chongxing felt his heart soften. He let out a soft, His deep, husky voice made Hua Xiaoya blush. Seeing that the village secretary and Jiang Wenyuan had both gotten into the car, She quickly took 2 steps back and stood with Lu Tsueha. Yang Baolu told Wang Eryu to watch over the house well. The tractor drove away. It gradually disappeared into the distance until it was no longer visible. Hua Xiaoya pulled Lu Tsueha into the house. She took out 2 warm pancakes from behind the bowl rack and handed them to her. "Try this." Lu Tsueha's eyes lit up instantly. "Did you save these just for me?" "Yes. We don't have much flour left at home, so I could only save 2. Hua Xiaoya was worried about being disliked. When she was a child helping her second uncle's family, her aunt gave her a chicken leg. She was so eager to eat it that she only took 2 bites, then secretly took the rest home to share with her mother. But her mother scolded her for being sneaky and untrustworthy, saying she was acting like a beggar by taking leftovers. Hua Xiaoya was only 6 or 7 years old then and didn't understand why she was scolded. She just watched her mother divide the chicken leg into 3 parts for her older brother, younger brother, and father. She chewed on the bones while her mother scolded her for being poor and a beggar. Thinking of Lu Tsueha's kindness, she specially saved 2 pancakes for her, feeling nervous and worried about being scolded again. Unexpectedly, Lu Tsueha eagerly tore off a piece of pancake and put it in her mouth, then took a bite herself. The pancake was fluffy and soft, sprinkled with sesame salt. When eaten, it had a slight salty taste, and the more she chewed, the more delicious it became. She praised generously. "Don't say it, Xiaoya, your homemade pancake is even better than the sugar pancakes our grandma makes. Homemade pancakes stay soft for a long time, but sugar pancakes turn hard when cold." It showed how thoughtful Hua Xiaoya was. "As long as you like it. When we have more flour at home, I'll make more for you." Before she finished speaking, a sudden angry shout came from behind her. "Hua Xiaoya, you good for nothing. Not beaten for 3 days, and your skin is still tight, huh?" The crowd outside the front door had just dispersed. But suddenly, chaos erupted at the Lu family's entrance. Zhang Shunnying's scolding sounded like firecrackers, loud enough to be heard across half a street. "Hua Xiaoya, you wasteful woman. Who gave you the guts to touch the white flour in the house? There is only a small amount of flour at home, meant for guests. Yet you secretly made pancakes for those 2 troublemakers to take away." Zhang Shunnying stood in the middle of the yard with her hands on her hips, her hair flaring with anger, clutching a 2-foot fork. Lu Chongzheng has just left, and she feels she must teach this young woman a lesson. Lu Tsueha quickly put away the pancake and sent it inside. Hua Xiaoya stood at the door, seemingly unbothered by what was happening. She clenched her fingers around her clothes, but her usually gentle face showed a hint of firmness. "Mom, Dad and Big Brother went north to buy seeds. The road is long and tiring. Making some pancakes to fill our stomachs on the way isn't wasteful." Her voice was soft, but she no longer seemed timid, carrying a quiet strength. "Hey, you still dare to talk back?" Zhang Shunnying was choked by her words, her temper flaring even more. She raised her hand, ready to slap her. Next to her, her younger brother Lu Chonghai watched eagerly, stirring trouble. "Mom, don't waste your breath. This useless daughter-in-law, who doesn't even lay eggs, needs a good lesson. Otherwise, she'll be even more unruly in the future." Hearing this, Lu Tsueha hurried out of the house, trying to pull Zhang Shunnying back. "Mom, sister-in-law means well. Let it go. Get out of my way." Lu Chonghai grabbed Lu Tsueha and pulled her into his arms. "Our mom is teaching the second sister-in-law a lesson. It's none of your business. Stay out of it." Lu Tsueha, a woman, though fierce, was no match for Lu Chonghai, a strong man. She could only curse at him loudly. Encouraged by her son, Zhang Shunnying saw Lu Tsueha siding with Hua Xiaoya and grew even angrier. She swung her 2-foot fork toward Hua Xiaoya, shouting, "If I don't break your legs today, my name isn't Zhang." Villagers nearby heard the commotion and gathered around, leaning over the wall to watch and discuss. Everyone thought Hua Xiaoya would either lower her head and accept it or run away crying. But unexpectedly, just as the fire poker was about to hit her, she suddenly dodged to the side, moving as lightly as a rabbit. With a loud bang, the fork hit the ground, kicking up dust and leaving 2 holes. Zhang Shunnying didn't expect her to dodge. She staggered forward from the momentum, nearly falling flat on her face. You still dare to dodge? You're rebellious now. She steadied herself, her eyes red with anger, and raised her fork again, ready to strike. Hua Xiaoya did not stay in place this time. She took 2 steps back, and even smirked slightly. If she could fight, she would. If she couldn't, she would run. Her older brother's words echoed in her mind. Recently, the support and encouragement from Lu Chongzheng and Lu Tsueya had helped her turn her patience into courage to stand up. Zhang Shunying chased her out of the yard, waving her fork loudly. But Hua Xiaoya was quick and nimble, dodging left and right, always just avoiding her. She didn't run far, just circled around inside and outside the yard, teasing Zhang Shunying like playing with a dog, making her dizzy. Stop. If you dare, don't run away. Zhang Shunying panted heavily, her flesh wobbling, sweat dripping down her forehead and cheeks, soaking her clothes. She was used to a comfortable life and had never experienced such exhaustion. After a few rounds, her legs went weak. She leaned on her fork, gasping like a tired dog. Hua Xiaoya stood nearby, catching her breath, her face slightly red, but her eyes shining brightly. Mom, if you're angry, go rest. If you still want to fight, I'll be here. Her voice was gentle, but her words surprised the villagers watching. Wow, Xiaoya has changed, hasn't she? She used to be so obedient, bullied by Zhang Shunying. Now she's standing up for herself. Zhang Shunying is too much. It's just some flour. Why hit her so hard? Look at her. She's exhausted as if she ran 10 miles. So embarrassing. The villagers' gossip reached Zhang Shunying's ears. Her face turned red and white alternately. She was angry and anxious but couldn't run anymore. She pointed at Hua Xiaoya, trembling badly. You unfilial girl. I'll find your man and make him divorce you. Now get back home. Mom, there's no divorce letter now. That's called a divorce, Lu Tsueha corrected. And divorce doesn't mean your son doesn't want Xiaoya anymore. Maybe Xiaoya just doesn't want to be with your son anymore. Shut up. This daughter-in-law was everywhere in her mind. Zhang Shunying wished she could tear her mouth apart. Your younger brother is still here. If you want a man, wait until my dad comes back. Only then can you get divorced. Hua Xiaoya deliberately twisted Zhang Shunying's words, making her so angry she almost spat blood. Lu Tsueha couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Neighbors started talking loudly. They kept calling him that man and back then, which confused Lu Tsueha. Hua Xiaoya became more certain that the story about Zhang Shunying was true. Zhang Shunying suddenly remembered her past and felt angry and upset. Seeing Hua Xiaoya unprepared, she raised her fork and tried to hit her again. Just as the fork was about to hit Hua Xiaoya's head, Hua Xiaoya twisted her waist and dodged it. Zhang Shunying missed her target and was exhausted. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law started chasing each other again. Lu Chonghai heard others mention this and got excited. When he saw his mother start to fight, he wanted to help, but as he moved forward, Lu Tsueha quickly held him back. What are you doing? She asked sharply. She frowned and stopped Lu Chonghai from moving. Are you shameless? Daring to hit your sister-in-law? Listen, Lu Chonghai, if you dare hit Xiaoya today, I will divorce you. Lu Chonghai pointed at Hua Xiaoya's back and said, if she dares to talk to my mom like that, I won't hit her, but she dares to sit on my mom and do her business. Third brother, what are you saying? Is our mom's shoulder a toilet? Hua Xiaoya responded while dodging Zhang Shunying's attack, still able to reply. The villagers burst into laughter again. Lu Tsueha also couldn't help but laugh. Their Xiaoya was really getting better. She could say such things now. Zhang Shunying, running around the manure pit, was furious. Hua Xiaoya, if I don't beat you to death today, I will change my surname. Surnamed Hua sounds nice. Hua Xiaoya, worried Zhang Shunying might get even angrier, took a few steps back. Seeing she was only a step away from her, Zhang Shunying was happy. She forgot her anger and curse, grabbed her fork, and rushed toward Hua Xiaoya. Hua Xiaoya tilted her body. Zhang Shunying fell into the manure pit with a loud splash. Suddenly, everything went quiet. Jiang Wenyuan and Yang Baolu's wife, who had come to stop the fight, were stunned. A few days ago, they had just dug the toilet and the waste was buried in the pit, covered with soil and fermenting. This morning, Lu Duofu had just poured the contents of the urine jar on top. Zhang Shunying was buried inside, and the smell was terrible. Hua Xiaoye quickly stepped back, shocked by what she saw, and slowly covered her nose. At the hospital, Lu Chonghai and Lu Tsueha heard strange sounds and quickly ran outside. When they saw what was happening, they shouted in surprise.
Oh my!
What should we do? Lu Tsueha covered her nose in disgust and stepped back several paces. Lu Chonghai was about to hit Hua Xiaoye. You nasty woman! How dare you bully my mom? Today, I will beat you to death. Lu Tsueha and Jiang Wenyuan hurried forward to stop him. It's not the time for that. First, save your mom. Zhang Shunying was almost unconscious, covered in filth and waste. Lu Chonghai had no choice but to pull her out first. Zhang Shunying was covered in dirt and smelled terrible, making it hard to breathe. The villagers all kept their distance. Lu Chonghai used a whole bucket of water to wash her clean. Lu Tsueha quietly gave Hua Xiaoye a thumbs up. You really are something. She looked tired but surprisingly strong. Hua Xiaoye glanced at Yang Qiqiao behind the crowd. It's not really my fault. She fell in by herself. She had just been running around the pit on purpose. But she didn't expect it. The great leader was right. All those monsters and ghosts are just paper tigers. Zhang Shunying was just an ordinary person. She was older, heavier, and not as fast as Hua Xiaoye. Why was she so afraid? Hua Xiaoye thought she should seriously reflect on that. Zhang Shunying was soaked and trembling. She glared fiercely at Hua Xiaoye, then at the villagers watching, feeling angry and embarrassed. She threatened, just wait and see. I'm not done with you. After saying that, she supported herself with Lu Chonghai and limped into the house. Hua Xiaoye stood still, watching her back, feeling happy inside. The sun shone warmly on her face. She knew from today on, she would no longer be the soft target everyone bullied. The villagers, seeing there was no more excitement, gradually left. But their eyes on Hua Xiaoye had changed. They looked at her with surprise, admiration, and some complicated feelings they couldn't quite explain. A thorn hidden in cotton can't be ignored. Anyone trying to smooth or flatten it would need to think carefully. This early spring, a simple fight had quietly changed the atmosphere. Hua Xiaoye's open resistance to Zhang Shunying was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Yang Qiqiao returned home feeling worried. The children were at school, Lu Chongjiang was out herding sheep, and Chen Dugan was pounding his chest, asking her for water. Seeing the worry on her face, he asked what was wrong. Yang Qiqiao explained everything that had happened at Lu's family. I don't think it's a good thing. In the past, the cotton worker who never fought back or scolded anyone now dares to play tricks on Zhang Shunying. Did you see her attitude? Twisting her waist, swinging her shoulders, looking flirtatious. She's like a fox spirit reborn. Chen Dugan put the water scoop on the bed and hugged her. You say she's like a fox spirit? When it comes to flirtatiousness, no one can match you. You're so silly, always talking about these things that don't matter. You don't understand my worries at all. Yang Qiqiao leaned into his arms, gently tapping his shoulder. What are you worried about? That woman has become clever and manipulative, tired of being a widow, and wants to take back your lover. Chen Dugan's hands started to act mischievously. During the day? Isn't that embarrassing? Yang Qiqiao pushed him away. What if someone sees us? Chen Dugan, though not very strong, still had his manly instincts. He urged her to lock the door and draw the curtains. That calls for some tricks. Without Lu Chongjiang, how will we manage the household? That young man, although a bit naive, was quite good at working. Most importantly, without Lu Chongjiang, we couldn't find such a fool again. Do I need to tell you that? Of course I understand, Yang Qiqiao said, taking off her clothes and leaning into Chen Dugan's arms. I have plenty of tricks. I act like a virtuous woman in front of him, not paying much attention to you. Look now, even changing your underwear is left to him. Chen Dugan's hand rested on her body, and he chuckled. Yeah, maybe our son won't even be as respectful to me in the future. It's all because of my efforts. You don't know, this kid just rushes around recklessly. Yang Qiqiao pouted and cuddled into Chindugan. He's like a wild ox. Chindugan's hands moved more actively. All right, you must be tired. My big baby, today let me take good care of you. After some playful teasing, Yang Qiqiao panted softly. She lay on Chindugan, regaining her strength. Chindugan gently stroked her smooth back, his eyes filled with a sneaky look. Come up with a plan to make Lu Chongjiang tear up the divorce papers with that cotton ball, cut off his way out, and he will naturally focus on us. Yang Qiqiao nodded, her eyes turning with a bright idea. Since Lu Chongjiang is not home these days, we should act quickly. Otherwise, she remembered how Lu Chongjiang had stepped on Lu Chongjiang's face last time, and she still felt scared. I'm really afraid of these self-righteous people. They want to control everything. They're not even brothers, and who they choose to live with is none of their business. Chindugan saw things clearly. Soldiers often have these bad habits.
Don't see it as a bad thing.
I grew up with Lu Chongjiang, and he hates bullying the weak. He always helps those who are weaker. When we were kids, he even helped me fight. People like that, we don't need to offend. Later, we can find a chance to invite him for a meal. Whether or not they reconcile, having this person on our side is definitely good. Yang Qiqiao thought of Lu Chongjiang's face, feeling both nervous and annoyed. Is it really necessary? He's just an old bachelor and a retired soldier. Everyone says he didn't become a company commander. Maybe he made some mistake. Chindugan smiled at her innocence. If it was a big mistake, the higher-ups would have already told us. Small mistakes don't matter much. You said Yang Balu asked him to go buy seeds, right? Yes, not just for seeds, but also for bringing food on the way. Old Lu's family wouldn't cause such trouble today. Look, even Hua Xiaoya, that dull girl, knows to flatter Lu Chongjiang. That shows something's up. I think the village chief's position is still undecided. Old Mo has been trying for half a year, but hasn't succeeded. I believe the village chief will probably be him. Yang Qiqiao looked up at him. Can he really be the village chief? Chindugan chuckled. So, if you can win him over, our family will have even more hope. Yang Qiqiao felt shy and angry. What are you talking about? He's Lu Chongjiang's brother. So what? They work together for you, and wouldn't that make you happier? Stop talking nonsense. I hate it. Yang Qiqiao pushed him away and sat up to start dressing. Chindugan straightened up. Yes, nonsense. It's not just two people, it's the three of us working for you, all in the same boat. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Don't say that. The doctor said the medicine you're taking is effective. Maybe one day you'll get better. I hope so, Chindugan said with drooping eyelids. Honestly, I was kind of hoping I would just die quickly so I wouldn't be a burden to you both. That's not how you should say it, Brother Dugan. If you keep talking like that, how can I stay in this home? Lu Chongjiang said this and couldn't help but glance at Yang Qiqiao. If Chindugan's illness gets better, will he still have a place in this family? Yang Qiqiao coldly shot a glance at Chindugan. Stop saying such kind words. If you really die, you won't be able to bear it. She poured a bowl of sorghum rice for Lu Chongjiang. When Chindugan tried to hand her the bowl, she flicked her sleeve and threw the spoon into the basin. It was clear she didn't want to serve him. Lu Chongjiang was worried Chindugan might misunderstand, so he quickly helped fill the rice bowl and then turned to scold Yang Qiqiao. Qiqiao, how can you treat Brother Dugan like that?
He's not happy to be sick.
Besides, he's already feeling very unwell. You're doing this. Aren't you stabbing him in the heart? Chindugan quickly waved his hands, saying it was fine. Yang Qiqiao started to cry. What do you want me to do? He's been sick for so many years. I've been here at the bedside taking care of him. What more do you want? Lu Chongjiang hurriedly held her in his arms, comforting her gently. Yang Qiqiao, half lying in his embrace, with tears in her voice, said, My life is hard. I married a man like this. I want to have a child for you, but my belly is not cooperating. I don't know when I'll be able to get pregnant. There's no rush, Lu Chongjiang said, his worry fading with her complaint. Children are a matter of fate. If it hasn't happened yet, it just means the time isn't right. We should take good care of Brother Dugan. Heaven favors good people. Even if it's just because of our sincerity, I believe it will give us a son. Maybe even make you pregnant with twins if it makes us happy. He spoke passionately, not noticing that under the table, Yang Qiqiao's toes were being kneaded by Chindugan. I hope so. Changjiang, if I have your child, do you think your parents will let us visit them? They should. Probably. Lu Changjiang replied uncertainly.
But don't worry.
No matter what my parents think, I am completely devoted to you. Yang Qiqiao finally stopped crying and started to smile, but quickly changed the subject, talking about the morning's events. I saw with my own eyes your mother fall into a dung pit and get covered in filth. It was so pitiful. Lu Changjiang's face changed. Chen Dugan provoked him, saying that Hua Xiaoya is also ungrateful. If I were her man and dared to treat my mother like that, I wouldn't let her go. Lu Changjiang put on his shoes and got ready to leave. You shameless girl, I'm going to deal with her now. She dares to lay hands on my mother. Just watch me teach her a lesson. Take it slow. The old lady was so pitiful back then, it really made people feel sad. I wanted to help, but my reputation wouldn't allow it, and your mother also disliked me. Yang Qiqiao spoke while wiping her tears, looking very wronged. But Lu Changjiang was most sensitive to her tears. Hearing her, he felt both angry and worried. He gently held her and comforted her. Don't worry. My parents are just confused right now. Soon, they'll realize that you are the best woman in the world. As for Hua Xiaoya, he already didn't like her. She dared to fight his mother, relying on her status as his wife. He put on his shoes, full of anger, and stormed out of the yard. Yang Qiqiao looked at Chindugan with a slight smile, then hurried after him, standing at the gate and shouting, Changjiang, don't be impulsive. If your older brother finds out, he definitely won't let you go. Lu Changjiang remembered how he was humiliated last time when Lu Changjiang stepped on him. He paused slightly. But then he thought, Lu Changjiang wasn't home now. What was he afraid of? Yang Qiqiao thought for a moment and followed him. Zhang Shunying was soaked through by buckets of cold water. She lay on the Kong, heated bed for a long time, still shivering even under the quilt, feeling cold air seeping from her bones. Even so, she still felt a foul smell all over her body. Mom, drink some hot rice soup. Don't catch a cold. Lu Chonghai placed the hot rice soup on the Kong, then quickly stepped back 2 meters. He couldn't help but think about how disgusting it was to imagine washing and rinsing Zhang Shunying, and he almost vomited. He hadn't even eaten lunch. Seeing her son's disgusted look, Zhang Shunying wanted to scold him. But just as she opened her mouth, she hiccuped. Lu Chonghai almost ran away. Zhang Shunying looked at him leaning back and became angry again. She pushed the bowl of soup away and said, I won't drink it. If I freeze to death, so be it. Living only makes my son dislike me. The bowl was pushed over, spilling all the rice soup inside. The hot soup made Zhang Shunying cry out in pain and sit up quickly. Lu Chonghai, feeling helpless, took a cloth to wipe the bed. Can you stop causing trouble? Can't you see? Besides me, who else is willing to take care of you? Lu Chonghai also felt helpless. He thought that since his older brother wasn't home, Hua Xiaoya would be easier to handle. But he forgot that his wife was also very stubborn. Instead of supporting him and his mother, she was completely on Hua Xiaoya's side. Since she fell into the toilet, he had been the one taking care of her. The 2 other wives paid no attention at all. Hearing this, Zhang Shunying got even angrier. She slapped her thigh and started crying loudly. Oh my goodness, what kind of life is this? My son is unfilial, and I spent so much money to marry a wife who now bullies me. What did I do in my past life to deserve this? Good people get no reward. Outside, the 2 people eating heard her complaining like she was acting in a play and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Tsueho was eating a big pancake and some shredded potatoes, looking tired and listless. The 2 steamed pancakes she had earlier had already been shared with Hua Xiaoya. Now she still remembered and said, I can't take it anymore, Xiaoya. Next time you make some steamed pancakes, please make more for me. Hua Xiaoya smiled and said, next time I make some, I'll definitely make more for you so you can eat enough. That's more like it. What else do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I'll make it for you. Hua Xiaoya had been busy around the stove since she was young. She could make anything she had seen or eaten before. But for things she hadn't seen or eaten, she couldn't do anything about it. I want to eat chive pockets. Can you make those?
Can do.
I see the chives growing at the corner of our yard. In a couple of days, I'll make some chive sauce for you to try. Great, I love chive sauce too, Lu Tsueha said. As she spoke, she noticed Hua Xiaoya staring intently at the door outside and couldn't help but look over as well. Lu Chongjiang, who hadn't been home for 2 years, was standing at the door, hesitating whether to come in. But his hesitation was brief. Soon he entered the yard. Lu Tsueha frowned and said, "Why did he come back all of a sudden? It's probably not a good sign." Seeing his fierce look, it was like he was here to demand money. "What are you doing?" Lu Tsueha turned to look at Hua Xiaoya, looking confused. "What are you doing?" "Rock, paper, scissors." Hua Xiaoya didn't answer. She just smiled at her and kept practicing kicks under the table. The women inside also saw the person coming in through the front door. Lu Chonghai hurried out and looked at Hua Xiaoya with dislike. "Your man is back. Are you blind? Why don't you go out and see him?" As he spoke, he reached the door and blocked Lu Chongjiang from entering. "Why are you back? Do you even have the right to come back? This is my home. Why can't I come back?" "I came to see our mom." Lu Chongjiang raised his hand, trying to push him aside. But Lu Chonghai stood firm. "See our mom? Do you even have the right to mention her? Because of you, our mom and dad lost a lot of respect in the village. Do you know that? Come on, you're only good at this. Stop blaming me. I'll ask you, was our mom thrown into the cesspit because of someone? Can she still sit there and eat? What kind of son are you?" Lu Chongjiang pointed at Hua Xiaoya inside the house, eyes blazing. "Lu Chonghai, are you just going to watch our mom be bullied like that? Aren't you going to do anything?" "I won't." Lu Chonghai sneered. "Our mom fell into the cesspit. I've been taking care of her all morning, washing, cleaning. I even brought her some rice soup just now. And you? 2 years, and you haven't even stepped inside the house. I thought you two were just thin and weak. When that woman Yang shakes her hips at you, you forget who you are? Who gave you permission to insult her?" Lu Chongjiang couldn't stand anyone speaking badly of Yang Qiqiao. He pushed Lu Chonghai away. Lu Chonghai wanted to stop him, but seeing him head straight for Hua Xiaoya, he retracted his hand and simply leaned against the door, watching the scene. Lu Chongjiang, going to pull Hua Xiaoya away, was acting foolish. Hua Xiaoya daring to hit her mother was also asking for trouble. Just when he was worried no one would teach Hua Xiaoya a lesson, he was happy to watch the chaos. Seeing Lu Tsueha stand up to defend Hua Xiaoya, he quickly stepped forward, picked her up, and moved her away from the fight. Lu Tsueha struggled to break free from his arms, and they repeated the morning struggle. "Get up!" Lu Chongjiang was angry. He remembered how Hua Xiaoya had been teased by Mao Laowu at the well a few days ago, and hadn't dared to make a sound. Now she acted as if she didn't see him, which made him even angrier. Hua Xiaoya just took a bite of a big pancake, and is now slowly chewing and swallowing. She looks at the person standing in front of her and asks, "Who are you? Why do you say I should stand up? And I will. I am your man." Lu Chongjiang slams the table, making the dishes and chopsticks shake. Hua Xiaoya only tilts her head and looks behind him. "You are my man, but who is she?" Lu Chongjiang turns around and sees Yang Qiqiao standing in the yard, looking at him sadly, as if she has been there for a while. No one expected Yang Qiqiao to come along. Not even Lu Chonghai, who just wanted to watch the fun. He was stunned. But soon, he only cared about watching the drama. When Lu Tsueha tried to speak up, he quickly covered her mouth first. Yang Qiqiao's presence made Lu Chongjiang feel very sad. The words, status, and relationship hit him hard. He likes Yang Qiqiao and respects her loyalty to Chendugan, but he and Yang Qiqiao have never had a proper relationship. His frustration and anger made him direct his anger at Hua Xiaoya. He shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, Hua Xiaoya. You bad luck charm." Lu Chongjiang kicked over the dung bucket beside him. The water splashed out with a loud splash, wetting Hua Xiaoya's pants. The dirty water seeped into her clothes, making her shiver. Are you saying I caused my mother to fall into the dung pit? Hua Xiaoya slowly lifts her head. Her eyes are calm and without emotion, but a faint, cold smile plays on her lips, full of mockery and indifference. Lu Changjiang, speak with your conscience. Her voice is quiet but clear, like an ice pick stabbing at people. Your mother slipped and fell on herself. Everyone in the neighborhood saw it. How can you say I did it? Are you blind and can't see the truth, or are you heartless and deliberately trying to blame me? Stop spreading lies about her, Lu Changhai shouts. You don't even know. Ever since Big Brother came back, she's been acting like she's the boss. She's always looking down on our mother. Today, she deliberately set her up and made her fall into the dung pit. At this moment, the two brothers are united again. Lu Changhai continues, at least you two registered and paid the bride price. If you don't take care of this woman, everything will really fall apart. When Lu Changjiang heard this, he became very angry. He pointed at Hua Xiaoyu's nose, spitting as he spoke, with a harsh and mean tone. Hua Xiaoyu, I tell you, today I have to teach you a lesson for my mother, you unfilial thing. He puffed out his chest and looked down on her. I am your man. Hitting or scolding you is right. You just have to accept it. Man, Hua Xiaoyu took a half step forward, her eyes suddenly sharp, like a needle hidden in cotton, finally showing her true strength. Lu Changjiang, do you even deserve to call yourself a man? Her voice suddenly rose a few notches, filled with long-held hurt and anger. Since I married into the Lu family, when have you ever treated me like a wife? During the day, you hang out with Yang Qiqiao, and at night, you sleep at her place. I do the housework, work in the fields, and serve your mother and father. You don't care at all. Now, something happened to your mother, and instead of thinking about how to take care of her, you come here to vent your anger on me. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm easy to bully? That you can just do whatever you want? Her words came out like a rapid fire, hitting Lu Changjiang so hard he was speechless. His face turned pale and then flushed, unable to say a word in reply for a long time. Changjiang, don't get so upset that you hurt yourself. Yang Qiqiao quickly stepped beside Lu Changjiang, gently holding his arm. Her voice was soft and sweet, like honey. In my opinion, Xiaoya, she didn't mean it. Auntie is a good person and everything is fine now. You must not hit her, or others will say you're bullying her and that wouldn't look good. As she spoke, she secretly gave Lu Changjiang a look, then gently wiped at the corner of her eye as if she was crying. Her expression was so adorable, it made people feel sorry for her. Lu Changjiang's heart instantly softened. He patted Yang Qiqiao's hand and spoke gently, as if his words could drip with honey. You, Qiqiao, understand things well. You know how to care about others. Look at her. She's so stubborn, like a piece of stone. My mother is like that too, but she can't even say a kind word now. She's really heartless. Yang Qiqiao lowered her head, her voice even softer, with a hint of hesitation and awkwardness. Sister Xiaoya might just be straightforward and not good at talking. Don't blame her too much.
But
when Annie fell, she was actually arguing and fighting with Xiaoya, so she didn't notice her footing. She stopped mid-sentence, as if afraid of offending Hua Xiaoyu. But her meaning was clear. This move surprised Lu Tsueha, who was standing nearby, and widened her eyes in shock, unable to believe someone could act this way. Hua Xiaoya simply looked at the two people coldly. Yang Qiqiao's behavior was not surprising at all. Over the past 2 years, the three of them had few encounters, but each time Yang Qiqiao said confusing things to stir up trouble between her and Lu Changjiang. However, Lu Changjiang always fell for her tricks. His anger, which had not yet cooled, suddenly flared up again, even stronger than before. He glared at Hua Xiaoya with a fierce look and reached out to push her face. Listen, Hua Xiaoya, what do you have to say? While I was away, you mistreated my mother. And now, Qiqiao is speaking up for you. You, on the other hand, just used her to make her uncomfortable. Watch me teach you, the unfilial and unkind person. Lu Changjiang's hand was swift, almost touching Hua Xiaoya's face. Lu Tsueha shouted anxiously, Xiaoya, be careful. She tried to elbow him to break free from Lu Changhai, who was holding her back. But Lu Chonghai was quicker and pressed her hand down. "I knew you'd use these tricks," he said with a sneer. After restraining his wife, he stretched his neck, waiting to see Hua Xiaoya get hit and look embarrassed. Yang Qiqiao's lips curled into a faint smile, secretly feeling proud. Lu Tsueha was worried and felt helpless. Zhang Shunying inside the house clenched her fists at the noise, cursing Hua Xiaoya to be beaten to death. But just then, Hua Xiaoya suddenly moved. She turned to the side, skillfully dodging Lu Chongjiang's hand, and grabbed a washboard with her left hand, fiercely blocking his arm. Lu Chongjiang didn't expect her to fight back. His strength was not enough, and he hit the water jar behind her, crying out in pain. Before he could react, Hua Xiaoya's right hand precisely poked at his eye.
"Ah!
My eye," Lu Chongjiang screamed, covering his eyes with both hands, backing away repeatedly, staggering and almost falling. Hua Xiaoya didn't stop. It seemed she had been holding back for a long time, and now she unleashed her strength. She kicked him hard in the lower body. This kick was fast and fierce. Lu Chongjiang felt a sharp pain and immediately curled up on the ground, crying out, "Ouch! That hurts so much. Hua Xiaoya, you crazy woman. How dare you hit me? Just hit you, what's the big deal? Do I need to pick in Lucky Day too?" Hua Xiaoya raised her hand to wipe the water off her pants, moving quickly and gracefully. Her expression was cold and distant, and her tone was full of disdain. The yard was completely silent. Lu Chonghai forgot to hold Lu Tsueha, and when he loosened his grip, Lu Tsueha hurried over to Hua Xiaoya, pulling her back. Her face was full of surprise and happiness. "Xiaoya, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hua Xiaoya gently patted her hand to comfort her, but took a half step back. Lu Tsueha was stunned. It seemed like the roles had reversed between them. Yang Qiqiao looked at her with disbelief. She never expected that the usually gentle and soft person could be so fierce. "Rebel. This is truly going against the heavens." Zhang Shunying's angry voice came from inside the house. She no longer cared about her quarrel with Yang Qiqiao and Lu Chonghai, or her dignity after falling into the manure pit. She came out with a pale face, her face still swollen from falling into a pot a few days ago, and today soaked in manure water, which made it even worse. Her expression twisted into a fierce grimace. "Hua Xiaoya, you wicked girl. How dare you hit my son? I will fight you." She lunged at Hua Xiaoya. Hua Xiaoya kicked out her foot and kicked the manure bucket that Lu Chonghai had just kicked over. Zhang Shunying was tripped and fell to the ground, landing with a loud thud. When she looked up, her face was covered in mud and blood mixed with manure. Lu Chonghai couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed a nearby fire poker and swung it at Hua Xiaoya, shouting, "Wicked girl, I won't stop until I beat you to death today." "Lu Chonghai, stop it." Lu Tsueha stepped forward to grab the fire poker. "Get out of my way." Lu Chonghai pushed her aside. "It's because of you and Lu Chongjing meddling that she dares to treat my mother like this. If I don't beat her to death today, I won't be named Lu." Lu Tsueha's head hit the stove, making a loud thud, and she fainted, calling out, "Xiaoya." Hua Xiaoya quickly went to help her up. "Lu Chonghai, how dare you hit Tsueha?" Lu Chonghai looked at Lu Tsueha, a flicker of fear in his eyes, but he quickly shifted all the blame onto Hua Xiaoya. "Isn't it your fault? If you hadn't caused trouble, would she be like this?" He truly couldn't understand Hua Xiaoya. She had lived peacefully in this house for 2 years. Although she worked more and was scolded and beaten more often, at least the family had given her a place to eat, not let her freeze or starve, and hadn't kicked her out. Now, with Lu Chongzheng and Lu Tsueha defending her, she couldn't just quietly be that gentle girl anymore. Instead, she kept causing trouble again and again. Feeling angrier, he raised the fire poker again, determined. He gritted his teeth and said, "Today, I will beat you into submission. Let's see if you dare to hurt my mother again." With Lu Chongzheng gone and Lu Tsueha unconscious, no one was there to protect Hua Xiaoya. If he didn't act now, he might never get another chance. Seeing this, Lu Chongjiang and Zhang Shunying hurriedly urged him, "Third brother, hit her. Beat her hard. If she doesn't learn her lesson, beat her to death." As the fire poker was about to fall, Hua Xiaoya instinctively wanted to dodge, but she saw Lu Tsueha in her peripheral vision. She suddenly realized that if she dodged, the blow would hit Lu Tsueha instead. She couldn't move. The expected pain didn't come. The fire poker was stopped by a big hand. Yang Hongbing stepped in front of Hua Xiaoya, grabbed the poker, and threw it on the ground. He angrily asked, "Lu Chonghai, you're really capable. All you know is to fight women, huh? Everyone stop. What are you all arguing about?" A loud voice rang out, and Wang Er hurried over. He was the security chief, a kind of official, and now his face was serious as he looked at everything happening. Lu Chongjiang was curled up on the ground, crying out in pain. Zhang Shuning was also on the ground, cursing. Hua Xiaoya stood in front of Lu Tsueha, breathing slightly faster but with a firm look in her eyes, showing no fear. Yang Hongbing stood in front of Hua Xiaoya, ready to fight. In the yard, there was also Yang Qiao. Yang Balu's wife had also come over, helping Hua Xiaoya to support Lu Tsueha and take her inside. This was really a mess. Wang Er's eyes twitched, remembering Lu Chongjing's request before leaving. His head hurt, and he said seriously, "Let's talk nicely."
What kind of scene is this?
Lu Chonghai, help your mother and brother up. What exactly happened? It's just a case of a family of 3 ganging up to bully Sister Xiaoya. Yang Hongbing sneered. It's been like this for the past 2 years. I didn't expect that today Long Jiang would even bring his mistress here. They really treat Sister Xiaoya as a fierce beast, attacking from both inside and outside. He glanced at Yang Qiqiao outside the door, who was standing like a willow tree. His words were straightforward and harsh. Yang Qiqiao felt resentful, another person defending Hua Xiaoya. She sobbed and said, "Brother Wang Er, please stand up for me. I didn't mean to bully anyone." She ran to Wang Er, wiping tears, and said, "Hua Xiaoya caused Annie to fall into the mud." Long Jiang just wanted to come and ask her for an explanation. She not only refused to admit her mistake, but also hit people. Look how badly Long Jiang was beaten. Then she changed her tone, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, and looked at Yang Hongbing. "Brother Hongbing, I know you're a good person, but you can't just favor Hua Xiaoya. You rushed here to defend her. Are you secretly having feelings for her?" Yang Hongbing's face darkened. He didn't expect Yang Qiqiao to say that. He looked at her coldly. A dirty heart sees everything as unclean. "Yang Qiqiao, clean your mouth. Everyone can see what the truth is. I have good eyes and a clear heart. I won't favor anyone." Wang Er stepped back, distancing himself from Yang Qiqiao, ignoring her, and turned to look at Hua Xiaoya, who had just come out of the house. "Xiaoya, tell us what really happened." Hua Xiaoya took a deep breath, slowly calming herself. She looked at Jiang Wenyuan with honest eyes, her voice calm but strong. "Accountant Jiang, I didn't hurt my mother-in-law. She slipped and fell by herself. The neighbors can testify, you were there too. Long Jiang came to hit me without knowing the facts. I was just defending myself." She paused, then looked at Long Jiang, who was curled up on the ground, with no emotion in her eyes. "I'm gentle by nature, and I can endure a lot, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. From now on, anyone who comes to trouble me without knowing the facts, Hua Xiaoya won't be easy to mess with." Sunlight shone through the window onto Hua Xiaoya's face. Her gentle, beautiful eyes, shining brightly, looked at Yang Qiqiao with a dazzling light that made it hard to look directly at her. "But Sister Dugan, I don't know why you're in my yard or why you're meddling in our affairs. This family's surname is Lu. Hua Xiaoya is the wife of this family. There is bride price, a matchmaker, and a marriage certificate. Hua Xiaoya has always seen this identity as a burden, a shackle. But now, standing in front of Yang Qiqiao, she is proud and upright. Suddenly, she finds it very funny. She even laughs out loud. Her laugh is like pouring oil on the fire. Yang Qiqiao didn't expect that. In the past, she often mocked and teased Hua Xiaoya, who is unofficially married, but today, Hua Xiaoya keeps attacking her. Under everyone's watch, she doesn't know how to respond. Lu Chongjiang hates to see her suffer and immediately steps in to protect her, saying, "She is my woman." Hua Xiaoya sneers, "Her man is Chen Dugan." Lu Changjiang's face seems to be slapped hard, turning red instantly. People are used to hearing about these things, but when Hua Xiaoya says them, it makes him feel deeply humiliated. Seeing that he's also lost face, Yang Qiqiao makes a sigh sound, looks at Lu Changjiang with a sad expression, and then turns around and runs away. Lu Changjiang, angry and ashamed, raises his hand again to hit Hua Xiaoya, but Yang Hongbing pushes him out the door. He points at Yang Hongbing, grits his teeth, but dares not say anything. The son of the village secretary, few people in the village dare to provoke him. Lu Chonghai, like his second brother, fears the strong and bullies the weak. Seeing his second brother limping out of the house to chase after Yang Qiqiao, he curses Lu Changjiang for being useless. But he also doesn't dare to confront Yang Hongbing directly, only letting Wang Er handle it. Wang Er resents that his father always hides when trouble comes and pushes him forward instead. He wanted to wait for Yang Baolu to come back and handle it, but then he thought, if his own family can't handle such a small matter, then the deputy village head and the security director might as well be replaced. What's there to handle? Your aunt fell into the dung pit herself, not pushed in. Everyone saw it. But you, your second brother, and your second sister-in-law fought, and you didn't stop it. Instead, you added fuel to the fire and even joined in. I think you're the one who should reflect on yourself. Unfortunately, the village committee isn't a police station, so they can't use private punishments. And this isn't the time of communal dining. If someone makes a mistake, they can lose work points. Wang Er started to get a headache, but he still put on a serious face and scolded Lu Chonghai harshly, including some blame on Lu Changjiang. Lu Chonghai naturally felt upset, so Wang Er immediately said, "Hurry up and go find a doctor and buy medicine for your wife. Be careful, if your father-in-law finds out you hit his daughter, he won't forgive you." Lu Chonghai felt a shock in his heart and quickly went inside to see Lu Tsueha. Seeing she was unconscious, he didn't bother arguing with Hua Xiaoya and hurried to the town. Only Zhang Shunying was left. Wang Er didn't spare her either. In this day and age, you, as a mother-in-law, can't even control your own son, and you even hit your daughter-in-law? That's against the law. If your daughter-in-law reports you to the police, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Shunying didn't expect hitting her daughter-in-law to be illegal. She felt upset, but Wang Er stood with his hands behind his back, looking serious, with Yang Hongbing and his wife nearby. She could only swallow her anger and say, "I understand." The sun set in the west. Lu Chonghai still hadn't returned. Zhang Shunying had suffered many setbacks and now lay lazily on the Kong bed, covered with a quilt. Hua Xiaoya, wearing a patched rough cloth apron, was squatting in front of the stove, tending the fire. The flames licked the bottom of the iron pot, making a crackling sound. The millet porridge inside smelled fragrant, and the steam blurred her face. She held a dark, worn fire poker, fiddling with the firewood in the stove, sparks jumping as she moved. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. The porridge was for Lu Tsueha, and she had also steamed a bowl of egg custard. Lu Tsueha was still not awake, which made her worried, fearing that the blow she received might have caused some injury. "Hey, Xiaoya, are you cooking?" A slick voice came from the kitchen door. Lao Wu, with his arms swinging, walked in. He wore an ill-fitting blue cloth jacket, buttons crooked, with messy hair and a mischievous smile on his face. His sneaky eyes kept looking at Hua Xiaoya. He often visited the Lu family, so she didn't understand why he suddenly came today. Hua Xiaoya slightly frowned but said nothing. She quickened her movements, secretly burying the fire poker deeper into the stove where the flames were strongest, burning the wood fiercely. Old Mao moved closer to Hua Xiaoya, smelling a mix of cheap tobacco and sweat. He said, "I'm just here to visit and see if Sister Xiaoya is tired. Men don't care, and the mother-in-law doesn't like you. Life must be so hard for you." His voice was greasy and made people feel uneasy. Hua Xiaoya stepped aside to keep her distance and coldly said, "I'm fine." "You're fine?" Old Mao insisted, reaching out to touch Hua Xiaoya's shoulder. "Sister, you look so pretty. It's a shame to be with that unkind Long Jiang. Why not be with me? I promise to treat you well and not let you suffer." His hand was about to touch her clothes when Hua Xiaoya suddenly turned to the side to avoid him. She still held the fire poker, which was buried in the fire, and her veins bulged on the back of her hand. She kept her anger inside but spoke calmly. Old Mao, watch your words. This is the Liu family. What does the Liu family matter? Old Mao chuckled lecherously. Who can protect you here? Besides, he only cares about Yang Qiqiao. You don't have a place as his wife. He moved closer again and reached for Hua Xiaoya's waist. Sister, stop pretending. I know you're also feeling wronged. Be with me, and I promise you'll live a good life. Hua Xiaoya's eyes turned cold instantly, her long-suppressed anger boiling inside her chest. She didn't dodge anymore but stared sharply at Old Mao's hand. Her other hand still gripped the fire poker, feeling the heat from the handle. The flames in the stove suddenly leaped up, turning the tip of the poker red and glowing with a frightening orange red. Just as Old Mao's hand was about to touch her waist, Hua Xiaoya moved. She suddenly pulled out the red-hot poker, spun her wrist, and aimed the burning iron head straight at Old Mao's thigh. She was filled with rage from years of suffering, humiliation, and the recent scolding and beating from Long Jiang. All her anger concentrated in this strike. She wanted to seriously hurt this lecherous scoundrel so he would never dare to cause trouble again. Hua Xiaoya had been patient and silent, waiting for the right moment to strike unexpectedly. But Old Mao was a man. Although lazy and idle, he was quick to react because he often fought and brawled. He saw Hua Xiaoya suddenly pull out a fire-starting stick and was so frightened he almost fainted. Instinctively, he took a step back and tilted his body. A sharp crack sound followed, along with a smell of burning, filling the room instantly. The red-hot iron stick missed its target and instead pressed into Mao Lao's thigh. Ah! Mao Lao let out a pig-like scream, jumped up, and clutched his thigh. He twitched with pain, his face scrunching up with fat, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It hurts so much. Hua Xiaoya, you crazy woman. How dare you burn me? Hua Xiaoya stood still, holding the fire stick, watching Mao Lao's painful howling. A trace of regret flickered in her eyes. Almost, just a little more, and she could have made this troublemaker completely obedient. She spoke slowly, her voice calm but with undeniable authority. Mao Lao, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will risk my life to make sure you go down with me. Her tone was steady, but her fierce gaze and the fire stick in her hand made Mao Lao, who was trembling from pain, shiver. He looked at Hua Xiaoya's determined eyes and then at the red, swollen burn on his thigh, which still had blackened marks. The pain was sharp, and he didn't dare stay any longer.
You.
Just wait and see. Mao Lao spat out a fierce but cowardly threat, clutching his thigh, limping out of the house. His wails echoed in the yard, attracting neighbors from both sides and Zhang shunning from the inner room to peek out and look. Hua Xiaoya ignored the commotion outside and sat back at the stove, poking the fire. The flames burned steadily again. Her face returned to its usual calm, as if the person who had just fought back with a red-hot fire stick wasn't her. But only she knew the string in her heart had never truly relaxed. Zhang shunning came out, leaning against the door. Her hair was messy and stuck to her forehead. Her eyes, shaped like triangles, were wide as she stared fixedly at Hua Xiaoya at the stove. You wicked woman. Bad luck star. Zhang Shunning's words were worse than the smell of a cesspit. Did Mao Lao offend you? How dare you burn him with a fire stick? I think you're tired of living. Born with a lowly nature, always causing trouble, disturbing the peace at home. Hua Xiaoya kept stirring the fire at the bottom of the pot, not stopping her movements or lifting her eyelids, as if Zhang Shunning's curses were just crackling sparks in the stove and not worth paying attention to. Do you think you're so capable? Zhang Shunning saw that she ignored her and got angrier. Her foul words burst out like a string of firecrackers. Wu Lao has 4 brothers. All of them are reckless. You burned him, and this won't end here. I tell you, Hua Xiaoya, you're just a bad omen, bringing misfortune to your family. Now you want to ruin our Liu family too. If your father hadn't stubbornly refused to return the bride price, do you think I'd keep you here? You, a shameless woman who rides 1,000 men and crosses 100, how dare you hit people? Her insults grew more vulgar, spitting saliva as her sharp voice spewed out words like gold digger, rotten pants, and bastard who ends the family line. She threw every dirty word she could think of at Hua Xiaoya, as if she wanted to vent all her anger from these past days. Hua Xiaoya finally stopped her work, turned around, and looked at Zhang Shunying. Her face was still expressionless, but her eyes were as cold as winter ice. Zhang Shunying felt uneasy under her gaze, but still forced herself to curse harder. What? I was right? You shameless thing. How dare you glare at me? Just wait, Wu's 5 brothers will come knocking soon. When that happens, you won't be able to hide. No matter if it's Yang Hongbing or Wang Er, no one can protect you. She took 2 steps forward, her cane almost poking Hua Xiaoya's feet, and her tone was full of malicious glee. A mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, I advise you to be smart. Just wash yourself clean and send yourself to someone's bed. Serve those 5 brothers well. Let them take turns riding you. Maybe they'll be so happy they'll let you go. Then you can be happy too, better than being a widow in our Lu family. Isn't that right? You born to be mean girl? The last few words she almost spit out, her face twisted with disgust and cruelty. Hua Xiaoya suddenly looked up. Her gaze was so fierce, like a blade sharpened with ice, piercing straight into Zhang Shunying. It carried a destructive, unstoppable force that made Zhang Shunying instinctively step back, nearly dropping her cane. The harsh words she was about to say caught in her throat. Do you want it that much? Hua Xiaoya's voice was quiet, but like a heavy hammer hitting Zhang Shunying's heart. Zhang Shunying was momentarily stunned, blinking her triangular eyes twice, her face still showing the fierce expression from her earlier curses. She clearly didn't understand what Hu Xiaoya meant. Hu Xiaoya coldly said, her tone straightforward and without any disguise, like a hot iron pressing directly on Zhang Shunying's face. You talk so smoothly, even thinking about taking turns riding. You must have thought about it many times in your mind, being with their brothers. Do you think your man can't satisfy you? Are you hoping for a few strong ones to make you happy? Her blunt words were even more harsh than Zhang Shunying's curses, like a sharp dagger stabbing into her most vulnerable spot. Zhang Shunying's face suddenly turned pale, then flushed with a pig liver color. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak for a long time. The arrogant attitude she had just shown was instantly extinguished. Seeing her wide-eyed and helpless, Hu Xiaoya smirked with a mocking smile, as if watching a clown perform. Actually, she wanted to ask Zhang Shunying, since they are both women living in this poor countryside, why does she always mistreat herself so badly? Why does she keep tormenting herself to the extreme? But she quickly realized that with someone like Zhang Shunying, there was no point in reasoning. Her world was full of scheming and meanness, only living comfortably by stepping on others. Talking sense to her was like playing the lute to a cow, completely useless. F you, Hu Xiaoya. If you dare, say that again, Zhang Shunying suddenly reacted, getting angry. Her voice was sharp, like a piglet being cut. You little whore, how dare you talk about me? I'll tear your mouth apart, Hu Xiaoya sneered coldly, ignoring her tantrum, and instead asked slowly, her tone calm but powerful. That man you used to have, what did he do? Was it because you were too ugly that he didn't want you? That man was once a secret in Zhang Shunying's heart, her dark past. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiaoya dared to use this to tease her. Seeing Hu Xiaoya's mocking look, she became furious again. She shouted and rushed toward Hu Xiaoya. You trash! You dare to mock me! I'll tear your mouth apart! But before she could reach Hu Xiaoya, she was bumped from behind. She fell onto the stove. Lu Tsueha came out from behind her. She was wrapped in a simple cloth strip on her head, and her walking was unsteady. Hua Xiaoya quickly stood up to help her, but Lu Tsueha grabbed her wrist and said, Let's go. Where to? Back to my family home. Back to my mother's house. Lu Tsueha didn't give Hua Xiaoya time to think. She pulled her along and said, I'll protect you. Zhang Shunying was right. Those brothers with the surname Mao are all reckless. Mao Lao was hurt, and his 4 brothers definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Even if Yang Hongbing and Wang Er's father and son tried to settle things, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. As for Zhang Shunying and Lu Chongjiang and Lu Chonghai, forget about it. These women wouldn't stand by and watch others suffer. They would do what they could. Lu Tsueha was hit hard. As soon as she stepped outside, her foot slipped, and she nearly fell. Hua Xiaoya quickly caught her and said, "Tsueha, I don't want to drag you and your family into this. At worst, I'll get beaten half to death. Don't be silly. If they really catch you, do you think they'll just beat you half to death?" Lu Tsueha tightly held Hua Xiaoya's wrist and said firmly, "You're finally getting back on your feet. Don't give anyone the chance to push you down again. If you do, those who bully you will just come back stronger and more ruthless." Hua Xiaoya found it very difficult to stand up to Zhang Shunying and to oppose Lu Chonghai and Lu Chonghai. It was not easy for her to gather the courage to fight back. Lu Tsueha wouldn't allow her to bow her back again. "Understand?" She looked at Hua Xiaoya with a serious expression. Hua Xiaoya nodded, seeming to understand, but not fully. Probably enough. Before they could say more, they heard the noisy voices of the Mao brothers coming from the east end of the village. They exchanged a quick look. They had to run fast, or it would be too late if the Mao brothers really came knocking. But the carriage had already been sent to the town by Lu Chonghai, and Lu Tsueha, feeling dizzy, couldn't run even if she wanted to. She thought for a moment, pushed Hua Xiaoya and said, "Run to our house. I'll hold them off." "How can you do that?" Hua Xiaoya refused to leave her behind. "Don't worry. I didn't start this. They wouldn't dare really hurt me, especially considering my father." She said this, but who knew what those troublemakers might do? While Hua Xiaoya was worried, she saw a tractor next door. Maojia is not far from Qindugan's house. Yang Qiqiao stood at the door, listening to the whole story. She stopped eating sunflower seeds and didn't have time to gossip. She quickly ran back inside to tell her two men what had happened. "Really didn't expect your wife, who married you properly, to be so charming," she said, looking at Lu Chongjiang lying on the bed. "Sai, what can we do? Those brothers are all animals. If Waxiueyu falls into their hands, she might be hurt. Why don't you go protect her?" "She brought it on herself," Lu Chongjiang said. He was hurt badly from a fight earlier that noon. Now he was lying on the bed, with his legs crossed. He didn't send the sheep out in the afternoon, and was gnawing on straw in the yard. Waxiueyu's injuries were serious. His eyes still hurt from the blows. Eye drops didn't help. If they had money, he would have gone to the town clinic for treatment. That kick was especially bad. He was dripping urine and breathing heavily, and every muscle in his body ached. Waxiueyu was nothing special, just a woman Lu Chongjiang married, but didn't want. Yet, she dared to treat him like this. And she did it right in front of Yang Qiqiao, causing his beloved woman to suffer too. Yang Qiqiao came back, crying for half the afternoon. It took all his good words to calm her down. Listening to Yang Qiqiao and imagining how Waxiueyu was beaten badly by those men, he couldn't wait to get up. "Help me out, I want to see how that scoundrel was beaten." Yang Qiqiao turned her head and exchanged a look with Qindugan. Qindugan advised, "Longjiang, maybe you should go back and check. After all, she's your wife, officially married to you. If she gets bullied and you don't do anything, your older brother will find out and might punish you severely." Lu Chongjiang's expression froze. Thinking of Lu Chongjing's fierce look, he felt a bit scared. Why should Lu Chongjiang come after Longjiang? This time, Longjiang was beaten by Waxiueyu. Even if he wants to settle the score, he should be standing up for his own brother. This isn't Longjiang bullying Waxiueyu. She just has her own claws, and she offended the wrong people. The couple usually played good and bad cop, one acting kind, the other stern. Yang Qiqiao didn't hold back her anger. She openly expressed her hatred. Besides, if this is how things are, Lu Chongjiang will blame his own brother. "I don't need anyone else. I want to go ask him if he has something going on with Waxiueyu. Otherwise, why would he protect her so much? No way." What kind of person is Lu Chongjiang? He prides himself on being a righteous old-fashioned man, almost like he's got a sign saying moral model on his forehead. He wouldn't flirt with his brother's wife, Lu Chongjiang immediately denied it without hesitation. Although he grew up with his older brother, they weren't very close, but he knew Lu Chongjing's strong sense of justice deep inside. The reason he had hit him before was just because his gentle nature made him act out of pity. Yang Qiqiao didn't expect Lu Chongjing to be so confident about himself. She snorted disdainfully. Don't talk so firmly. Even if your big brother is righteous, he's still a 30-year-old bachelor. Every day, he stays close to a beautiful, eager young wife. Who wouldn't be dazzled? Do you think he's still acting like a calm, virtuous man in front of me? Now, every time he sees a chance, he's like a dog chasing after a bone, trying to pull me into bed, talking about this in front of Chindugan. Even Lu Chongjiang, who was quite shameless, felt a bit embarrassed. He looked guilty at Chindugan, who forced a smile but had a look of unspoken disappointment in his eyes. This made Lu Chongjiang feel even more guilty. He pushed Yang Qiqiao gently. Stop saying useless things. Let's go out and see what's happening. The three of them supported each other and left the house. The Mao brothers had already gone ahead. When they reached the gate, they saw several men armed with tools heading straight for the Lu family, shouting the name Hua Xiaoye and hurling disgusting insults. Lu Chongjiang gasped, worried about being involved himself. He quickly stepped back. If it weren't for Yang Qiqiao and Chindugan being there, he wouldn't even dare to watch the chaos. The Mao brothers swaggered along the way. As they approached the Lu house, they saw Yang Hongbing coming out in a tractor, with two women sitting in the tractor's bed, one of whom was Hua Xiaoye.
Fuck.
Big brother, that troublemaker is trying to run away. Old Mao Third saw the person in the tractor bed and immediately jumped out. The other three Mao brothers reacted quickly, panting heavily as they followed, their fierce eyes fixed on the tractor about to start. This all happened 10 minutes earlier. Hua Xiaoye, hearing the noise from the east end of the village, looked at Lu Tsuehua, who was pale in her arms. She clenched her teeth, made a tough decision, and turned her gaze to Yang Hongbing's tractor. She was shy and timid, like a sensitive plant, blushing easily when talking to others. But at this moment, Lu Tsueha's hands were freezing cold, and the loud screams from Mao Laowu just moments ago still echoed in her ears. She no longer cared about her own embarrassment and quickly rushed to the gate of the Yang family's courtyard, explaining everything to the mother and daughter. Madam, Hongbing, please. Help us by sending us to Lijiao with the tractor. Yang Hongbing didn't wait for his mother, Chen Jinhua, to speak. His dark face twitched with veins, and he started the tractor without hesitation. The loud engine roared, breaking the peaceful village silence. Chen Jinhua quickly supported the trembling Lu Tsueha and pushed her into the tractor's bed. Hurry up. Xiaoye, sit steady. Don't fall off. Just as Hua Xiaoye grabbed the side of the vehicle, Mao's four brothers arrived at the gate. The eldest brother's face, scarred with a long, twisted scar, contorted into a fierce expression. Trying to run? Stop right there. Chen Jinhua turned and patted Yang Hongbing on the back, saying, Hurry up and go. Step on the gas. Don't look back. Madam, Hua Xiaoye looked back, clutching the side of the vehicle with worry in her eyes. Chen Jinhua grabbed a large sickle, half a person tall, from the wall. The blade gleamed in the sunlight. She stood at the gate with her hands on her hips, looking like a guardian. Go ahead. I want to see who dares step into the Yang family's door. Yang Hongbing clenched his teeth and stepped on the gas pedal hard. The tractor roared, spewing black smoke. The wheels crushed the dirt, kicking up dust as it sped toward Lijiao. Mao's four brothers chased after them wildly. Their legs couldn't keep up with the four wheels, and they soon fell behind. The youngest, Mao Laosi, was gasping for breath, leaning on his knees, panting like a dried-out dog. Damn it! They're definitely going back to Lu Tsueha's family. Mao Laoshi touched the old scar on his face, which was cut by Lu Chongzheng, and said angrily, That troublemaker. When I catch her, I'll skin her alive. Mao Liar, unsure and fidgeting, hurriedly said, Big brother, what should we do? Lijiao folks are tough. Should we go after them? Go after them? Don't be stupid. Mao Laosin spat, his brain the quickest among the brothers since he was the only one to graduate from elementary school. Lu Tsue's father is famous for protecting his family. If we go now, we'll only get beaten up. Mao Laoxi's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Then we just give up? Damn it. If things really get bad, I will fight to the end with them." Go to hell with that. Old Mao 3 slapped Old Mao for across the face, making his cheek burn with pain. There's always a reason for trouble. Hua Xiaoye is the daughter-in-law of the Lao Lu family. We need to settle accounts with the Lu family. Old Mao 1 felt a jolt in his heart, touched the scar on his face, and said nervously, "Is that possible? Lu Chongzheng, the king of hell, has come back. Who cares?" Old Mao 3's eyes flashed with a cruel look. He just went to Heilongjiang this morning to buy seeds. He won't be back in 3 or 5 days. During this time, we can't deal with the old, weak, sick, and disabled members of the Lu family. Old Mao 2 hesitated, but if Lu Chongzheng finds out, will he forgive us? Forget about forgiveness. Old Mao 3 rolled his eyes and sneered. Are you stupid? Haven't you heard? Lu Chongzheng has fought with his stepmother Zhang Shunying several times. Last time, he almost killed Lu Chongjiang on the well platform. He's just waiting for someone to deal with his family. Maybe he'll even thank us. Hearing this, the brothers suddenly saw the light and nodded in agreement, turning to head toward the Lu family. As they passed by the Yang family's gate, Old Mao 4, feeling angry from earlier, struggled to rush into the yard. Yang Hongbing dared to send that woman away. He owes us an explanation. Stop. What explanation do you want? Chen Jinhua was already waiting at the door. She held a large sickle, which clanged loudly on the ground, splashing dirt everywhere. Everyone knew she was once a militia squad leader and women's director. She used her sickle to chop firewood and chase wolves. Even now, after retiring, her fierce spirit remained. Seeing the shiny blade, the brothers froze in place. Old Mao 3 quickly grabbed Old Mao 4, forcing a fake smile on his face. "Aunt Bao Lu, it's a misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. Our fourth brother isn't very smart. Don't take him seriously." As he spoke, he kicked Old Mao 4 in the backside, almost making him fall flat on his face. He cursed silently. This is the wife of the branch secretary. If she gets angry, she'll call the police station, and all of us will end up in jail. Old Mao 1 and Old Mao 2 hurried over, smiling awkwardly, trying to help Chen Jinhua close the door. "Auntie, please close the door and rest. We'll leave right away. No need." Chen Jinhua waved her hand, and her sickle almost cut Old Mao 1's nose. "My tractor hasn't come back yet. Why close the door?" The flattery hit the horse's leg, and the two brothers dared not speak. As they turned to leave, they saw Lu Chonghai slowly approaching in a carriage. The brothers, full of anger, immediately directed their hostility at him, their eyes flashing with fierce light. "Lu Chonghai, stop right there!" Old Mao shouted loudly. Before Lu Chonghai could react, he was pulled down from the carriage. He fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up dust. "Old Mao, what are you doing?" Lu Chonghai rubbed his sore backside, looking confused. "What are we doing? We're here to settle accounts with you." Old Mao didn't hesitate. He slapped Lu Chonghai hard across the face, making his mouth bleed and blood seep out. "Why are you hitting me? Is there no law anymore?" Lu Chonghai yelled, angry and hurt, covering his face. "Law? I am the law." Old Mao grabbed Lu Chonghai by the collar and dragged him into the yard like a dead dog. "Just because your wife Lu Tsueha let Hua Xiaoyu go. Just because your family is surnamed Lu." Hearing the commotion, Zhang Shunying stumbled out of the house. Seeing her son covered in blood, she cried with pain and tried to pull Old Mao away. "Don't hit my son. Let's talk nicely. This has nothing to do with him. It was Hua Xiaoyu who caused all this. Old slut, you also deserve a beating." Old Mao's second brother kicked Zhang Shunying in the stomach. She curled up on the ground, crying out in pain. "If you dare to let that little troublemaker go, today we'll kill you both." Zhang Shunying was very upset. "It wasn't me who let her go. She ran away on her own." "Oh my, are they trying to kill me?" But the brothers didn't listen to her explanation. Old Mao's second brother kicked her in the stomach. She screamed and fell to the ground, curling up in pain. Old Mao's fourth brother grabbed a stick from the corner of the yard and swung it at Lu Chonghai's leg. With a sharp crack, Lu Chonghai's knee buckled, and he knelt down, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The four Mao brothers, like mad dogs, surrounded him, punching and kicking. Old Mao stepped on Lu Chonghai's back and spat in his face. Daring to let Hua Xiaoyu run away? Your Lu family is really tired of living. Old Mao's third brother grabbed Zhang Shuning's hair and pressed her face to the ground. Old woman, today you'll see that we are not to be messed with. The brothers fought fiercely, showing no mercy. Compared to the small lesson Waxiawayu had given Zhang Shuning before, this was nothing. The villagers watching saw blood being drawn but dared not step in to stop the fight. Instead, they backed away.
Stop.
Don't hit anymore. Lu Chonghai lay on the ground, his voice hoarse like a broken drum. He couldn't hold on any longer. We've fought enough. What do you all want? Old Mao kicked him. Hand over Waxiawayu, or I'll tear your house apart. We can't. Lu Chonghai coughed up blood. Before he finished speaking, Old Mao Si struck him on the back with a stick. The pain made him speechless. He only hated Waxiawayu, this troublemaker, for dragging himself and his mother into this mess. I don't even know where Waxiawayu went, he said, more to himself. And I don't know how she got involved with these beasts again. Don't know? Damn it, if I beat the crap out of you, you'll find out. Old Mao Si stepped on Lu Chonghai's waist. Old Maoda, with sharp eyes, spotted Lu Chongjiang and Yang Qiqiao hiding behind the crowd. He grinned and walked over, grabbing them roughly. Damn, there are 2 more wild birds here. Trying to hide? Let's fight them too. Yang Qiqiao screamed in fear, struggling to break free. Don't hit me. I didn't do anything. Even if you didn't, you still get hit. Because you sleep with second Lu every day. Old Mao Sen grabbed Yang Qiqiao's hair and pushed her toward Lu Chongjiang. The 4 brothers pounced like mad dogs, punching and kicking. Old Mao stomped on Lu Chongjiang's back and spat in his face. Your wife beat up our 5th and ran away. I think your Lu family is really tired of life. Old Mao Si kicked Lu Chongjiang in the waist and stomach, making him bend over like a shrimp. Yang Qiqiao was slapped several times by Old Mao Er, her face swelling like a bun, and she cried heartbreakingly. Stop. If you hit any more, someone might get seriously hurt. Lu Chongjiang trembled with pain, especially from his previous injuries. The slightest touch made him feel sharp pain. But the Mao brothers didn't listen. They fought even harder. Old Mao San, tired of fighting, looked around and sniffed the air. He caught the smell of millet porridge. He kicked open the door of the house. Inside, the furnishings were simple and sparse. He lifted the lid of the pot and saw steaming, golden millet porridge. Sitting on a spoon was a bowl of egg custard. This was originally a special porridge that Hua Xiaoye cooked just for Lu Tsueha. Hey, there's some good food here. Old Mao Third called out to the others.
Gomin.
Eat your fill first. The Mao family was very poor, with almost nothing in the house. They often ate today and worried about tomorrow. Now, seeing delicious food, Mao Third's eyes shone like flashlights. He turned and glared at Zhang Shuning and Yang Qiqiao. You two, come here to serve. Fill the bowls with porridge and bring the egg custard. Old Mao First also went inside, kicked the bench and said to Lu Chonghai, Go, get my 5th brother too. Bring him here, so he can try this millet porridge. Mao Third signaled to Mao Fourth with a look. Fourth, come back with us, okay? Mao Fourth replied, quickly grabbing Lu Chonghai and running out. Soon, they brought the injured Mao Fifth in a cart. Under Mao Fourth's threats, Lu Chonghai carried Mao Fifth onto the bed to lie down. Zhang Shuning and Yang Qiqiao didn't dare resist. They could only bear the pain and tremblingly go to the stove to serve the porridge. Yang Qiqiao's hands trembled from the beating, spilling some porridge on the ground. Mao Second immediately glared. Are you blind? Wasting food. He raised his hand to hit her, but Lu Chongjiang quickly stopped him.
Stop.
I'll serve it. Stinky man, who the hell wants a man to serve? Mao Second kicked Lu Chongjiang away and then put his hand on Yang Qiqiao's buttocks. Don't say it, this big, fat, but is really tempting. No wonder Lu Chongjiang is so crazy about it. Maybe someday he'll join us brothers for some fun. He smiled in a very lecherous way. Yang Qiqiao was so scared she trembled and wanted to run away, but he grabbed her roughly and gave her 2 hard squeezes, then took a deep breath on her chest. Yang Qiqiao was so frightened she started crying and kept stepping back. Lu Chongjiang hurried forward to plead. Second brother, don't hit her. This isn't her fault, she was his woman. If he couldn't protect her, what kind of man was he? But Mao's second brother didn't listen. He kicked him away. Damn it, you can't control your wife, but you want to control your little wife? I tell you, Lu Chongjiang, don't act tough in front of us. The Mao brothers sat around the table, eating millet porridge and egg custard greedily. They kept scolding Zhang Shunying and Yang Qiqiao. Hurry up and feed our 5th brother some porridge. Where's the water? I'm dying of thirst. Hurry, pour some water. Zhang Shunying thought about what Mao Laowu had told her before. She wanted to discuss it carefully with him. However, when feeding Mao Laowu porridge, her hand trembled and the porridge spilled on his clothes. Mao Laowu immediately yelled, Damn! Are you trying to scald me to death? Zhang Shunying felt very wronged. Just a few days ago, Mao Laowu kept calling her Mom. How could he turn hostile so quickly? Mao Laowu raised his hand and slapped Zhang Shunying. Old woman, be careful. If you don't serve my second brother well, I will break your bones. Zhang Shunying dared not say anything more. She could only serve him carefully. Lu Chongjiang was lying on the ground, watching the Mao brothers act arrogantly in his house. He was so angry, he was trembling but had no strength to stand up. Lu Chonghai's mouth was still bleeding, and his face was swollen and unrecognizable. He looked at everything in front of him and couldn't understand. How did Xiaoyu get involved with these beasts just because he went out to buy medicine for Lu Tsueha? Also, where did Lu Tsueha and Xiaoyu go? Why did they leave his mother, an old lady, alone at home? Until the brothers finished eating and were lying around drunk, Zhang Shunying took the chance to discuss with Mao Laowu while applying medicine to him. She said, Laowu, isn't it because you want that little troublemaker Xiaoyu's wife? Why don't you go find her? Why are you staying here? Lu Chonghai was shocked and widened his eyes. So, the reason the Mao brothers came to their door was because of this? Mao Laowu had bad intentions toward Xiaoyu, and his mother was so clear about it. Lu Chonghai remembered the day they plowed the land, the water in the jar, and the messy outside yard. Suddenly, he understood everything. He pounded the ground and softly called Mom. He simply couldn't understand how his mother could be so confused. Mao Laowu wanted to do something to Xiaoyu. That was his business. Why did she have to interfere? Lu Chongjiang and Yang Qiqiao also didn't expect that the root of everything was here. Lu Chongjiang suddenly felt angry, as if he had been betrayed. He looked angrily at Mao Laowu. The other man gave him a cold look, and he quickly lowered his head, secretly cursing. Xiaoyu is definitely a troublemaker. Yang Qiqiao knew him too well. Seeing his expression, she smirked with a mocking smile. Zhang Shunying saw that Mao Laowu was silent and became more eager to provoke him. She said, You're big and strong, a big shot in 10 or 8 villages. How could you be tricked by her? If I were you, I'd slap her hard and pull down her pants right away. Let's see if she dares to mess with me. Before she finished speaking, Mao Laowu slapped her face with a loud smack, and her already broken corner of her mouth started bleeding again. F your mother, who told you to teach me how to do things. Mao Laowu was furious and embarrassed, especially because third brother was looking at him with a half smile, as if mocking him for trying to steal chickens and ending up losing everything. Feeling ashamed, Mao Laowu couldn't hold back and slapped Zhang Shunying again. She was knocked dizzy. F your ancestors. Lu Chonghai couldn't stand seeing his mother being beaten. He got up and wanted to stand up for her. But before he could, Mao Laosen kicked him away. The brothers in the inner room were awakened by the noise. They were annoyed and beat the women again. Suddenly, the sound of a tractor came from the next room. It was Yang Hongbing returning. The brothers quickly ran outside. Mao Laosen looked at Yang Hongbing parking the tractor and asked with a forced smile, Oh, Hongbing is back. Yang Hongbing held the tractor's steering handle and leaned it against the wall, saying coldly, "So what?" His face was stern, and his eyes glowed with a cold light. Chun Jinhua came out from behind him, holding a big sickle that was taller than Yang Hongbing, who was about 1.8 meters tall. "It's nothing," Mao Laosen forced a fake smile. "You've worked hard sending someone back to her family. That's what I should do," Yang Hongbing replied expressionlessly. Mao Laosen smiled, then immediately changed his face and cursed, "Little brat." If it weren't for Yang Balu's face, he would have beaten this kid so badly that his mother wouldn't even recognize him. Yang Hongbing exchanged a look with his mother, and they went back inside. Chun Jinhua immediately asked Yang Hongbing how Xiaoya Luqi was doing. "She was just sent over, and Uncle Lu went to find the doctor," Yang Hongbing replied. As village committee members, Yang Balu and Lu Qiu's father, Lu Zhanshan, were familiar with each other. Yang Hongbing's calling him uncle was very appropriate. "Xiaoyu, come, Xiaoyu, change into this outfit."
Don't be picky.
Although this is Cui He's old clothes, she didn't wear them many times. "Look at you, all muddy. Such a good child. And this is how you end up." Cui He's mother, Wang Kaiyun, placed a set of clothes that still smelled of soap beside Hua Xiaoyu. It was a pinkish peach suit with lace trim along the edges, including the pockets of the top. The pants were grass green, also decorated with lace along the waistband and pockets. Wang Kaiyun scolded her own daughter. "This girl, she always complains about the lace on her clothes. I don't understand what she's thinking. Young girls look nice in pink or blue clothes with lace. But this girl prefers dull, old-fashioned colors." Lu Cui, he mostly wore black, white, and gray clothes. The only special outfit she had was the red suit and sweater she wore at her wedding. Lu Cui, he had just seen the doctor, received an injection, and her wound was bandaged. She was lying on the kong, a traditional heated bed. When she heard her mother scolding her, she quickly protested. "What's so good about lace? It's childish and looks very soft." She was a straightforward, cheerful girl who thought lace was only for children's clothes. Seeing her mother still wanting to scold her, she quickly changed the subject and urged Hua Xiaoyu to change clothes quickly. Lu Cui He's house was very different from Lu's. Although it was also a simple earthen house, it was made with bricks and looked more impressive. A corridor in the middle divided the house into two parts. The east room was smaller and housed Lu Cui He's grandparents. The west room was larger, divided by a wall into two small rooms. Lu Cui he lived in the smaller room inside, while Lu Zhanshan and his wife lived in the larger outer room. There was a door leading outside from the outer room. Lu Cui he could come and go without passing through her parents' room. The small room was simply furnished, but decorated with white floral curtains and blue floral fabric on the walls. There was a tall cabinet and a chest, neat and clean, kept spotless. On the windowsill, there were 2 pots of roses, blooming brightly. The calm cover looked recently changed, but the original cover in Lu Cui-hee's room was used by her grandparents. Lu family's only daughter, everyone in the family wanted to give her the best things. When Hua Xiaoya first entered the house, everyone was surprised. Her cousin from her uncle's family was already very spoiled, but her room wasn't very tidy. After pulling back the curtain, Hua Xiaoya changed out of her clothes. Lu Tsueha praised her excitedly, and Wang Kaiyun even pulled her in front of the mirror. "Look how beautiful you are. This color is so bright. I told you, young girls should wear pink or blue to look fresh and tender. It's early spring, and Hua Xiaoya's skin is fair after a long winter. Wearing a peach-pink dress, she looks lively and charming. She naturally has a gentle look, and wearing lace clothes makes her seem even younger. Her fitted suit and matching pants highlight her graceful curves." Hua Xiaoya looked at herself in the mirror and gently touched her clothes with care. She had never worn such new clothes before. She was worried about getting them dirty. Lu Tsueha, lying on the bed, suddenly said firmly, "Mom, these clothes should go to Xiaoya. She looks so good in them." "Your things, you decide." Wang Kaiyun pinched Hua Xiaoya's face. "I wanted a second child back then. People said the firstborn is tough, the second is obedient. All these years, my wish hasn't come true. I get it. You see her as your beloved daughter, right?" Lu Tsueha pretended to be angry, but she quickly smiled. Suddenly, she said surprisingly, "Mom, I'm not joking. Why don't you officially adopt Xiaoya as your daughter?" No. Hua Xiaoya quickly waved her hands. Lu Tsueha was so good to her, she couldn't possibly compete with her parents. Wang Kaiyan rubbed Hua Xiaoya's face.
Exactly.
If we really adopt her, her parents would have to agree. You're such a troublemaker, always coming up with new ideas. Why am I the troublemaker? If Xiaoya had her own family backing her, who would dare to bully her like this? Isn't that what you're here for? You're her support. Lu Zhanshan came in from outside, smiling warmly at his daughter. You're a little queen now, isn't that enough? After saying that, he nodded at Hua Xiaoya. Hua Xiaoya called out, "Uncle Lu." "No, it's not enough." Lu Tsueha, no longer lying down, sat up and complained, "If I were really that powerful, we wouldn't have to run to your house. I just need to go to that station." The brothers with the surname Mao will have to think twice before acting. Those troublemakers are just cowards who pick on the weak. Unfortunately, at that time, only Xiaoya and Mao Laowu were there, and Mao Laowu was injured. There were no other witnesses, so even if we report it to the police, we won't get much help. Lu Zhanshan is a good village head. 80% of Lijiao belongs to Lu family relatives, who are very united and work together. Basically, wherever Lu Zhanshan points, they follow. If a girl from any family is bullied, it's like offending the whole village. To avoid legal trouble, Lu Zhanshan already knows the rules about fighting and criminal penalties very well. And when such things happen, they can't just go looking for trouble. That would be provoking trouble. They have to wait for others to come to them. Then, if they fight, it's considered self-defense. This way, they are less responsible. Xiaoya thought for a moment. What if I go back now, let them beat me up, and then I call the police? Xiaoya, don't be foolish, Lu Tsueha said, her head hurting from the injury. Wang Kaiyan quickly went over, scolding and blowing air on her forehead with concern. Look at you, already married, and still so careless. How could you forget your injury on your forehead? Lu Tsueha looked at Xiaoya with a sad face. It's all because of her. Xiaoya lowered her head in shame. I just want to settle this quickly and don't want to drag you all into trouble. No need to rush. There's nothing to worry about, Lu Zhanshan said. You thought of using yourself as bait, but those troublemakers aren't even human. If you really go back, no one with the surname Lu will protect you. Who knows what they might do? Lu Tsueha nodded quickly. That's right. I heard from Zhang Laobian's wife that Mao Laosi once harmed their old sow. Hearing this, Lu Zhanshan and Wang Kaiyan couldn't help but gasp. That's worse than animals. Xiaoya didn't understand much, but seeing their serious expressions made her feel nervous. Lu Zhanshan told Xiaoya, Child, you stay here. Don't worry. If they dare to come to Lijiao, I can make sure they come in upright and leave in disgrace. He turned to his daughter and said, And that Lu Chonghai, who dared to fight you, just wait until he comes to visit. I won't let him get away with it. Talking about this, Lu Tsueha became even angrier. She never imagined that Lu Chonghai would dare to fight her. Dad, we must not let that bastard go. Grandma Lu brought in 2 bowls of egg and brown sugar water, muttering, These 2 girls have been wronged. Here, have some brown sugar water to feel better. Outside, Grandpa Lu was burning fire. He looked inside and said to Lu Zhanshan, Arrange for the militia to patrol these days. Those animals might sneak in at night. Lu Zhanshan nodded in response. Hua Xiaoya handed the egg and brown sugar water to Wang Kaiyan, but she pushed it back. Grandma made this for you.
Drink it.
Look at you, so thin like a bean sprout. It's a wonder you can even make those people suffer. You're smart but not good at fighting. Girl, tomorrow join our militia, for training. Forget about everything else for now. Learn some self-defense moves so you won't get hurt. Lu Zhanshan then looked at his daughter. You too practice with us tomorrow. If you can't even handle Lu Chonghai, that's really disappointing, Lu Tsueha responded with a frustrated, Hua Xiaoya stayed at the Lu family's house. That night, Wang Kaiyan made buckwheat noodles and served them with salty melon broth. There were no restrictions and no one was giving in. This was the most delicious meal Hua Xiaoya had ever had in her memory. She was diligent. After eating, she didn't rest. She cleaned the dishes, swept the floor, and tidied the house. She was busy all the time. Knowing that Wang Kaiyan wanted to make summer clothes for Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu, she volunteered to help cut the fabric. The Lu family had an electric sewing machine, which Hua Xiaoya had only heard of but never seen. Wang Kaiyan explained it once, and she learned how to use it. The Lu family had electricity, so the lights were much brighter than oil lamps at home. She didn't have to worry about not seeing. Lu Tsueha turned on the radio, listened to the weather forecast, then enjoyed a story. After the story, there was also opera. Lu Zhanshan went to the cellar and took out some apples to share with everyone. They had bought these during winter. Hua Xiaoya ate an apple while listening to the radio, feeling very comfortable and happy. Even the old landlord's family in the past couldn't enjoy such days. But the Lu family was still not satisfied. Grandpa Lu Zhanshan was thinking about buying a TV. When he had enough money at the end of the year, he wanted to buy one to bring home. Last time at the town mayor's house, I saw it. It's like a movie, much better than a radio, and you can watch TV shows. Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu are old. Lu Zhanshan wants them to see good things they haven't seen before. Hua Xiaoya really liked the friendly atmosphere of this family. Just listening to them made her feel positive and happy. They were different from the Lu family, who always seemed to be fussing over small things. She locked her clothes and sat down, but couldn't sit still. She got up and went to the bathroom. Wang Kaiyan and Lu Tsueha wanted to go with her, but she waved them off. It was enough trouble for others already. She didn't want to bother them more. Wang Kaiyan handed her a flashlight. The bathroom wasn't far, and there were separate doors for men and women. Hua Xiaoya used the flashlight to read the words on the door and suddenly remembered what Lu Tsueha had said last time about regretting something. Lu Tsueha came from a family like this, so she probably regretted marrying into the Lu family. When she came out of the bathroom, Hua Xiaoya suddenly heard a deep dog's bark. Under the moonlight, she saw a large black dog, about half a person tall, crouching nearby. Its bright green eyes stared at her fiercely, and it made threatening woof-woof sounds. Hua Xiaoya froze in fear. Her hands almost dropped the flashlight. Her legs trembled, and she didn't dare to move. The black dog looked fierce and much bigger than the Lu family's dog. Her heart pounded, and she slowly took a step back, trembling.
Saihu, no barking.
At that moment, a deep male voice sounded. The big black dog immediately lowered its ears, wagged its tail obediently, and moved aside. Hua Xiaoya looked toward the voice and saw a figure jump over the wall, holding a flashlight. The person stopped in front of her, raised the flashlight, and shone it on his face. He grinned and asked, "Hey, do you remember me?" The slightly elongated peach blossom eyes shone brightly under the flashlight, like stars shining. The corners of the eyes lifted slightly, and the pupils were dark and deep. When he smiled at Hua Xiaoya, 2 small dimples appeared under his eye sockets, and even the laugh lines at the corners of his eyes looked lively. He had thick, black sword-shaped eyebrows, with the peaks raised high, but the ends of his eyebrows drooped gently, mixing a bit of soft foolishness into his tough appearance. His nose was high and straight, with a rounded tip that shimmered with a watery glow under the light. His lips were very pretty, and when he smiled, he revealed 2 neat rows of white teeth. His left canine was slightly pointed and curved into a charming smile. His messy bangs were a bit long, and he casually brushed them aside with his hand, fingertips brushing his brow bone, looking impulsive and carefree. This face looked a little familiar. Hua Xiaoya pointed at him and said, "You are classmate Li Junlu." Lu Jinyong, sister. I've been to your house several times. Don't you remember my name? That makes me so sad. The young man's eyes drooped, looking disappointed, which made Hua Xiaoya feel guilty. Li Jun was her younger brother. When he was in middle school, she took this boy home twice. He even stayed at her house for one night. After she got married, she never went back, and she didn't know if they still kept in touch. She never expected to meet someone here. The boy she knew as a child had grown taller and become a young man. She quickly apologized. "Sorry, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Just saying sorry isn't enough. I've always liked you, sister. I can't believe you don't even remember my name. I'm really sad," He shined the flashlight on Hua Xiaoya's face, looking mischievous as he watched her helpless and guilty expression. What should I do? Sister, you need to make up for hurting my feelings. Before he finished speaking, someone hit the back of his head hard. Straighten your tongue and speak properly. Damn, I can see goosebumps on the ground. A person with similar features to Lu Jinyang stepped out from behind him and nodded at Hua Xiaoya. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Since he dropped out of school, he's been acting like a lunatic. After going to the south with someone, he's even more paranoid. It was Lu Jinlin, the third brother of Lu Tsueha. When Lu Tsueha got married, their brothers went to send her off. Hua Xiaoya smiled at him and said, "Hello, Brother Lu." Lu Jinlin nodded and said, "Yes, I know Chui, he has come back from her in-law's house. Let's go see her." While he was speaking, several figures jumped over the wall one after another. They were Lu Tsueha's older brother and sister-in-law. The last to arrive was Lu Zonyuan, Lu Tsueha's grandfather, along with his wife. Hua Xiaoya greeted everyone in turn, then headed inside the house. Lu Zonyuan's wife held Hua Xiaoya's hand and said, "So, the fourth brother is your brother's classmate. We really didn't know that. That mischievous kid is quite unpredictable. He's never stayed at a classmate's house before, yet he stayed at yours a few times. It seems he gets along well with your brother." Before Hua Xiaoya could reply, Lu Jinyang said, "Nonsense. He's a vampire. I stopped talking to him a long time ago." Lu Zonyuan's wife looked embarrassed. Hua Xiaoya, who was not very good at socializing, felt even more awkward after hearing this. She hesitated and asked, "Is it because Li Jun owes you money and hasn't paid it back?" She felt she had nothing to say. Her pockets were empty. Lu Jinyang took a deep breath and said, "No, he doesn't owe me any money." "Oh, that's good." Hua Xiaoya sighed in relief. Seeing Lu Jinyang's face look worse, she quickly added, "There must be some misunderstanding between you two. Just find a good time to clear it up. Hua Lijun has been clever and studious since he was young, but he also has a bit of a stubborn streak." Hua Xiaoya usually didn't see him playing close to anyone. Now, hearing Lu Zonyuan's wife say Lu Jinyang didn't have close friends, she thought their friendship was quite rare and naturally hoped her younger brother wouldn't lose his only friend. "If he did something wrong, I'll apologize to you on his behalf." She didn't dare say her brother was wrong. When they were kids, she was beaten repeatedly for telling him not to pee into Grandma's water can, which she was warned was a precious thing. Grandma said it was her grandson's urine, and it was valuable. She would even pee into her mouth if needed. Her father, Hua Lao, had warned her even more strictly that this family was not her place to teach others. Hua Xiaoya learned her lesson and never spoke about right or wrong again. Now, she naturally wouldn't comment on her brother's matters. But when Lu Jinyang heard this, instead of calming down, he got angrier. "What does that have to do with you? Do you need to apologize? Silly girl, no wonder." No wonder what, he didn't say anymore. He pushed Hua Xiaoya inside the house, walking at the back and closing the door. His face was sour, but his movements were gentle. Hua Xiaoya was even more confused. Through the door, a group of people had already started talking with Lu Tsueha. If Lu Zonyuan and Lu Zonshan hadn't been controlling the situation, these people might have gone to East Gully to fight Lu Chonghai. The Lu family was united, and several sisters-in-law also angrily scolded Lu Chonghai for hitting women, saying he wasn't a real man. Knowing that Hua Xiaoya had come along, these people were even more upset. Damn it, that beast Mao Lao should be punished. Lu Jinyang was especially angry, wanting to find someone to settle accounts with. After being stopped by Lu Zonyuan, he paced around in the middle of the yard, like a trapped lion. Seeing this group of people defending her, Hua Xiaoya felt warm inside. She didn't want anyone to risk themselves for her, and also advised a few words. Lu Jinyang finally calmed down. The group stayed for over an hour, and the decision they made was the same as Lu Zonshan's idea: wait quietly for Mao to come to them. When everyone left, Hua Xiaoya followed Lu Zonshan and his wife to see them off. Lu Jinyang was the last to climb over the wall. Just as he was about to jump down, he pulled his leg back and said to Lu Zonyuan, "Dad, I'm staying here tonight so those people don't come sneaking in. Even if they come at night, it's not a problem. Aren't there militia patrolling?" Lu Zhanshan had already made arrangements. Water nearby, but it can't quench the thirst. Who knows if those beasts might suddenly come over, Lu Jinyang said. It's not like we're fighting a guerrilla war, Lu Zhanshan muttered. Lu Jinyang came back, along with his big black dog Saihu. Lu Zunyuan's wife asked him from outside the wall, "Aren't you the one who said you didn't like staying outside?" Lu Jinyang shot a quick look at Hua Xiaoye and said, "Second uncle's house counts as outside?" "Enough, Mom. Stop bothering him. He's acting crazy again. Let him be." Lu Jinlin pushed his mother away. Lu Jinyang was satisfied and gave Hua Xiaoye a proud smirk. While Lu Zhanshan went to lock the gate and Wang Kaiyan went to the bathroom, he suddenly grabbed Hua Xiaoye and said, "Sister, that bastard Lu Changjiang treated you like that. You should divorce him, Hua Xiaoye." This topic came so suddenly that it was like a thunderclap on a clear day for Hua Xiaoye. Divorce? She had never dared to think about it. Such things weren't her concern. If she really mentioned divorce, her father would be furious. She changed the subject. "Why aren't you studying anymore? I remember Li said your grades were pretty good." Lu Jinyang was unhappy with her avoiding the topic, but Hua Xiaoye didn't give him a chance. She went straight into Lu Tsueha's room. He was so angry, he just stared in place. Wang Kaiyan entered the room and saw a tall person standing at the door. She frowned and asked, "Why are you just standing here?" Lu Jinyang moved his lips and said, "Second aunt, I'm staying in Grandpa and Grandma's house." Wang Kaiyan looked annoyed. "Do as you like, but I tell you, don't be picky." Got it, got it. Lu Jinyang went to Grandpa and Grandma Lu's room. But he was scolded by the old couple. "It's just your business. Why are you still here?" In the back room, Lu Tsueha listened to Lu Jinyang being scolded and laughed so hard she almost fell over, recounting how picky Lu Jinyang was. Since he was young, he wouldn't eat others' food. He kept his own bowls and chopsticks separate, washed his face and feet first, and refused to share a towel with anyone. When his brothers wore old clothes, he would wash them 3 or 5 times before wearing them. When steaming a bowl of egg custard, he only ate his own part. If someone's spoon touched his portion, he would immediately stop eating. Grandpa, Grandma, and parents didn't get special treatment either. They didn't give him face. Over the years, only Lu Tsueha was somewhat kind to him, but not much. With such a bad temper, anyone who marries him will be unlucky, but he wasn't like this when he was with us, Hua Xiaoye still remembered. He was a very easygoing kid, not picky about food or sleep. He was also cheerful and sunny, a good match for her brother, who was more reserved and gloomy. Lu Tsueha also couldn't understand. Maybe he really likes your brother's friend, so he's pretending to be nice at your house. Is that so? He's still a pretty good person. Hua Xiaoye was holding a piece of fabric with the edges sewn up, picking at the loose threads. Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu don't like the plastic buttons that are popular now. She plans to make traditional knot buttons for both of them. Lu Tsueha laughs and teases her. Is he a good person? Don't be fooled. That boy has a lot of tricks and isn't well behaved. It turns out that after Lu Jinyang failed to get into high school, he became very gloomy. His parents and older brother couldn't stand it anymore. They tried to comfort him, but he took the chance to say he wanted to go to the south to work. Lu Zhanyuan disagreed. He refused to eat or drink. Later, the family was worried he might starve himself, so they sent him on a train heading south. But as soon as they sent him off, they found a half bag of dried fruit in his room. He wasn't really starving himself, he was just pretending for their sake. Lu Zhanyuan and his wife were furious. But since he was already gone, it was too late to stop him. Unexpectedly, he returned in less than a year. Being away from home isn't easy, Hua Xiaoye said. She had only left her parents' house to go from her parents' home to her husband's, and then to Lu's family. In the south, thousands of miles away, she couldn't even imagine it. Who knows? When I ask him what happened outside, he won't tell me, she added. In the east room, they heard voices. Lu Jinyang was talking with Lu Zhanshan about wanting to lease the fish pond at the west end of the village. Lu Zhanshan disagreed. You have no experience. You put in money, but you can't even hear the water splash. You're not young anymore. Save your money for a wife. But if I lease the pond, I can't have a baby. Wouldn't it be good to become a millionaire early by leasing the fish pond? That's nonsense. The pond has already been promised to your older brother and second brother. If you're serious, work with them. But this big pond, 3 people working it, by the end of the year, the money we make won't even cover the agricultural tax. I don't want to do it. Or, how about you lease the land on the West Mountain to me? I want to grow fruit trees. Plant fruit trees on your mother-in-law's land? That land is full of rocks and sand. Not even grass or thorns grow there. Do you think you can grow fruit trees? Are you thinking straight? How about the forest on the back mountain? Lease it to me so I can grow mushrooms. That's an old graveyard. Several families' graves are there. What are you doing digging up ancestors' graves? Next year, lease the village's collective land to me. I want to grow hominy melons. They taste great and are worth a lot. Dig a hole and bury some soil, then plant yourself in the field. Here in northeast China, the black soil and sticky land are not suitable for growing melons. That's something only Xinjiang can do. You're useless. I thought you went out for a trip and lost your mind, but it turns out you lost your brains. Lu Zhanshan couldn't take it anymore and scolded his reckless nephew harshly. Even Lu Tsueha couldn't help but laugh at him. Afterward, she told Hua Xiaoya many funny stories from Lu Jinyang's childhood. Hua Xiaoya also found it very amusing. When Lu Jinyang heard his sister talking about him inside the small house, he knocked loudly and forced his way in. He initially wanted to protest and correct her, but when he saw the smile on Hua Xiaoya's face, he froze for a second and then sat down quietly, chatting aimlessly. Seeing Hua Xiaoya playing with fabric, he asked her to help make a set of clothes. Hua Xiaoya naturally didn't refuse. Lu Tsueha tapped Hua Xiaoya's forehead, warning her, "Don't be so easy to talk to. If someone asks for help, you always agree. They treat you like free labor." Lu Jinyang glared fiercely at his cousin. Then he looked at Hua Xiaoya and said, "Sister, you can cut fabric and make clothes. Why not open a small tailoring shop? It's good to earn some pocket money. There are many clothing shops in the south." "Oh, and what do you think about me selling clothes at the market? I heard that jeans are popular in the city now. They make your legs look slim and long." Lu Tsueha was annoyed by his noise and kicked him out. Lu Jinyang was full of hope, but before he could start, his family gave him a hard time. They even used poison to make him faint, but he didn't give up. The next day, he went home to get fabric and asked Hua Xiaoya to make him a jacket and bell-bottom pants, saying they were fashionable in the city. Hua Xiaoya had never seen such clothes before. Fortunately, Lu Jinyang could draw and paint, so he sketched the clothes. Hua Xiaoya understood well and managed to cut the fabric accordingly. Lu Jinyang insisted she finish his clothes first. In Heilongjiang, a few people wandered around the biggest seed market. They still didn't know what to plant. Yang Baolu asked Lu Duofu, but he also didn't dare decide, worried about making the wrong choice and being blamed by the villagers. They asked Jiang Wenyuan, but Jiang Wenyuan was a slick talker and only said to let the two of them decide. He was young and lacked experience. Yang Baolu wanted to ask Lu Changzheng for advice. He turned around and realized the person was gone. "Where is Changzheng?" He went to the department store. "Let's finish up and go find him." Lu Changzheng had greeted Jiang Wenyuan before leaving. A few people felt helpless and decided to go to the department store to look for him. Inside the department store, Lu Changzheng stood in front of a clothing stall, pointing at a white floral vest and shorts, and said to the clerk, "Please pack 2 sets for me." Although Lu Changzheng dressed simply and plainly, he had a good appearance, a tall posture, and an elegant demeanor. The young female clerk couldn't help but ask, "Sure, comrade. May I ask who these are for?"
"For."
"Buy it for my wife." The man paused slightly before adding with a smile, "I just remembered something." The clerk frowned slightly and reluctantly packed the clothes. Just as Lu Changzheng took the clothes from her hands, Yang Baolu and his group entered. "What did you buy?" Lu Duofu leaned over to his son, noticing 2 different colored fabrics wrapped in brown paper. He tiptoed, eyes full of curiosity. Yang Baolu and Jiang Wenyuan also came over. Seeing the curious looks in their eyes, Lu Changzheng explained, "I bought clothes for Xiaoya and my second daughter-in-law. They each made shoes for me." One is making new shoes, and the other took out some old fabric from our wedding to make new ones. I can't just stand by without showing some appreciation. He showed his shoes to the others. They had been worn for 2 days and were still spotless. The three of them looked down at their shoes and couldn't help but feel ashamed. Indeed, each pair looked dirtier than the last. But what could they do? People coming and going on this street wouldn't pay much attention. It's rare for those two girls to do this. You should show some gratitude, someone said. In matters of social etiquette, both a village party secretary and an accountant, Yang Balu and Jiang Wenyuan knew how to handle it well. The brown paper was wrapped in a special shopping bag. Lu Chongjing paid and packed the items into his backpack. Lu Duofu leaned in and looked. Your mother has had a hard time these years. Under Lu Chongjing's cold gaze, Lu Duofu swallowed the rest of his words along with his saliva. Since they were already here, the other two didn't want to go back empty-handed and bought some things for their families. Lu Duofu followed Yang Baolu, complaining, I don't mean anything bad. A peaceful family makes everything better. He doesn't need that much money. If he also bought a piece of clothing for his mother, she would be very happy. Yang Baolu asked, so, what if his mother isn't happy with you? Lu Duofu was speechless. Yang Baolu looked at him with disdain. Look at yourself. You're not even as good as a kind mother. Is Zhang shunning a goddess or an empress? Does Chongjing have to flatter her? If you want a peaceful family, first let her change her bad habits. Just look at how the second daughter-in-law is being bullied. She's almost like a white-haired girl. Be careful, or you might upset her so much she'll get angry and cause trouble at home, making your family unhappy. Lu Duofu moved his lips but said nothing. Yang Baolu sneered. Now they're starting to disobey. Well, that's your fault. Even mud dolls have some spirit. If you don't treat people like humans, how can they treat themselves like humans? Clothing was too expensive, so Yang Baolu tore 3 pieces of fabric. He gave 1 piece to Qin Jinhua, 1 to the eldest daughter-in-law, and kept the last one. Lu Duofu asked curiously, does Hongbing have a partner now? Yang Baolu shot him a glance, and then looked at Lu Chongjing, who was choosing a headscarf with Jiang Wenyuan. As usual, each younger sibling got one, fair and balanced. Yang Baolu secretly nodded and said to Lu Duofu, if your family changed a bit, life would be much calmer. Lu Duofu understood what he meant, but didn't dare reply. At his age, letting his son take charge, how would he behave in the village? Wouldn't that make him look weak? They came out of the department store, and it was already past noon. Lu Duofu patted his stomach, which was growling, and asked Lu Chongjing for a big pancake and an egg. Lu Chongjing opened his bag and gave him 2 pieces of peach cake. Lu Duofu was immediately unhappy. Xiaoya had baked so many steamed pancakes, and he hadn't even had a bite. These treats were sweet and crispy, and Lu Duofu liked them very much. But since Yang Baolu had just embarrassed him, and now his eldest son refused to follow his wishes, he started to get angry. Give me a pancake and an egg. There's no more pancake and no more eggs. Lu Chongjing looked at the noodle shop across the street and said to the other two, today I'll treat everyone to a meal. Jiang Wenyuan had already crossed to the other side of the road. Yang Baolu no longer held back and followed Lu Chongjing across the street. Lu Duofu saw that these people didn't ask for his opinion at all. His anger grew, and he stood there trying to assert himself. But once they entered the house, no one looked back at him. He could only curse quietly and follow behind. We don't need the newest seed variety. The one we planted last year, Liangyu No. 3, is better. It sounds more suitable for our climate, with deep, full grains, high yield, stable growth, and strong disease resistance. Just a moment ago, Lu Chongjing was eating a plain pancake, looking downcast because there was no more food. He was hosting, so others didn't mind him eating alone. Yang Baolu and Lu Duofu thought he was a good person, willing to invite them to a restaurant, while he ate cold pancakes by himself. But they didn't realize he just didn't want to share Xiaoya's kindness with others. They had 4 bowls of noodles, a plate of spicy dried tofu, and a plate of stir-fried soybean sprouts with pork skin. If these people had bought the seeds happily, Lu Chongjing wouldn't be so stingy. He simply couldn't understand why a party secretary, an accountant, and an old farmer wouldn't make decisions. Regretting coming out, lying on the big shared bed at night, all he could think about was Xiaoya. Their feet were so smelly that he couldn't even have a romantic dream. This is pretty much what I expected. Changzheng, you say you don't understand, but look, you seem to know quite a lot, someone said with a smile, having made a decision. The other two didn't want to take responsibility, and just agreed along. Lu Changzheng was tired of looking at his helpless father, and shot a quick glance at Jiang Wenyuan. The clever accountant Jiang immediately stopped talking and quietly ate his meal. Seeing Jiang Wenyuan so obedient to Lu Changzheng, Yang Balu's idea came back to him. Changzheng, the village chief position hasn't been decided yet. I've been thinking, none of us are really suitable for this role. How about you take on this responsibility? Village chief. Lu Duofu was so surprised that he dropped his chopsticks. Let him be the village chief, Yang Balu nodded. Lu Duofu looked at Jiang Wenyuan. Jiang Wenyuan showed no surprise on his face. Instead, he also tried to persuade Lu Changzheng, saying, Yes, Changzheng, when we were at home, we discussed with Wang Jixiang several times and we all think you're the best choice. The party secretary also mentioned it to the town mayor. Wang Jixiang is vice village head Wang Er's father. Yang Balu nodded and said, Yes, the town mayor also thinks you're suitable. Lu Duofu realized belatedly that Yang Balu insisted his son come along because it was a test. Although the village chief is not as high-ranking as a battalion commander or deputy battalion commander, he is still a leader. Becoming village chief means he can stand equal to Lu Zhanshan, which will give him respect everywhere. Moreover, Lu Duofu looked at Yang Balu. Old Yang is getting old, and he can't work much longer. His son is now the top person in the village. Lu Duofu thought that if Lu Changzheng became village chief, he could go back to the good days when he had a son who was a deputy battalion commander. It made him feel lighter. He almost wanted to go up and press Lu Changzheng's head, urging him to agree. But unexpectedly, Lu Changzheng said, No, damn. Enough is enough. Time to settle accounts. Lao Mao wiped his mouth and stared at the people squatting on the ground. If you don't hand over Hua Xiaoyu, I'll burn down your broken house. Lu Changhai coughed up blood, his voice hoarse. How do we give her up? She's at Lu Jiao's place. Trying to be tough with me, huh? Lao Mao Si grabbed a nearby stick of firewood, ready to hit Lu Changhai. Stop hitting, Lu Changjiang suddenly spoke. Finding Hua Xiaoyu isn't hard. Just go to her father, Hu Lao Shi, and ask for her. Ask her family for her? Hua Xiaoyu never went back to her family. What are we supposed to ask for? Lao Mao Si walked over and punched Lu Changjiang in the stomach. Playing tricks on us, huh? Fine, then we'll play with you. While talking, he grabbed Yang Qiqiao, who was trembling nearby. Your man wants to play with us, but we don't find him interesting. What do you think we should do? Yang Qiqiao's buttons were torn off, and her inner shirt was also ripped, revealing half her chest. Lao Mao Si drooled, his hairy hand reaching out to grab her. Lewd and disgusting. Damn, women still smell better. Terrified, Yang Qiqiao curled up and desperately shouted for Lu Changjiang to save her. Old Mao looked at her tearful face, and his violent instincts suddenly grew stronger. He gave her a heavy kiss on the shoulder and said, Damn it, why bother looking for Hua Xiaoya? Lu Changjiang, she's your woman anyway. Giving her to us brothers is the same. He spoke quickly and threw Yang Qiqiao onto the bed. No, let her go. Lu Changjiang stood up to save Yang Qiqiao but was kicked aside by Old Mao. Get lost, you little brat. You think you can block a big truck with an ant? I dare you to try. I'll beat your mother if you keep showing off. Hearing this, Zhang Shuning's face turned pale with fear. No, this can't happen. She looked at Mao's brothers' faces. She would rather die than be with old Mao, and the same for Mao's older brothers, Mao Laoer and Mao Laosan. Only Mao Laosan and Mao Laowu, among the brothers, looked somewhat normal. Mao Laosan stood up and kicked old Mao to the ground. Damn it, just care about your 2 pounds of meat. Focus on real work. Old Mao fell onto Zhang Shuning. Mao Laosan glanced at Yang Qiqiao, his eyes lingering on her exposed skin for a moment. Dealing with that little troublemaker, Hua Xiaoya, is more important. You idiot, have your head full of urine? Can't tell what's urgent. He looked at Lu Changjiang, whose eyes were turning red. Old Mao was really stupid. He didn't even think that if he dared to harm Yang Qiqiao in front of Lu Changjiang, Lu would fight him. He sneered at Lu Changjiang. Didn't you say you had a plan? Why are you silent now? Lu Changjiang stared at him fiercely. You promised me that if you got Hua Xiaoya back, you'd let us go. Old Mao crossed his arms and sneered. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with us? Lu Changjiang was stumped. He looked at Yang Qiqiao, who was half-dressed on the bed, and swallowed the blood and saliva in his mouth. You're just seeking revenge. But Lu Tsueha took Hua Xiaoya to Lijiao. Do you dare to go there? He paused, seeing the hesitation on Mao's brothers' faces, and continued. The people at Lijiao are all reckless. If you go, you'll only suffer. But her father, Hua Laoshi, is known as a coward in 10 towns. Mao Lao was surprised. Hua Laoshi? That old guy is really a coward. When I took 2 jean of dried tobacco from him at the market, he didn't dare say a word. Exactly because he's a coward. Lu Changjiang's voice suddenly rose sharply, filled with a fierce determination. Think about it. If you go to his house causing trouble, he'll definitely be terrified. He'll either hand over Hua Xiaoya or pay you a big sum of money. Either way, you'll vent your anger. He looked at the Mao brothers and said sharply. It's better than wasting time at our place, right? Our house is empty. If they break something here, they won't gain anything. When my older brother comes back, he definitely won't let this go. This is the real reason why Lu Changjiang and these animals haven't harmed Yang Qiqiao and Zhang Shuning yet. The moment his name was mentioned, it struck fear into the Mao brothers. Lu Changjiang's lips curled into a mocking smile. He hated how his older brother had been ruthless to him before, but he had to use him as a shield now. Seeing the brothers exchange glances, he knew he was right. But Hua Laoshi is different. He's afraid of trouble. If you scare him a little, he'll obediently listen. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want to him. Old Mao Fourth's eyes lit up. Yes. Third brother, he's right. Hua Laoshi is very timid. Let's go to his house and make him bring Hua Xiaoya out of Liu Jiayao. Old Mao Third stroked his chin, quickly calculating in his mind. Lu Changjiang was right. Hua Laoshi was known to be a coward. Causing trouble at his house was low risk and high reward, much better than fighting these useless people at the Lu family. Plus, they wouldn't offend Lu Zhanshan's brothers. You have some brains. Mao Old Third kicked Lu Changjiang. If you had said this earlier, we wouldn't have gotten beaten so much. Mao Old First stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and looked fierce. All right, let's go to Hua Laoshi's house. Zhang Shuning and you little girl. He pointed at Yang Qiqiao. Take good care of my 5th brother. If he's even half uncomfortable, I'll come back and break your bones. After saying that, he called out to his brothers. Let's go. To Li Laoshir's house. Smash that coward's home. The Mao brothers cursed as they left. Inside, only the injured Lu family mother and children remained, along with Mao Lao Wu lying on the bed. Yang Qiqiao couldn't hold back anymore and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Zhang Shuning supported Lu Changhai, tears streaming down her face. How can we get through these days? Lu Changjiang walked to the bed, looking at Mao Lao. Their eyes met briefly, and Lu quickly looked away. Mao Lao snorted dismissively. Zhang Shuning kept murmuring, that Wang Er, Yang Hongbing, they're all troublemakers. Damn it, when I fought with Hua Xiaoya before, they came faster than anyone. Now, our family is causing so much trouble, but they act like they're dead, never showing their faces. Lu Changjiang helped Yang Qiqiao put on her clothes. Can't you see? Who can be offended and who can't? They all know the rules. Village officials? They're just afraid of the strong. Both Wang Er and Yang Hongbing don't need to offend these brothers for their family. In the end, it's all Hua Xiaoya's fault. Lu Changhai looked at the hole burned into Mao Lao's leg, grinding his teeth in anger. Why can't Hua Xiaoya behave herself? She's not missing any limbs. What's with pretending to be a pure, noble girl? Lu Changhai's eyes showed fierce anger, but he also felt a bit of satisfaction. This humiliation was remembered, and the Mao brothers would pay it back someday. Zhang Shuning rubbed her chest where she had been hit earlier. Young men are strong and tough. Bones and flesh are hard. A quick bump hurts more than old Lu Dafu's constant scolding. They stayed 2 nights at Lu's house. Hua Xiaoya helped prepare clothes for Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu, and Lu Jinyang. They tried on the clothes, and everything fit perfectly. Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu were especially happy with the buttons and loops Hua Xiaoya made. They looked in the mirror and admired themselves several times. Lu Jinyang's jacket and bell-bottom pants were the most eye-catching. When he put them on, Lu Tsueha was so impressed she wanted to make a similar set. She went out for a walk and received praise from the village girls, young women, and young men. They asked where the clothes were bought. Lu Jinyang took them to Lu Tsueha's house and pointed at Hua Xiaoya. Look, this is the master craftsman. She made this set of clothes, and she only charges for her work 2 yuan. He handed the 2 yuan to Hua Xiaoya. Hua Xiaoya's eyes widened. She was about to refuse, but outside, Wang Kaiyan called out, Xiaoya, your dad is looking for you. Dad? Hua Xiaoya went to the front room and saw the familiar figure. Her breath caught, and she pressed herself against the wall, looking at him timidly. She quickly lowered her head. Old Hua sat on the bed, holding a whip in his hand. His cloudy eyes fixed on Xiaoya in the corner, like nails. He forced a gentle look on his face and said, Xiaoya, come back to your mother's house with Dad for a couple of days. Your mom misses you. Xiaoya instinctively wanted to agree but stopped herself just in time. There was nothing urgent at home, so she wouldn't go back to her mother's house. Besides, he came personally to pick her up. How did he know she was at Lu's house? Did the Mao brothers send you? She asked, her voice trembling but firm. They found our house, so you want to hand me over? That wicked girl. How dare you talk back? Old Hua's calm disguise was instantly shattered. His gentle face broke apart, revealing a fierce, angry expression. He suddenly charged forward like a mad bull, raising his hand and slapping Xiaoya on both ears. The force made her stagger and hit the corner of the wall. Her face swelled immediately, blood at the corners of her mouth, and her ears buzzed. Our Hua family has been cursed for 8 generations to raise a troublemaker like you. A bad omen. If you hadn't shamelessly provoked the Mao family, would they have come to beat and loot us at home? He cursed loudly while kicking her. One kick hit her waist and stomach, another pressed on her small leg. Xiaoya curled up on the ground, cold sweat soaking her clothes. You caused your parents to be slapped by the Mao people, caused your brother to have his arm broken, and scared your grandma, your sister-in-law, and your nephew to cry all night. Now, the Mao family thugs are bullying us at home, eating and drinking the best, and if anything goes wrong, they whip your mother or beat your father. And you just hide here enjoying your peace. Old Hua cursed more fiercely, swinging the whip to hit Xiaoya. Why don't you go die? If you died, our family would be free. You're a troublemaker. A disaster. Living only brings trouble to others. Xiaoya wanted to dodge, but the more she moved, the harder she was hit. The Lu family members didn't expect him to attack suddenly. Wang Kaiyun and Lu Tsueha were so scared they froze. Lu Jinyang saw this and hurriedly rushed forward, grabbing old Hua's arm tightly. Uncle, you can't hit her anymore. If you hit again, someone might get hurt. Xiaoya is also a victim. Others stepped forward to stop the fight, but Hua Lao was like a wild beast with bloodshot eyes. He suddenly pushed Lu Jinyang, making him hit the doorframe and groan. He swung his whip around, scaring everyone away. He grabbed Xiaoya's arm and twisted it hard, making her bones creak. Victim? She's trouble. You shouldn't have been born in the first place. He vented all his anger from being bullied by the Mao brothers onto Xiaoya. He looked normally honest, but now his face was fierce and terrifying, like a wild animal released from a cage. He shouted at the Lu family, "She's my daughter. Even if I beat her to death, it's none of your business." Xiaoya was beaten so badly that her whole body hurt. She suddenly looked up, a hint of fierce determination in her eyes. The words Lu Changzheng had said echoed in her ears. The faces of Zhang Shunning falling into the mud, Lu Changzheng kicking her in sensitive places, and Mao Laowu crying out in pain from being burned by a fire stick kept flashing through her mind. She wasn't afraid of those people, so why be afraid of this one? At worst, she would just endure a harsher beating. Once the idea of resisting formed in her mind, she couldn't stand even a second of it. She immediately wanted to escape this suffocating despair. But just as she was about to swing her fist, a sudden image flashed to her mind. Her parents, brother, sister-in-law, hunched over and beaten by the Mao brothers, her little nephew crying in panic. Her movement suddenly froze, her fist trembling in midair. She was resisting. She could run away, but the Mao brothers were cruel and ruthless. They would surely vent their anger on her family. Would they really beat her family to death? Especially her mother. Years ago, her grandmother thought she was unlucky because she was a girl, useless, only eating and doing nothing. She threw her into the mountains to feed wolves. It was her mother who saved her from a badger's jaws. Now, she still had a big scar on her arm from that. A huge feeling of helplessness suddenly overwhelmed her. Her desire to resist was extinguished like a fire poured with cold water, leaving only heartache and hesitation. You want to run? Do you dare to glare at me? Seeing her eyes flicker, Hua Lao thought she still wanted to escape. His anger flared, and he grabbed her by the collar, pulling her up forcefully and pressing her against the wall. His rough hand tightly pinched her chin, and his fierce face almost pressed against hers as he shouted, "You ungrateful wolf! We have raised you for so many years, and now that our family is in trouble, you only want to enjoy yourself? How can you be so cold-hearted?" This sentence felt like a hot iron burning deep into Hua Xiaoya's heart. She froze completely, her struggling movements stopping entirely. Tears blurred her vision instantly, and despair flooded over her like a rising tide. She looked at Hua Laosher's twisted face, her inner struggle almost tearing her apart. Resisting meant her family would suffer. Obeying meant she would fall into a deep abyss. In the end, she slowly closed her eyes, two silent tears falling, her clenched fists gradually loosening, with deep cuts from her nails and her palms. Lu Jinyang stepped forward and hugged Hua Laosher, then threw him aside. "You're supposed to be a father, but when trouble comes, all you do is push your daughter out. Why don't you slap that Mao guy in the face instead?" He took a step closer, snatched the whip from Hua Laosher's hand, and broke the stick directly. Then he threw it at Hua Laosher's face. "If I were you, I'd be willing to fight them with a knife or an axe, instead of sending your daughter back to danger after selling her once." He looked back at Hua Xiaoya, full of pity and sadness. He already knew she hadn't had a good life in that family, growing up with constant scolding and beating. But now, seeing her being abused by Hua Laosher with his own eyes, he felt like his heart was breaking. "Yes, I'm useless. I don't dare to fight for my life." Hua Laosher took the chance while Lu Jinyang was distracted and pushed her against the wall. Lu Jinyang's back hit the window frame, feeling like his spine was about to break. Hua Laosher then grabbed the whip from the ground, dragging Hua Xiaoya like garbage toward the donkey cart outside the yard, cursing nonstop. "If I knew this would happen, I should have thrown you into the river to drown. So you wouldn't cause trouble for the whole family now. You little brat, you deserve to be properly dealt with by the Mao family." Lu Tsueha and Wang Kaiyun rushed over trying to take her back. But Hua Xiaoya shook her head at both of them, refusing. She was like a lifeless puppet, allowing Hua Laosher to pull her onto the donkey cart. Watching herself get farther and farther from Lu's house, and seeing Lu Tsueha and Wang Kaiyun panicking to find someone, she felt content. These 2 days living in Lu's house were the happiest and most joyful days of her life. Wang Kaiyun and Lu Zhanshan would call her daughter with kindness. Grandma Lu would give her and Lu Tsueha a bowl of egg water to drink every day. Even in early spring, Grandpa Lu would still light a fire in the stove morning and night. The quilt was soft, the bed was warm, and Lu Tsueha lying beside her was cheerful and carefree. Someone was eager to do the heavy work. Lu Jinyang would walk around in front of and behind her, always finding her good points to praise. This made her realize she was not disliked by everyone. She never dared to imagine she could live such a life. But this was enough. It was enough. She clenched the scissors in her hand, which she had taken from Lu's windowsill. She fastened the scissors to her belt. She was willing to risk everything, even her life, to have someone stand by her. Maybe heaven would open its eyes and take away those cruel people named Mao. It's a pity. She still wanted to help her eldest brother mend old clothes, but it seemed she wouldn't have the chance anymore. She just hoped her brother would marry soon. With a new wife, he wouldn't have to worry about sewing and mending his clothes and shoes anymore. He was already 30. He should have a stable life. Her big brother, like him, would surely not let his wife suffer any unfairness in the future. She wondered if she was overthinking. From Lu's kiln to Huashi Creek was less than 10 miles, but it seemed like they arrived in the blink of an eye. Hua Laoshi stopped the donkey cart and reached out to pull her. "Get off the cart. What are you waiting for?" Hua Xiaoya was dragged into the yard. Her father's cold and ruthless attitude completely extinguished the small spark of rebellion in her heart, leaving only endless despair and helplessness. But before Hua Laoshi could open the door, a big hand grabbed his wrist. "Let her go." A tall figure overshadowed the father and daughter, and a deep voice was as cold as a blade. "Big brother." Hua Xiaoya trembled at the familiar voice. She struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. In her blurry vision, she saw the familiar figure of Lu Chongjing. Her big brother was back, and he appeared at this most desperate moment. She felt like a drowning person clutching at the last piece of driftwood. All her fear, grievance, and pain were suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of unexpected relief, and her tense nerves suddenly broke apart. She looked at him, her lips seeming to want to form a faint smile, but the despair in her eyes quickly faded, leaving only deep dependence and relief. In the next moment, everything went dark before her eyes, and she completely lost consciousness, collapsing softly to the ground and fainting. "Xiaoya." Lu Chongjing's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, causing him to gasp in pain. He bent down carefully to hold her in his arms. When his fingertips touched her cold skin and the uneven scars, a surge of intense anger burst from his chest, rushing straight to his head. He looked down at the person in his arms. Her cheeks were swollen and red, with clear finger marks turning purple. The blood scab on her lip had hardened, and there were a few fierce finger-shaped bruises on her neck. Under her worn-out clothes, her arms and legs were covered with purple bruises, and there were even some bleeding scratches. Each of these injuries was like a steel needle stabbing into Lu Chongjing's eyes, making them turn red with rage, and his fists clenched tightly. "Who did this?" His voice was frighteningly deep, filled with suppressed violence, like the calm before a storm. His usually gentle eyes now swirled with terrifying anger as they swept over the trembling Hua Laoshi. Hua Laoshi shrank back, trembling. "I didn't do much. I just wanted her to come home. She caused trouble and came knocking on our door. If she doesn't come back, does that mean our whole family has to pay the price?" He seemed to remember that the person fainting was his daughter and suddenly became more confident. "Besides, I'm her father. So what if I hit her a couple of times? I gave her life. Lu Chongjing kicked him hard, knocking Hua Laoshi to the ground, where he stayed for a long time without getting up. But Lu Chongjing wasn't done. He walked over and grabbed Hua Laoshi's neck. "Your daughter? After you sent her out of the house with 1,000 yuan, she's no longer your daughter. What right do you have to hit her?" Hua Laoshi, seeing his attitude, was already terrified and could only beg for mercy repeatedly. The Mao brothers in the house heard the noise outside and came out. "Damn! Who dares to interfere in my business?" The eldest Mao's arrogant attitude suddenly stopped when he saw Lu Chongjing. Lu Chongjing. He looked like a goose being strangled, unable to finish his words. "You. Why are you back?" Old Mao rushed out aggressively, but he was so frightened by the fierce look in Lu Chongjing's eyes that his legs went weak. Seeing this, Old Mao's third brother quickly stepped forward with a smile, trying to negotiate. "Brother Chongjing, it's not our fault. Your sister-in-law was the one who burned our fifth brother. We just wanted to get some justice for our family." "Justice? I am that justice." Lu Chongjing directly pushed aside the honest old man. He was so hurt that his vision blurred, almost fainting. But he threw the man aside, rolled up his sleeves, and looked sharply at Mao's brothers like a blade. The brothers exchanged glances. The eldest brother cursed, "Damn it, let's all go together. We couldn't beat him 15 years ago, and we still can't now." Before he finished speaking, Lu Chongjing's fist hit his face with a loud crack. His nose collapsed instantly, and blood sprayed out. Lu Chongjing dodged an attack from Mao's second brother, then countered with an elbow strike that broke his ribs. He kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him flying back and crashing into the courtyard wall, unconscious. The remaining two brothers tried to rush forward, but Lu Chongjing swept their legs out skillfully. He stepped on Mao's third brother's back and grabbed Mao's fourth brother's hair, smashing his head into the ground. The sound of bones hitting the ground made everyone cringe. Seeing this, honest old Mao fainted immediately. Others in the house came out. Old Mao, Hualigua, looked at his unconscious father and sister, dragging his broken arm, unsure of whom to help. Hua's mother, Qin Siling, wiped her tears and cried, calling for her daughter and the head of the family, but she dared not step forward. Hualigua's wife held the baby under the eaves, watching everything coldly. Grandma Hua staggered out and saw Hua Xiaoya. Without thinking, she raised her hand to hit her. "You little brat, you're a troublemaker, a bad omen, always causing trouble for the family." She had been so timid in front of Mao's brothers earlier, like a wilted eggplant, but now, seeing Hua Xiaoya, she suddenly looked fierce. But before she could slap, someone grabbed her wrist. Lu Chongjing's cold, stern gaze made her shiver. She pointed at Hua Xiaoya, then at Lu Chongjing, unable to speak for a long time. Hualigua came to his senses quickly and hurried forward to stop him. "Brother Chongjing, this is my grandmother. Please don't." Before he could finish saying, "Attack," a heavy slap landed on Grandma Hua's face with a loud crack. The air was very quiet. Even the crying child was covered by Hualigua's wife to keep quiet. Grandma Hua swayed a few times and then sat down on the ground. She spat out 2 teeth, and her face immediately swelled up. She glared at Lu Chongjing, ready to scold him, but he raised his hand again. That slap was like a fan, and with a little force, it seemed it could flatten someone. Grandma Hua swallowed hard and took 2 steps back. Hualigua quickly came over and continued to persuade him. "Brother Chongjing, this is my grandmother. Please don't do this. It will make Xiaoyu very uncomfortable." Lu Chongjing sneered. "She didn't hesitate to hit and scold your sister." Qin Siling stared blankly at everything happening. Her husband, mother-in-law, and daughter seemed not to be in her concern at all. Her face was bruised, like an outsider. Lu Chongjing looked at the weak and cold faces, thinking of Hua Xiaoya's many injuries. He felt it was unfair for her and couldn't imagine what kind of life Hua Xiaoya had been living all these years. She is the daughter of this family, but she was bullied. She only dares to run outside. You catch her back just to use her to block disasters? Is this how you behave? Are you worthy of being human? His angry shout made everyone's eardrums tremble. Everyone avoided his gaze. Even Hualigua, who had been trying to smooth things over, lowered his head in shame. A trace of sarcasm flickered in Qin Siling's eyes, but it disappeared instantly. Lu Chongjing was about to hug Hua Xiaoya when sirens sounded outside. A young girl, accompanied by several police officers, hurried over. Seeing the chaotic scene in the yard, they were all startled. "Fanqing, why are you here?" Hualigua looked at her. This girl was Hua Fanqing, the daughter of his uncle Hua Datu. "I went to report to the police with my dad." Hua Fanqing didn't look at him, but instead came to Hua Xiaoya's side. She squatted down carefully, gently touching her face, and asked angrily yet tenderly, "Who hit her? Who made my sister like this?" She looked up at Lu Chongjing, unafraid of his imposing presence. Instead, she suddenly stood up straight and asked loudly, "Was it you?" "It wasn't me." Long Marching was also surprised that someone in the family truly cared about Hua Xiaoya. He pointed at Hua Laoshi, who was still lying on the ground. "It's him." Hua Fuxing looked at Hua Laoshi and said, "Old man." She didn't bother to investigate Hua Laoshi further. She pointed at the Mao brothers and told the police, "Comrade police, these people caused trouble and assaulted us. Comrade, they were the ones who attacked first and threatened us. I was acting in self-defense." Long Marching quickly calmed down, pointing at the Mao brothers on the ground and the unconscious Hua Xiaoya. He explained calmly, but his eyes stayed fixed on Hua Xiaoya with a look of deep concern. The leading police officer glanced at him, checked the scene, and asked a few questions to Hualigua. Hualigua looked at Long Marching, but didn't reveal the truth about his father and grandmother being hurt. The Mao brothers who were crying out were restrained by the police. Then Hua Dad entered the yard. Seeing his mother missing a tooth, he twitched his mouth and went over to ask what happened. Hua Grandma was about to accuse Long Marching, but Hualigua grabbed her finger. Hualigua said, "Second uncle, it was these brothers who caused the trouble." His words were vague, but if the Mao brothers hadn't come to cause trouble, Hua Grandma wouldn't have been slapped. Long Marching ignored the chaos around him. He quickly walked to Hua Xiaoya's side, carefully squatted down, and gently touched her cold face. The swollen marks and dried blood made his eyes ache. His throat moved as he suppressed his rising anger and sadness. He slowly picked up Hua Xiaoya horizontally, holding her carefully and gently, as if protecting a fragile treasure. His arms tightly supported her knees and back, afraid of jostling her and hurting her. Hua Dad took all the money from his pocket and handed it to Hua Fuxing. "Take your sister to see a doctor. If the money isn't enough, go home and get more, okay?" Hua Fuxing nodded. Then she followed Long Marching out of the yard. Yang Hongbing had just parked the tractor when he saw Long Marching carrying someone. He quickly opened the truck bed and let Long Marching place her inside. Next to them, Hua Fuxing saw Yang Hongbing's cheeks flush. Yang Hongbing scratched his head, looked at her with a faint, gentle smile. Their flirtatious exchange was brief, and they both looked away. "Go to my house and get some money," Hua Fuxing said, sitting on the tractor's side, holding the back of the driver's seat. Yang Hongbing got into the car and handed her a sponge cushion from his seat. Hua Fuxing hesitated for a moment, but took it and placed it under her bottom. "Let's go straight to the community health clinic." "I have money," Lu Chongjing said, focusing entirely on Hua Xiaoya and not noticing the small gestures between the two. "Xiaoya, I'll take you to see a doctor." "Don't be afraid," he whispered softly in her ear, his voice gentle and warm, very different from his fierce tone earlier. The person in his arms was very light, and under her thin clothes, he could see faint bruises. Lu Chongjing felt a surge of pain and care. He took off his coat and covered her, hiding the visible injuries, then gently protected her shoulders and back with his arm to prevent her from being jostled as the car moved. "Drive, Hongbing, hurry up," he told Yang Hongbing. Then he let Hua Xiaoya lean on him, keeping his fingertips lightly on her wrist to feel her faint pulse, his eyes full of worry and determination. "Okay." Yang Hongbing started the tractor and headed toward the town. Lu Chongjing looked down at Hua Xiaoya, who was unconscious. He gently brushed her hair from her forehead and silently vowed, from now on, he would never let anyone bully her again. His feelings, hidden in his heart, grew even stronger at that moment. As soon as the tractor left, 2 carriages stopped at the Hua family's gate. Lu Tsueha and Lu Jinyang, along with their brothers, jumped down from the car. Seeing the police car parked at the gate, they paused in surprise. They were about to enter the yard, full of questions, when the police had already handcuffed the Mao brothers and led them out. Lu Tsueha quickly stepped forward, greeted the leader, and asked, "Uncle Tang, what's going on?" "Who called the police?" Captain Tang, who was leading the team, was an old acquaintance of Lu Zhanshan. Seeing Lu Tsueha, his expression softened, and he briefly explained what had happened. Lu Tsueha finally relaxed and said, "So, the big brother is back?" Lu Jinyang asked anxiously, "And Hua Xiaoya? The girl that old Hua forcibly took back?" "She's at the community health clinic." Hua Xiaoya was badly hurt, but luckily only with surface injuries. The female nurse scolded the culprit while treating Hua Xiaoya's wounds. "Family members, come help take off her clothes so I can apply medicine," she called. "I'll come," Lu Tsueha responded. "All right," they said together. 2 hands reached out at the same time toward Hua Xiaoya. Hua Fuxing stared at Lu Chongjing. "Brother Chongjing, come here," Yang Hongbing called outside. Lu Chongjing didn't respond. He gently adjusted Hua Xiaoya's collar with his fingertips, casually brushed her delicate neck, and noticed the collar was slightly crooked. He leaned down to straighten it slowly, as if in no rush. Finally, He brushed away her stray hair from her forehead and then stepped outside. Hua Fuxing stood nearby, frozen as if nailed in place. Only after helping Hua Xiaoye remove her muddy clothes and watching the doctor dip a cotton swab in medicine to treat her wound did she finally snap out of her shock. Her eyes nearly popped out. Wasn't Lu Chongjing's move and gaze just a clear challenge? Right. Yang Hongbing was thinking about going to the police station to gather information. When he saw Lu Chongjing, he hurried over and asked, "Should I find my brother? With him and my dad's connections, we can probably get some help in town." "Not yet, let's wait for more news," Lu Chongjing said, patting his shoulder sincerely. "Hongbing, I really appreciate you. If it weren't for you sending the message first," Yang Hongbing had already told them about this at the station. Lu Chongjing had gotten off the bus midway and came straight to Huashi Creek. His bag was still on Yang Hongbing's car, but he happened to witness that tense scene that made his heart tighten. Seeing Hua Lao dragging Hua Xiaoye's arm into the muddy ground still haunted him. It felt like 1,000 needles stabbing his chest. Yang Hongbing first sent the seeds and others back to Donggo, then drove the tractor hurriedly toward Huashi Creek. Now, he scratched his head and handed Lu Chongjing his bag, a bit regretful. "I was hoping I could help you fight back, but Fuxing was so quick to call the police. He didn't even get a chance to throw a punch." Lu Chongjing patted his arm firmly. "You did well." He immediately sent the person away to keep her safe. When he learned that the Mao brothers planned to cause trouble at the Hua family, he hurriedly notified him. He remembered this favor. Yang Hongbing was about to leave when he suddenly slapped his thigh, almost forgetting Mao Laowu. "That kid! If he dares to hit Xiaoya, I won't just let it go." Lu Chongjing's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Yang Hongbing was so scared he hiccuped. Wait, that's not what he wanted to say. He was thinking about Mao Laowu and Yang Qiqiao. He clicked his tongue but swallowed his words back. "Forget it, no matter how urgent. It's not as important as Sister Xiaoya's situation." Lu Chongjing didn't wait for Yang Hongbing to leave. He turned back into the room. As he entered, he quickly told the doctor, "Give her another shot of anti-inflammatory medicine, but use a lighter dose. Don't hurt her body." The doctor looked up at him, then at the pale-faced Hua Xiaoya lying on the bed. He couldn't help but tease. "Now you're starting to care? Why didn't you do this earlier? Young people are quick-tempered. You shouldn't hit your wife. Look at her suffering. And the money is suffering too. It's not worth it." The words wife felt like a feather, lightly scratching Lu Chongjing's heart. It made him feel comfortable all over. He couldn't help but smile, not explaining anything. He just agreed with the doctor and kept his eyes fixed on Hua Xiaoya's face, not moving them away. Seeing her frown as if she was uncomfortable lying down, he immediately moved to the bed. Before Hua Fanqing could reach out, he bent down first. One hand gently held Hua Xiaoya's waist, careful as if afraid to break a porcelain doll. With the other hand, he carefully placed a pillow behind her neck, adjusting several angles until her brow relaxed. Then he let out a breath of relief. After Hua Xiaoya lay down, he didn't leave. He sat on the small bench beside the bed, reached for the cold foretube, and rubbed it back and forth with his hands. He wanted to transfer his warmth into her, afraid the cold medicine might make her uncomfortable. Hua Fanqing watched all these actions clearly. Her eyelids twitched like drums beating. The small details she had ignored before now played like a movie in her mind. The more she thought, the more nervous she felt. Earlier, when they stopped the vehicle, Yang Hongbing wanted to help, but Lu Chongjing didn't give him a chance. He simply carried Hua Xiaoya horizontally, took a big step off the tractor, and moved so steadily it seemed unreal. He didn't let her touch the ground at all. And during the police questioning, whether the police asked or others added details, his eyes stayed glued to Hua Xiaoya's figure, as if magnetized. He never looked away. What exactly is this person planning? Hua Fanqing's mind was full of questions, but she didn't find a good chance to ask clearly. Because Lu Tsueha, Lu Jinyang, and Wang Kaiyun had already hurried over, carrying things. When the three of them entered, they saw Lu Chongjing standing by the bed, never leaving her side. Their expressions were all different. After simple introductions with Hua Fanqing, Lu Tsueha looked at Hua Xiaoya's injuries. Her eyes turned red first, and her tone was full of guilt. It's all my fault. I didn't watch Xiaoya well, which allowed that scoundrel Hua Laoshi to take her away. Lu Jinyang, standing nearby, also drooped his head. His lower back was swollen, a large bump from when he was hit while trying to stop someone. It looked painful. Hua Fanqing quickly comforted her. Sister Tsueha, don't be like that. She really didn't want to talk about the messy things Hua Laoshi did. After thinking it over, she decided calling her sister felt more reassuring. Things between their father and daughter are hard for outsiders to get involved in. Even my parents can only do so much. Many times, we stopped her from leaving, but my sister still got beaten worse. Once, during the New Year, my father secretly gave my sister a penny as a New Year's gift. She forgot to tell the family, and my great-uncle found out. He locked her in the pigsty and left her there all night. If Leah hadn't sneaked over late at night to bring her a quilt, my sister might not have made it through that day. As she spoke, her voice trembled. Every time she remembered this, she felt lingering fear. My great-uncle is a real bastard, bossy and mean. He has some ability, but he only uses it against my sister. After facing frustration outside, he would vent his anger on Hua Xiaoya and Qin Xiling. That was Hua Laoshi's long-standing way. Later, as Hua Ligua and Hua Liya, the brothers grew up, they could support their mother. Hua Laoshi's scolding and beating of Qin Xiling lessened, but her resentment shifted entirely onto Hua Xiaoya. The fists that hit her became even heavier. Lu Tsueha gasped in shock. She suddenly understood why Hua Xiaoya always seemed so meek and silent. It wasn't because she was soft, but because she was afraid of being beaten. Every attempt to resist only led to harsher revenge. Over time, no matter how strong her spirit, how much courage to fight back could she have left? If it were her, she probably would have lost all her edge long ago. She instinctively looked at Lu Chongjing beside her. The man's face showed no emotion, so calm it was hard to tell if he was angry or happy. But his eyes were frighteningly red, as if hiding two suppressed fires. He stared fixedly at Hua Xiaoya on the bed, his gaze intense and unblinking. The look in his eyes was so strong that no one dared to look too closely. Li Tsueha's heart suddenly jumped, and she quickly looked away. She then looked at Lu Jinyang. Usually, he was a carefree, silly boy, but now he had no energy to cause trouble. He hung his head, his clenched fists trembling slightly, and his eyes were full of deep regret. I should have fought that old man with all I had. No matter what, I couldn't let him take Sister Xiaoya away. But in this world, where can you find a remedy for regret? Lu Jinyang muttered, I need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Before anyone could respond, he turned and hurried away. He wanted to find some good food to help Sister Xiaoya recover. Li Tsueha felt very upset inside, so she also stood up and went outside to get some fresh air. Wang Kaiyun held her daughter's shoulder and left together. As a spoiled only child raised in a loving family, she never thought that there could be such cruel parents in this world, or such a girl with a tough life. Finally, the hospital room became quiet. Hua Xiaoya's head was pounding, and her consciousness was like being trapped in a thick, confusing fog. After struggling for a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. She saw an unfamiliar ceiling and unfamiliar walls. She was still dazed, not yet sure where she was, when a sharply defined face suddenly appeared close to her, so near she could smell his cold, sharp breath. Then, a warm, large hand gently held her own. Xiaoya, how do you feel? A deep voice sounded in her ear, with a hint of hoarseness and urgency that was hard to notice. Hua Xiaoya's mind buzzed like a thunderclap, and her whole body seemed to surge with energy, rushing to the top of her head. Her eyes fixed on the hand they were holding, as if nailed there. The dry, warm touch seeped through her thin skin, making her fingertips numb. She forgot how to breathe properly, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst her ribs.
Big
brother. Hua Xiaoya panicked and tried to pull her hand back, but he held her wrist tightly, making her unable to move. She looked up at the man. His dark eyes were so close that she suddenly remembered old Mao's greasy hands. Fear seized her completely, and her limbs trembled uncontrollably. Her pupils dilated involuntarily, and her voice started to shake. Tears fell like broken beads, suddenly slipping from her eyes and landing on Lu Chongjing's hand, burning like hot salt being sprinkled on his chest, causing a deep ache. Lu Chongjing responded softly, his voice deep and water-like. He didn't let go of her hand but moved his fingers gently, resting them on the back of her hand where the needle was. His rough fingertips carried a warm, dry sensation, softly circling around the needle, with a gentle touch that felt almost unbelievable. "Does your wrist hurt?" That warmth seemed magical, strangely calming the panic in Hua Xiaoya's heart, relaxing her tense body little by little. Then, Lu Chongjing's gaze shifted to the 4 drips still dripping medicine. His fingertips lightly touched the cold tube. "The medicine is finished. I'll remove the needle." So that was the reason. Hua Xiaoya quietly let out a breath, her anxious heart settling back into her chest. She shook her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. No, but inside, she couldn't help feeling a bit guilty, scolding herself for misinterpreting his kindness. "That's good." Lu Chongjing lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under his eyelids, hiding the swirling emotions in his eyes. "Big brother." Hua Xiaoya's heart felt more at ease, and her courage grew. She looked up at him, a thin layer of tears still shimmering in her eyes. "Big brother, why are you back so quickly?"
And
"Where are we?" At the community health station. Lu Chongjing's voice remained gentle. While Hua Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, he skillfully pinched the needle handle and quickly and carefully pulled it out. By the time Hua Xiaoya reacted, he was already pressing a ball of medicinal cotton firmly on the needle site on her hand. His large, sturdy hand covered her small one completely. Through the soft cotton, Hua Xiaoya could clearly feel the steady pressure of his fingers. The warmth from his palms seeped through the cotton, making her hand numb and her heart itch with a strange excitement. Flower Xiaoya's gaze involuntarily fell on the small arm pressed against her wrist. Under the tan skin, faint blue veins slightly protruded, as if holding endless strength, gently pulsing. It felt like electricity was flowing along those veins, continuously sending energy to her limbs, making her whole body tingle with a numb, prickly sensation. "Big brother," she called out without realizing it, and her voice carried a new sense of dependence and trust. The tone was light and airy, like a feather, making her feel itchy in her heart. Lu Chongjing's voice grew softer, deep and warm like rich old wine, soothing and captivating. His expression was honest and upright, full of integrity, which made Flower Xiaoya blush again. A wave of shame washed over her, so much so that she forgot to pull her hand back. She just stared at him blankly, listening to his quiet explanation of why he appeared at the Flower family's house. When she mentioned Hua Fanqing, a gentle warmth appeared in Xiaoya's eyes, and a faint smile curved her lips. "Fanqing and uncle and Annie treat me very well." She had never attended school, and the words she knew and the calculations she could do were all taught by Fanqing and Leah hand in hand. "Big sister, you're awake?" Just then, Fanqing's voice came from outside the door. With a creak, she pushed the door open and peeked inside. She immediately saw Lu Chongjing still holding Xiaoya's hand, both of them very close, in a scene so intimate it made her eyelids twitch sharply. Reacting quickly, she turned around and pushed Yang Hongbing, who was about to come in, out of the room. "Go get some warm water for my sister. Make sure it's warm." "Oh, okay." Yang Hongbing didn't notice anything unusual in the room. He responded, and then headed toward the water room. Fanqing then turned back, looking at Lu Chongjing with a half-smile, studying him for a couple of seconds. Lu Chongjing was straightforward, slowly releasing his grip and gently placing a cotton ball into Xiaoya's palm. His voice remained steady. "Press a little longer," to prevent the blood from flowing back. Fanqing was so angry she glared fiercely, cursing Lu Chongjing in her heart. This man was getting more and more unreasonable, even lazy about pretending. Just then, a nurse came in with a tray. Seeing the empty bag and the removed needle, she surprisingly gave Lu Changjing a smile and then turned to complain to Xiaoya. Finally, this man has some use. He knows how to care. But I told my older sister, in this day and age, women shouldn't have to suffer so passively. If he dares to hurt you again, don't hold back. Go to the Women's Federation, the government, or the police station. There will always be someone who can help you. Hua Xiaoya was confused and quickly waved her hands to explain. Huh? No, he's not me. You're right, Lu Changjing said before she finished speaking, with a sincere attitude. Big sister, I understand. I won't do that again. Seeing his good attitude, the nurse stopped nagging, took away the empty 4 bottles and tubes, and then nodded at Hua Fuxing.
Come with me to get the medicine.
Hua Fuxing really didn't want to go, but when she saw the nurse's curious look, worried she might see something unusual about the relationship between the two inside, she stomped her foot in frustration and reluctantly followed out. Seeing her leave, Hua Xiaoya was very anxious. She struggled to sit up, wanting to explain to the nurse. Don't move. Lu Changjing quickly stepped over, grabbing her shoulder and pressing her down. Big brother. Hua Xiaoya looked at his face pressed against her chest, tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Changjing apologized sincerely, with bright, clear eyes. Did I stumble? Hua Xiaoya was about to speak, but felt something bounce in her chest. Her heart started pounding in sync with her feelings. Her pupils slowly dilated, and her innocent, confused, helpless look easily stirred a man's desire. Unfortunately, the timing and place were wrong, but Lu Changjing didn't want to miss this rare chance. He helped Hua Xiaoya to stand. Suddenly, they were very close, just inches apart. Their breaths intertwined, and the warm air brushed her cheek, making her blush instantly. It's complicated to explain. I can't say it. Lu Changjing's voice was very low, like a whisper between lovers, every word entering Hua Xiaoya's ears. You say you got hurt by your father? Or that I'm your supposed older cousin. Then people will ask why your father hit you, why your older cousin brought you to the clinic, and where your husband is now. Each sentence felt like a sharp, icy blade stabbing her heart. It made her wake up from her confused feelings. Hua Xiaoya knew that Lu Changjing and Lu Changjiang were supposed to be her closest family, but when danger came, they pushed her aside to protect themselves. She never had high hopes for them, but now, after Lu Changjing's words, she felt a cold shiver run through her. You think this is honesty. The truth, Lu Changjing's thumb gently stroked the fabric on her back with a secretive tenderness, but in just a few days, this small matter will spread through the whole town, becoming everyone's gossip. Xiaoya, do you want that? Hua Xiaoya stared at him blankly, then gently shook her head. She didn't care about gossip. She had been hurt enough over the past 2 years, just trying to live well. She didn't want to be the topic of others' conversations again and again. So Lu Changjing's voice softened even more. He raised his hand, slightly clenched his fingers, and gently pinched her shoulder blade. The heat from his palm through her thin shirt made her skin feel hot. This explanation, once and for all. I don't mind. Hua Xiaoya lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling gently. Her voice carried a hint of apology. Big brother, doing this might hurt your reputation. He was such a noble and upright person. Even the party's secretary trusted and supported him. She couldn't let him be dragged down. So you're worried about that? Lu Changjing suddenly chuckled softly. The vibration in his chest passed through their skin, warm and hot. It turned out she hesitated and stammered not because she wanted to distance herself from him, but because she was afraid of damaging his reputation. This realization was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in his heart. Instantly, a wave of almost explosive happiness surged within him. He wished he could hold her in his arms right now and love her dearly. But in the end, reason still won over impulsive feelings. He simply moved a little closer, his warm breath brushing her earlobe, sending a tingling sensation. He spoke seriously, word by word. It doesn't matter. Your safety is more important than my reputation. He wished they could stay like this forever. What is reputation? What do others think? All he wanted was to protect her, care for her, and never be apart. Of course, he also hoped their relationship would go beyond just appearances. Hua Xiaoya looked at him blankly, tears of gratitude shining in her eyes.
She nodded heavily. Yes.
I'm sorry, big brother. I've caused you trouble. She didn't notice the intense possessiveness hidden in his dark eyes. Beneath his concern was a strong desire, almost overflowing. It was a straightforward longing from a man to a woman. Outside, the conversation continued. The nurse was discussing medication dosages. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and more people entered. Xiaoya, have you finished the 4? Lu Tsueha's voice was just a door away. As soon as she pushed the door open, she could see her eldest uncle and second aunt doing something. Why are you asking about that? Lu Chongjing reached out and gently brushed her nose with his finger. The rough touch traced her delicate skin and lightly touched her soft lips, intentional or not. I don't like being so formal. It feels too distant. The light touch made her feel very sensitive, causing a slight trembling and making her lips feel numb. Instinctively, she stuck out her tongue and gently licked her dry lips, softly saying, "It's okay now." Unaware of her unconscious action, it looked very tempting in Lu Chongjing's eyes. He looked at her moist, shiny lips, and his gaze suddenly darkened and deepened, like a bonfire lit inside him, with hot, eager flames almost ready to swallow her. His throat moved sharply, and he stared at her lips with a hoarse voice, like sandpaper rubbing wood, slow and deliberate, full of longing and restraint. Xiaoya, suddenly, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. Xiaoya, Lu Tsueha, Lu Jinyang pushed the door and looked inside. Hua Xingxing was a step slower. Tsueha, comma. She didn't stop her, afraid to look up at the open door, worried she might see something she shouldn't. She felt regret and anxiety at the same time. She just wanted to find an excuse to explain the unusual closeness of the two people. After thinking hard, she finally came up with one. My sister has too many bruises. I need to help her rub them. Halfway through, she froze. Lu Chongjing was standing by the window, frowning with a serious expression, lost in thought. Hua Xiaoya was putting on her shoes. There was a clear space between them, a bed separating them. It looked perfectly normal. Lu Tsueha didn't think much of it. Instead, she said to Hua Xiaoya, "Does it hurt when I rub your wounds? I can help you. Also, your clothes are all torn now. Don't wear them anymore. I bought you a new one at the supply store. It's not expensive, and it's better than wearing these ragged clothes." She was in a hurry and didn't have much money with her. The clothes she was wearing were bought with money pooled from Wang Kaiyun, Lu Jinyang, and herself. She didn't have any cloth coupons, so it was a bit more expensive. Even so, Hua Xiaoya felt very embarrassed. My clothes can still be worn. The jacket she was wearing was a gift from Wang Kaiyun. Lu Tsueha forcefully helped her change clothes. But you need to mend it before you can wear it. I'll pay you back when I have money, Hua Xiaoya said, feeling too guilty to face her. Money isn't the point. Let's not make a big deal out of it, Lu Tsueha said dismissively, touching her forehead in annoyance. Lu Chongjing replied seriously, "Third sister-in-law, be gentle. She has a headache." Lu Tsueha quickly withdrew her hand. Wang Kaiyun scolded her daughter for being careless. Seeing Hua Xiaoya's sweater with holes, she felt both angry and sad, but she knew she could only talk about it at home. "I'll go settle the medical bills." Lu Tsueha watched his back and sighed to Hua Xiaoya. Luckily, Big Brother is here. He's the only one in this family who really cares. Hua Fuxing sneered and rolled her eyes. Hua Xiaoya suddenly thought of something, and her face turned red quietly. "Xiaoya, drink water." Yang Hongbing finally brought some water and handed the teapot to Hua Xiaoya. "Thank you." The water was just the right temperature, and Hua Xiaoya looked at Yang Hongbing gratefully. Lu Jinyang couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. His eyes showed some suspicion and hostility, then he looked at Hua Xiaoya and raised the mesh bag in his hand. "Sister, I bought you some canned milk powder and sponge cake. What's the point of spending this money? I don't need it. You should take it back," Hua Xiaoya said firmly. That was a lot of money, and she definitely didn't want to accept it. People won't take it back. You don't know those people at the supply store. Everyone looks down on others. They complain even when you buy something and there's no way they'll take it back. I don't want to cause trouble, Lu Jinyang said confidently and stubbornly. If you won't take it, I'll just throw it on the road, he added playfully. He was acting affectionately. Hua Xiaoye could only nod and accept it, thinking about what to make for Lu Jinyang next time. Having fulfilled his wish, Lu Jinyang turned around and caught Yang Hongbing's gaze. He forced a fake smile, noticing the corner of Hua Fuxing's eyes also watching him, and his smile became warmer and more sincere. Yang Hongbing sensed his gaze, moved a step back, and avoided eye contact. The two young men, about the same height and age, looked at each other with a subtle tension. Suddenly, a loud knocking on the door broke the silence. After a busy afternoon, let's eat first and then go back, Lu Changjing said authoritatively, not allowing anyone to argue. Not to mention Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu weren't here. He was the head of this family. Even if those two were present, they wouldn't have the authority to decide. A group of people got on a tractor, while Lu Jinyang drove a cart behind them. As they started to leave, Hua Dazhou shouted, "Drive," and stopped the donkey cart, tying it to a poplar tree at the clinic's entrance. Hua Laoshi and Hua Ligua helped each other get off the cart. This must have cost a lot of money, Hua Laoshi said, coughing a little as he spoke. Otherwise, would you go home still feeling this way? Hua Dazhou replied impatiently. Hua Laoshi, feeling proud in front of his younger brother, said, "Shouldn't the person who caused the injury be responsible? Responsible? Lao Mao's family can't pay a penny, and the others have all been taken away. Do you dare to ask Lu Changjing for medical expenses?" Hua Dazhou looked right through him. If they dared to ask Lu Changjing for money, they wouldn't have waited until now to seek help. Sure enough, just hearing that name made Hua Laoshi feel a sharp pain all over. Inside the clinic, the nurse looked at their injuries and shook her head in sympathy. She was about to help treat the wounds when Hua Laoshi said, "Just help me fix my arm and his leg. The rest are just surface cuts. They'll heal at home." They had saved money to send their younger son to school and help him get married. Hua Laoshi was reluctant to spend more money. The nurse had seen many such people, but not everyone was as wealthy as the man who had just left, like the young woman's husband. At the Red Star restaurant, 7 people sat around a large table. Lu Changjing looked at the menu and said to those beside him, "Let's have braised pork and a plate of marinated ribs. Can you eat that?" Those were big, expensive dishes. Hua Xiaoye instinctively wanted to refuse, but her wrist was squeezed under the table. She looked up at Lu Changjing, who gave a subtle signal to everyone at the table. These people were here to help, and it was necessary to treat them well with good food and drinks. If their host didn't order any meat dishes, others wouldn't feel comfortable ordering either. Whether they truly loved eating or just pretended to, Hua Xiaoye could only nod. The menu was then handed to the oldest person present, Wang Kaiyun. Lu Changjing said, "Andy, whatever you like, just order. Sorry for the trouble these days. There's no need to say that. Xiaoye is a good girl, and our family all like her. I feel bad that we couldn't protect her today." The two of them took turns talking, and Hua Fanqing secretly rolled her eyes. She looked at her older cousin, who was happily watching the two people without realizing that she had already been represented by the shameless person. Wang Kaiyun thoughtfully ordered pickled cabbage with boiled pork. It was affordable, generous in portion, and the soup made it filling. Everyone who was cooking knew their limits. Even Lu Changjing, who set an example, didn't order anything too expensive. Only Yang Hongbing ordered sweet and sour pork. Hua Xiaoye couldn't help but glance at him more. This dish was Hua Fanqing's favorite. Even better, the two of them sat next to each other. Hua Fanqing was pouring water into her glass when she finished. Then, without asking, she took Yang Hongbing's glass. When she looked up casually, she met Hua Xiaoye's intense stare. "Come get it yourself." Hua Fanqing threw the teapot into Yang Hongbing's hand, not noticing that her commanding tone was already betraying her. Poor Yang Hongbing, caught off guard, burned his hand and flailed around. Lu Changjing quickly grabbed the teapot first. "Thanks, brother Changjing," Yang Hongbing said, his hands red from the burn, looking at Hua Fanqing with a grievance. Hua Fanqing's eyes flashed with regret and concern. She instinctively looked at Hua Xiaoya. Seeing Hua Xiaoya lowering her head and pressing on the table, Hua Fanqing's lips twitched. She pretended to apologize to Yang Hongbing and asked the waiter to bring cold water to wipe off the sauce. Lu Changzheng poured the tea in turn, one cup after another. Finally, he poured some for Hua Xiaoya. Seeing her still fiddling with the table, he thought she was upset about the money spent. He wanted to comfort her, but then he thought it might be better for her to feel guilty for a while. This girl was honest. If she felt she owed someone, she would treat them even better.
He was happy about that.
Lu Jinyang rested his chin on his hand, watching Hua Xiaoya's actions, finding her adorable. So this was how Hua Xiaoya looked when she was bored. His gaze was too obvious, and Lu Changzheng was unhappy again. He tugged on Hua Xiaoya's sleeve and pulled her hand away. Such a temper only showed in front of him. If her hands kept fiddling with him, he would be even happier. The dirtier his thoughts, the more serious his face looked. The scrutinizing gaze fell on Lu Jinyang's face. The young man felt guilty under his stare and quickly excused himself to go to the bathroom. Lu Changzheng's gaze then shifted to the wound on Lu Tsueha's forehead. He asked, "Old third dared to hit someone. What do you want to do?" This was an important matter, so Hua Xiaoya sat up straight and said to Lu Changzheng, "Girls from Lijiao are never bullied by their in-laws." Lu Changzheng nodded to show he understood. "Hitting your wife is definitely not okay." He even wanted to hit Xiaoya. "Damn it, when I get back, I'll show him." When talking about his daughter, Wang Kaiyun immediately recounted how her marriage was arranged, from matchmaking to engagement to wedding, listing all the faults of the Lu family. Hua Xiaoya listened, stunned. It turned out Tsueha's parents were so dissatisfied with Lu Chonghai and Lu Duofu. Fortunately, none of this involved her. She turned to look at Lu Changzheng. The man was serious, nodding constantly and occasionally agreeing, joining in criticizing those people. But from a perspective they couldn't see, he gave Hua Xiaoya a helpless look. Hua Xiaoya lowered her head, shoulders slightly shrugging. So, even her big brother had moments of hesitation. But honestly, it was really Lu Duofu, Zhang Shunying, and Lu Chonghai's fault. The flaws of this family were obvious. Even if they tried to hide them, their true nature would still show. After marriage, they even revealed their true colors directly. The Lu family also had unspoken feelings. When they arranged this marriage, they thought Lu Changzheng could become a battalion commander, aiming for this older uncle. Now that Lu Changzheng had retired, they couldn't back out of the marriage. It was a trap, but they couldn't really blame Lu Changzheng. After all, he didn't know about the marriage when it was arranged. "Anyway, I definitely won't go back to that house," Lu Tsueha said, heartbroken and angry, with a firm attitude. She and Lu Chonghai weren't in a free love relationship, but after being together for so long, they had feelings. She never expected Lu Chonghai to really dare to hit her. Hua Xiaoya felt guilty. If it weren't for her, Lu Tsueha wouldn't have suffered this unjust trouble. "All right, I understand," Lu Changzheng said, noticing Hua Xiaoya's uneasy expression with the corner of his eye. He gently patted her back. This quick touch made Hua Xiaoya feel even more reluctant to resist. Soon, Hua Fanqing, Yang Hongbing, and Lu Jinyang returned one after another. The dining table has returned to normal. Wang Kaiyun was talking with Lu Changzheng about going north to buy seeds. With Lu Jinyang, Yang Hongbing, and Hua Fanqing adding lively energy, the meal was very happy. The braised pork melted in the mouth, and the sweet and sour crispy pot-stewed meat was delicious. Hua Xiaoya was eating her vegetables, feeling like she was in a dream. She couldn't believe that just a few hours ago, she thought she was doomed. After eating, it was already dark outside. Wang Kaiyun and Lu Tsueha planned to ride Lu Jinyang's carriage back home. A few people looked at Hua Xiaoya with concern. "Xiaoya, you should come back with us to Lijiao first." They thought the situation wasn't fully settled yet. The Lu family was in chaos now, and it wasn't a good time for Hua Xiaoya to go back. Before Hua Xiaoya could speak, Lu Changzheng quickly refused. "No need. Xiaoya will go back with me. I'll make sure no one dares to bother her." He wanted to show strength by going back with Hua Xiaoya, so others couldn't stop him. Lu Chongjing took his bag and took out the clothes he bought for Lu Tsueha, handing them over. Sister-in-law, I don't pick clothes well. The clerk said this is the most fashionable style in the city. Take a look and see if you like it. It was a black and white checkered jacket with gray checkered pants. The packaging had the store's logo. The style didn't matter much, but Lu Tsueha liked the color. I bought one for you and one for Xiaoya as a little gift from your brother. Lu Chongjing then took out 2 pieces of Harbin red sausage that Lu Tsueha wanted. Since these fresh-made sausages don't last long, he was worried about her returning home and leaving them to spoil. He also thought of her family's elders and gave her 2 more. He always meant what he said, and once he gave something, he wouldn't give others a chance to refuse. Lu Tsueha accepted the gifts, and her anger toward the Lu family eased a lot. The 2 carriages parted at the fork in the road. Wang Kaiyun and Lu Tsueha sighed regretfully. If only the engagement had been arranged a bit later. Your eldest uncle is much better than his brother. Lu Tsueha suddenly thought of her cousin. Mom, I just remembered my cousin. The tractor took Hua Fanqing home, and Lu Chongjing gave her 2 more sausages. Hua Fanqing smiled faintly. You're thoughtful, but is it enough? Lu Chongjing made a double meaning. The rest belongs to Xiaoya. Flowers and stars were annoyed with him and turned away. When they saw Yang Hongbing staring at them, they glared back. Yang Hongbing, caught off guard, dared not speak out and could only drive his tractor back to Donggo. The moonlight was bright. Hua Xiaoya was wearing Lu Chongjing's coat, watching the man's deep, smooth side profile. She couldn't help but worry. Big brother, did you spend a lot of money on this trip? The man said defensively. I'm happy to spend money on you. Hua Xiaoya didn't understand men's tricky minds, only feeling she owed her big brother even more. The tractor entered Donggo village. Yang Balu and others were waiting at the village entrance. Seeing everyone safe, they sighed in relief. Lu Chongjing greeted a few people, then took Hua Xiaoya into the yard. Just as they reached the door, they overheard a conversation inside, which made him furious. He kicked the door open. Without hesitation, he stormed in and kicked over the table. Old Mao was also taken away by the police, and the family finally found peace again. Although the Lu family still looked down on Yang Qiqiao, their second son, Lu Chongjiang, who hadn't been home for 2 years, had just returned. Recently, they had all suffered together, sharing hardships, and their mood eased a little. Lu Duofu arranged a table of food and persuaded Zhang Shunying and Yang Qiqiao to sit together. Just as they picked up their chopsticks, Lu Chongjiang remembered all the troubles caused by Hua Xiaoya. His anger flared. He slammed the table, causing dishes and bowls to jump. This shameless woman, fox spirit, thinks she's a pure maiden? Pretending to be noble, refusing to sleep with Mao Laowu, and now our family is cursed. I always said she wasn't a good person, but you insisted on marrying her. Look at us now. Our family is messed up because of her. The wound on my neck and the chaos at home are all her fault. If I had known, I would have sent her straight to Mao Lao's house to be used by his brothers. She'd be obedient then, and we wouldn't have all this trouble now. The 4 people at the table looked unhappy. Lu Duofu was lucky he wasn't home those days, so he avoided the worst. Yang Qiqiao instinctively touched the 2 purple marks on her neck, her face showing humiliation. When she thought about Hua Xiaoya being the cause, she looked at Lu Chongjiang with grievance and resentment, her voice full of bitterness. That's right. This little troublemaker is just a bad influence, and a troublemaker. If she hadn't been so ungrateful, would Mao Lao have come to our house? How could we endure this? She's shameless, causing me to get hit, and scared for no reason. I just can't swallow this anger. Zhang Shunying frowned tightly, pounding her chopsticks on the table and snarling through gritted teeth. That little brat. An ungrateful girl. We spent over 1,000 yuan to marry her, just to help Chongjiang settle down, and hope she could be a good worker. But what did we get? A troublemaker. She's caused chaos in our home and brought trouble with Mao Laowu, that scoundrel. If we kick her out, Old Shou's stingy family won't return the bride price. That's just losing everything. She's a little troublemaker who's getting away with it. How cheap do you think it is to send her back? Yang Qiqiao put down her bowl, her eyes cold and sharp. Why not just marry her off again? Hua Xiaoya is precious, but she's determined to push her into a fire pit. Zhang Shunying was stunned. What did you say? Lu Chongjiang's eyes lit up, as if he was suddenly inspired. He patted his thigh and said, yes. That's the way to do it. Old Shou won't return the bride price, so now that girl is part of our family. How we deal with her is up to us. Isn't she still a virgin girl? I wonder how much she's worth. More than 1,000 or 200. Yang Qiqiao sneered coldly, her tone full of ruthlessness. There are plenty of old bachelors missing limbs or eyes, willing to spend their life savings just to marry a wife and carry on the family line. Last year, that 50-something blind man in our village married a mute girl and spent 1,200 yuan. Someone like Xiaoya, who still looks pretty, those old bachelors will be fighting over her. Marrying into those families means she'll never get a chance to turn her life around. 1,200? Zhang Shunying's eyes brightened, clutching her chopsticks tighter. This little troublemaker still has some use. Lu Duofu looked at these people talking more and more nonsense, hesitating to speak. Maybe that's not a good idea? If it gets out, the villagers will gossip. Who cares about gossip? Lu Chongjiang immediately glared at him, his tone sharp. Dad, don't be so foolish. That woman is a disaster. Mao Laowu is in jail now, but once those guys are out, can they spare her? She'll end up dragging our family down. Instead of waiting for her to harm us again, it's better to deal with her early. We can make money and get rid of the trouble at the same time. What a good idea. Yang Qiqiao also softly advised, with a sneaky look in her eyes. Yes, Dad. Think about it. Letting her get married is for her own good. She's only 20. We can't let her suffer at such a young age, right? We should find her a good husband, so she can live peacefully. Isn't that a kind act? Besides, those old bachelors may not have much, but at least they can provide her with food. It's better than suffering with us and waiting for Mao Laowu to take revenge. Her words hit Lu Duofu's heart. He cared most about what the villagers thought. With this legitimate excuse, his doubts disappeared quickly, and he had no objections. Zhang Shunying tapped her chopsticks on the table loudly. Marriage is fine, but it can't be rushed. Keep her here for now. I still have plans for her. She had already made up her mind. She would rather sell her for a little less money than ruin Hua Xiaoya's reputation. Then, she would use her to destroy Lu Chongjing's name and make his eldest son, who always opposed her, lose face in the village. Only then could she vent her anger. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door, making everyone inside tremble. Are you all so kind and good? Aren't you afraid of heaven striking you down? The door was kicked open suddenly. Lu Chongxing kicked over the table, causing porcelain bowls to shatter and splash vegetable soup all over Yang Qiqiao. The hot soup dripped down her clothes, making her scream in fear. Her face turned pale instantly. They didn't expect her to be so malicious. Lu Chongxing slapped her across the face. Yang Qiqiao fell off her stool, tumbling headfirst into a nearby trash bucket. Before anyone could react, Lu Chongxing kicked over Lu Duofu and punched Zhang Shunying in the face. I'm doing good deeds for you. Brother, that's our parents. Before he could finish, Lu Chongxing had already punched him in the face. With a loud bang, Lu Chonghai was knocked to the ground, blood pouring from his nose. You beast, Lu Chongxing cursed. He turned and kicked Lu Chongjiang, who was already nervous. Lu Chongjiang staggered and hit the doorframe, grimacing in pain. Before the two could get up, Lu Chongzheng had already grabbed a hemp rope from the corner of the wall. Like tying up livestock, he first bound Lu Chonghai's hands behind his back and then dragged Lu Chongjiang over, tying them up tightly. Brother, are you crazy? Lu Chonghai struggled and shouted. Lu Chongjiang was so frightened he was trembling. Big brother, let's talk nicely. Lu Chongxing paid no attention and dragged the two toward the big willow tree at the gate of the yard. Lu Duofu struggled to get up and try to stop him. As he rushed forward, he was kicked again. The old willow tree was thick enough for two people to hug around, with many branches. He threw the rope around a thick branch, and pulled hard. The two brothers were lifted into the air, their toes barely touching the ground, crying out in pain. The neighbors watched in shock. Lu Chongjing turned back into the house, picked up a leather whip from the corner, and snapped it onto the ground with a loud crack. The sharp sound made everyone in the yard fall silent. "How dare you hit your wife? That's brave. Truly a real man." Hitting your own wife, the first whip struck Lu Chonghai's back with a ripping sound, tearing his clothes. Lu Chonghai twitched in pain. "I didn't mean to. I didn't do it on purpose." Still dare to talk back. The second whip was even harsher, hitting his face and leaving a bloody mark. Lu Chongjiang, watching from the side, was so scared he almost fainted. He cried and begged, "Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought Yang Qiqiao here. I was wrong." "Wrong," Lu Chongjing sneered. He swung the whip again. "Your wife is being bullied, and you hide like a turtle? And you want to push her out to be humiliated? Or sell your wife for money?" "Lu Chongjiang, are you really a man?" Lu Chongjing was very direct, telling everything he overheard outside the door. He was furious. Thinking about how these people planned behind the scenes to hurt Xiaoya, he was so angry he wanted to kill someone. He couldn't believe how shameless this family was. This made Yang Baolu and others, who had wanted to stop the fight, step back in shock. The whip cracked again and again, the leather whip cutting through the air. It hurt the two brothers so badly they wailed loudly. The yard was in chaos, chickens and dogs running around. The neighbors leaned over the wall, watching and talking but not daring to step in. The muddy water flooded Yang Qiqiao, and the foul smell made her cough uncontrollably. She struggled to crawl out, her body covered in leftover food and grease. Her hair was tangled in clumps, and blood mixed with sewage ran down her face, looking pitiful and funny at the same time.
But she didn't care about that.
She just wanted to escape this nightmare place as quickly as possible and ran desperately toward the door. As she passed by Hua Xiaoya, a cold, strong hand grabbed her hair tightly. "Trying to run?" Hua Xiaoya's voice was icy, like it came from a freezer, filled with anger. She stared fiercely at Yang Qiqiao, as if she wanted to swallow her alive. "You've caused me so much suffering over the past 2 years because of Lu Chongjiang, and now you want to treat me like an object, sell me off, and then just walk away? Dream on, Yang Qiqiao. Going from heaven to hell can happen in an instant." Half an hour ago, she was sitting in a restaurant, eating braised pork and drinking pickled vegetable soup, listening to everyone's concern. Hua Xiaoya was thinking about how she would stand up and live a good life. But she never expected that behind her, this little villain was still plotting against her. These people, they are like ghostly hands reaching out from the depths of hell, refusing to let her be a person, refusing to let her live a good life. They don't even see her as an adult.
Why?
They are not her parents who gave birth to her and raised her. She has nothing to fear. Yang Qiqiao was pulled so hard that her scalp went numb, and she cried tears and snot, her face covered in blood and sewage, looking extremely miserable. "Hua Xiaoya, let me go, or you won't like what happens next." "Really? You want to see how bad I can make you look?" Hua Xiaoya slapped Yang Qiqiao across the face. She had just finished eating and was full of energy. Yang Qiqiao's face was pushed to the side by the slap, and her already swollen cheek burned with pain. She wanted to curse, but when she saw Hua Xiaoya's crazy eyes, she shivered and begged, "Let me go, Xiaoya. We're all women. It's not easy for any of us. Please, let me go. I beg you, let me go." She had suffered so much these past few days, she really couldn't take it anymore. "Let you go?" Hua Xiaoya sneered, her smile full of deadly hatred. "You plotted against me and insulted me. When you wanted to sell me to some old man to abuse, did you ever think about letting me go? Did you ever think about how we're all women?" Before she finished speaking, her other hand suddenly shot up and grabbed Yang Qiqiao's already bloodied face again, pulling fiercely. The sound of nails scraping flesh was sharp and harsh. Yang Qiqiao's face immediately bore 5 bloody scratches, mixed with muddy water, causing intense pain. Her eyes nearly filled with blood. "Ah, my face! My face! Yang Qiqiao screamed loudly, her voice trembling with pain. She convulsed, but Hu Xiaoya held her tightly by the hair, preventing her from moving. Hu Xiaoya seemed not to hear her cries. She scratched a few more times until her hand was covered in warm, fresh blood, as if she had vented some anger. She suddenly swung her hand, and Yang Qiqiao fell heavily to the ground, curled up like a dead dog, clutching her torn, messy face. Only faint whimpering remained, and she had no strength left to get up. After dealing with Yang Qiqiao, Hu Xiaoya's gaze immediately shifted to Zhang Shunying, who was trembling with fear. Seeing the bloody scene before her, Zhang Shunying's legs went weak. She wanted to run, but tripped over the threshold and fell to the ground, trembling as she said, "You don't come near me. I am your mother-in-law, mother-in-law." Hu Xiaoya stepped closer, each step feeling like it was crushing Zhang Shunying's heart. Her face was splattered with blood spots, and her eyes looked fierce and cold. "Do you deserve that? You colluded with your son and this woman, plotting against me, bullying me. Someone like you, with a heart so black and rotten, is even worthy of being called mother-in-law." She grabbed Zhang Shunying's collar, roughly pulling her up. Then, as Lu Changzheng had taught her, she clenched her fist and slammed it hard into her sagging, aged flesh on her chest. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each blow was delivered with all her strength, carrying all her accumulated grievances, fear, and hatred, hitting fast and hard. Zhang Shunying was hit repeatedly, groaning in pain. Her chest heaved violently. She wanted to say something but could only make gasping sounds. Her face turned from pale to purple, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She never expected that her usually obedient daughter-in-law could become so fierce. The punches felt like they were breaking her bones. Lu Duofu was so frightened he collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. He wanted to shout for help but couldn't make a sound. The villagers stared in shock. No one had ever seen Hu Xiaoya so fierce. At this moment, she looked like a wild beast that had been completely angered, and no one dared to step forward to stop her. Hua Xiaoya let go of the hand. Zhang Shunying collapsed on the ground like a pile of rotten mud, her chest rising and falling slightly. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from pain. But Hua Xiaoya didn't stop. Instead, she pulled out the scissors she had hidden earlier from her waist and slowly walked toward Lu Duofu. In the night, the Lu family yard was a mess. Hua Xiaoya's chest heaved violently, her face and hands covered in fresh blood, yet her eyes remained fierce and frightening. Lu Duofu glanced at Yang Qiqiao, who was barely breathing, and Zhang Shunying, who was unconscious. He kept begging, "Xiaoya, stay calm. This has nothing to do with me. I never hit or scolded you. Never hit me? I just married and not long ago." Lu Changhai broke a bowl and said it was because I was in the way, so he hit me with a stick. Last autumn, when we were fetching firewood, I was a step slow, and I threw the wood off balance. He stabbed me in the back with a fork. During the new year, you worshipped the family protector, but you set the chopsticks wrong. You hit me to make amends to the protector. As for scolding me, you just didn't say it as harshly as Zhang Shunying. Hearing that, I could sell myself for money and you'd still smile. She stabbed the scissors into Lu Duofu's thigh, making him cry out in pain. Hua Xiaoya didn't stop. She pulled out the scissors and sliced several more times on Lu Duofu's thigh. Only when Lu Duofu bent over in pain did she turn her head to glance at Lu Changzheng. He was her biological father, and she couldn't really kill him. She stood up, chin raised, her usually gentle voice now sharp and commanding, with undeniable fierceness. "I, Hua Xiaoya, am gentle by nature, but that doesn't mean I am easy to bully. Anyone who dares to hurt me, scheme against me, or insult me again, will face the same consequences as these people.
I mean what I say.
Even if it means dying together, I will never let you get away with it." Her voice was not loud, but it hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, making the house and yard fall into complete silence. The neighbors pressed against the walls, watching this dramatic scene. No one dared to speak or step forward. In the night, Hua Xiaoya looked like a blood-stained peony, seemingly delicate, yet her eyes were firm, resolute, and untouchable. Lu Chongjing looked at the bloodstains on her face. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of blood and bones turning soft. Damn it, I want to do it. I really want to fight it out. There were too many spectators, the scene was too chaotic, and the timing was wrong. Lu Chongzheng couldn't get his way, so he vented his anger on his two younger brothers. He swung his whip for about half an incense stick's worth of time, then his hand grew tired, and most of his anger was gone. He stopped, spat on the ground, and looked at his brothers. Lu Chonghai and Lu Chongjiang had been beaten until their skin was torn and flesh exposed. Their crying had weakened, leaving only weak moans. Lu Chongjing looked at them coldly, his voice cruel and commanding. Listen up, you're hanging here. If anyone dares to untie you, no matter who it is, I will hang them too. I, Lu Chongjing, mean what I say. He glanced at Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu, who were moaning on the ground, and said coldly, "This matter isn't over today." After saying this, he turned and went into the yard, heading inside the house, leaving his two brothers hanging from the willow tree, along with the mess in the yard and the villagers' frightened hearts. The villagers finally came to their senses. Zhang Lao's wife approached Yang Baolu and asked, "Secretary, what should we do? Should we call the police?" Call the police? For what? To question whether they are involved in human trafficking? To send them to be shot? He deliberately raised his voice. The people hanging from the tree and lying in the yard all shivered when they heard this. To be shot? Who would dare to call the police now? Yang Baolu also felt a bit troubled. He dispersed the villagers who were watching and then conferred with Jiang Wenyuan and Wang Er. Lu Chongjing is too violent. He's not suitable to be the village head. Let him do as he pleases, he said irritably, smoking. Later, I'll discuss with the town officials. You, Yofa, work hard to make room for the second son of your family to move up and also for Wenyuan. As for the others, Chongjing said he would help. Wang Yofa, who was reluctant at first, looked at his son and nodded immediately. Seeing that everyone else had no objections, Yang Baolu continued. Chongzhen wants to restart the old brick kiln at the village entrance. I agreed. We'll sell the kiln to him, which will help us lay some power lines in the village. What do you think? Wang Yofa and Wang Er looked at Jiang Wenyuan, who didn't seem surprised. No need to guess, he probably already knew about it, since he also went to buy seeds. But an abandoned brick kiln, selling it is fine. It can bring some money to the village, so it's worth it. Since the household responsibility system was introduced, there has been encouragement for independent entrepreneurship. If Lu Chongjing really manages to get rich, it will bring pride to the village officials. If Lu Chongjing can help everyone lift the label of a poor village, that would be even better. Wang Yofa immediately said, I have no objections. Wang Er followed, I also have no objections. A few people gathered together and quickly decided on this plan. Because of their relationship, their bias in the disputes within the Lu family became even clearer. Hua Xiaoya held scissors and sat on the kong, a traditional bed, trembling with realization. What had she just done? She had scratched Yang Qiqiao, slapped Zhang Shunying, and hit Lu Duofu. Blood was shed. Compared to that, the previous scoldings of Zhang Shunying, Lu Chongjiang, and Mao Laowu were minor. Lu Chongjing tidied up the messy house efficiently. He hadn't expected that, after only 3 or 4 days away, the house would be in such a mess, like a pigsty. Seeing Hua Xiaoya's pale face and her whole body appearing blank, he understood immediately. The first time a young soldier kills on the battlefield, he often feels confused, helpless, and disoriented. Some take half a month to recover. Hua Xiaoya, once gentle and kind, suddenly became ruthless today. It was definitely hard for her to handle. Lu Chongjing was not in a hurry. He first went to boil some water. Yang Qiqiao's 3 children came in cautiously, seeing that Lu Chongjing did not stop them. They quickly pulled their mother away. Lu Chongjiang still wanted the children to help him. Lu Chongjing coughed, and Yang Qiqiao, frightened, hurriedly took the children and ran away. On the big willow tree, the 2 brothers were groaning weakly, and the 2 people in the yard were not much better. Zhang Shunying was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Lu Duofu had lost too much blood and was unconscious. Lu Chongzheng went out to check and nodded with satisfaction. He turned back into the house, closed the door, and took a basin of hot water into the inner room. Lu Chongjiang, hanging on the big willow tree, saw the curtains drawn inside. He suddenly widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the window. His pupils trembled, his face turned a pig liver color with anger, his teeth chattered as if he was about to attack.
Wow, so fragrant.
Lu Chongzheng affectionately brushed the loose hair at Waxiawei's temple behind her ear and took a deep sniff at her neck. The girl, who had no romantic experience, radiated a fresh peach scent that made anyone salivate just by smelling her. Mixed with the smell of medicine and the bruises on her face, she looked like a fragile, battered beauty. This sister-in-law is so over the top, constantly changing ways to tempt him. Waxiawei snapped back to her senses, turned her head, and was startled by the man's suddenly enlarged features. She instinctively leaned back, her body tense. His dark eyes made her heart race. "Big brother, I really appreciate what you did today. Thank you." Here he comes again, with that innocent, pitiful look like a little rabbit, always challenging his patience. Lu Chongzheng straightened up and looked at her trembling chest caused by her panic. "Here we go again. Are you forgetting what I told you before?" He took the scissors from her hand. "I've also heated the bed. It's warm in here. You can soak your feet and go to bed early." Her way of holding the scissors was so charming that just thinking about her made him feel warm all over. Waxiawei's face and body were covered in bruises, so she could only wait to wash them later. Lu Chongzheng moved a stool over and placed a wash basin on it. Then he took another stool, sat down confidently, and pressed her feet into the basin, covering the battered, patched socks with water. He used the best cover for the beast behind the iron sheet. He reached out and scooped her foot into his hand, removing her patched socks and soaking her foot in water. Waxiawei panicked and quickly pulled her foot back. "Big brother, this isn't right," but the man grabbed her calf firmly. "Why not? The Lu family owes you this. The Lu family owes you a man, so they should compensate you with one." He forcefully rolled up her pant leg, revealing her slender, firm calf. The skin, pinkish white and slightly red from winter, looked delicate like fragile porcelain. Her ankle was thin, with slight protrusions of bones, like fragile white china. Lu Chongzheng's fingertips accidentally brushed her leg and stomach. Her foot immediately tensed, forming a smooth curve from nervousness. Blue veins faintly surfaced, and her toes were small and rounded, with nails showing a faint pink. But this, Waxiawei was at a loss. Does she really have to wash her feet because she owes him? What kind of talk is this? Did your older brother or younger brother ever help you wash your feet? Lu Chongzheng held her feet and placed them in a basin of water. Her rounded toes accidentally bumped the edge of the basin. The sharp pain almost made her cry out. "No." Hua Xiaoya shook her head. Not only her brothers, but even her mother had never helped her wash her feet. "That's good." The man's obsessive possessiveness was satisfied. He looked up and saw Hua Xiaoya staring at him intently. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and the scar on his neck looked like a small snake, writhing as he swallowed. "That's not good. They don't know how to show care. A good girl like you should be cherished and loved, held in someone's hands, spoiled and pampered. I'm like this." Hua Xiaoya smiled bitterly. In that home, she wasn't sure if she could ever go back. She couldn't stay sad forever. The man's gentle gaze pulled her thoughts back. Hua Xiaoya shyly avoided Lu Chongzheng's gaze and looked at his hand. His broad palm wrapped around her ankle, and his fingertips slowly massaged from her ankle down, passing over her foot bones, then gently pinched her curled toes. His movements were so careful that even the tiny bit of water on her toes was gently wiped away with his fingertips. Warm water spilled over his knuckles, occasionally splashing onto his rough cloth sleeve, leaving a small wet mark. Hua Xiaoya's foot curled up, wanting to pull away, but he gently held her ankle. His grip was light but firm, not allowing her to escape. Her ears turned red, and her gaze fell on his lowered brows. She saw his messy hair falling over his forehead, brushing his brow bones. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he swallowed, and he breathed softly, afraid to disturb the warm atmosphere in the room. The water in the basin gently rippled. The light reflected on the surface, shimmering like golden scales. It showed his hand gently massaging her heel, the rough fingertips brushing her delicate skin. A tingling sensation spread from her feet to her heart, making her heartbeat slow and steady, then rise again softly. There was nothing but the gentle sound of warm water and their intertwined breathing, slow like the evening breeze outside the window. Lu Chongzheng used a clean, rough cloth to wipe her feet. He wrapped her feet and slowly dried them. His rough fingertips accidentally brushed her foot back and forth. Hua Xiaoye curled her toes again, but he looked up, his eyes dark and reflective like the glow of a lamp. His gaze made her hurriedly lower her eyes. She heard his low voice, warm and gentle, whispering in her ear. "Don't hide." He put his dry feet back on the bed and looked at the basin of water. He asked, "Can I wash my feet?" "I hope you don't mind." "Go ahead," Hua Xiaoye replied, confused. She wondered if her older cousin was being a bit too polite. The man smiled at her, then sat on the bed, took off his socks, and soaked his feet in the water. Their shoulders touched, and their shadows reflected in the basin, as if they were leaning close and sharing a tender moment. Hua Xiaoye realized only then that her older cousin was talking about this. She moved back slightly, creating some distance from Lu Chongzheng. She nervously tugged at the loose thread on her clothes. The man caught her movement out of the corner of his eye and gently smiled. Warm water covered his feet. Compared to a woman's small feet, his feet were long and large, like boats. The veins on the top were prominent, and his bones were clearly visible. It was this pair of feet that had kicked over the table, pushed people aside, and protected her. Hua Xiaoye couldn't help but become lost in thought. She didn't realize how much it must have tortured him to be watched like that. The timing wasn't right. The Lu family was still outside. Lu Chongzheng didn't want to scare her, so he quickly washed his feet, put away the basin, and hurriedly left. Men are often so casual. Her father and Hualigua and Hualia also just hurriedly washed their hair and feet in a similar way. Hua Xiaoye chuckled softly, then turned around and spread out the bedding. But suddenly, her smile froze on her face. She had left the cat behind when she left. But since she entered the house, she hadn't seen Xiaoman. Just as she was about to get down to look for it, Lu Chongzheng, who had just put on shoes after pouring water, placed a fluffy ball in her arms. The little one hid in the storage room. The little creature was safe and sound. Hua Xiaoye was overjoyed, petting the cat and pressing her face against its ears. "Little one, you're quite clever. I was so worried about you," she said, afraid that the kitten had been harmed by those animals. She stroked and pressed her face against the cat, showing affection. Lu Chongzheng watched her with envy. He felt jealous and wanted to distract the kitten's attention. He opened his bag and handed her the clothes he bought for her. "Look, do you like it? Is it really for me?" "Of course. Do you think I was joking?" "No, I thought you were worried that Sueha wouldn't accept the clothes, so you said that on purpose." Lu Chongzheng looked at her with crossed arms. Does this girl really understand who is the one being used here? Hua Xiaoye felt guilty under his gaze. She quickly opened the outer packaging of her clothes. To seem sincere, she didn't even look at the clothes before hurriedly saying, "Really nice, I like it." "Big brother, you're quite good at choosing clothes." She was too forceful. Before she could shake out her jacket and pants, her inner vest and underwear fell out. These are private clothes. They are not just one set, but two sets." Hua Xiaoye looked at the small floral patterns on the fabric, and her face suddenly turned red. She looked up, unsure of what to say, and looked at Lu Chongzheng. The man raised his chin. "As long as you like it. Not this." Hua Xiaoye couldn't find the right words for a moment. "Don't your family buy you underwear?" The man looked serious and upright, making Hua Xiaoye start to think carefully. Could she have been overthinking? Big brother, Hua Xiaoye hesitated and asked, "Cui he also has vests and underwear?" "She has her third brother buy them." Lu Chongzheng looked at her with a "do you have any other questions" expression. Hua Xiaoye couldn't think of any other questions. Try it on first to see if it fits. Lu Chongzheng went outside to check if the others were still breathing. Only then did she realize that Lu Chonghai was Cui He's husband. It's normal for him to buy her underwear. What about them? Older brother, sister-in-law? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? But her big brother was kind to her and cared for her. That's why he bought her clothes. Maybe it's not wrong. Hua Xiaoye changed her clothes from inside out. The jacket was blue and white plaid, similar in style and fabric to Lu Tsue Haset. The pants were dark gray, just right and fitting perfectly. When Lu Chongjing came in, she was looking at herself in the mirror. Her fair, gentle face, paired with the bright blue and white plaid, looked even sweeter and more charming. The man walked over step by step, leaning against a pillar, casually inspecting her from head to toe. To try on the clothes, Hua Xiaoye took off her sweater and pants, and her curves became more delicate and attractive. Very nice, this color suits you. Lu Chongzheng was truly pleased with his own eye for fashion. The person she chose, the clothes she picked, there was not a single flaw. Hua Xiaoye blushed as she gently touched the fabric. This is the first time I've worn such nice clothes. Thank. Before she could finish saying thank you, she remembered Lu Chongjing's warning. She quickly stopped herself, unable to say thank you, and instead looked at him with gratitude. Her bright eyes made the man's heart itch with desire. I'm glad you like it. Well, it's getting late. Let's go to bed. Hua Xiaoye's face stiffened. Her words were easily misunderstood. However, Lu Chongjing simply pulled aside the curtain in the middle and lay down on the bed in the outer room. It seemed she was overthinking again. Feeling guilty, Hua Xiaoye stuck out her tongue, got into bed, turned off the light, and used the moonlight to change out of her clothes. She couldn't bring herself to wear her new underwear just yet. Instead, she found her other old set and put it on. Young women are often unguarded, unaware that the man on the other side of the fence had simply moved a piece of wood and watched her change clothes clearly. In the dark night, her beautiful body looked glowing and white. Lu Chongjing couldn't hold back anymore. He reached out his hand to help himself. As Hua Xiaoye lay in bed, she heard rough breathing from the next room and called out, "Big brother." There was no response. Instead, the breathing grew even louder. It was strange. The sound seemed familiar, like the noises Lu Chonghai and Lu Duofu often made late at night, but more powerful and rougher. But could a husband and wife do such things? Big brother alone couldn't manage that, right? Hua Xiaoye was full of questions, but felt an inexplicable tingling inside. As the other side's voice grew more urgent, she felt her body also start to itch. A dampness gradually filled the bed. Hua Xiaoye couldn't hold back anymore and placed her finger on her chest. The shifting bed frame betrayed the woman on the other side of the fence. Lu Chongjing turned on his side, watching the woman toss and turn. He couldn't hold back any longer. He reached his hand through the gap. What does it matter if it's her older brother or sister-in-law? No matter the timing or situation, he wanted her to become his woman. The outstretched finger just touched Hua Xiaoye's quilt when suddenly there was the sound of a door opening outside. Zhang Shunying and Lu Chonghai helped each other into the room. Lu Chongjing's finger hesitated briefly over Hua Xiaoye's beautiful shoulder and neck, then quickly withdrew. Hua Xiaoye was startled by the unfamiliar touch. She quickly turned her head to find the culprit. A fuzzy ball of fur was lying against her shoulder. It was Xiao Man. She let out a quiet, amused laugh. Gently, she hugged the cat in her arms, and the anger in her heart gradually faded. Lu Duofu's leg was badly hurt. Zhang Shunying applied anti-poison water to him, and he cried out loudly in pain. After Zhang Shunying bandaged him, he was sweating heavily from the pain. Zhang Shunying's own condition wasn't much better. She took off her clothes and noticed her two breasts were very different in size. When she reached out to touch them, the pain made tears flow instantly. Lu Duofu pressed on her chest, and a deep dent appeared. It looked like her breastbone was broken. Lu Duofu immediately dared not move her and could only help her lie down slowly. Neither of them dared to complain. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel regret. They thought that their son shouldn't have been born, their daughter-in-law shouldn't have married, and Wu Lao shouldn't have caused trouble. Thinking of their two sons hanging from the big willow tree, they could only shake their heads and sigh. Lu Chongjing issued a command. Who dared to untie them? They could only hope their two sons would take care of themselves. Lu Chongjiang and Lu Chonghai were hung up all night. They were badly injured, and by the time they were lowered, they were barely alive. It felt like their arms and legs had become separate from their bodies, like a terrible execution in ancient times. Lu Chongjing squinted at Lu Chonghai and asked, "What are you supposed to do?" "I'm going to pick up my wife." "Don't worry, big brother. I will bring her back today." Lu Chonghai didn't dare to drink any water. Limping, he got into the carriage and headed to Lu Jiao with a sad face. He now felt like he only had half a life left. He was worried that his father-in-law would see him and might even take the rest of his life away. Lu Chongjiang was injured even more seriously than his brother. But when Lu Chongjing stood there, Lu Chongjiang didn't dare go home. Instead, he slowly crawled toward Chen Dugan's house. With every step, his anger grew stronger. The images of the two figures tangled in the curtains last night kept flashing in his mind. Hua Xiaoye and Lu Chongjing, how dare you wear a green hat on me? Just wait, I won't let you two get away with it in the future. Lu Chongjing watched him climb for a long time before he finally crawled out a few dozen meters away. He snorted softly and turned back to the house. Hua Xiaoye had already prepared the meal. It was sorghum rice, potatoes stewed with dried radish. Lu Chongjing took out a sausage, and the two of them shared it. The sausage was chewy and flavorful, and Hua Xiaoye ate happily. She didn't notice the man beside her stealing glances at her repeatedly. Inside the house, Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying were still asleep from the pain of their wounds. Today, it was rare to have only the two of them at the table. Lu Chongjing had a smile on his face, and Hua Xiaoye felt as cheerful as the sunshine. After eating, Hua Xiaoye cleaned up the dishes and saw Lu Chongjing in the yard, holding a shovel and gesturing. Curious, she walked over. "Big brother, what are you doing?" "Digging a well so we don't have to queue in the village center every day." Lu Chongjing turned around and, unexpectedly, Hua Xiaoye leaned in too close. Their lips suddenly touched. Their lips pressed together, warm and hot. The contact was so light it felt like a cloud falling softly, but the warmth made both of them pause for half a second, their whole bodies tingling as if electrified. "Brother Chongjing? Are you digging a well?" "My dad asked me to come help." Yang Hongbing ran over with a shovel, making a loud sound. From his angle, he saw them close together, seemingly planning something big, and didn't notice what had just happened. Hua Xiaoye reacted first, quickly stepping back 2 steps. She was about to speak and say, "Sorry," but the man spoke first. "Sorry, Xiaoye. Are you okay?" Lu Chongjing's voice still carried a bit of warmth, making Hua Xiaoye feel a sudden surge of nervousness. Everyone had already said so. Even if something had happened, she should say it's fine. Hua Xiaoye shook her head, her face burning. Lu Chongjing looked at her flushed face, his lips moved as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. His eyes were complicated. At this moment, Yang Hongbing had already come closer. Seeing the two looking at each other, he curiously pulled Lu Chongjing's arm. "What's going on? What are you two planning? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help too." "What's there to think about? I'm just figuring out how to dig this well." Lu Chongjing nonchalantly rambled, successfully drawing Yang Hongbing's attention. Yang Hongbing circled around the spot Lu Chongjing marked, patted his thigh, and said, "I think this spot is pretty good. It's not in the middle of the yard, and it's far from the horse shed, pig pen, and chicken coop. It's just right." Then he grabbed a shovel and started digging. But the soil in the yard was very hard, and with each swing, he only made a small 2-finger-deep hole. Yang Hongbing felt a bit embarrassed. He spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together with a cracking sound, and shouted hey, then dug again, this time about 3 fingers deep, finally making some progress. "Brother Chongjing, do you know how to dig a well?" "I know a little. I helped dig several wells for local folks when I was in the team," Lu Chongjing replied. His eyes flickered with some emotion, but he quickly hid it. He reached out and pushed Yang Hongbing aside, stepped on the shovel's handle with his foot, and with a loud bang, lifted a full scoop of soil. The force made Yang Hongbing's eyes widen in surprise. Yang Hongbing thought, how come these old guys, raised on simple bread and pickled vegetables, are so different from him? Flower Xiaoya stood nearby, watching Lu Changzheng and Yang Hongbing laugh and talk, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Did he really not care about what just happened? The two of them almost kissed, and he just let it go? Xiaoya, bring me the big pickaxe, Lu Changzheng called out. When she didn't respond, he turned around and saw her staring blankly. Only then did Xiaoya snap out of her daze. Seeing Lu Changzheng's worried look and Yang Hongbing's curious expression, her face turned red again. She quickly replied, okay. She turned to get the pickaxe, and couldn't help but gently tap her own head. Oh, Xiaoya, what are you thinking about? That's your big brother. He's honest, kind-hearted, and easy to talk to. You shouldn't push your luck. Besides, it was just an accident. What more do you want? What can you do? When she reached the corner to get the pickaxe, she secretly touched her lips with her finger. The spot still felt warm and soft, like touching a flower petal, sweet and gentle. Just as Hua Xiaoya left, Yang Hongbing watched Lu Changzheng touch his lips with a mysterious expression. He immediately leaned into gossip. Brother Changzheng, what's wrong with your lips? Why are you touching them? Did you eat honey? Lu Changzheng smiled at him, with a look that was hard to read. Sweeter than honey. What's so sweet that it beats honey? You're not kissing a girl, are you? Yang Hongbing casually blurted out. Lu Changzheng shot him a deep look, half smiling, and asked, have you ever kissed a girl? Yang Hongbing's face instantly turned red. He quickly waved his hands and said, no. Brother Changzheng, don't talk nonsense. I haven't done anything like that. With that, Lu Changzheng ignored him and turned to look at the pit. Soon, Hua Xiaoya came over carrying a big pickaxe. Lu Changzheng took the pickaxe, first hitting the ground to break a hard layer of soil. The soil underneath became soft quickly, making it easier to dig with a shovel. When they started digging, the neighbors nearby heard the noise and came over. In the countryside, everyone liked to help out when they saw someone working. With many hands, the work went faster. Before long, the pit was over a meter deep. Wang Er, carrying a shovel, entered the yard and shouted loudly, Changzheng, your second brother Lu just got dragged into the house by Yang Qiqiao and her kids. This kid should have been dealt with a long time ago. Only you have the guts to do it. As he spoke, he glanced and saw Hua Xiaoya standing outside the crowd. He quickly swallowed his words and forced a laugh. Lu Changzheng responded with a neutral, without explaining much. He turned to go inside, thinking about lunch plans with Hua Xiaoya. The leftover salted pork is gone. The eggs we saved are also missing. Now we can only make sour vegetable and potato strips, salted vegetable and potato strips, radish tops and potato strips, and oh, the 2 red sausages you bought last time. Hua Xiaoya counted on her fingers, looking serious. Her focus made Lu Changzheng smile.
Stop talking about it.
If you keep, I might stew you with the potato strips too, Lu Changzheng joked with a smile. Hua Xiaoya was surprised, thinking he was joking. But she didn't expect him to really see her as a dish and wonder how to eat her up completely. Right now, let Hongbing drive to the town and still make it on time. You change your clothes and go with us. I will buy cement pipes, lime, sand, and gravel. You go buy vegetables. Later, ask Jiang Wenyuan's wife and Aunt Yang from next door to come help with cooking. Don't we have 2 roosters at home? Kill one, and keep the other for laying eggs. Without a rooster, eggs won't hatch into chicks. 1 rooster is enough. The same goes for men. Around Waxiawayu, 1 man is enough. When Zhang Shunying in the house heard about killing her big rooster, she immediately shouted, no. But just as she shouted, the 2 people outside, discussing matters, came in. Zhang Shunying looked at the 2 short and tall figures, her face expressionless. She shivered and quickly crawled back onto the bed, trembling as she said, whatever. Do as you like. Do whatever you want. Her chest hurt every time she breathed heavily, so she didn't dare argue. Lu Duofu lay nearby, quietly groaning oh, and dared not look at Waxiawayu. Instead, he pitifully looked at Lu Chongjing and asked, "Big brother, since you're going to the town anyway, can you take Dad to see his leg? You don't want Dad to really become a cripple, do you?" Lu Chongjing sneered coldly, his eyes icy. "Aren't you already crippled? It's just your eyes that are blind." At Lejiao, Lu Chonghai knelt at the door, begging Lu Tsueha for forgiveness. "Tsueha, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, I swear if I dare to hurt Tsueha again, let me be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and die a horrible death. Please forgive me this time, and let Tsueha come home with me." Lu Jinyang cheerfully brought him a bundle of dry grass and whispered, "Brother-in-law, here, use this to cushion yourself. Kneeling like this must be tiring." Lu Chonghai stood up gratefully. "Thank you, Jinyang. Don't worry, I'll remember this kindness for a lifetime. It's just a small courtesy, it's what I should do." Lu Jinyang spread out the dry grass. Lu Chonghai suddenly knelt down with a loud thud, then let out a loud cry, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Yowl. He looked down and saw that the blood on his knees was flowing down rapidly, soaking his pants. The dry grass covering him was knocked away, revealing a hidden nail bored underneath. The nails were sharp, with blood beads still hanging on their tips, which looked quite frightening. No wonder he heard the clattering sounds from the backyard earlier. Turns out this little dog was secretly nailing the board. Lu Chonghai felt both anger and regret. He had been blind to think this younger brother-in-law was a good person. It was clearly a visit from the mountain god. He was in big trouble now. He tried to struggle and stand up, wanting to pull the dangerous nail board away, but as soon as his knees lifted from the ground, Lu Jinyang pressed them back down with a loud slap. The force was like pressing on a heavy stone. This time, the pressure was even harder. The nails sank deeper into his flesh, causing Lu Chonghai to gasp sharply from the pain. Sweat poured down his body, and his throat felt blocked, making him want to scream, but he couldn't. The pain was so intense it made him shiver all over. "Brother-in-law, since you're here to admit your mistake, shouldn't you be more sincere? Don't you think so?" Lu Jinyang squatted down, a sinister smile on his face. His smile looked creepy and made people feel uneasy. He gently moved the nail board, and in an instant, Lu Chonghai's back stiffened like iron. It was as if he could hear the nails scraping against his bones. The pain was worse than slow torture, almost making his soul fly away. "Jinyang, don't do this." Lu Chonghai's teeth trembled as he struggled to speak. "What?" Lu Jinyang's face darkened immediately, his eyes turning cold. "You dare to hit my sister? We didn't force you to apologize or peel your skin. That's already generous of the Lu family. Are you still not satisfied? Do you want to turn around and control us?" Under the bright sun, this handsome, cheerful-looking young man's face was dark enough to drip water. His fierce eyes made Lu Chonghai feel a cold chill from the inside out, trembling all over. Inside the house, Lu Tsueha heard the noise and ran out. Seeing the scene, her voice changed tone. "Jinyang, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Looking at Lu Chonghai, who had been beaten up by the Mao brothers and Lu Chongjing these past few days, he was already covered in wounds. His clothes were stained with blood scabs, mixed with fresh blood, dark and sticky. His knees were especially bloody and torn, looking truly miserable. Even if Lu Tsueha was angry and hit Lu Chonghai, she never truly wanted him to die here. Lu Chonghai finally saw Lu Tsueha and quickly tried to act normal. He said, "Tsueha, I bought medicine that day and went home, but I didn't mean to come find you. I was really beaten up by the brothers from Lao Mao's family and couldn't come. Yesterday, my older brother pushed you and then hung me on a tree all night. Look at me. I'm full of injuries." His legs hurt so much that he suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. Lu Jinyang looked regretful. "You're so soft-hearted. I haven't even asked the most important thing yet." Lu Tsueha bent down and pushed him away. "If something serious happens, you'll be happy. That's his fault. He started it by hitting you. Lu Tsueha couldn't find more words to blame him. She didn't expect her brother to be so protective. She felt both touched and angry. Wang Kaiyun and Lu Zhanshan came out of the house and saw the scene, looking shocked. "This kid is always causing trouble." They bent down and helped Lu Tsueha carry him into the house. Lu Jinyang and Zanze watched their backs and shook their heads. Being too soft-hearted just leads to trouble. He picked up the nail board and went inside, where Grandpa Lu hit him on the head with a wooden spoon. You're getting more reckless as you grow older. Lu Jinyang had his own thoughts. Is my sister going to get a divorce? What are you talking about?
Divorce?
That's not a fun thing, several elders said at once. If she's not getting divorced, then he must remember the consequences of hitting my sister. He must never dare to do it again. The tractor stopped at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. Hua Xiaoya was about to jump down from the tractor's bucket when Lu Changzheng, who had gotten out first, grabbed her waist and set her on the ground. Big brother, you're still hurt and not fully recovered. Be careful, don't strain yourself. The man always had various excuses, making Hua Xiaoya unable to argue back. She could only blush and nod, trying to hide her discomfort. Lu Changzheng looked at her and smiled gently. That's better. Her small waist was so slim, and it felt really nice. If she had touched the meat skin, it would have been so exciting. He took 10 large, Great Unity notes from his pocket and handed them to her. Don't worry about the money. If it needs to be spent, just spend it. Hua Xiaoya had never handled so much money before. She quickly refused. No, I won't buy anything. Seeing Lu Changzheng looking at her, she hurried to explain. I've only been to the town twice. The last time was yesterday. I haven't bought anything at all. She had only heard that buying things required tickets, like grain tickets or cloth tickets. She had only glanced at them and was scolded by her mother, who suspected she wanted to steal money. As for Zhang Shunying, she didn't even know where Zhang kept her money or those tickets. Her nervousness didn't make Lu Changzheng take back the money. Instead, it made him feel even more sorry for her. Without hesitation, he took out more than 10 Great Unity notes, along with a bunch of meat tickets and national grain coupons, and handed everything to Hua Xiaoya. Everyone has a first time. Don't be afraid. Go ahead. It's not hard. Lu Changzheng explained how to use the grain and meat tickets and told her how to ask for prices. Encouraged by him, Hua Xiaoya pushed open the door of the supply and marketing cooperative. Holding so much money in her pocket, she didn't dare to look around, afraid she might lose it if she wasn't careful. When she reached the counter, she gathered her courage and said, Comrade, I want a bag of rice, a bag of flour, 10 jin of peanuts, and 2 jin of glutinous rice strips. The young female clerk glanced at her muddy shirt and muddy shoes, then snorted and laughed. A country girl coming to the city, looking like a bumpkin. Can't you speak louder when you buy things? You're so slow. You're delaying my work. Hua Xiaoya's face furrowed in anger, about to explain. But the clerk suddenly snapped her hand, and a bag of glutinous rice strips spilled all over the floor, with bits splashing onto her shoes. Why are you pushing me? The clerk immediately raised her voice, banging on the counter. All the glutinous rice strips are broken. Pay 5 yuan. Not a penny less. This is a scarce item. Who pushed you? It was clearly you who bumped into me. Hua Xiaoya argued calmly. Say I bumped into you? Did anyone see? I think you're just trying to cheat me. If you don't have money, just say so. Don't pretend to be pitiful here. Who said I don't have money? Hua Xiaoya hurriedly took out her neatly folded money and handed it over. I have enough money to buy noodles. The shop assistant waved her hand dismissively, and the money clattered onto the ground. She even deliberately stepped on it with her shoe tip. Forget it. With your poor look, dressed like a beggar, where would you get money to buy rice, noodles, or rice sticks? Probably stole it or got it from some rough guy. People nearby immediately gathered around, pointing and whispering. Someone muttered, You look honest, but I didn't expect. Hua Xiaoya pushed the shop assistant away and squatted down to pick up her money, angry as she explained, I didn't steal it. My brother gave me this money. It's clean. You can't treat people like this. The shop assistant was pushed and fell, hitting her back of the head on the counter, feeling dizzy from the pain. She angrily reached out to grab Hua Xiaoya's arm. I think you're lying without any proof. If you don't explain where the money came from today, either pay up or come with me to the police station. Hua Xiaoya slapped her face and tightly protected the money she had just picked up. I'm not lying. Let me go, the shop assistant, furious and embarrassed, shouted. Still dare to hit me after stealing? Come with me to the police station. At this moment, a red-cover notebook slapped onto the counter, making it tremble. A cold, icy voice rang out. Is this money from a legitimate source? It's a discharge certificate. The shop assistant's hand froze midair, but she quickly sneered. What are you trying to scare people with that? I've seen many soldiers, but this is the first time I've seen someone so proud. Our family has several retired soldiers. Want me to call them? Maybe they're your comrades, and you can reminisce. Nowadays, only children from well-off families could become shop assistants. The other person clearly wanted to bully with power. Some people, trying to flatter the shop assistant, started mocking, yeah, retired soldiers are so impressive. With just a small pension, they go around showing off. They really don't know their place. Stealing is stealing. What does being a military family member matter? Even military relatives should pay the price if they do wrong. I told you I didn't steal the money. Hua Xiaoya argued logically. If I caught a thief, I'd see the evidence. You have no proof that I stole it. She looked at Longjing with worry. Heroes can't withstand the blows of thousands of people. If those retired soldiers were all as skilled as the older brother, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Longzheng noticed the gaze of the person in his arms and felt a slight flutter in his heart. His expression softened instantly. He gently patted Hua Xiaoyu's shoulder to comfort her, then looked back at the salesperson with a cold, wintry stare. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from behind. Comrade, maybe you should take a closer look at that retirement certificate. Longzheng and Hua Xiaoyu turned around together. It was a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and a cap, with glasses on his nose. Hua Xiaoyu didn't recognize him. Longzheng nodded at the man. Chief Gao. The man approached and first shook hands with Longzheng. Little Long, is she your family member? Longzheng nodded again.
Yes.
Her name is Hua Xiaoyu. It seemed correct, so Hua Xiaoyu didn't argue. Such a simple and beautiful girl. Little Long has good taste. The man smiled at Hua Xiaoyu. Hello, my name is Gao Hongqi. Longzheng introduced Hua Xiaoyu. This is our town mayor. Gao Hongqi emphasized. Deputy Mayor. Hua Xiaoyu shyly greeted him. Hello, Deputy Mayor Gao. Gao Hongqi nodded and then looked at the salesperson. What's going on? Is there some misunderstanding here? The salesperson saw him staring and didn't dare to be careless. She lowered her head and looked again at the retirement certificate. It was a hardcover red certificate, but her brothers all had soft-cover red certificates. Her face suddenly turned from pale to ash-gray. Her legs trembled as if they were cramping, and her voice wavered with tears. And no, Mayor, there's really a misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything. She reached out to take the retirement certificate to look at it, but Longzheng quickly snatched it away. The man pulled Hua Xiaoyu behind him to protect her, his gaze cold enough to cut ice. No meaning? You trample on her money, curse her for having improper sources of income, and even grab her arm to send her to the police station. Am I blind? Hua Xiaoyu hid behind him, instinctively clutching his clothes, thinking the salesperson suddenly changed her attitude just because the mayor arrived. It wasn't until she overheard the gossip of the onlookers that she realized the difference between the soft-cover and hard-cover retirement certificates. Most ordinary veterans receive a soft red booklet as their discharge certificate. Just the discharge allowance alone is much higher, not to mention that holding this hard red booklet allows priority in job selection, housing allocation, and positions at local levels, often at deputy section chief level. What exactly is a deputy section chief? Hua Xiaoya doesn't understand. She guesses it might be a rank higher than village party secretary. Otherwise, why are the deputy town mayor and others so polite to her brother? Soon, the gossip around her made her realize the difference the discharge certificate makes. Anyway, Hua Xiaoya felt more at ease inside. The onlookers also started talking loudly. Some whispered. Their attitude changed so quickly. Can ordinary family members be bullied like this? Even the sales clerk looks down on people. Not just family members, ordinary folks like us shouldn't be treated this way either. Well, they've been acting like this for a long time, looking down on everyone. those who had earlier spoken up for the sales clerk fell silent. I want to ask you, if you keep claiming my family member stole money, who actually lost money? How much? How do you know so clearly? Are you the thief? I'm not. I didn't. The sales clerk's face turned pale. She tried to defend herself, but Lu Changjing didn't give her a chance. His presence was overwhelming, making her unable to breathe. Just because you casually accuse someone, I suspect you not only stole money. Let's not go to the police station. Let's go straight to the County Public Security Bureau. You need to prove you're innocent first. The sales clerk retreated step by step, frightened. Move aside. Move aside. Urgent footsteps approached. The manager of the supply and marketing cooperative shouted from afar, "What's going on? What's happening?" Seeing Gao Hongqi, he quickly wiped his sweat and greeted him. Gao Hongqi responded calmly, "Old Chow, is this the kind of person you've trained?" Seeing the discharge certificate on the counter and noticing the sales clerk's poor appearance, Manager Chow felt a pang of worry. He hurriedly asked Lu Changjing, "Comrade, what happened? Did one of my staff offend you?" Offend? Lu Changjing pointed to the broken rice stick crumbs on the ground, and then to Hua Xiaoye's reddened eyes. "Ask your employee. She accidentally broke the rice sticks, and seeing our family members are honest and easy to bully, she falsely accused her of stealing 5 yuan and even said she was involved with a man. Is this how your supply and marketing cooperative operates?" Manager Chow's face darkened as he turned to glare at the sales clerk. "Is that true?" The clerk was so frightened he almost knelt down with a thud, repeatedly waving his hands. "Manager, I didn't mean to. I was just confused and wanted to ask for some money." Confused? The manager's face turned red with anger. The supply and marketing cooperative is here to serve the people. Yet you bully honest folks and take advantage of veterans' families. You really have some nerve. He then bowed deeply to Lu Changjing and Hua Xiaoye. "Comrades, sister-in-law, I am truly sorry. I haven't disciplined my staff well and you've been wronged." "I didn't." Hua Xiaoye tried to explain her relationship with Lu Changjing, but he stopped her. Lu Changjing crossed his arms and looked at the manager. He repeated what he had just said to the clerk. "I have good reason to suspect your sales clerk is taking bribes, embezzling, and stealing from the supply and marketing cooperative and asking for kickbacks from the people. Tell me, which higher authority should I report this to?" The manager's face changed. If this really reached the higher authorities, regardless of whether there was a problem or not, their cooperative would suffer greatly. And there was also Vice Town Mayor watching nearby. He quickly forced a smile. "Rest assured, we will conduct an internal investigation. If we find any issues, we will not tolerate or cover them up." He then sternly scolded the clerk. "Lian Chunfang, write a self-criticism report right now. You will lose a month's salary. Starting tomorrow, you are suspended for reflection. When you understand what it means to serve the people and we have investigated your issues thoroughly, you can come back to work." Lian Chunfang looked miserable and nodded, no longer showing her previous arrogance. The manager hurriedly called over another employee. "Quick, bring the best noodles and rice cakes for the sister-in-law, and add 2 jean of fruit candies as an apology." "It's on me." He personally settled the bill with Hua Xiaoye and arranged for the goods to be carefully moved out. Yang Hongbing was leaning back in a chair, enjoying the sunshine when suddenly there was a loud duong sound. The car also jolted. He quickly turned around and saw the supply and marketing cooperative manager directing people to load rice, flour, and grains into the car. He chuckled. "Uncle Chow, when did you become so enthusiastic?" Seeing Vice Mayor Gao coming out with a box of cigarettes, he immediately fell silent. Manager Chow recognized the person, and his expression flickered with mixed feelings. "Comrade Lu, sister-in-law, if you come to town again, just find me. I will make sure you don't suffer any more unfair treatment." Yang Hongbing raised an eyebrow when Manager Chow called someone like that. Lu Changjing nodded, then thanked Deputy Mayor Gao. As he was about to get on the tractor with Hua Xiaoye, suddenly a figure rushed over and punched Lu Changjing in the face. "Rogue, stop!" A young man, full of scholarly air, with a handsome face and a bit of innocence, looked unfamiliar. He wore an old Zhongshan suit, but it was very clean. He swung his fist with force, aiming straight at Lu Changjing's face. The town mayor's cigarette dropped. Manager Chow's eyes widened. The onlookers didn't expect the excitement to keep coming. Those who were about to leave also stopped, watching the scene unfold. Hua Xiaoye quickly stepped in to block the fight. Lu Chongxing didn't care about the young man's background. He pushed Hua Xiaoye aside and grabbed the young man's wrist, about to tighten his grip. But Hua Xiaoye suddenly reached out and tightly hugged his arm. "Big brother, don't fight. This is my brother." His arm was pressed against her chest, wrapped tightly in soft flesh. Lu Chongxing's mind went blank, and blood rushed to his head. In that moment of distraction, the young man's other fist followed and hit him squarely in the face. A dark shadow flickered in Lu Chongxing's eyes. Hua Xiaoye quickly loosened Lu Chongxing's arm and pushed the young man away. "Hualia, this is Brother Chongxing. What are you shouting about?" Yang Hongbing, sitting in the driver's seat, reacted quickly. He jumped down from the car and grabbed Hualia from behind. "This is Lu Chongxing. Brother Chongxing is a really good person, do you understand?" Hualia curled his lips into a cold smile. "Can the Lu family be good people? I don't believe that nonsense." "Do you not believe him, but you believe me? When have I ever lied to you?" Hua Xiaoye was worried he might hit again. She tightly held his wrist and said urgently, "Can you listen to me? This was a busy street, not the place to start trouble." The town mayor was watching from the side. Hualia looked at his sister, and his anger slowly subsided. "Fine, I'll listen to you." Hua Xiaoye pulled her brother into a small alley nearby. Huali immediately became anxious again. "Speak clearly. If he's a good person, why did he try to touch you inappropriately?" The truck bed is only a little taller than his sister, who is not elderly, and she can jump up by herself without needing anyone to help her. "That old man clearly has bad intentions toward you, Hua Xiaoye." "He's only 32. How did he become an old man?" She rolled up her sleeves and showed her brother the injuries on her arms. "Dad hit me. Even a small movement makes my whole body hurt." Seeing the bruises and cuts on her arm, Huali's expression immediately changed and his voice rose. "He hit you again. It's a long story, but this time, thanks to Brother Chongxing, or else you might not have seen me today." Hua Xiaoye explained the whole situation to her younger brother. Huali's face grew darker as he listened. "Those bastards." He immediately wanted to go find trouble. Hua Xiaoye quickly pulled him back. "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly, like a headless fly." The brothers surnamed Mao are now in the police station. Our dad and brother are also badly hurt. The ones surnamed Lu paid a price yesterday. This younger brother has always had a hotter temper than her. After some calming, Hua Xiaoye managed to settle him down. Seeing the siblings enter the alley, Gao Hongqi came over and patted Lu Chongxing's arm. "Your brother-in-law has quite a temper." He hadn't heard about Lu Chongxing's marriage and thought they had just gotten engaged recently. It was normal that the younger brother, who was always in school, hadn't met his brother-in-law. Their town didn't have a high school. Students had to go to the county for high school, and they only got 2 days off each month. Many students, unless they needed to go home for ration tickets and money, tried not to go back. The journey took too long. Yang Hongbing was about to explain that this wasn't Lu Chongxing's brother-in-law. But Lu Chongxing shot him a glance. The words got stuck in his throat. He was left puzzled. How should he judge the younger brother's brother-in-law? What kind of person is he supposed to be? Gao Hongqi exchanged a few words with Lu Chongxing, looking at him with a hint of regret. "You shouldn't be just staying at home. With your experience, you could work in the county, at least find a factory manager position." Before he finished, Lu Chongxing interrupted him. "All that is in the past. There's no need to talk about it anymore." Seeing the situation, Gao Hongqi didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and rode away on his bicycle. Manager Chow saw the mayor leave, exchanged a few polite words with Lu Chongxing, and also went back. Once these two left, the onlookers lost interest and dispersed. Soon, Hua Xiaoye pulled Hualia back to the tractor, grabbing him and apologizing to Lu Chongxing. "Big brother, this is my younger brother. He's quick-tempered and caused a misunderstanding." "Sorry about that." Lu Chongxing waved his hand and just said, "It's okay," but then suddenly coughed up blood. Hua Xiaoye was startled and hurriedly took a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the blood from his mouth. "Big brother, should we see a doctor?" No need, it's really not a big deal, the man said, pressing his cheek with his tongue, then coughing up more blood onto the ground. Hua Xiaoya felt her heart tighten with worry. She turned and scolded her brother harshly. It's all your fault. Hualia looked down at his fist, confused. When did he become so strong? Usually, carrying a bag of corn was tiring, but how could one punch make someone cough up blood? Yang Hongbing was even more puzzled. When Brother Chongjing was talking to the mayor earlier, he seemed fine. Why did he suddenly cough up blood now? Quick, apologize to Big Brother, Hua Xiaoya scolded her brother. Hualia widened his eyes, staring at his sister. When did she become so assertive? She dared to yell at him? Apologize, did you hear me? Hua Xiaoya insisted when he hesitated. Reluctantly, Hualia managed to say, sorry. Lu Chongjing waved his hand again. It's nothing, you're just a kid. I can't be mad at you. A kid? Hualia's eyes widened. Hua Xiaoya felt guilty. Big brother, you're generous and don't mind, but this matter. Lu Chongjing turned to Hua Xiaoya and said, hurry up and get in the car. We still need to buy materials, and at home, we're waiting to buy vegetables and cook dinner. He reached out to help Hua Xiaoya, but his hands missed. Hualia quickly helped his sister onto the tractor before anyone else could. Lu Chongjing was a moment slower, his hand reaching out but missing, a faint smile on his lips. Not bad. Really impressive. Thinking about Hua Xiaoya's worried eyes just now, and how gently she wiped his mouth, he was glad he bit his cheek earlier. No pain, no gain. Huali was originally planning to go home, but now he wasn't in a hurry. He and Yang Hongbing lifted their bicycles onto the tractor. Having such strong help to load the vehicle made Hua Xiaoya feel happy. She thought her younger brother was really growing up and had learned to be thoughtful. But unexpectedly, Huali sat right in the middle of her and Lu Chongjing, acting like a human screen, which made Lu Chongjing very uncomfortable. The tractor rumbled away from the supply and marketing cooperative. Saleswoman Chun Fong peeked out from the door. Watching the tractor go far away, her eyes complicated and angry. These two clearly weren't a couple. An hour later, the tractor carried a full load heading east. When passing through Huashi Creek, Huali stubbornly refused to get off. He turned to Lu Chongjing and asked, Brother Chongjing, can I stay at your place for a couple of days? It was the time of the third day of the third lunar month, and the school had a 5-day spring plowing holiday. Lu Chongjing didn't answer immediately. Aren't you going home to help your parents plant the fields? Your dad and brother are both injured pretty badly. Don't you care? What's there to care about? It's a good lesson for them. The boy's skin was fair, but his eyes always looked like they were covered with a fog. Besides, my sister's health isn't good enough for hard work. I came to help out so your family won't talk behind her back, saying she's just eating and not doing anything. I'd rather she just eats and doesn't work, Lu Chongjing said, feeling a pang of sympathy every time he saw the calluses on Hua Xiaoya's palms. Huali moved slightly to the side, seemingly unintentionally blocking his view. Lu Chongjing's eyelids twitched. He felt a bad premonition. He wanted to be firm and tell the boy to leave, but when he saw the look in Hua Xiaoya's eyes as she looked at her brother, his heart softened immediately. He raised his chin and shouted at Yang Hongbing, just take them straight home. Meanwhile, Hualigua came out to use the bathroom. Seeing the familiar figures on the tractor, he only realized who they were after the vehicle drove away. It was his younger brother and sister. He wanted to call out to stop them, but then he heard Hua Laoshi cursing Hua Xiaoya with Grandma Hua in the yard, so he gave up the idea. Forget it. Let Li stay at Lu's for a couple of days. It's good for the Lu family to see that they do care about this girl. If anyone tries to bully her in the future, they'll have to think twice about whether they have the strength. When the tractor reached the house, everyone rushed over to help unload. Huali's bicycle was set aside. Everyone was holding back their laughter. Lu Chongjiang had been married for 2 years, but his younger brother had never even visited. Now that Lu Chongjiang was in charge, the Huajia family was actively visiting relatives. The family situation had changed a lot compared to before. Hualia handed his backpack to his sister and rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, but Lu Chongjiang stopped him. Go study inside. You're not needed here. Hualia was unhappy. I came to help with the chores. A student's main job is to study. Lu Chongjun called Hua Xiaoya to take him back inside. High school work was very important. Just now, he was helping with loading a cart in town, but it was rushed and they didn't have enough people. Hua Xiaoya was thinking about lunch when she heard the call. She quickly pulled her brother into the house and introduced him to the women inside.
Everyone praised Hualia.
It's very hard to get into high school in the countryside, and only a few can do it. Hualia was quite rare. The young man blushed from the praise and felt surprised. He didn't expect the neighbors to be so kind to his sister. Inside, he saw two old men lying on the kong, a traditional bed. One was clutching his chest, the other holding his leg, both crying out loudly. When they saw Hualia come in, they stared at him intently. They wanted to tell him to leave, but when they saw Hua Xiaoya's stern look, they immediately lost their courage and said nothing. Hualia looked at the scene and finally believed his sister's words. His sister, who usually wouldn't even step on an ant, had actually hit someone hard enough to leave a mark. It was impressive how much she had changed in just a few days. It was clear that her family had pushed her to the limit. Hualia's gaze swept over the two men on the kong, a dark shadow flashing in his eyes. Hua Xiaoya helped her brother settle on her small kong and brought over an old table from the house. Big brother is right. You're a student, and studying is the most important thing. I hope you get into college and make something of yourself. She took a cloth and wiped the table until it was spotless. Watching her busy, caring for her brother, Hualia felt a mix of feelings. After settling her brother, Hua Xiaoya went out to help again. The yard was filled with the smell of stewed chicken, making everyone's mouth water. Hua Xiaoya brought out some cooked dishes and small side dishes, cut them into portions, and handed some dried tofu and meat to Wang Er's wife, Gu Xiaoqiu, asking her to chop vegetables. Chun Jinhua was in charge of cooking. Jiang Wenyuan's wife, Tang Yujuan, lifted another large pot and served the cooked sorghum rice first. The lunch was prepared quite quickly, but luckily, there were 8 dishes in total. During the meal, the table was set outside in the yard, and everyone sat together happily. Lu Chongjun watched Waxiueyu busying around, looking like the lady of the house. He couldn't help but smile and turned to call his brother-in-law to come and eat. Huali, this time, became a special guest and sat at the main table with Lu Chongjun and others, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, the young boy was patient and didn't show it. While they were eating, Yang Baolu and Jiang Wenyuan from the town, along with Wang Youfa, returned. Lu Chongjun called out, and everyone came over to eat together. The women and children sat at a separate table. Usually, Zhang Shunying was responsible for welcoming guests at the dining table, but now Waxiueyu had to nervously learn how to do it herself. Auntie, sister-in-law, please help yourselves, don't be shy. Before she finished speaking, Waxiueyu's face turned red. Seeing her awkwardness, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xiaoqiu said casually, Xiaoya, don't say that. You and Brother Chongjun are quite a good team, one handling outside affairs, the other inside. Maybe it was the sun. Waxiueyu felt her face was burning like she could fry a pancake. At another table, Lu Chongjun listened and felt refreshed. He said to Wang Er, your wife has quite the eye for things. Huh? Wang Er was confused. Lu Chongjun didn't explain, just said, eat your food. He seemed to sense something and looked up, only to see Huali staring at him. The young boy looked unfriendly, as if he had figured something out. Lu Chongjun didn't mind and casually picked a piece of chicken and put it in his bowl. Huali reached out and took it back. I don't want it. The chicken is too old and tough. Lu Chongjun picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and even broke the chicken bone. You little kid, you don't understand. It's the big mature rooster that has the chewy meat. Huali looked at him with fire in his eyes. Lu Chongjun enjoyed himself, eating and drinking happily. While the workers were being served, no one paid attention to the two inside the house. After finishing his meal, Lu Chongjun carried 2 bowls of sorghum rice, 1 bowl of potatoes stewed with mustard greens, and another of potatoes stewed with chicken into the house. The tray was placed on the kong, a traditional bed, and the 2 people on it, who had been hungry all night and half the day, were already feeling dizzy. They immediately moved to eat, but he slapped them twice and knocked them over. Don't rush to eat.
First, let's talk.
When do you plan to pay back the money you owe me? In the yard, the spring breeze was warm and neighbors were chatting casually. Inside the house, Lu Chongjing's eyes looked cold and distant, like a frozen river, chilling to the bone. Pay back the money, Lu Duofu stammered, gasping unevenly. We agreed to be family. When we have money, we'll pay. Are you trying to push us to the limit? That's what you said. I never agreed. Lu Chongjing's voice was steady but sharp, like a knife. When you spent my hard-earned money, why didn't you pretend to be innocent? If you dare to scheme against Xiaoye, this debt will be paid back with interest. Lu Duofu's eyes flickered, and he immediately pretended to be pitiful. Even if we need money, not right now, big brother. Look at us. So hurt we can't even get off the Kong. Your injuries have nothing to do with me. Lu Chongjing interrupted coldly, his gaze so icy it could freeze bones. Seeing the old man couldn't hold on, Zhang Shunying immediately lost her temper, raising her voice sharply.
What?
Don't you care about family at all? Since you came back, we've been taking good care of you, good food and drink. Now you're turning around and biting us. Lu Duofu quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Lu Chongjing suddenly sneered, his smile making both of them nervous. Do you want me to call the village secretary and the village head so everyone can see whose name is on the house deed? Both of them turned pale instantly, exchanging a look. They were stunned.
How did he know about that?
Lu Chongjing snorted coldly, a sinister light flickering in his eyes. I don't do things like kill chickens to get eggs, but if you want to cheat and not pay back, don't blame me for being ruthless. His expression was very strange, and the two of them had never seen such hostility before. It made their legs feel cold. This kid probably had some deadly tricks up his sleeve. Since their sons weren't home and they had no food or drink, if he pushed them further, someone might really get hurt. Lu Duofu quickly poked Zhang Shunying, making a face to signal her to pay up. Zhang Shunying was so distressed, she gritted her teeth. She slowly got off the Kong, rummaged under the cabinet, and pulled out a cloth bag. She opened it layer by layer, counting out 527 yuan, clutching it tightly, trying to hide the change to take back with her. Looking Zhang quickly grabbed everything and put it in his pocket, patting it happily. These 27 yuan are just interest. Hey! Zhang Shunying was so upset she stomped her feet and almost begged, Boss, this is the last bit of money we have. If you take it, how will my husband and I survive? Aren't you still have your own son? My own son? Third son is useless, just a wife-controlled man. So, only Lu Chongjing is left. Looking Zhang left. The two hurriedly picked up their bowls and chopsticks. The only two small pieces of chicken rib meat were snatched away by Zhang Shunying. Lu Duofu wanted a piece too, but Zhang Shunying slapped his face with a chopstick. Are you still a man? Fighting over meat with your wife? Aren't you ashamed? Now she was no longer weak and sickly. She quickly soaked the chicken soup with rice. Lu Duofu could only eat the salty potato strips, feeling very frustrated. Normally, he wouldn't mind eating the salty strips, but now the smell of chicken made it hard to swallow. Seeing Zhang Shunying eating happily, Lu Duofu kept swallowing his saliva. Zhang Shunying gave him a disgusted look and threw the half-eaten chicken rib bone at him. Lu Duofu chuckled and cleaned the bone completely. His embarrassing behavior made Zhang Shunying feel very ashamed. Honestly, Chongjiang has been working like a horse for Yang Qiqiao and Qindugan for 2 years. We can't really have lost everything for nothing, Lu Duofu thought while chewing the bone, planning his next move. What should we do? The second son is stubborn and won't come back. What else can we do? Zhang Shunying scratched her head at the thought. You haven't seen how much that kid cares about Yang Qiqiao. When Mao Laowu dragged her onto the bed, he almost fought him. When Mao Laoxi took advantage of her, that kid just threatened him verbally. Thinking of this, Zhang Shunying couldn't help but feel jealous of Yang Qiqiao.
Why?
She raised her son with so much effort, and now he's just a loyal son-in-law to her. Zhang Duofu thought for a moment and said, We need to get money from them. Not to mention, when we paid for the second son's marriage, it cost nearly 1,000 yuan. We gave them such a big son for free. They should pay us back according to that. Besides, the older brother earned a lot of money over the years, and the second son also spent a lot. He should help share the hardship. Zhang Shunying rarely agreed with him this time. Humph, old fool, your mind is still pretty sharp. Chen Dugan is very stingy, and Yang Qiqiao can also plan ahead. Maybe if we ask for money, the two of them will just fall apart. Lu Duofu was pleased to be praised and raised his chin proudly. That's right. Also, when Yanan left, you took over 1,000 yuan. She has to pay that back. Wang Yanan is Zhang Shunying's daughter from her first marriage. When she went back to the city with the educated youth, Zhang Shunying was worried that her daughter, being unfamiliar with city life and without money, would be looked down upon by her in-laws. She specifically gave her daughter 1,000 yuan to boost her confidence. Now, hearing that Lu Duofu wants his daughter to pay back the money, she naturally refuses. She spat and said, "She's not your real daughter. You really don't care about her at all. Her husband is still in college and has no job.
What are they supposed to pay back?
Can't you think long-term? When our son-in-law gets a stable job and earns money, he won't forget about you." Lu Duofu wanted to say more, but Han Liyue, who had finished eating, came in. The two of them quickly shut their mouths in agreement. Han Liyue found these two old men really annoying, so she simply pulled the curtain in the middle to block their view, feeling better without seeing them. The women also started tidying up the table, washing dishes and chopsticks. With people coming and going outside, it was even harder for the two to talk. They pushed the dishes aside and lay down on the Kong bed. Through a window, they saw Yang Baolu take out a piece of paper and place it on the table. This is the sales contract for that brick kiln. It's already agreed with the town. 500 yuan, Changzheng. From now on, that abandoned brick kiln belongs to you. Villagers were talking among themselves, curious why Lu Changzheng was so interested in that old brick kiln. Lu Changzheng casually said, "I have to find something to do." He slapped the 500 yuan he had just taken from Zhang Shunying onto the table. Zhang Shunying's eyes widened. Your son is risking his life for that money just to throw it into that old brick kiln? Ridiculous. He might as well throw water and watch the splash. That brick kiln has been abandoned for nearly 10 years. What use does it have now? Burning offerings at your graves. You can still see sparks. On the other side of the curtain, Han Liyue suddenly spoke coldly, making the atmosphere tense. Zhang Shunying shivered and didn't bother to argue with the kid. Both sides signed and sealed the agreement. Lu Changzheng called Hua Xiaoye. "Bring out my seal." "It's in my black bag." "Oh, okay." Hua Xiaoye went inside, quickly found the seal in the bag, and handed it over. Zhang Shunying watched the two very close figures and remembered her previous plan. Damn it, if I can't part with the kids, I can't catch the wolf. If I can't part with Hua Xiaoye, I can't catch Lu Changzheng. Today, I will go all out, even if everyone loses face. I want Lu Changzheng to kneel and return the stolen money, then slip away in shame. She made up her mind, stayed calm, and while Hua Liye went to the bathroom, she put on her shoes, got up, and started rummaging through boxes. Lu Duofu felt annoyed watching her fuss. "What are you doing again?" "I remember the aphrodisiac I used on the old sow last time is gone." "Ah, here it is." Lu Changzheng. I wonder if you'll die this time. Lu Duofu. Zhang Shunying held a brown paper bag, opened it, and looked inside at the half-used medicine, her eyes shining. Lu Duofu still had some fatherly feelings and felt reluctant. That's for the pig. What if she gets sick from eating it? Shut up. Does he think you're his father? He's practically your father now, almost riding on your head and taking a dump. And you still care about him? Lu Duofu, are your balls soft? Are your bones soft too? Lu Duofu. Just as Zhang Shunying poured the powder into a kettle, the door opened behind her. It was Hua Liye returning. "What are you doing?" Zhang Shunying trembled. Half of the powder spilled onto the cabinet. She quickly wiped it clean. "It's nothing, nothing. I don't feel well, so I poured myself some water." She spoke, reached for the enamel cup nearby, and pressed it over the powder. Then she wiped the remaining powder from the spout of the thermos. She turned and smirked at Hua Liye. Lu Duofu on the bed also forced a smile to cooperate. "Yeah, just finished eating. Of course, I'm thirsty. Look at my lips, all dry." He deliberately tried to help Zhang Shunying out. Old lady, since you've finished your water, bring me a cup too. Zhang Shunying glared at him. Damn old man, his brain's not working. The water's got medicine in it. Won't it blow his balls up? She looked at Hualiye with a questioning gaze and could only smile, saying, I'll drink it later. She picked up the empty jar and casually wiped the medicine container on the cabinet as well. She had wanted to pretend for a moment, but Hualiye kept staring at her. She could only refill the jar with water and carry it back to the bed, placing it in front of Lu Duofu, and said irritably, Drink it. Lu Duofu had only said that in a moment of panic. Now, seeing the full jar of water and recalling the power of the medicine, he couldn't help but feel nervous and shiver all over. It's cold, cold. I want to drink more. He smiled at Hualiye in a pleading way. Unaware, their unusual friendly attitude looked suspicious to Hualiye, as if they were feeling guilty. He first looked at Zhang Shunying with a kind smile and asked, This water is steaming hot, but the water you just drank has no steam at all. Your lips aren't moist, and you drink silently. Are you a ghost? Do you only eat food that doesn't steam and drink water that doesn't produce bubbles? Zhang Shunying felt guilty. She hesitated for a moment and asked, What are you talking about? Do people talk like that? I'm not a beast. I don't gulp down my water. Hualiye's smile grew wider. So, you're even worse than a beast. This person must have grown up eating straw, because his words hit straight at the heart. Just as Zhang Shunying was about to reply, Hua Xiaoye, who was in the other room, heard the noise and pushed open the door, looking at the group. What's going on? Are you bullying my little brother? She was holding a kitchen knife, still chopping ribs, with oil and blood on her hand, and her gaze was cold. Zhang Shunying suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Lu Duofu also couldn't help but remember the scene where the other person was poking his thigh with scissors, one poke after another. The two of them shivered involuntarily. Zhang Shunying quickly explained, No. I was just pouring water for your dad. Your little brother is just watching the fun here. Her unusually respectful attitude toward Hua Xiaoye surprised Hualiye and even made herself feel sick. Hua Xiaoye snorted coldly, her expression unreadable. This made Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu feel even more pressured. They exchanged a glance. Hualiye, standing nearby, smiled and asked, Since you're thirsty, why don't you drink the water you poured? Lu Duofu originally wanted to help Zhang Shunying smooth things over, but he didn't really want to drink water. He could only smile and say, It's too hot. I'll wait until it cools down. Just now your mother drank a whole jar of water. Now you're saying it's too hot? Are you implying my mother's water was fake? Hualiye's smile also made people feel uneasy. Surely she didn't really drink water meant for the dead, right? After speaking, Hualiye made a move to check the thermos. This kind of pressure left Lu Duofu with no way out. Zhang Shunying, worried that Hualiye might see something, urged him from the side. Stop pretending. If you're so hot, be grateful I'm taking care of you. Just drink it. Lu Duofu looked at Hualiye, who was smiling brightly, then at Hua Xiaoye, who looked suspicious, and finally at Zhang Shunying. Outside the window, he could hear Lu Chongjing shouting as he moved cement pipes. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and picked up the teacup. Damn it, he was going all in. He had been soft for half a month. Who knew if he could still stand tall, as a man afterward? If he drank this water, he wasn't afraid. But as soon as the cup touched his lips, he felt a strange taste. Lu Duofu suddenly remembered that this was the hot water boiled before Chen Jinhua cooked lunch. Wasn't that exactly when it was hot? He hesitated slightly, then, facing the fierce gazes of Hua's brother and sister, he could only close his eyes again and gulp down the water in one go. There was a strange flavor. Especially at the end, it was bitter and astringent. After finishing the water, Lu Duofu couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shunying. The taste was so obvious that Lu Chongjing would have recognized it immediately. He didn't dare show any sign of suspicion in front of Hua's family. Once Hua's brother and sister left, he quietly moved closer to Zhang Shunying and whispered his worries. Zhang Shunying didn't know what the medicine tasted like. Now, hearing Lu Duofu, she also started to worry. It wasn't that she was afraid Lu Chongjing would notice anything, but that he might see through her plan and get angry instead. Zhang Shunying looked anxiously at the yard outside the window. Lu Changzheng was standing by the well, holding a shovel with rough hands, his muscles tense as he gripped the cement pipe tightly. He shouted to Yang Hongbing and Jiang Wenyuan, "Hold on, slow down." Everyone helped hold the pipe, slowly lowering it with his strength. He was shirtless, showing scars and strong muscles. He balanced himself by stepping on the edge of the pit, with one hand reaching down to feel the bottom. Occasionally, he used a crowbar to gently adjust the pipe until it was straight and securely settled in the cement. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After taking a few deep breaths, he grabbed a shovel nearby and scooped half a shovelful of gravel at the bottom of the pipe. Bending over, he reached into the pit, spreading his palm to push the gravel around, filling the gaps at the pipe's base. He called someone to pass more gravel. Everyone either carried materials in baskets or stood by the edge of the pit, dropping materials with shovels. Lu Changzheng squatted beside the pipe, skillfully moving the shovel, filling gravel around the pipe. He used the handle to press down firmly, packing the gravel tightly. After a while, he straightened up, stomped his foot hard on the pipe's edge, then bent down to feel if the pipe was stable. He repeated this several times until the gravel around the cement pipe was level and firm, with no movement when stepped on. Lu Changzheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Just a couple more layers of filling, and this well bottom will be secure." Suddenly, footsteps sounded from the other side of the curtain. Zhang Shunying looked away and saw Hualia holding a thermos and a teacup, ready to pour water. "Sigh, what's the matter? Not letting me drink water?" Hualia turned his head, his eyes coldly sweeping over the two people on the bed. It wasn't that he wasn't allowed to drink. They were worried he might drink the water early and that Lu Changzheng would notice something suspicious. Zhang Shunying secretly glanced at Duofu, who was twisting and turning on the bed, looking like he was under the influence of medicine. Her forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat, afraid Hualia would notice something wrong. Without thinking, she pulled the quilt over him tightly and quickly covered him. She then turned to Hualia, trying to act calm. "This is hot water, boiling hot. Drinking this isn't as good as going outside to drink some cold water. No, I won't. I ate meat at noon, and drinking cold water might give me diarrhea," Hualia said, already lifting the thermos. With a quick motion, he unscrewed the lid and was about to pour water into the teacup. Zhang Shunying panicked, her hands trembling, sweat pouring down her forehead. She didn't know how to stop him. Huali spilled half a cup of water, licked his lips, and immediately frowned. "What's that smell? Did you boil cloth in this water?" He disgustedly poured the water from the cup onto the ground, then casually grabbed a handful of tea leaves from the nearby container and threw them into the warm teapot. But he didn't drink any himself. Instead, he turned around and poured a bucket of cold water outside. Zhang Shunying's anxious heart finally settled down with a loud gulp. She quickly slipped on her shoes, took a sip of water, and rinsed her mouth. The strong tea flavor masked the strange medicinal taste. Unexpectedly, this silly boy accidentally helped her a lot. Zhang Shunying was overjoyed but worried he might come back and see her, so she hurried to crawl onto the bed. Just as she was about to sit down, Lu Duofu suddenly shouted and pounced on her. With a loud tearing sound, her clothes were ripped open. Her white chest was exposed, one large and one small, catching the eye. To Lu Duofu, who was full of desire, it looked strangely beautiful. Zhang Shunying wanted to push him away, but she couldn't resist his strength. They had been married for over 20 years, so they knew each other well. She only managed to hurriedly remind him, "Someone's outside." Then she was completely covered with a quilt from head to toe. Huali, who had just finished drinking cold water and was about to open the door, heard strange noises from inside. He pushed the door open, glanced inside, and smirked coldly. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Hua Xiaoya saw him coming and going, thinking he wasn't paying attention to his studies. She pulled him aside and whispered a few words. Usually gentle, now she looked serious and a bit cold. Huali saw her like this, wasn't angry, and actually hoped she would scold him more. Hua Xiaoya noticed her brother staring at her with a smile, as if her scolding had no effect. She waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. You know what to do. Just as she was about to leave, Hua Li grabbed her arm. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely get into university. Hua Xiaoya was surprised.
Huh.
Hua Li looked more serious than ever. I'm waiting to get into university and take you out of this place that's so remote. Flower Xiaoyu looked at him in shock. Seeing his determined gaze, which didn't seem like joking, she felt very reassured. She smiled and gently ruffled his hair. You'd better work harder. I'm counting on you. Her expression clearly showed she didn't take his words seriously. Just as Hua Liya was about to explain, he heard Lu Changzheng, who had just finished working with a cement pipe, shout from the yard, Xiaoyu, fetch me a bowl of water. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changzheng, shirtless, came over holding a towel, wiping the sweat off his face and body. His bronze-colored skin shimmered in the sun. His strong muscles tensed with each movement. The scars on his shoulders and arms looked like medals hanging on him, rough but strangely attractive. Especially around his waist and stomach, sweat trickled down from his chest, sliding over his sharp collarbones, across his firm chest, and then down to his well-defined 8-pack abs. Each muscle looked powerful, with sweat pooling in the grooves, flowing down his waist into his pants, making Xiaoyu feel a bit dizzy. Xiaoyu responded with a sound, blushing as she turned to go inside and fetch water. Several women gathered at the door of the yard, commenting on the men's figures. Lu Changzheng was the most eye-catching. He was the only one shirtless, and his build was even more solid than the door gods in the old paintings. A few women in their 30s or 40s cast subtle glances at his lower body, making playful faces and whispering among themselves, sharing knowing smiles. Lu Changzheng acted as if he hadn't noticed, only giving Hua Liya a faint glance. Hua Liya didn't look happy either, his eyes sharp as if trying to see through Lu Changzheng's thoughts. But Lu Changzheng just smiled faintly, not taking the teasing from the young man seriously. Soon, Xiaoyu returned with a full bowl of water. Lu Changzheng reached out to take it, his fingertips accidentally touching her hand. Xiaoyu, feeling like she was burned, quickly pulled back. Lu Changzheng didn't speak. He tilted his head and gulped down the water quickly and fiercely. Most of it dripped from his mouth, sliding down his jawline into his neck. Then, along with the sweat, it flowed down his collarbones and onto his chest. Xiaoyu's gaze was uncontrollable. She watched the water stream down, passing over his tight chest, then over the clearly defined 8-pack abs that slightly moved with each swallow. The sweat swirled in the grooves of his abs, finally flowing down his slim waist and disappearing into his dark pants, leaving her feeling a little dizzy. The two of them were standing too close. Although there was no real intimacy, Hua Xiaoya still felt the strong, cool masculine presence of Lu Changzheng. His warm body heat mixed with the air around them, making her feel nervous. She instinctively swallowed, and her cheeks suddenly turned bright red. Feeling flustered, she quickly took 2 steps back to avoid his gaze. Lu Changzheng saw Hua Xiaoya blushing and looking confused through the gap between the water scoop and his arm. A small, hard-to-notice smile appeared on his lips. It turned out she wasn't completely indifferent to him. He handed the empty water scoop back to Hua Xiaoya, deliberately touching her hand lightly with his fingertips. Then he turned around and happened to meet Hua Li's scrutinizing gaze. Hua Li was still a student and didn't understand how a mature man, who was trying to hide his feelings, could act so showy in front of someone he liked. He thought Lu Changzheng's behavior was too flashy, wearing only a shirt and showing off, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Changzheng smiled softly, hiding a little mischievous pride in his heart. Just as he was about to turn and continue working, he suddenly heard a surprised cry from the window. He exchanged a quick look with Hua Xiaoya and hurried over to the window. Peering inside, the scene made everyone's eyes widen and gasp in shock. The quilt on the kong, a traditional bed, had been pushed aside. Lu Duofu was wildly pressed on Zhang Shunying, their clothes in disarray. Zhang Shunying looked lost in a moment, her expression a strange mix of pain and joy, her mouth making muffled sounds. She looked both embarrassed and strange. Everyone in the yard froze in place. The women quickly turned their faces away, and the men looked uncomfortable. For a moment, only the heavy breathing of Lu Duofu and Zhang Shuning's intermittent pleas for mercy could be heard. Huali was the first to react. He reached out to cover Hua Xiaoya's eyes, trying to block her from seeing the disturbing scene. But he was a second too late. Someone else was faster, Lu Chongzheng. He covered Hua Xiaoya's eyes with his hand. Huali looked at him. The man's brow was furrowed, and he seemed lost in thought, his jaw tight. Huali instinctively didn't argue with him. Hua Xiaoya's vision was blocked, but her hearing became sharper, and her thoughts grew more active. So, this was how the people on the North Kong spent their nights? Lu Duofu on the Kong accidentally looked up and saw everyone watching, and immediately stopped. Zhang Shunying sensed something was wrong, looked up along his gaze, and screamed, quickly pulling the quilt. The scene became chaotic and awkward. Meanwhile, neighbors started gossiping. "Oh my, you two are really something. We're exhausted digging the well, and you two are busy with this. Such a lazy day, so you've been saving up energy for this. Lu Duofu, take it easy, don't hurt your back. Auntie, you're quite playful." Zhang Shunying wished she could hide in a mouse hole. She was angry inside and kept hitting Lu Duofu, saying, "It's all your fault. You made me embarrass myself." Lu Duofu felt wrong too, because she had given him medicine herself. How could it be his fault? Lu Chongzheng was the first to react. He strode into the house and pulled the curtains shut. The messy looks and glances outside were cut off. Inside, the two people pulled back the quilt, revealing only their sweaty heads, looking at him nervously. Lu Chongzheng's face looked cold, like frost, and he asked, "What exactly is going on?" Lu Duofu was about to explain but was stopped by Zhang Shunying. Lu Duofu regained his composure. "I just couldn't help it. I didn't expect to be seen." Even Lu Chongzheng, who was experienced, was so angry he couldn't speak. He wasn't a good person, but for these two to do something like this, it was enough to be shameful. Suddenly, outside, Hualia's voice came. "Spring is here, everything is coming back to life, and it's the season for animals to mate." His voice was lively and emotional. Lu Chongzheng went outside. Hua Xiaoya saw his bad expression and quickly pulled her brother. Hualia gave his sister face, shrugged, and didn't continue. Hua Xiaoya looked at Lu Chongzheng with concern. Although she had many opinions about Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying, Lu Duofu was still his father. Seeing him now embarrassed and humiliated, Lu Chongzheng couldn't help feeling awkward. Lu Chongzheng was full of anger at first, but when he saw Hua Xiaoya's gentle eyes, his mood instantly eased. Yes, the ones who should be ashamed were Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying. It had nothing to do with him. The worse these people behaved, the more it benefited him. He raised his hand and gently pinched Hua Xiaoya's shoulder to show her he was fine. Next to him, Huali frowned angrily. Before he could speak, Lu Chongzheng let go and called everyone to help finish the last bit of work. They installed a pulley on the well. Drawing water from it was much easier than from the old well in the center of the village. Around the well, they built a 1-meter square concrete platform to prevent slipping during rain and snow. Everyone started working. The scene of Lu Duofu joking around with Zhang Shunying was no longer mentioned by others. However, compared to the men by the well, the women inside the house were less restrained without Lu Chongzheng's presence. They gathered and chattered, even bringing up Zhang Shunying's past romantic stories. When they mentioned this, they specifically looked at Hua Xiaoya. Seeing that Hua Xiaoya showed no sign of being bothered, they continued talking. Inside, Lu Duofu listened as stories of his past misdeeds were brought up again. He immediately got angry. He stood up and was about to pour out the troublesome water. Zhang Shunying quickly came over to stop him. "You brute, if you pour out the water now, all our efforts will be wasted." Lu Duofu looked at her and got even angrier. "You still have the nerve to talk? If it weren't for you cheating with other men, I wouldn't be so humiliated. What's wrong with that? Haven't you heard? If you want life to go smoothly, sometimes you have to accept a little green on your head. Why don't you talk about how capable your wife is?" She can easily charm men with just a finger. Zhang Shunying put the thermos back on the cabinet and warned him, I tell you, if you dare to mess with me, I'll kick you out immediately and find another man. Do you dare? See if I dare or not. Just as they were about to argue further, Hua Ali entered the house. The young man acted as if nothing was wrong, went to bed, and continued doing his homework. Zhang Shunying quickly pulled Lu Duofu back to bed. Since he was back, there was no time to pour the water now. Lu Duofu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and decided not to care anymore. He told himself that everything was none of his business. His son, daughter-in-law, and wife all had their own say. This small distraction didn't stop the work. By evening, the yard was cleaned thoroughly. The freshly smoothed concrete platform couldn't be used for standing, and the well would be usable only after 2 days. Even so, it didn't delay everyone's patience. The old well has been around for over 100 years. This is the first well dug in Donggo village in recent years. At the dinner table, Jiang Wenyuan spoke up, saying he also wanted to dig a well. Gradually, a few other families also expressed their willingness. But it was clear that Lu Chongjing's technical guidance was essential. Lu Chongjing didn't refuse and agreed right away. That's how the village works. When one family does something, the whole village helps. In the evening, there were 10 dishes, more complete and tastier than lunch. Everyone kept praising the food, thinking Chen Jinhua made it. But it was actually Hua Xiaoya who was pulled over by Chen Jinhua. All the dishes tonight were made by Xiaoya. She steamed the buns, cooked the rice, and prepared everything. This little wife is quite capable. In fact, even they were surprised. Hua Xiaoya, who had stumbled earlier at noon, became much more skilled in the afternoon. And she was naturally good at household chores. She followed 2 main principles: no waste and no extravagance. All the dishes were just right. Hua Xiaoya felt shy from the praise and tried to leave. Gu Xiaoqiu came over, smiling as she said, "This is a good money box, but unfortunately, it's missing the money-collecting rake." Ha ha, she quickly couldn't keep laughing. In local speech, women are called money boxes, and men are the rake that gathers the money. Everyone knew Hua Xiaoya's awkward situation. At the dinner table, everyone looked at each other. Who says there's no rake to gather money at home? Isn't that right? A deep voice suddenly said. Brother, Hua Xiaoya looked at Lu Chongjing, her eyes wide with anger. How could her older brother say such misleading things? Others also looked at Lu Chongjing in surprise. Yang Baolu even warned directly, Chongjing, you should be careful with your jokes. Hua Li clenched his chopsticks, as if ready to hit him if Lu Chongjing said one more wrong word. I'm not joking. I'm serious, Lu Chongjing said, his gaze passing over Hua Xiaoya's face and pointing behind her. Everyone has seen what kind of person my stepmother is. She's not someone who can manage a household. Over the years, I have sent money home little by little. If I had saved it all carefully, my family could have built a proper brick house. But look at this home now. It's still just the 2.5 simple earthen rooms my grandfather left us. Does any other family live like ours, with everyone crowded into one room, sleeping on north and south beds? This is true. Everyone looked at each other with regret. Several thousand yuan. Enough for anyone to make a better life. I can't live a confused life even for a day. Whether it's working in a brick kiln, farming, or digging wells like today, I need someone to help me manage things at home. Lu Chongjing's gaze returned to Hua Xiaoya's face. Auntie Shilu also said that Xiaoya learns things quickly. She is the big sister-in-law of this family, helping me manage these matters. Shouldn't she do that? The words, big sister-in-law, sounded especially heavy. To Hua Xiaoya, it felt like each syllable was pounding on her heart, making her heartbeat irregular. Hua Xiaoya always suspected that when he said, big sister-in-law, he didn't mean her, the one ranked above Lu Tsueha. But she didn't dare think too much about what it really meant. The man's expression was very normal, as if he was asking experienced elders for advice. Hua Xiaoya kept misunderstanding him, but now she wondered if her suspicion was too strong. If there was only one honest person in this world, it would surely be the eldest brother. Usually, among the daughters-in-law, choosing a capable one to manage the household was common. But this family was special. Second son was married off, and the eldest was still single. Everyone was discussing eagerly. Hua Xiaoya said, "Let Sueha manage the household. Sueha knows more. She's more suitable than me." Lu Sueha had told her last time she wanted to be in charge. Hua Xiaoya didn't want to compete with Lu Sueha. Lu Chongjing frowned. He forgot about Lu Sueha's wish, but if he insisted that only Hua Xiaoya could do it, it might hurt her relationship with Lu Sueha. Just because Lu's family supported Hua Xiaoya, he didn't want to cause trouble. Yang Baolu and others also started discussing. Indeed, the capable and straightforward Lu Sueha was more suitable than the gentle Hua Xiaoya. He was about to speak when Qin Jinhua pinched his side softly. Yang Baolu glanced at her briefly, and Qin Jinhua signaled him to look at Lu Chongjing. He really isn't very smart. Is being the head just about helping to organize things? No, it's about managing the money for Lu Chongjing. Lu Sueha is a good person, but she married Lu Chonghai, who is Zhang Shuning's son. No matter how clear Lu Sueha is about things, she might be easily fooled by others in her bed. If she later secretly takes all the money and puts it in her mother-in-law's pocket, what will Lu Chongjing do? On the other hand, Hua Xiaoya in the Lu family is protected by Lu Chongjing. Lu Sueha takes care of her, and with Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu causing trouble, she would have to be very foolish to side with them. The couple has worked together for many years. With just a glance, Yang Baolu understood everything. Seeing Wang Youfa and Jiang Wenyuan supporting Lu Sueha, his face darkened. He was about to remind them, but suddenly, the sound of a carriage came from outside the door. Lu Sueha was the first to arrive at the yard, looking at the scene there. She clicked her tongue and said, "Big brother, Xiaoya, you really are something. When we're not home, you sneak around and do big things, huh?" Lu Sueha didn't expect that Lu Chongjing had actually dug a well. She specifically went to look at the well, and it was quite good. Clean and neat. The food on the table was also good. If it were her at home, she could only manage something like that. Seeing everyone looking at her, she smiled and asked, "So, does what I said have anything to do with you guys?" Jiang Wenyuan was about to speak, but Yang Baolu took the lead to cover for him. Unexpectedly, Lu Chongjing spoke first, talking about which woman should be in charge of our family, third daughter-in-law, what do you think? He subtly exchanged a look with Yang Baolu. With so many people talking, even if they tried to hide it for now, it would be hard to keep it secret later. Besides, inside the house were Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu. Instead of letting Lu Sueha feel left out later, it was better for them to speak first. "Xiaoya says you know a lot, so you should be in charge." Lu Sueha looked at Hua Xiaoya, her eyes bright. She didn't expect that what she said would be remembered by Hua Xiaoya and that she would actually support her. But her big brother was a different story. This old bachelor was very cunning. If he wanted her to be in charge, why wouldn't he discuss it with her when she was at home? She quickly thought and said, "I'm young, and I'm afraid I might be too impatient. I don't have the confidence, and I also worry that Big Brother might not trust me." Lu Chongjing, Well, I think there's no rush. Big Brother, you should watch how I perform. She believed she was capable of managing the household and wasn't in a hurry, but her expression of wanting to take charge was also a way to pressure Lu Chongjing. Everyone was surprised that she actually wanted to be the head of the family. They all looked at Hua Xiaoya, who was just happily watching Lu Sueha, and they silently shook their heads. Oh well, fools are often lucky. Some people are just not meant to worry about things. Lu Chongjing noticed Hua Xiaoya's expression and felt a bit frustrated, but when he thought about her personality, he quickly calmed down. Xiaoya still hasn't learned to fight for things. She doesn't rush. He nodded at Lu Sueha and said, "All right, let's go with your idea." It sounded like he was giving her a lot of respect. Lu Sueha was also pleased with the decision. Huali was happy with the outcome too. These messy family affairs of the Lu family can be left to their own family to worry about. His sister just needed to stay here for a couple of years, get settled, and once he went to college, he would take her away. "Can you stop arguing about who should be in charge? Where is my carriage?" A familiar voice came from outside. As Lu Jinyang entered the yard, Huali immediately stood up. They looked at each other with suspicion and caution. Hey, what's going on? Everyone got up and went to the front of the carriage. They saw Lu Chonghai lying on top, looking pale, and all turned to Lu Chongjing. Did he beat someone so badly he almost lost his life? It's my fault, I was wrong. Lu Jinyang explained about the incident with the wooden board. Everyone couldn't even smile. They didn't expect this family to be so fierce. Even their attitude towards Lu Tsueha changed. Lu Tsueha and her brother stayed calm and didn't take it seriously. Lu Tsueha directed everyone to help carry Lu Chonghai inside. The doctor said he'll be fine after a few days. When Lu Chonghai was carried inside, Zhang Shunying saw her beloved son looking so battered and tears started to fall. But then she saw Lu Tsueha go into the house and immediately dared not cry anymore. Her throat felt tight. Lu Tsueha looked at her and Lu Duofu with some admiration. You two are really tough, Zhang Shunying. Lu Duofu. Not just tough, it's like they can really endure anything. Hua Xiaoye quietly whispered to Lu Tsueha about the embarrassing situation between the two of them. Lu Tsueha couldn't help but glance at the two of them a few more times. Then she smiled happily with Hua Xiaoye. Inside the house, Lu Chonghai called out to her. Wife, I want some water. Okay, coming. Lu Tsueha passed by Zhang Shunying and said with a smile, Mom, be careful. The old clam might give birth to a pearl. Zhang Shunying was so angry she couldn't speak. By the time she saw her feed Lu Chonghai from the warm water jug, it was already too late. She wanted to go over and make her son spit out the water, but Lu Chongjing entered the room. He went to the cabinet, picked up the warm water jug, and poured himself a cup of water. Zhang Shunying hesitated, words at her lips, but then swallowed them back. This water. Lu Chongjing's pause sounded like a sharp knife hanging over Zhang Shunying's heart, making her nervous. She quickly asked, What's wrong? Feeling worried, she asked after her concern, but then she regretted it. Usually when Lu Chongjing spoke, she wouldn't interrupt. But as soon as she said this, not only Lu Chongjing but also Lu Tsueha and Lu Chonghai in the inner room peeked out to look at her. Lu Duofu looked at her anxiously, afraid she might say something she shouldn't or that Lu Chongjing might get angry again. Zhang Shunying could only grit her teeth and pretend nothing was wrong. Sure enough, Lu Chongjing didn't respond further. He just asked, Who made this tea? Why is it so strong? It looked dark and bottomless, like a thick soup, not tea. Lu Chonghai on the bed also nodded in agreement. This tea was too strong and bitter. The curtain in the middle was blown open by the wind. Inside the room, on the south bed, Huali was doing his homework without looking up and said, I made it. The water has a strange smell, like it just boiled manure. Without some tea leaves, who would want to drink it? Lu Chonghai felt disgusted. Lu Chongjing looked at him and said, You're a high school student, and you're talking about manure and pee. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Huali replied, Li Bai's family also has a barn, Lu Chongjing. The atmosphere between the two was a bit tense. Lu Tsueha, being smart, didn't speak and instead pushed Lu Chonghai to sit still and behave properly. Older sister, I've tied the horse and filled the feed. Lu Jinyang came inside and saw the two elders on the Kong bed. He raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, your life is pretty tough. What's going on? I just heard outside that you're acting out a story from a famous play. Is Pan Jinlian hanging upside down on the grape trellis and Shimin Qing whipping his horse? The two elders, being uneducated, didn't understand the last part, but they knew that Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing were not good people from old stories. Lu Duofu angrily said, We are a married couple, pure and simple. Oh, so you're like Wu Dalong. Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying were both furious. Lu Jinyang chuckled. Just joking, don't take it seriously. That's just how I am, naturally friendly and open. Don't believe me? Ask my brother-in-law. His brother-in-law, Lu Chonghai, was lying on the bed in the next room. Hearing Lu Jinyang say this, Lu Chonghai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knees again. He quickly said, Mom and Dad, don't argue with him. Be careful not to make yourselves too upset. Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying weren't in the mood to argue now. Instead, they cared more about whether Lu Chongjing had finished his water. Lu Chongjing forced himself to take a big sip, but He couldn't hold it anymore. He took away the teacup and the warm jar. This water tastes funny. Just pour out and fill a new one. Why put tea leaves in it? Only a fool would do that. Huali reminded him with his words, "You're a soldier who's been discharged. I'm not picky about food," Lu Changjing replied. He took the warm jar outside. Hua Xiaoya was wiping the dish rack and tidying things up. The helpers had all left, leaving only some small chores for her to do alone. When she found out what was happening, she took the warm jar, poured the water into the pig and chicken feed bucket, and went to feed the animals. Turning around, she saw Lu Changjing already sweeping the floor with a broom. She hurried over and snatched the broom away. "I can do it. Big brother, you rest. You've been busy all day." Lu Changjing touched the back of her hand where she had touched him. "It's okay."
I'm fine.
It wasn't that he was not tired, but that he was still okay. Hua Xiaoya's heart softened suddenly. Yes, no one is made of steel. How could her big brother not feel tired? She was too straightforward, showing her emotions on her face. Seeing her worried look, Lu Changjing felt a tingling sensation all over his body, like an electric shock. Hua Xiaoya accidentally caught his gaze, blushed slightly, and quickly picked up the water bucket to feed the pigs. Lu Changjing grabbed the water bucket. "Let's heat some more water. I think Li ate a lot of meat today, so he shouldn't drink cold water. Be careful he doesn't get a stomach ache later." "Okay," Hua Xiaoya replied. She didn't expect her older brother to be so caring, even noticing her younger brother's needs. She couldn't help but smile, and she scrubbed the pot a few extra times. Unbeknownst to her, Huali, who was inside the house, almost felt sick when he heard this. He couldn't go out and expose the old fox's true nature. His sister wouldn't believe him, so he could only scratch the table nervously. In the north room, Lu Tsueha frowned as she looked at Lu Jinyang. "Aren't you planning to go back tonight? Big sister, are you being a bit unreasonable? It's late, and you want me to go home alone? What if I run into wolves or bandits? Just because my brother-in-law can stay here doesn't mean I can't stay too. Enough, enough." "I didn't say you have to go back," Lu Tsueha interrupted him, cutting off his complaints. "If you want to stay, stay. I don't want to bother." Lu Jinyang was happy and chuckled. He pushed aside the curtain and sat down next to Huali. "What's wrong? Are you upset? Let me tell you something even more annoying, Huali." Lu Tsueha went outside to help Hua Xiaoya. "There's no more work. Just rest inside. I'll boil this water. Let's do it together." Lu Tsueha carried a stool and sat down beside Hua Xiaoya. When Lu Changjing entered the room, he saw the two of them, one handing over firewood, the other filling the stove, talking about what had happened from last night to today. He couldn't help but laugh. "Don't tire yourselves out," they grinned at him. "We're happy to." Hua Xiaoya was the first to feel shy and leaned on Lu Tsueha. Lu Tsueha hugged Hua Xiaoya, smiling so much she almost fell over. Lu Changjing quickly reached out to support her back, preventing them from falling. Through their clothes, he felt the warm heat of the man's hand. Hua Xiaoya blushed even more and quickly thanked him. Lu Changjing withdrew his hand in time, making sure Lu Tsueha didn't notice anything. In just a moment of boiling water, the two exchanged information. Lu Tsueha learned that her parents-in-law had been hurt, and it was Hua Xiaoya's doing. She also found out that Hua Xiaoya had even hit young Xiao. Excited, she hugged her tightly. "Xiaoya, you're amazing. Really amazing. So great." Hua Xiaoya was worried she might think she was too harsh, but hearing this, she couldn't help but hug her back. "Tsueha, you're the best." Without her older brother Tsueha's encouragement and support, she might never have found the courage to stand up for herself. Lu Changjing heard something unusual outside and came to check. His eyes were complicated. It was nice to see a woman freely hugging Xiaoya. That day, they burned a lot of fire, and both beds were very hot. Hua Xiaoya was half asleep, awakened by the heat, and couldn't tell what time it was. She got up to go to the bathroom. Just as she came out, she was suddenly hugged again. "Xiaoya, help me, I'm going to die." Hua Xiaoya was struggling, but suddenly she stopped. On a late spring night, The cold wind still felt icy, and the freshly turned vegetable gardens smelled of earth. Hua Xiaoya's wrist was grabbed by a warm hand, and in the next moment, she was pressed into a strong, broad embrace. The familiar scent of the man made her shiver. Help you with what? She tried to struggle free, but the man tightened his arms instead. Can't you feel it? Lu Changjing's voice was deep, mixed with a hint of smoke and alcohol, warm in the dark night. Really, can't you feel it? Their bodies were close together. Lu Changjing's unusual presence made Hua Xiaoya suddenly think of what she saw earlier that afternoon, Lu Duofu and Zhang Shunying. Although Lu Changjing quickly covered her eyes, she still saw clearly. They were doing the same thing that the big yellow dog had done a few days ago. Hua Xiaoya's body was turned around, forcing her to face Lu Changjing directly. The night was as dark as ink. Hua Xiaoya could only see his high nose and those startlingly bright eyes. I don't understand. I can teach you, he said. Hua Xiaoya's face turned hot, burning from her cheeks to her ears, like she had a small, hot stove inside her. Her hands and feet froze, as if she had been turned to ice, unsure of what to do next. She instinctively shrank back, her fingertips pushing and shoving at his chest in a frantic, uncoordinated way. Her strength was both quick and gentle, with no clear pattern. Big brother, what are you doing? It's late at night. People will see. And it looks bad. Her voice trembled with panic, making her already soft tone sound even more tempting. Her eyelashes fluttered like a frightened little bird, and her eyes flickered around, sometimes looking at the vegetable field at her feet, sometimes at the gap in the wall, avoiding his face. Her breathing grew rapid, her chest rising and falling. Lu Changjing didn't let go. Instead, he pulled his arm back slightly and gently wrapped her between the wall and himself, blocking the cool night breeze. His warm breath surrounded her, but he didn't breathe too close, just resting on her hair, with a cautious tone. Don't be afraid. I care about you. I care about you the most. His hand lightly rested on her arm. Her coat had already fallen to the ground, revealing a thin shirt underneath that offered little protection. The rough, hot touch of his hand was very clear. This made Hua Xiaoya feel her heart pounding. She wanted to hide, but couldn't escape. The man kept getting closer, and she could only awkwardly refuse. Big brother, I am Lu Changjing's wife. Lower your voice. Is it really that honorable? He lowered his head and gently bit her earlobe. Xiaoya, I didn't mean to hurt you. I was tricked by someone else. The water in the thermos and the tea leaves were put there by your brother. What? In her moment of distraction, Hua Xiaoya felt Lu Changjing's lips softly land on her forehead. It was as light as snow falling on her face, yet warm and tender, showing the man's helpless feelings. Suddenly, the sound of a pig grunting came from the front yard. Hua Xiaoya, experienced enough, knew this was a pig circling, what people call being in heat. Something was wrong. She remembered that the pigs at home usually only went into heat after a month. Why was it happening early? She suddenly recalled the water she had spilled into the trash bucket.
Could it be?
What her big brother said was true. But why would Liya do such a thing? If Liya was responsible, her panic grew even more. Her body stiffened like frozen soil, her eyes widening in shock. She forgot to blink. Just as she was about to speak, her throat felt blocked, and she could only manage a muffled The man's kiss slid down her brow, landing at the corner of her eye with a gentle, testing touch. She instinctively tilted her head away. The kiss then moved to her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Xiaoya, he whispered softly, his warm breath making her feel hot, his voice full of affection. Her heart pounded loudly like drums, thump, 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 so loud she could hear it herself. She felt overwhelmed and confused, like a wave washing over her. She looked up at him. In the dark night, his eyes seemed to burn like fire. His clothes were neat, but she still felt as if she was completely exposed. This made her even more nervous. She quickly looked down, almost touching her chest with her chin. Before she could react, his lips pressed gently to the corner of her mouth, warm and a little awkward. She instinctively pressed her lips tightly together, almost biting her lower lip. Her hand, clutching his shirt, turned white with tension. Her nails almost dug into his coat, but she forgot to push him away. It wasn't that she wasn't scared anymore. She was so frightened she had no strength left, unable to resist properly. His kiss was gentle, not rushing, just tenderly brushing against her. As she gradually relaxed, his tongue softly nudged her lips open. His hot breath invaded her, strong and commanding. Xiaoya's resistance completely broke down. Her tense body softened, and her arms, as if they had a mind of their own, wrapped around his neck. Her hands unconsciously held the back of his neck, showing dependence and a bit of helpless panic. She leaned into him, her clothes slightly askew, revealing her shoulder. The cold wind slipped in, and she reached out to cover herself. But a large hand moved faster than her, gripping her shoulder. Soon, her shoulder was wrapped in a warm, damp sensation. The unfamiliar feeling made Xiaoya feel dizzy, like she was floating on clouds. Her legs went weak, and she could only hold on to him to stay upright. Her face buried in his shoulder, her breath hot and tingling, warming his clothes. When her nose brushed his neck, she couldn't help but shiver lightly. She knew she should push him away. This was wrong. If this had happened in the old days, holding her like this could have caused serious trouble for both of them. But even though she was resisting, she instinctively shrank into his embrace, as if wanting to hide somewhere. It was like she was seeking comfort in this unfamiliar warmth.
This is not right.
But it is a consequence of her own actions. Does she have to pay the price? Lu Changzheng felt her panic and confusion. His eyes showed more passion. His hand gently but firmly stroked her back, moving with both strength and tenderness. When his fingertips brushed the soft flesh at her waist, Hua Xiaoya flinched slightly, not resisting, just scared and unable to control herself. She let out a tiny sound, like a faint whisper. She was nervous and shy. His kisses grew deeper, from the corner of her mouth to her neck, leaving warm marks. His hand slowly moved downward. Hua Xiaoya trembled and softly said, no. Her gentle refusal seemed to encourage him even more, making him act more boldly. Her top was lifted, revealing her smooth, white skin under the moonlight, soft like cotton candy. The man's self-control finally broke down. He couldn't resist anymore and took the softest, sweetest part of her. Sweet as honey, fragrant as flowers, soft as silk. Hua Xiaoya was scared and tried to push him away, but in front of such a strong man, she felt weak and powerless. The night was cool, the moon was beautiful, and the early spring breeze was both gentle and strong. Hua Xiaoya's forehead was covered in a light sweat. She felt dizzy, as if her soul had been taken away. In the room just a wall away, Hua Li and Lu Jinyang were not there. Hua Xiaoya went to the bathroom and didn't come back. Zhang Shunying poked at Lu Duofu in the bed. Now she had to catch them in the act. If she went now, she could definitely catch the two of them together. Zhang Shunying had already planned to expose their shame in front of the whole village. She wanted to kick Lu Changzheng out of Donggo, and also get all his money. If he dared to get involved with Hua Xiaoya, once this gets out, how can Lu Changzheng still show his face?
And Hua Xiaoya.
Having such a handle in her hands, she could twist and turn her as she pleased. Lu Duofu hesitated a little. After all, he's my own son. He remembered what happened earlier that afternoon, when Lu Changzheng went inside to pull the curtains. Stop pretending and gossiping. Don't you also want him to get into trouble? Lu Duofu's thoughts were exposed, and he couldn't pretend anymore. Just as they were about to get up, suddenly there was a loud thud from the inner room. Lu Chonghai was pushed to the ground. Lu Tsueha tidied her clothes, put on her shoes, and stepped down. She stomped on the troublemaker's foot, glaring angrily. You bastard, you're barely alive and you're still thinking about such nonsense, not. Tsueha. I hurt. Lu Chonghai rolled on the ground. His whole body was hot and uncomfortable, but he couldn't clearly explain what was wrong. You hurt? Really hurt or pretending? I think you're just reckless. Everyone has thoughts, but who doesn't want to? The newlyweds, separated for a while, felt like their love was even stronger. Just thinking about her husband lying nearby made Lu Tsueha feel excited. But Lu Chonghai was covered in injuries, with his knees swollen badly. If he kept acting like this, he might risk his life. I can't help it. Lu Chonghai's words were like broken eggshells, trembling from the pain. Lu Tsueha misunderstood, thinking he was reacting because he saw her. She felt both shy and angry at the same time. She stepped on him. Can't help it? Damn, you really follow your beastly parents, always ready to lose control, huh? In the yard, chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and pigs were making loud noises. Lu Tsueha suddenly remembered something. She turned her head sharply and stared fixedly at the two heads on the bed in the inner room. They looked directly into Zhang Shunning and Ludwifu's eyes. Tsueha, we need to catch them in the act. With a loud bang, Chindugan's wooden door was kicked open. The hinges squeaked loudly, as if they might break apart under the force. Everyone inside the house, adults and children, shivered in fear. Lu Chonghai, get out here, you little brat! Hua Liye and Lu Jinyang, like two furious bulls, shouted loudly, their voices so loud they made the paper on the windows tremble. The two rushed into the inner room in a hurry. Lu Chonghai, wrapped in a floral quilt, drooling onto his pillow, was just waking up when Hua Liye grabbed his collar and pulled him out. He hadn't had time to pull up his pants. His injuries had just been treated, and he was afraid of getting them dirty. Now he was completely naked, trembling in the yard. His feet were on the frozen, hard mud, and he was shivering from the cold as he was dragged to the center of the yard, gasping from the cold. Flower establishes a career. Although the names of Hua Xiaoya and the other person are only nominal, he still recognizes his nominal brother-in-law. However, the young scholar from before is now furious, as if he wants to bite a piece of him. Did you send that Mao guy to force my parents to call my sister out? She caused trouble herself, just left after causing a mess, making our whole family unlucky. That's your own fault. My sister is your legally married wife. She suffered hardships, but you ignored her and even betrayed her. Hualia picks up a bamboo stick with thorns on it, and with a sharp crack, hits Lu Chongjiang on the sole of his foot. The sound is crisp, and Lu Chongjiang screams like a pig being slaughtered. After about 20 hits, his foot is swollen like a steamed bun, red and purple, and he rolls around in pain, tears and snot covering his face, crying, "Spare me," his voice breaking. Not feeling satisfied, Hualia takes out a match from his pocket, strikes it, and the flame flickers in the dark. Let you remember the pain, he squats down, holding the match close to Lu Chongjiang's swollen foot. The flame touches his skin with a sizzling sound, and a burnt smell drifts out. Lu Chongjiang twitches in pain, curling up like a shrimp, making strange sounds in his throat as if he's about to suffocate. Hualia shows no mercy. When one match burns out, he strikes another. Lu Jinyang does the same. This guy is even smarter than Hualia, using the tip of the flame to burn Lu Chongjiang's foot, and Lu Chongjiang quickly can't take it anymore. At this moment, Yang Qiqiao in the house pulls on an outer coat and runs out with her 3 children. Her hair is messy, and her face is covered with cuts from Hua Xiaoya. Seeing this, her face turns pale. She quickly steps forward and grabs Hualia's arm. Brother, let's talk nicely. Don't beat him to death. He knows he was wrong and won't do it again. Hualia swings his arm away, pushing Yang Qiqiao back, and the children cry even louder in fear. Stop with that nonsense. His eyes are wide, spitting flying. I don't care about your secret affair, but you shouldn't be so arrogant, disturbing my sister's peace day and night, making it impossible for her to live a normal life. If there is ever a next time, I will not only deal with him but also handle you, so your family won't be able to lift their heads in this village. Yang Qiqiao is not usually a patient person. After being scolded repeatedly these days, she was already full of anger. When she saw a young student like Hua Liet daring to insult her and was pushed, her temper exploded. She looked at the energetic Lu Jinyang and Hua Liet, then suddenly tore open her shirt, revealing half of her chest, and sat down on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying loudly, "Help! Someone's hurting me. These two bullies are trying to assault me. Everyone come see. This is unfair." Her voice was sharp and loud, piercing through the quiet, waking up neighbors who were sleeping deeply. But soon, the actions of Hualia and Lu Jinyang made her unable to shout anymore. "You!" Before she could say another word, Lu Jinyang and Hualia exchanged a quick glance and immediately reacted. Although they had been classmates and deskmates for many years and often annoyed each other, they knew each other very well. They moved faster than Yang Qiqiao. In a flash, they unfastened their belts, pulled down their pants halfway, revealing their underwear, and then mimicked Yang Qiqiao's actions, slapping their thighs and shouting, "Help! This woman is a troublemaker. She's trying to seduce us in the middle of the night and ruin our reputation." "Exactly," Hualia shouted even louder than Yang Qiqiao. "We came to seek justice for my sister, but she's trying to frame us. Everyone, judge for yourselves. This woman is crazy, trying to assault men." As they shouted, they moved closer to Yang Qiqiao, pretending to dodge and showing frightened expressions. Neighbors around them gradually gathered in Chindugan's yard, watching this scene in confusion. On one side, Yang Qiqiao, dressed in disarray and crying desperately. On the other, Lu Jinyang and Hualia, with loosened waistbands and a look of innocence. In the yard, Lu Changjiang was lying on the ground, groaning in pain, completely naked. No one could figure out what was really happening. The women turned their faces away. Wang Er quickly tore off his coat and covered Lu Changjiang to hide him. It was a bit small, but it was better than nothing, enough to hide his shame and prevent everyone from staring. When Lu Jinyang saw the neighbors arrive, he immediately pointed at Yang Qiqiao and said angrily, "Everyone, please help us. We are honest brothers, and today we are really upset because they have been bullying Sister Xiaoya. That's why we came to talk to Lu Changjiang. I didn't expect Yang Qiqiao to try to scheme against us, and then shout for help, as if she wants to ruin our reputation." Hualia also agreed. "Yes. Everyone in the village knows about her relationship with Lu Changjiang. Now she even dares to flirt with us. That's shameless. If we had left a moment later, she might have clung to us, and we wouldn't be able to clear our names even if we jumped into the river. I'm still a high school student. I want to go to college. In the last exam, I was first in the class, and even the county mayor praised me." He grabbed his pants and leaned towards Lu Jinyang, saying, "I can't go back to school anymore. What's the point of going to college? I might as well give up." Lu Jinyang comforted him. "No, Leah, you can't give up. You're the hope of the whole village, the hope of the whole town, the hope of the entire county. Sister Xiaoya is counting on you to get into college and make us proud." From an angle only he could see, Hualia shot him a look of disdain. "The act is over, huh? How stupid can you be?" Lu Jinyang pretended not to notice, sneezed, and wiped his nose on Hualia's shoulder. Hualia felt disgusted and could only hold tightly to Lu Jinyang's back, continuing to feel sad and upset. Yang Qiqiao was so angry that she trembled all over, unable to speak properly. "You guys are talking nonsense. You're lying. No one has harassed you. I haven't even touched your side." The yard instantly became chaotic. Neighbors whispered to each other, some watching the show, some discussing, and others secretly observing Yang Qiqiao and the two young men, their eyes full of curiosity. Lu Changjiang was still lying on the ground, groaning. His feet hurt more and more, but no one paid attention to him now. Everyone's focus was on this ridiculous harassment dispute. Everyone knew the character of Yang Qiqiao and Lu Changjiang. Compared to them, Hualia, the high school student, and Lu Jinyang, a well-behaved young man from a decent family, seemed so innocent and pure. Wang Youfa and his son were pushed to the front by the crowd. The neighbors kept shouting for them to seek justice. Wang Youfa, scratching his buzz cut, looked at the two young men and then at Yang Qiqiao. He said, "Dried bean curd wife, don't make things worse in front of the children." Yang Qiqiao was so angry she couldn't speak. Chindugan, who was inside the house, couldn't stand it anymore. He leaned on his cane and shakily came out. Weakly standing beside Yang Qiqiao, he said, "Cough, cough, I testify that they really did tease Qiqiao. Cough, cough." Since falling ill, Chen Dugan rarely appeared in front of others. After Lu Chongjiang came to his house, he saw even fewer people. Now his face was pale like a ghost. He took a deep breath and said, "You wouldn't even believe what I, a dying man, say, right?" Wang Youfa and his son looked at each other. This was a difficult situation to handle. Wang Er thought for a moment and said, "Wait, I'll go find the village secretary and get Hua Xiaoya and Lu Tsueha to come here." These were the two daughters-in-law of the Lu family, and they had to come see what was happening. Wang Youfa suddenly realized, yes, such a big matter. It had to be handled by the village secretary. Wang Er ran quickly toward the west end of the village. The people involved didn't expect they would need to call the village secretary. Yang Qiqiao tried to stop him, but was a second too late. Lu Jinyang and Hua Liya, upon hearing Wang Er's words, immediately fastened their belts. Gu Xiaoqiu couldn't bear it anymore. She found a torn burlap sack in the corner and asked her father-in-law to bring back her husband's clothes. Wang Youfa, looking disgusted, covered Lu Chongjiang with the sack and held his son's clothes in his hand. "Men like you, it's really no wonder." Lu Chongjiang, grabbing his sleeve to complain, said, "They hit me, village chief. You have to stand up for me." That night in Donggo was destined to be restless. Hua Xiaoya, in Lu Chongjiang's arms, turned into a puddle of water, her whole body soft and weak. The man's dominance and strength overwhelmed her, surrounding her. She tried to think, but her mind was already flying with his movements, and she couldn't remember anything. The sound she made was broken and faint. She was too weak to do anything, only able to hold firmly to her bottom line.
Please, don't.
Don't what? The man's voice was deep and hoarse, with a cold and fiery breath. His hands were very restless. His legs were even more excessive. "Xiaoya, the trouble Hualia caused, you have to take responsibility." He used both gentle and forceful methods, like a bully, giving her no choice at all. His lips were very attractive, able to soothe or threaten. Their strength was uneven. Her little strength was no match for his attack. "Yuer," he called her a nickname no one had used before, his voice softer than the spring breeze at night, but his actions were the opposite. A sharp tearing sound came from the fabric. What was that? Hua Xiaoya's eyes nearly popped out, filled with disbelief. The night wind blew coldly, and before she could react, a rough, hot body wrapped around her. "Ugh," she choked, unable to make a proper sound, completely stunned. Being held in someone's grasp made her heart race wildly, scared out of her wits, wishing she could break free and run away immediately. But deep inside, she also felt a strange, unexplainable anticipation, like a wild cat calling in the spring night, itching her heart. The bed creaked and shook, just behind a curtain, the sounds of shameful activity. These unwanted memories made Hua Xiaoya's mouth feel like she had bitten into a sour green plum. She knew it was bitter, but she couldn't help swallowing repeatedly. She pushed hard against the man's arms with her hands, her nails digging deep into his flesh, scratching fiercely. Lu Chongqing's veins on his arms bulged. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps thudded loudly, like stepping on her heart. Hua Xiaoya's body stiffened instantly, as if frozen. Someone was coming? Thinking about what they might see, her face turned pale, and her whole body felt drained, soft and boneless. "Don't be afraid. Your brother is here." Lu Chongqing held her face and kissed her fiercely to comfort her, his voice deep and hoarse. "I'm going out now to face them, to tell them clearly that you are my wife, Lu Chongqing." He was about to get up and rush outside. Hua Xiaoya quickly grabbed his arm tightly, her voice trembling with tears, softly begging, "No. Brother, you can't." Lu Chongqing's face darkened, but he didn't speak. His eyes showed more determination. Soon, they heard Lu Tsueha's sharp voice, loud and clear, like popping beans, from far away. "Zhang Shunying, how dare you falsely accuse my brother and Xiaoya of wrongdoing? You even called the party secretary and accountant Zhang here, bringing half the village's neighbors to join in. Today, we must settle this once and for all. Lu Tsueha suddenly turned around with a loud bang, blocking the alley entrance. She opened her flashlight with a flick, its beam sweeping across the faces of everyone in the alley, clearly illuminating them all, leaving no one able to escape. But what if we can't catch them? What are you planning to do? Zhang Shunying was so anxious she stomped her feet and gestured wildly, lowering her voice like trying to stop a fire. Stop making noise. Such loud shouting might alert them. Hurry up. Turn off the flashlight. Quickly, turn it off. Lu Tsueha glared fiercely, raising her voice. With so many of us blocking here, how could they fly away? It's you. Give a clear answer. Xiaoya and my brother are honest people known throughout the area. If you slander them like this and ruin their reputation, how can they live on? Lu Duofu tried to sneak past quietly, but Lu Tsueha suddenly raised her hand, and her kitchen knife clanged against the wall with sparks flying. What? You think I can't speak properly? Want to force your way in? Lu Duofu trembled with fear, his legs trembling, almost peeing himself on the spot. Everyone was stunned. No one expected this woman to come out wielding a kitchen knife. Yang Baolu frowned and said in a deep voice, Long Hai's wife, why do you have a kitchen knife? This isn't a joke. Put it down quickly. Humph. Lu Tsueha puffed out her chest, lifted her head, and her eyes flashed with fierce anger. If I catch them in the act today, I will cut those two shameless people to pieces. My wife was unfaithful when she was young, and Lu Duofu was cheating with someone else's wife. He left his wife at home and didn't care. Now, the eldest and second are both involved with other women. If this scandal gets out, what face do I have in the village? I won't split them apart. Am I supposed to keep supporting them? No one expected her to be so aggressive today, directly losing her temper. Zhang Shunying was about to go crazy and didn't care about her old secrets being exposed. She wanted to push Lu Tsueha away, but was afraid she might stab with the kitchen knife. She patiently tried to reason. What does this have to do with you? Their shame is their own problem. As long as we know you're a decent person, that's enough. Lu Tsueha sneered, her voice loud enough to be heard across half the street. Last time you fell into a manure pit, and when someone pulled you out, the smell was so strong that the whole street could smell it. You don't understand the saying. You become like those you associate with. Zhang Shunying's face turned red then pale, and she couldn't say a word. Honestly, Yang Hongbing, who was walking at the back, scratched his head and muttered softly, Sister Xia getting married or not doesn't make much difference. Brother Changzheng isn't married either. These unmarried young people being together doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Shut up. Yang Baolu slapped the back of his head with a loud slap. Kids don't understand anything. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife crossed their arms, impatiently urging, Enough. Stop wasting time here. Just tell us what to do if we can't catch them. Tomorrow they're coming to install the wires, and we still have work to do. No time to waste with you. The busybody Zhang Laobian's wife also joined in, teasing. Old Zhang's wife, what are you afraid of? What's the big deal if she calls out to him? Catch them in the act, and see what she says then. Zhang Shunying clenched her teeth and made a decision. Fine. If I find out I've wrongly accused them, I'll beat drums and apologize to them. Are you happy now? Just get out of my way. She reached out to push Lu Tsueha, her heart burning with anxiety. If she hesitated any longer, those two might finish their mischief. Lu Tsueha's eyes flicked around, and she snorted. Stop with the empty talk. If you really wrongly accuse Xiaoya, then make her 2 new outfits, either give her fabric or pay her less. Not a single penny less. I really don't care about her, Zhang Shunying said, her hands empty. She had no money at all. So, you're not sincere, Lu Tsueha said, rubbing the knife against the wall with a screeching sound that made people feel uneasy and annoyed. Lu Duofu became anxious and pushed Zhang Shunying. Promise her. It's just 2 sets of clothes. Hurry up. Don't waste time here. Others also advised, yeah. 2 sets of clothes are better than making a fuss and losing face in the street. Zhang Shunying clenched her teeth and said firmly, All right. It's settled then. Lu Tsueha raised her chin and shouted to the people around, Everyone listen up. Be witnesses. If we don't catch Hua Xiaoya and my older brother, Zhang Shunying has to make 2 new outfits for Xiaoya, no less. She was about to step aside, but Zhang Shunying suddenly grabbed her hand, eyes shining with a plan.
Wait.
What if I catch them? She raised her chin to the people behind her and raised her voice. Everyone, be witnesses. My daughter-in-law Hua Xiaoya is a pure girl. If Lu Chongzheng really harms her, he must pay me 5,000 yuan. Not a penny less. 5,000 yuan? That was a huge demand. Lu Tsueha's heart sank. She quickly looked back toward the backyard, but it was dark and she couldn't see anything. She had to force herself to keep stalling. Humph. That's your business, not mine. As she spoke, she reached out to pull away Zhang Shunying's hand. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the backyard. Everyone who knew the situation understood immediately. Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu both pushed her aside with a loud bang. They, along with a group of people, stormed into the backyard like hungry wolves. A few flashlights flicked on, illuminating the large vegetable garden as bright as daytime, every leaf clearly visible. What are you doing? Why are so many people making such a fuss? Lu Chongzheng was squatting by the vegetable patch, his face bloody. Everyone looked scared. You, boss, did you kill someone? His scarred face, combined with his fierce expression in the dark and a few drops of blood, looked quite frightening. Even Lu Tsueha, usually brave, took a step back. Then she remembered something, her eyes searching past Lu Chongzheng for Hua Xiaoya's figure. Could it be? No way? No way? Did Lu Chongzheng attempt to assault and kill Hua Xiaoya? Lu Tsueha felt her head buzzing. She instinctively wanted to rush forward and ask clearly, but someone grabbed her wrist. She turned her head and saw Chen Jinhua holding her. The other person subtly shook his head. Lu Tsueha gradually calmed down. But someone else was more excited. Zhang Shunying snatched the flashlight from her hand and searched the vegetable garden. She checked every corner, even the bathroom, and poked the toilet pit with a stick a few times. They didn't find anyone, but the smell from the bathroom was strong. Everyone couldn't help but hold their noses. Zhang Shunying, unwilling to give up, rushed in front of Lu Chongzheng and asked loudly, "Where's Hua Xiaoya? Tell me, where did you hide her? Looking for her? Why ask me? I don't know anything." Lu Chongzheng supported his knee with one hand and looked at her with a stern face. "You're asking about Hua Xiaoya? Are you trying to accuse me of something? What are you accusing me of? I think you're guilty yourself. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Hua Xiaoya is a pretty girl, only 20 years old, as tender as a peach." "Lu Chongzheng, you must be enjoying yourself." Before she finished speaking, Lu Chongzheng suddenly stepped in front of her and slapped her across the face. Zhang Shunying's face was slapped to the side, and she spat out 2 teeth. "Lu Chongzheng," she said through gritted teeth, sounding angry but lacking strength. Lu Duofu quickly scolded, "Boss, she's your mother." "My mother? Don't say she's been lying in the grave for over 20 years. Even if she's been there for 200 years, she wouldn't say such inhuman words." Lu Duofu. Zhang Shunying, holding her swollen face, said to Lu Chongzheng, "Lu Chongzheng, you don't have to pretend with us. Ever since you and Hua Xiaoya came out of the house, you haven't gone back. Are you two not together? Are you lying to us?" "Zhang Shunying, are you so stupid? Why is your mind only filled with these petty things?" Angered by her stepchild's words, Zhang Shunying felt chest tightness and couldn't breathe properly, almost fainting. This situation was hard to handle. If she really fainted, it might actually be a good thing. Zhang Shunying suddenly changed her mind, leaned back, and almost fainted. But someone moved faster and grabbed her chin firmly. They pinched her chin hard, as if trying to make a hole in her flesh. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Oh, Mom. A familiar, anxious voice with a hint of crying. Zhang Shunying opened her eyes in pain and saw Hua Xiaoya's beautiful, oval face close to hers, with moist, bright eyes. She almost fainted again with a loud gasp. She quickly grabbed Hua Xiaoya's wrist and refused to let go. "I'm right here. I'm right here. You adulterers, I caught you in the act."
Haha.
"Lu Chongzheng, what do you have to say now?" Give me 5,000 yuan to make up for this. 5,000 yuan? Are you dreaming? Lu Chongjing frowned at her. Zhang Shunying sneered coldly and pointed at him and Hua Xiaoya. Didn't you say you didn't know where Hua Xiaoya was? Now you can't hide it anymore. Did you two just fool around earlier? Lu Chongjing snorted coldly and ignored her. Next to Hua Xiaoya, Wang Er and others came over. Andy, what are you talking about? Xiaoya came with us. With you? Why is she with you? Actually, it's not exactly with us. I came to find the secretary and saw her looking for Huali. So, we came back together. Wang Er shouted to Yang Baolu. Secretary, go check the east side quickly. Things are a mess now. Oh, yes, okay. Yang Baolu was about to leave with Wang Er. Zhang Shunying grabbed him. Secretary, you can't go. You need to figure out what's going on here first. She turned to stare fiercely at Lu Chongjing. No tricks? Why are you just standing here? Are you laying eggs? Eat your dad. Lu Chongjing picked up something from the ground and threw it directly at Zhang Shunying's face. Zhang Shunying only saw a dark lump flying toward her. She reached out and felt it, warm like a piece of meat. She was so frightened she screamed and threw the thing away. Other women also retreated in fear. The closest to Zhang Shunying, Hua Xiaoya, was hit unexpectedly. The lump landed on her leg and fell at her feet. Although Lu Chongjing quickly took the object away, she still looked pale with fear. Under the cover of night, Lu Chongjing gently touched her with his bloodless arm. Familiar support helped Hua Xiaoyu regain her senses. She clenched her teeth, took 2 steps back, and looked up to show Lu Chongjing that she was fine. However, Lu Chongjing felt deep regret. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have thrown that thing in Zhang Shunying's face. There was plenty of time to deal with her later. Now, he could only act quickly to finish things and soothe Hua Xiaoyu. Look carefully. These 2 rabbits are fresh from the mountain. The flashlight shone on his hand, revealing a half-skinless rabbit. There was another rabbit on the ground, with its fur intact, but it was already dead. Lu Chongjing looked cold and awkward as he said, Originally, I thought my dad and her. He pointed at Zhang Shunying. They were hurt so badly that I couldn't sleep at night. I wanted to go up the mountain to catch a couple of rabbits to help them recover. He sighed bitterly, but I didn't expect that they would think that I risk my life outside, and all I get in return for 6 or 7,000 yuan are your schemes. Everyone present was moved by his words. Yes, no one is truly heartless. But Zhang Shunying and Lu Duofu seemed like 2 stones. No matter how much Lu Chongjing tried to warm them, they remained cold. Lu Chongjing didn't look at Zhang Shunying. He only said to Lu Duofu, She's a stepmother? Fine, I won't care about that. But you're my real father. How can you think like this about me? Lu Duofu was speechless, ashamed and lowering his head. Zhang Shunying quickly snapped back. Stop talking nonsense. You're up late, wandering around the mountain after a long day's work. Where do you get so much energy? What do you think? I'm a healthy 30-year-old man, yet I don't even have a wife. Why would I go up the mountain to catch rabbits in the middle of the night? Just to hang around your place, Zhang Shunying. That Lu Chongjing suddenly seemed to be ignited. He shouted loudly, No, Dad, both my brothers are married. I want to get married too. He looked at Hua Xiaoyu's face as he spoke. Hua Xiaoya's eyes met his, and her heart jumped to her throat. At this moment, she forgot about the battered rabbit and the plucked chicken. Her mind was only filled with one thought. Big brother. Please don't act impulsively. Lu Chongjing saw the fear on her face and sneered inwardly. He calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Duofu. You've married off your 2nd and 3rd brothers, so you can't ignore me, right? Lu Duofu sighed helplessly. How can I control you? I don't have a penny right now. Then I won't control you. They got married and you gave one 1,000 and the other 1,200. I'm getting old, and it's hard for me to find a wife.
So,
just give me 1,500. He then mentioned his own conditions. My requirements aren't high. I want a 20-year-old girl who is pretty, has a good personality, and is caring. Lu Duofu. It seems like you're the one dreaming here. Don't think you can just push me aside. I'm so disappointed in you. I'm your son. Have you ever thought about my future? He looked sad as he picked up the 2 rabbits from the ground. Under everyone's complicated gazes, he returned to the front yard. His back looked lonely and sad. Lu Duofu was out of ideas. He turned to Zhang Shunying, about to ask what to do. Suddenly, Lu Tsueha spoke up. Mother-in-law, you promised earlier. If you wrongly accuse Xiaoye, you have to. Before she finished, Zhang Shunying held her head and said, "Oh, my head hurts." Then, with a loud clack, she collapsed onto the ground. Lu Tsueha. She sure knows how to pick her timing. Hua Xiaoye kicked twice but didn't move. Lu Tsueha. Everyone hurriedly carried Zhang Shunying into the house. Hua Xiaoye then noticed Lu Chonghai inside, tied up with ropes, with a towel stuffed in his mouth. He was sweating heavily, frowning as if he was suffering some pain or torment. Yang Baolu wanted to untie him, but Lu Tsueha stopped him. No need to bother. Let's hurry to the east side. At the east of the village, there was noise coming from Chen Dugan's yard. As soon as Hua Xiaoye entered the yard, she saw Yang Qiqiao, dressed in disarray, in the field, and her own brother with his pants loosened. Her anger flared up instantly. Lu Tsueha stood shoulder to shoulder with her, her face flushed red, fists clenched, ready to rush forward at any moment. Yang Qiqiao, you shameless, rotten person. No one expected Hua Xiaoyu to be the first to attack. She pointed at Yang Qiqiao's nose and scolded, "You're having an affair with Lu Chongjiang, disturbing my peace. It's bad enough that you bully me all the time, but now you're falsely accusing my brother of being a troublemaker? Don't you have any shame?" Her own brother knew himself well. Although he was a bit quiet, he was kind and just a naive student. How could he possibly flirt with Yang Qiqiao? Lu Tsueha added sharply, her voice clear and sharp. Exactly. Who doesn't know what kind of people Jin Yang and his partner are? Honest kids. How could they do what you're accusing them of? But you, a few of you, are notorious around here. 1 a troublemaker, 2 a pair of troublemakers. Clearly, it's you who's restless, trying to blackmail others. You've got a wicked heart. The 3 of you, living together in the same bed, isn't that enough shame? Now you want to ruin our brother's reputation? How can you be so unkind? Yang Qiqiao wanted to speak up in her own defense, but Hua Xiaoyu didn't give her a chance. She shouted even louder. You think tearing open your clothes and crying a little will make us believe you? Are we blind or just stupid? My brother is still a student, a pure and innocent boy. And you, using such low tricks, shame on you. I tell you, Yang Qiqiao, this isn't over. You must clear this up with those 2 kids, or I'll report you. She stepped forward and kicked Lu Chongjiang. And you, Lu Chongjiang, don't just stand there like a dead dog. You did something wrong and are too afraid to admit it. Letting your mistress come out and cause trouble. You're a pair of wicked, heartless troublemakers. The Lu family has someone like you, and even the ancestors' graves are probably turning black. Lu Tsueha said, why bother talking to them? They're just a bunch of lowlifes. If they had any shame, they wouldn't do such terrible things. Yang Qiqiao, you're really something. Even if you don't care about your reputation, look at your children. As a mother, what kind of example are you setting for them? The 2 women kept insulting each other, their words sharp and fierce, hitting Yang Qiqiao's sore spots. She was blushing and pale alternately, unable to find a chance to speak. Several times she opened her mouth but couldn't get a word out. She completely lost her earlier bravado. The neighbors around also started talking, mostly siding with Hua Xiaoyu and Lu Tsueha. As Hua Xiaoyu said, these people are well known, and everyone understands that. Seeing that things were settling down, Village Secretary Yang Baolu cleared his throat and said seriously, everyone, stop arguing. Yelling won't solve anything. Chindugan Yang Qiqiao, Yang Baolu continued, everyone can see clearly what's going on today. The 2 boys are here to stand up for their sister. They're just settling accounts with Lu Chongjiang. They didn't do anything bad to your family. Yet, Yang Qiqiao, you even tried to accuse them of being hooligans. Is that reasonable? Everyone in the village is watching. Your little tricks won't fool anyone. Yang Qiqiao moved her lips to speak, but Yang Baolu glared at her. Shut up. I haven't finished talking. Everyone knows about your issues with Lu Chongjiang. I didn't want to interfere in your family matters, but you shouldn't push your luck and disturb the peace of the Hua and Lu families. Now you're making false accusations again. If we don't punish you strictly, the village will become chaotic." He paused and then said, "Here's what I think." Chindugan, Yang Qiqiao, apologized to Hua Liye and Lu Jinyang in front of all the neighbors. Clearly say that Yang Qiqiao deliberately tricked and accused them, and it has nothing to do with the two boys. If you don't, I will report this to the commune, and your family will be known throughout the town. Chindugan was so scared he quickly nodded and pulled Yang Qiqiao's arm. Yang Qiqiao clenched her teeth, feeling unfair, but she knew that if Yang Baolu reported this to the commune, it wouldn't matter what happened to her later. Her 3 children were still in school. Her children wouldn't be able to stay in school anymore. Thinking this over, she shot a fierce glare at Lu Chongjiang, cursing him in her mind 1,000 times. In the end, she had to give in. The two of them walked over to Hua Liye and Lu Jinyang, bowing deeply. Chindugan looked down and whispered softly, like a mosquito, "Sorry, it's our fault.
Yang Qiqiao.
She deliberately tricked and accused you. Please don't take it to heart." Yang Qiqiao clenched her teeth, her face turning red. After a long moment, she managed to say, "Sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have falsely accused you." After saying this, she felt her face burning as if she had been slapped several times. Tears finally couldn't be held back and started to flow down her cheeks. She never thought she would be completely suppressed by Hua Xiaoyu, this weak woman. From now on, how could she lift her head and face others in front of her? After paying the gift, Yang Qiqiao suddenly turned around, rushed in front of Lu Chongjiang, pointed at his nose, and loudly scolded, "Lu Chongjiang, you shameless scoundrel! It's all your fault. If you weren't so useless and cowardly, I wouldn't be humiliated here. You're so unkind. I must have been blind to follow you." The more she scolded, the angrier she got. She kicked him a few times. Lu Chongjiang was already badly hurt, with pain stabbing his feet. Now, being scolded and kicked by Yang Qiqiao, he felt very frustrated. He looked up at her fierce face, thinking about how he had been tortured just now and was in great pain. She not only didn't help him, but was so cold and heartless. A wave of sadness filled his heart, and tears started to flow down his face, mixing with his nosebleed and dirt, making him look very miserable. He wanted to explain or cry out in pain, but his throat felt blocked, like there was cotton inside, and he couldn't say anything. He could only let tears fall, feeling full of regret and sadness. Why did she have to treat him like this? He had been so devoted to her. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would rather have stayed with Hua Xiaoya. After everything was settled, everyone went their separate ways. At the door of his house, Yang Baolu couldn't help but remind the 2 young men, "From now on, you should avoid people like Yang Qiqiao and Lu Chongjiang. Those folks are shameless and can do anything. Playing with jade bottles and stones, it's not worth it." Hua Li was not convinced. "But I can't just watch my sister get bullied and do nothing." Yang Baolu, "Your sister was indeed bullied before, but now, forget it." He couldn't say anything bad with a clear conscience. He just patted Hua Li's shoulder and walked home. Yang Hongbing was a step behind him. He also patted Hua Li's shoulder, but gave him a thumbs up instead. Hua Li looked at him suspiciously, but he didn't explain. Instead, he went straight into the yard. Everyone had left. Lu Jinyang was about to enter the yard, leaning on Hua Li's shoulder, when Hua Xiaoya suddenly said, "Hua Li, come here." Sister. What's the matter?" Hua Li was confused but saw Hua Xiaoya walking to the big willow tree and followed her. Lu Jinyang also wanted to follow, but Lu Tsueha grabbed his ear and pulled him into the yard. The Lu siblings argued and quarreled as they went inside. Hua Liye saw that his usually gentle sister had an angry look on her face. He looked curious and worried and asked, "What's going on, sister? You're so secretive and hiding things from me." He then asked, "Did you tamper with the thermos?"